Welcome back guys, hope you're doing great. It's Vetrivel here. Well, in this course, we're gonna learn how to create ourselves a multi-store food delivery application. So basically this e-commerce store, which is not going to power up our food delivery app, you can use this multi-store app to create yourself an e-commerce store for any specific products for mobile or beauty products or whatever the thing. You just have to customize yourself the categories and the product details and everything. But the overall concept for this video, we're going to create a multi-store food delivery application. So over here in this code, we're going to learn about complete information about the Next.js along with the TypeScript, and we're going to use the ShadCN UI library to power up our UI designs and everything. And we're going to use the Firebase storage and the collections to manage our data storage and databases. And we're going to use the Clerk Authentication to manage the user session tokens and their authentications and everything. And we're going to use the Stripe International Payment Gateway for managing all our payment informations and everything, right? And we're going to deploy this project lively on the Vercel. So all these things are completely going to be happen in this course, and we're going to do every single step one by one and completely from the ground. All right, so let me demonstrate about the project which I'm talking about. So over here you can see we have two different views. One is the client view and another one is the admin view. So basically admin have the complete control over here. The admin needs to authenticate himself before if he wish to do any of the access any of those folders and everything, which means admin needs to authenticate it first. So over here you can see we have this nice Clerk Authentication. So I just have to log in myself with my continue the Gmail, choose my account and click continue. So once the user authenticated himself, it is going to pop up the very first store which is created by that particular user. So I can create multiple store just by creating the click create store over here and give yourself a new store, let's say new store. And if I click continue, so that will create the new store under this specific user, and that store doesn't have any specific products or categories or sizes or whatever the thing that we have, it completely empty, right? And if I get back to the settings, I can literally delete that store because I'm the admin, so I can able to delete it. So I just have to delete it. So once the new store is being deleted, so it will automatically push the user to the another active store. If there is no store, then it will brings that pop-up and it will ask the user to create a new store. Right? So and in the overview, so let me show you on once the user authenticated successfully in this dashboard, the user can able to see the total revenue, total sales, and how many products he have, and what is the status of the revenue by month wise and revenue by payment wise, status wise, and order status wise, or by category wise, which specific product is moving much better, so you can focus on that specific category. So you have this different analytics charts, so that helps you to understand how the business is working, right? And I can manage the billboards, and I can manage the categories, and I can manage the sizes and everything, kitchens and cuisines and products. Literally we can manage everything, including the total number of orders which is placed by the users. So for instance, I can search any specific products. If the product is not there, it's going to return the results, and I can search for any specific product in the entire database, and I can align them in an alphabetical order. So, and if I wish to edit this specific product, all I have to do is to click update. That is going to push me in that specific product route, and it's completely managed by the app router, and you can update the images over here, and you can mark this as a featured image or anything, and you can see you can keep n number of featured images, but on the UI front end on the client side, we're gonna render only the top 4 featured products, right? We just hard coded it, but it's up to you. You can customize it by the time when you are creating it, right? So this is all about the admin side, right? So I can manage the order status. Once the order has been submitted, I can manage the order status and everything. But from the client side, client have a different perspective. So client can able to without authenticating himself, he can able to open and see the home page, and if he wish to see the menus and orders or anything, if he wish to do that, he just need to authenticate himself in order to do that and everything. So all I have to do is to click continue and authenticate himself. He will be directly redirected to the the same page where he was by the time when he clicking authenticated. Right now I'm in the menus page, so I can able to apply all these kinds of filters. For instance, if I search for biryani, is going to list out only the biryani over here, and if I click the medium size of biryanis, that is going to list out only the medium size of biryanis over here. And if I choose Indian, so that is going to bring the biryanis which is comes under the Indian cuisine. And if I wish to choose Japanese, that Indian will be removed and it will apply the Japanese over there. So let me choose the Indian, and if I click over here, if I wish to remove this filter, click that remove option, that is going to remove it, right? So let's say if I wish to apply the fruits over here, so that is going to bring the fruit and remove the Indian filter, and you can see we have a different fruit sections over here. So in this product card, you can see we have these options to add it to the cart. So if I click this, add it to the cart, that specific product will be added to the cart. It doesn't matter how many times you are refreshing it, this entire page and the entire cart items will be persisted, right? And if I click the same product again, it will gives me the message as item is already in the cart, right? So we don't have to add the same product. So whenever you're clicking the add to cart option, it is by default, it is going to have a single quantity, a product quantity as 1 by default. Let's say if I add one more product, added it, and if I wish to update, customize this quantity, either I can click this name, or I can click this buy now option, click it, or you can simply go to this cart option, or there you can adjust the quantity by yourself, right? In this case, right now I'm here, right? And I can adjust the quantity and everything just like this. So the quantity will be updated. You don't have to add this product again to the cart because we know that the product is already in there. You just have to update this quantity. If I get back here, you can see the quantity is updated instantly there. If I click here, right, and if I get back to the products, okay, again you can choose whatever the product. For instance, if I click this, that is will be added, and you can see we have that specific product over here. And if I don't want this, I can simply delete it, the item will be removed. And if you even if you're refreshing it, you can see still the same quantity and everything. So whenever you're updating the quantity, you can see the subtotal and the grand total is also being updated, right? So now once I click this checkout, the order will be saved into our orders table. For instance, if I click this checkout, now you can see it is automatically pushed to ourselves in the Stripe payment gateway option. And if I refresh this, now we should get a new option. Okay, so I failed to add the date wise filters option, so we can't filter it right now by date wise. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add search the product name berries, right? So we should have that berries, or let's say for blueberries over here. See, blueberries. So that is the product which we are having. So berries and blueberries is the product which I placed the order right now, 78.90. That's the order. It is not paid. But once the user clicks the checkout, the main point over here is once the user clicks the checkout, it will be automatically saved into our collections, right? Now, all I have to do is to give myself a name, choose a different location. And for instance, if I wish to search for Austin Avenue, that is going to give me the suggestions. Yep. And let me choose and let me use the dummy card provided by the Stripe itself in order to work with this payment options, everything. And once I click this pay option, pay, that is going to process, and the payment gateway, it should return the status as true. Once it is success, you can see our cart is completely empty. And if I get back to the orders over here, and there you should see where it is, we should able to see that order which is we placed right now. Okay, I think this is the one, because you can see we have the multiple images. Yeah, this is the one, and it's showing that this is processing. We're having some issues on the UI itself, so let's fix that by the time. But this is the one, it's showing it's paid and it's processing. So let me check it over here also, and let me change this to blue. and it's showing this is, yeah, this is the one which is paid by this user, which is paid 78.90, which is paid, and it's saying processing. And if I change this to delivering, the status will be updated instantly. And if I search over here blue, and you can see it's changed to delivering. And if I refresh this over here, previously it was processing, but right now it is saying it is changed to delivering, right? So the UI, it is overlapping. So I think we have to fix that UI later. By the time when you are building it, we will fix it, don't worry, right? So every time whenever you are changing this status over here, the client also able to see the changes on his client end, right? So this is all about the both client and admin side. This is the complete about your full stack multi-store food delivery application by using the Next.js and Firebase and Clerk Authentication. And if you click the overview, you should be able to see the new status, new total revenue, total sales is completely different rather than when you're starting this placing the order, right? So this is all about that we are going to build in this complete course. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video straight away. All right then, so now what we have to do is let's go ahead and start creating ourselves a new project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name that folder as Multistore. And inside this multi-store, I'm going to create a new folder, one more, that is going to be the e-commerce admin. And I'm going to create one more folder over here, which is going to be the food client. So that is the food app client. We are going to worry about that later. So I'm going to open this e-commerce admin on my Visual Studio Code. Let me bring it over here. And let me make it bigger. So let me open it in the Visual Studio Code. Okay then, so let me close this, and let me close this, and let me keep it on the side by side. All right, so now we are inside our e-commerce admin folder. So now let's search for Next.js with chat CN, and that should gives you the very first link. So click that, and you should be able to see the exact same page what I'm saying right now, right? So we're going to install and we're going to create a next project first with the TypeScript. So let's go ahead and copy this and choose the npm or yarn, whatever you used to. In this case, I'm going to go with the npm itself, and I'm going to create just by using that. And you can notice here it's going to create a new project folder in the name called my app, but we don't want to do that. We already created a project folder called e-commerce admin. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to change this to /, which means all the project files and everything needs to be downloaded in the current project folder which we are in, right? So hit the enter, and that's going to ask me whether you are going to use the default source or you're going to use the latest one. So in this case, I'm not going to use the source directory because that is the older version, because we're going to use the later one, so which is going to have the app as the root folder. So I'm going to choose the option as no. And are you going to use the app router? Of course, we are going to use the app router, yes. And the import alias is going to be @, right? I'm not going to change it, no. So this is going to take some time, so please wait until it's successfully downloaded. All right then, so now it's successfully downloaded, and let's start our application. So you can see here we have a different sets of folders over here, and as I said, app folder, it's our root folder, and inside that we having our global.css, and we having our main layout.tsx. So basically, when it comes to Next.js, each and every routing folder has its own layout, can have its own layout, and every route has the page.tsx as its default file, which is going to load that complete UI, right? So that's what we got over here, and that is the layout which we got over here, the HTML and the body content and everything, the metadata of the and the font of our entire websites. And the page.tsx, this is the thing which is being loading into this layout over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to adjust this. So basically the body and the height HTML and the root element should have the height of 100%. Save these changes, close this, and let me run this application. So npm run dev. So Now if I go here and if I type localhost 3000 and let me bring it over this corner. Okay, so here we go. So we having this option over here. This is the Next.js project, which is currently loading this page.tsx completely from here. So the global.css doesn't have anything, so don't worry, because this is going to be completely re-edited and everything, because we are going to use the chat CN, and that's what we are going to integrate it now. So in order to integrate the chat CN, so what I need to do is I need to download this package over here. So I'm just going to shut down my application. So now we know that how our application looks like. So I'm just going to click this, copy this and install it, hit the enter. Okay, so basically when it comes to this chat CN, so we have two different theme layouts over here, default and the new work. Right, so what I'm saying over here is, for instance, if I click this button, so you can see we have two different style layouts, default or new work. So what exact difference is, for few components you might have few differentiations on their margins or paddings or their font sizes. That's the difference. In this case, we are going to use the default layout itself. So I'm just going to hit the enter and I'm going to use the neutral as the color code. You can use whatever the color code that you wish to, slate, grain, zinc, stone, whatever the color default color theme that you prefer to. I'm going to use the neutral. And would you like to use the CSS variable for colors? Of course. So this entire global.css is going to be changed now. So hit the enter. And now you can see we have multiple color variables inside our global.css. And literally everything is being customized. So I just have to rechange it now. So I'm just going to say body, HTML, and the root should always maintain the height of 100% like this. So save the changes, right? And now if I get back and if I run this application, so npm run dev, and now if I go here and if I refresh this, you should see the changes over here, right? Cool. Now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to go ahead and change the layout, fonts and everything. So by default it is using the Inter font, but in this case I'm going to use the Poppins. So Poppins, and I'm going to bring the Poppins. So basically for Poppins you have the multiple weights over here. See, because we given the subset, but it's giving an undefined because the weight is undefined. We need to give the parameter of weight, what font weightage that you prefer to use. In this case, I'm just going to add and I'm going to give the weight and I'm going to create an array one more time and I'm going to say from the 400, or you can simply say 100. I'm just going to copy 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Oops, my bad. Something like this. Later we can just change these things. 200, 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are all the font weights which I needed, and I need to change this Inter over here, the Poppins, because that's the Poppins which we are using. So the body class name should use the Poppins. So this is how you need to change the font name for your entire web app. And the title of this app is going to be our Multi-Store Admin Portal or something. Manage your stores on a single place. Something like this. That's the description. All right. So now if I refresh the changes over here, and you might able to see the title is changed and the font and everything should be changed. So now all I have to do is to, let's go here and I'm going to recustomize this app router, right? So you have to understand how the app router it will work. So what I'm going to do is, so if you search for app router Next.js, so you might get the very first link over here. So click this, and under the routing section you might have the section called route group. So click the route group, and there you can understand how the app router has been working. So basically we are going to, app is our root right? And inside the app, it's going to have the layout.js because that's the place where we are going to render the multiple routes inside. So you can create yourself a custom group. For instance, over here, they created a custom group for marketing. Inside the marketing, they have the about page, blog page, and they have the shop page. And inside the shop, they have the account page. So these are the subroutes, right? For instance, in our case, we are going to have the dashboard. That is the group. Under the dashboard, we might have a different pages. That is going to be different routes. So that's how the app route will work. So I'm going to explain this later, because by the time when we are going to create a custom route, I'm going to explain everything one after another. But in this case, what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to delete this page.tsx. I don't need this. I'm going to delete this. So instantly you might get this 404 error. So now I have the layout, and inside this, I'm going to create a new folder called root. This is the group, right? This is the group. So the reason why we are creating like this is because if I have a look at it over here, so if you wish to navigate to the about page, you don't have to type /marketing/about. You just have to type /about. That is go into the marketing route, and it will push the user to the about route. So this is the group name. So you don't have to type every single time. So I don't want to type /root. So that's the reason I just wrapped it inside the brackets. And inside here, I'm going to create that page.tsx. Wait a minute. New file page.tsx. And here, let's bring the SFC. This is the snippet which we are using. So go ahead and install that snippet. Search for React snippets. So that going to bring you this ES7 React Redux snippet. So please go ahead and install this one, and that helps you to work with the React code much faster. So I'm going to create this, and I'm going to say this as setup page, and I'm just going to say this is the dashboard. So save these changes. All right, so now you might able to see the dashboard, right? So that's looking cool. So let me bring this on the top of it. Okay, so you understand how it's working, right? So this is all about the routings and everything. This is all about your complete informations, right? So think about it. For this specific route, if you wish to create a separate layout also, we can do that. We can have a separate layout for that one also. All we have to do is to bring the layout inside and load those informations in it, right? So let's go ahead and how to create a custom layout for this. Okay, so since we have the setup page, so what I'm going to do is, so this layout is going to load this route, and this app is being loaded inside this main layout, which comes under the app layout. So I need to have a separate layout for this route itself. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new file over here, layout.tsx. So now we might run into an issue, so don't worry that. So I'm just going to say SFC, and I'm going to say setup layout. This is going to be a separate layout for our multiple routes, which is going to come under this, like contact or about us or terms and conditions. In futures, if you might wish to create those pages, all you have to do is to have a separate route for the route itself. Separate layout for the route itself. That's the proper way to do it, right? So here, I'm just going to say for this division, inside this division, we are going to bring all these content from the page.tsx inside. In order to do that, I need to create an interface. So interface setup layout props. So we are going to define the props for the setup layout component, and which is going to be the children, and which is going to be the react.react node, which means basically the entire React component is going to render inside here. And we need to extract this prop, which is going to be from this specific type, setup layout props. And from this, I'm going to access the children prop, children. And inside here, I'm going to render that children. So save this. Now, whatever the thing which is coming from this page.tsx, which is going to come inside and render inside this division. So instead of having this page.tsx directly over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another folder, and I'm going to keep it as routes, another subgroup. Inside that subgroup, I'm going to push this page.tsx, move it. And now still, if you refresh it, you might get the same answer. But if you notice here, you might get this page.tsx, which is weird, which is coming from your cache file. Either you can save this or you can simply delete it. it's just a cache file. If you delete it, it's not a problem. And if you refresh it, and that is going to, if you stop your server, stop it and rerun the server, and it's going to create that cache folder one more time. And if you refresh it, that is going to fix that issue. See? So if you, whenever you're moving any file, that file will be cached over here. So simply delete it, stop it and rerun it. It will going to work fine perfectly. So now we have the app. Inside the app, we have the root. Inside the root group, we have one more subgroup called roots, and we have the page.tsx. Maybe in future, if you wish to have another route called for contact, all you have to do is to create a folder name called contact. Then I can simply say page.tsx, and I can say sfc contact, and I can say div contact, just like this. Save it, and if I wish to go inside the contact, I can simply say /contact. Now we are inside the contact page. This is how you can maintain your entire routes and everything, right? If you wish to go for dashboard, all you have to do, just like the same location, I just have to create a new folder called dashboard. So now you can maintain the separate routes for your entire dashboard. So this is how your app router will work. So I hope you understand it now. So I don't need this contact route anymore. I'm just going to delete it. And I'm going to get back to the home route. Fine. So now we understood how the app router will work. Now let's get back and start implementing the Clerk authentication. All right then. So now what we have to do is to jump to your browser, and which I already opened it, and so let me close this. So you have to search for Clerk authentication. So that will take you to the very first link. So click that very first link, and you should be able to see the landing page of the Clerk authentication. You can see these are the components which they are providing yourself for our project purpose, right? And it's completely safe and secured for managing your authentications in a single place, right? And it's really user friendly, because it saves us a time creating a custom component for managing our user details and everything. We can use this, and it's completely safe. So if I click this dashboard option, or create yourself by clicking sign in, create yourself an account over here. So you might not see the same screen what I'm saying right now, because I already have multiple applications over here. In this case, we are just going to create an application. So this is how for yourself, this is how it will be whenever you are trying to create a new application, and this is how you will see. So you can use any kind of authentication providers which is provided over here. Even you can use the MetaMask, right? So in this case, we are just going to use the email and Google. If you wish to click the Facebook, just enable the providers. Just you have to do. Once you click, that will directly open the Facebook and authenticate himself, and he can get back to your project website. In this case, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm just going to use the connect with Google itself, and I'm just going to give the application as Multistore admin portal or something, just like that, right? So you can change this name. Just you can create yourself a custom logo, and you can customize it inside your authentication Clerk dashboard page, settings page. You can customize these things later. In this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is, and I'm just going to create an application. Right, so right now we are inside our Multistore admin portal, and you can see we have different options to work with. In this case, we are going to use the Next.js. So first thing, what we have to do, we have to import this. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to shut down my application, and I'm going to install that npx install Clerk Next.js. So it's installing. Then what we have to do, we have to set up our environment variables. You can see add these inside your environment variable file. So I'm going to create, so let it download and install. And over here, I'm going to create a new file in the root of the folder called env. And we have to make sure this environment folder needs to be ignored, because right now you can see it is ready to be uploaded to your Git profile. So I don't need to upload it into the GitHub. I need to ignore it. So get into the Git ignore, and under the section over here, just add .env and save these changes. Now this env file will be ignored from the GitHub. That's the safest way to, once you added the env, please make sure that is being ignored from your git ignore file. So inside this env, I need to copy this, which is the secret key for your the Clerk Authentication. So copy this and paste it over here. Save the changes, right? This is how. And then what we need to do, if you are using app router or using the page router, in this case we are not using the pages router, we are using the app router. So what I need to do, I need to bring the clerk provider and I need to wrap the entire HTML stuff into this clerk provider. So that's what we need to do now. So in order to do that, I'm just going to copy this first. Copy. And let me get back to my root layout structure, this one. And I'm going to import that right away over here. And I'm going to wrap all these things inside here, right? And let me bring all the structure inside here. Save these changes. Now we wrapped everything inside our Clerk Authentication provider. Then what we need to do is we need to create a middleware, because we need to make sure what are the things that is going to be which is going to be a public routes, what are the things that is going to be private or public routes. So you can structure your private and public routes. If you don't mention any public routes, entire stuff is going to be a private route, which means the protected route, which means the user needs to authenticate himself to access those routes, right? That's the thing. So copy this and I'm going to create a new file over here, which is exactly the same name as this. Copy that name and create that file. Make sure that file inside your root directory, middleware.ts. Copy this and paste it here. So this is the place where you need to authenticate yourself. What are the public routes and what are the private routes are going to be. So save these changes, right? In this case, I'm just going to leave it as empty. And here now, if you wish to continue this next step, all you have to do is to continue with the Next.js guide. Click it, and that is going to bring yourself over here. So how to create yourself a custom sign-in pages and all those things. This is the thing what we need to do. So now we need to have a separate route for ourselves for authentication. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new route over here called open it, and every time the user don't need to give /auth/sign-in. So you just need to simply wrap that stuff into the brackets. So auth. Inside the auth, now what I need to do is I'm going to have a multiple route, right? So we are going to have the sign in and sign up as a different route. So I'm going to create a new folder over here called routes. And now inside this routes, we're going to have the sign in and sign up and everything, right? So just exactly the same way what they did over here, we need to create the routes for sign in and sign up. So now right click your routes folder and create a new folder called sign in, sign-up, sign up. And let's create one more route, one more folder, sign-in, sign in, right? So inside this sign up page, you can see you have to create this same file structure, just like the same way what we have to do over here. So inside the sign in, let me right click, create a new folder and open and close the square bracket, open and close the square bracket one more time inside. Then we need to destructure. So apply 3 dots and type the same name, sign-in, sign in. And inside this folder, you need to create a new file called page.tsx, right? And inside that only, you just have to copy this sign in and paste it over here, right? So sign in. So this component is coming from your Clerk Next.js, and the path is going to be /sign in. So user just have to type /sign in. So that will load this entire sign in page in that, right? We have to do the same stuff for the sign up also. So we already created the main thing. So I'm going to create one more folder over here, and let's say open and close the square bracket, come inside, open and close the square bracket one more time and destructure it, add 3 dots and type sign up. And inside the sign up, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. And inside this page.tsx, I'm going to add this complete sign up component, copy this and put it over there. Save these changes and save these changes. Make sure for sign in, you have the sign in, and for sign up, you have the sign up, right? Now you have to add this. For instance, you have to update the environment variables, right? So here you need to make sure, see, if you don't add this path name, see here, if you don't add this path name, so if the path prop is passed in sign in and sign up, if you haven't passed this, you just have to add these variables inside your environment. Next public clerk sign in URL, next public clerk sign up URL. You have to mention what is going to be sign in and sign up URL, these two, right? In this case, we already added it. If you wish to, if you don't add this, you have to add this inside your environment variable, right? You have to add this inside your environment variable. So let's check it out. Control J and clear these things, and let's say npm run dev. And now if I get back to the local host, now we should able to see, and we should be navigated. Okay, so something is not adding up. I think we are missing something. Middleware is loaded successfully. In the previous step, path prop is passed with sign in and sign up component. This component, because component need to know which route are they originally mounted. In this application, you can either pass or you can define. So let's copy this and let's wrap it inside our environment and paste it here. And let's stop it and let's reload it. We should be inside right now. Oh, my bad. It's my mistake. I should type sign in. Okay, so here we go. So now if you type sign in, you can see we are inside the sign in page over here. So now the problem is over here. It should automatically come to the if I go to this local host, it should automatically, okay, let's see about that later. Because the clerk package, it's, I think they completely updated it by the time when I'm working it. Now it's running, we are running into a simple issue right now. Clerk, everything we configured it. So now inside the auth, these routes are, everything is working fine, perfectly. So if we are navigating into that specific route, it is working, right? So if you are going into this slash sign in, so we are able to see that specific options to continue with Gmail and everything. So now I need to create myself a specific layout for this auth. You can see it has been in the top right, in the top left. Either what I can do is I can directly wrap this stuff into the div and I can give the flexbox to make it center, or what we can do is for this auth, I can create myself a new layout.tsx. So right click your auth folder and create a new file called layout.tsx. Of course, it's going to throw an error issue, so don't worry, that we can fix this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say sfc and I'm going to say auth layout, and inside this I'm going to create a div, and this is going to be flex item center and justify center, and height, of course, it's going to be full, and inside this we are going to bring the entire children stuff, right? So this is the place where we need to render that children, and of course we don't have a children prop. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that children prop is going to be that React node. So either you can create a separate interface, or you can simply directly type it like here. We are going to create a children prop, and the children prop is going to be the type of react node, right? Either you have to create a prop like this, or you can create a separate interface just like the same way what we did previously, and you can give it over here. So save this changes, and now you should be able to see it over here. The problem is we haven't mentioned anything as a public route, but if you click this, it should load this auth route automatically. Why it is going to the root? That's what I'm wondering now. I think there's some issues with the middleware. We added everything as we, let me close this. Let's cross verify it one more time. Come on, I can't close everything. What is happening? Why I can't? Okay, fine. Okay, so now it is working. I think we are missing something in the middleware, so let me check it out. All right, so sorry for this issue. So after taking some time and did a lot of reference in this documentation, because they updated the packages and a lot of things has been updated, and you might notice that you can see this method now it's been deprecated. Please use this clerk auth and the clerk middleware. So it's using this clerk middleware instead of using this auth middleware. So I was in my previous version which I used to code, so I use this auth middleware, right? So if I click this clerk middleware, and you can see this is the thing which we are using. So these are the things that's the protected route matcher. So you can see these are the protected route, and what are the public routes. You have to supply the protected routes and everything over here. If you wish to use this admin routes or the thing is you have to mention the public routes and the protected routes and everything separately, right? So if you check over here, by default, the auth middleware blocks every single route. You have to make sure which of the specific routes it's going to be the public routes. This is the one which I used in the previously. But if you're using the clerk middleware right now, you can see, if you notice here, by default, clerk middleware will not protect any routes. All routes are public and you must opt in to protect your routes. So you have to protect your route. For instance, you can see is protected routes. You can see create the route matcher for dashboard or anything which comes under these things. All these things needs to be protected. All right, all these things needs to be protected. So what I'm going to do is, so basically, so we just have to create ourselves the protected route. So click the clerk middleware, and we have to create ourselves this create route matcher, and we have to configure it inside our this is the place we have to use this create route matcher, and we have to create ourselves the route matcher things. These are things which is going to be the protected, and it's going to ask for the user to authenticate himself. So that's what we are going to do. So since we know that the package has already been deprecated, so why we need to use the previous one? So let's try to upgrade it over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to import the package over here called create route matcher, and right above here I'm just going to say const is protected route, is equals to create create route matcher. So let's use that and open it, and let's give the array of routes. So I think so the root route should block, it should not allow anything from the root because everything needs to be authenticated, not right. So slash, and let's give dot star. I hope this will work. Let's figure it out. So now inside this clerk middleware here, so this is going to take the auth and the request, and it's going to have a callback function. So here I'm just going to say if is protected route have a request, then what we have to do is we have to call the auth.protect. Oops, auth is going to be a function and we need to call this protect. I hope this should work now. So let me stop the server and let me rerun it. And now if I refresh this, that should take me to the sign in. I think the page is having some issue. So now it is protected, but the sign in page is not loading up now. Auth slash route slash sign in slash wait a second, why it is not working? Oh, come on. What might be the issue? I think the problem might be over here. So let's delete it because we know that slash means home route, right? So save this. Anything which comes under this route should be protected. So slash, which means the entire route. So if I refresh this, let me stop this because we changed the middleware. So let me stop it and let me type localhost 3000 one more time. Here we go. Now it's working. So it doesn't matter how many times you are closing it. If you just have to rerun it, if you're rerunning it, if you're directly opening localhost 3000, now the entire route is it's protected because slash, whatever that comes under the slash, everything needs to be authenticated because that route that is the protected route. So now if I click this continue, choose my email account, and here we go. You can see we are seeing this dashboard, and you might can't see this because I checked it just by adding this component user button, which is coming from your Clerk Next.js, and you just have to import it, and after successful sign out, it's need to be navigated to the slash, right? And I can able to see the profile informations, and I can able to see the manage accounts informations and everything, right? So all you have to do is to it's asking me we cannot refresh your auth access token. Okay, so try again. So if you re-log in it again, it might fix that issue. All right, so now the issue is being resolved. Okay, so if I click sign out, here we go. So once the successful users logged out successfully, he been pushed to the home route and it's been protected now. It doesn't matter how many times you try to access that home route, it is going you to push back to the sign in page. If I click sign up, that is going to push me to the sign up page. Cool, right? Damn, Clerk Authentication. They updated the packages, and that's the reason is so much of confusion right now. All right, since the packages has been updated, now we successfully integrated the latest version itself, not the deprecated version. All right, that's a new kind of experience. All right, then, since we successfully implemented the Clerk Authentication, so now what we have to do is we have to implement the main functionality of our store. So what I'm talking about over here is, for instance, where is our e-commerce store? I think I closed it. Wait a second. So over here, right? So if I click this create store option, right, so it is bringing this model for me to create myself a new store, so that we have to do it. So to do that, what I have to do is from the chat cn, so from the chat cn, so you have to search for dialog. So if you search for dialog, so that is going to give you the informations how to install it and everything. So I'm just going to copy this, I'm going to shut it down, and I'm going to paste it over here and install it. So now that will create install the necessary packages, and will create this complete a new component under this folder over here. So it's still installing, let's wait. Yeah, it's installed successfully. Now if you get into this components folder, you have a new folder called UI, and under that UI we have the dialog.tsx, and you can see it's giving us a lot of custom components inside in it, title, description, dialog, and everything. So we can use this custom components inside to create ourselves a new stored model, right? So in order to do that, so first what I have to do is I have to create a new file. Wait a minute. So first, now what we have to do is, so we have to create a new file. So I'm going to create a new component over here inside this components folder. So let's create a new file called modal.tsx, right? So inside this modal.tsx, now what we are going to do is we are going to export this component, right? So let's say RAFC, React Arrow Functional Component, and I'm going to name that component as model, and I don't need this package. Let me delete it, right? So this model component is going to be a client side component. So let's use this use client, right? It's going to be a client side component. And for this model component, I'm going to import, I'm going to create an interface. Let's say model props. So the props the model should have the title, and that is going to be a string type. Then it's need to have the description, and that is also going to be a string type. Then it's going to have a Boolean value, whether this model is opened or not. So it's going to be a Boolean. And I'm going to have one more function, which is going to be on close, and it's going to be a function which is going to return nothing, so void. Then it's going to have a children, which we are going to render customizedly inside, and it's going to be an optional parameter, so question mark, and it's going to be a react node, right? These are the props, and we are going to destructure all those props over here. Let's say model props. So I need to bring the title, and I need to bring the description. Then I need to bring is open Boolean value. Then I need to bring on close function. Then I need to bring the children, right? So we have all the props now. Now inside this, now what I'm going to do is inside this, instead of this division, I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to bring the dialog, which is, it should comes from ./UI dialog folder, not from your Radix UI, because Radix is the UI with Radix UI will automatically download from your chat CN. So make sure that you are using ./UI. Delete it, and I'm going to change this because this is not the proper way. From the @/components folder, we have the UI folder, and I have the dialog. This is from this particular location. We need to get this dialog, right? So dialog, okay, and inside here we are going to make the dialog content. Dialog content should comes from the same location, dialog content, enter, and we are going to bring the dialog header, which is coming from the same location, and we are going inside that we are going to bring the dialog title, which is that's also going to come from the same location. Make sure that is being imported from the same location, and inside here we are going to bring the title prop, and we need to bring right. So then let's bring the dialog description, that is also from add components, and we need to bring that description. So please be very careful when we are working with this auto suggestions and everything, because that might cause a lot of time. if you are missing anything. So right after that alert header, create yourself a custom header, and we are going to bring the children prop, which is need to be rendered over here, right? So save this changes. Now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do our setup page. I'm going to bring the model prop over here. So I'm just going to say model, which is coming from add components model, and inside here I'm gonna say this is the store model or something, because we need a children prop and we need to supply a different props over here, right? Let's say we need to supply the title, which is going to be store title, or let's say what we can say, create your store or something. Description, this is the store model, and it's open, it's a boolean. By default we are going to make it, and for on close we are going to call that function. So save these changes. Now you should, so let me run this application, npm run dev. So now we should able to see the model. It should bring that model now. Okay, so we are ran into an issue. What is that? On close. Okay, so we passed an empty function, but why it's showing an issue? Oh, come on. All right, so I think this is because of the setup page, because this is a server component. So let's change this to client component, use client. So we don't see anything. Why? It says store model or something. Yep, we able to see the store model, but the model is not being displayed over here. Is there any mistakes from here? Nope. Okay, so I forgot to open the model. So here, over here, we need to supply. So model needs to be open based on this is open boolean value, whatever the value that we are supplying it from there, right? So save it, and here we go. Now you should able to see the create model. It's my bad, sorry. So we have to supply that boolean value. I forgot to supply that boolean value, but over here nothing is going to happen because we don't implemented any of these options, because we need to make sure this model needs to be persisted completely, and we need to have a separate state to monitor that model and everything. So in order, and we are not supposed to render it as user client, because this is the setup page. It needs to be a server component, right? So in order to do that, now what we need to do is now what we have to do is we need to create a separate state to monitor that model and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right then, so now what we have to do is so we are getting an error. Okay, so why is that error is happening? Okay, so now we have to shut down this application. So let's shut it down, and we have to install a package. So let's go ahead and install that package first. So because we are going to create ourselves a custom hook to make sure that is needs to be persisted so that we can access it anywhere we want. So here I'm just going to clear it, and I'm just going to say npm install Susant. Okay, so basically Susant is the state management library. See, so basically Susant is a state management library. So that helps you to access that specific state at any point from any specific component. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create myself a new folder over here called hooks. Inside that, I'm just going to create a new custom hook called use store modal.tsx. Right, so inside here, let's import that package. Import create from where? From the Sucent. Create from Sucent. So interface, let's create an interface for that. So it's going to be use store modal props. Open it. Is open. This is the one which is going to be the boolean prop. Then we're going to create on open function, which helps us to open this model at any point, and it's just going to return the void. And we are going to have one more function which is going to be on close, that is going to be the return the void as the function. Then export const use store model equals to create on type. So this Susan, it's going to create this state, man. The state is need to be the, so what I'm trying to say here is this hook, it's need to be a very specific type, which is nothing but these use store model props. Then we are going to create a function, and inside this function we are going to get that callback function, and it's going to return a very specific value object. So inside this function parameter, I'm going to get the parameter called set function. Right, basically we are not going to get any value with it, just set parameter is enough. So here I'm just going to say is open is the thing. By default value it's going to be false. Then on open, whenever I call this on open, it's going to call a callback function, and it's going to set the object is open as true. Right, and if I call on close, that is going to call this callback function, and that's going to do this set. Using this set, I'm going to set this is open property as false. Right, say this changes. Now we have our custom hook. Right, so I need to make sure, because this is the hydration error, so it should not happen, because we are trying to load that user client component over the layout.tsx, which is the server side component. So that could cause hydration error. So we need to create a model provider in order to ignore that, and we need to serve it throughout the component. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new folder called providers, and I'm just going to create one more file inside in it called model provider.tsx. Right, inside the model provider.tsx, now we have to make sure this as the use client as a server side component. Then I'm going to say export const model provider is equals to a callback function. Right, and here I'm just going to get that use state. Let's import that. Okay, and use the use state snippets. Don't click anywhere or don't press anything. And then I'm just going to create a new state called is mounted, M-O-U-N-T, is mounted, and by default it is going to have the value as false. Right, inside the use effect hook, make sure that use effect hook is imported over there. Use effect, it's going to have a function and an array of dependencies, and I'm just going to say set is mounted as true. Okay, so what I'm going to check over here is if it is not is mounted, that means we are still in the server side component. If it is mounted, then it means we are in the client side component. Right, so if not, we are going to return open it. Okay, so in this is the place where we are going to bring our complete models, whatever the models that we are going to create over here. So that's the model that we are going to bring it over here inside this model provider.tsx. Okay, so here now what I'm going to do is, under this components over here, I'm going to create a new model folder called model, and here I'm going to create store-model.tsx. Right, so inside this store-model.tsx, now what we are going to do is we are going to create a model which is going to have that create functionalities and everything. So let's make sure this as the use client. All right. So then what we are going to do is export const store model is equals to, open it, a callback function, and this is going to return a value which is nothing but the model. So which is going to be a model which is coming from your this. Okay, so I need to change this. So I'm just going to say add slash component slash model, right? And it need the title. So title, of course, we're gonna create the title as create a new store, and we need to give the description. So description is going to be add a new store to manage the products, and categories. So let me make sure that you can see everything, right? So right after the description, I need to supply the value for is open. So basically that is open is coming from our use store model hook. So what I need to do, I need to bring that use store model hook. So let's go ahead and import that use store model hook over here. So import, open it. I'm just going to bring that use store model hook from the use store model, and here I'm just going to say use store. I need to create an instance. So const store model is equals to use store model, and use that store model hook over here dot is open, right? Then on close, I'm just going to say I'm just going to say store model dot on close, right? Inside this, I'm just going to say form to, oops, not there. Inside here we need to create a form to create the store, right? Save these changes, and I need to bring that store model over here. Okay, and now what I need to do, I need to wrap this inside this model provider need to be wrapped inside our layout.tsx. So let's go to our layout.home layout.tsx over here, and right after here I need to, or inside the body tag, I need to bring that model provider. So let's bring that model provider, save these changes. All right, so now we have our model provider wrapped inside our layout.tsx. Okay, so all we have to do is to jump into, so we need to, so now if I run this, if you check it out, if I run this, we are not going to see, so this is not how we are going to bring this model. So I'm just going to keep it in this perspective, right? So what I'm going to check over here is, so if there is no store, we need to open this, right? If we have the store, then we need to display that. So that's we need to push the user to the dashboard page. That's what we are trying to do. But let's fix this issue, because it's need to open the model in a proper way. So what I'm going to do is const on open is equals to use store model. Make sure that is being imported from use store model hook. Then I'm going to get the state value from its state. Then I'm just going to access the state dot on open. That's the function. Copy it. Then I'm going to get the on close as well as on close. It's not on close. Is open. Is open. Is open. These two objects, right? Then I'm going to use this use effect hook. Use effect, which is going to have a callback function and the array of dependency. Inject inside here. I'm just going to say if it is not open, if it is not open, if it is not is open, then we need to call this on open method manually, right? And it needs to monitor every time is open changes or on open changes. That's the array of dependencies that we are trying to check over here, right? So Save these changes. So this is the, now you can see it is automatically bringing the form over here. But if I close this, I can't close it, right? So the reason why we can't close it is because we need to, one second, because we haven't added any of the functions for the close function. So what we have to do is to let's open up our model.tsx. This is the place, because we have the options to open it, but we haven't mentioned anything for closing it, right? So right after here, I'm going to create a function. So const on change is equals to, I'm going to get a parameter which is going to open, and that is going to be a boolean. Okay, that's the parameter of that function, and that function its parameter is going to have the boolean type. So if it is not open, then of course we need to close it. So close it, on close. So make sure that you call this function, and that function needs to be called every single time whenever there is an open change. So I'm going to call that on change method over here. Make sure C is the capital letter which is mapped over here. So save these changes. Now if you click this, it will be closed, and every time whenever you are closing it, this page.tsx is going to make sure there is a changes. If it is already opened, it's not going to do anything, but if it is not open, it's going to open it instantly. That's the reason if I click this, it is opening the form instantly. So now I don't need to display this store anymore, because we don't need to display anything over here. I just need to return the value as null. Save these changes. Now we can see initially if the user refresh the page, he's going to see this create new store option, right? So now all we have to do is to get over here and add a custom form to store the informations, to create a custom form, just like the same way what we have over here. Why I'm keep on closing that one? Let me show you. Okay, so here if I click this, so just like the same way, we have to create a new form and save the details into the Firestore collection. So, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to create a form. So to do that, let's go here, go to your chatcn UI and search for form. So if you search for form, it asks us to install the React Hook form. So building this form with React Hook form and Zod. So basically Zod will help you to validate your forms and everything with the custom error messages and then everything, right? So here, now what you have to do is we have to install this one. So this is the one that we have to install. So let's go ahead and install it now. So let's click here and copy this npm, and let me shut down my application. So clear it and let me install it. And of course we need one more thing, which is nothing but our input. So search for the input, and I need to add this input too. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. So these are the two things that we needed, right? So now it is added. So let's say npm run dev, and let's refresh our applications, and let's get back to our stored model.tsx. This is the place, right? So inside this stored model.tsx only, now we have to bring our custom forms and everything. So let's create our forms schema. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my form schema first. So const form schema is equals to, so I need to bring this Z. Basically Z is importing from, is a pack, it's a Zod which is coming from this validations. So we are going to use this Zod for the form validations and everything. So Z dot object, create an object, and we are going to create the form schema. The first one is going to be the name, and which is going to be a string type, and it should have minimum character length of 3. And if user misses this, so we need to give a custom error message as store name should be minimum 3 characters or something like that. This is the error message that you are trying to give whenever there is an error, right? So right after here, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a state to monitor whether it is loading or not. So use state snippet is going to be loading. By default, the loading state is going to be false, right? Then I'm going to create const form is equals to use form, basically, which is coming from a React webhook form, right? From React hook form. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring my custom import separately, right? So use form. So this use form is going to use the type of z dot infer, and we need to supply the type of form schema which we created, right? So use form is going to refer the Zord resolver, which is going to use this particular Zord validation, and we are sending the type of the form schema which we created. So this will be set as the type of for your custom form. So basically we are setting the type for our form, and that type, which is nothing but our form schema which we created by the Zord, and the Zord will validate the validations for our form, right? So right after here, we need to open a function, and this function is going to have an object, and here we need to set resolver, which is going to be our Zord resolver, which is coming from our from Zord. Yeah, this is the one. So let's bring it to the top of it. Okay, resolver, right? Okay, so now we need to supply the form schema inside and then form schema. Then what we need to do, we need to supply the default values for our form. So for the name parameter, default value is going to be an empty string. That's the form. So then what I need to do, I need to create a const on submit function. So const on submit, it's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to take the values, which is going to be the type of z.infer and type of the form schema, whatever the type we defined over here, that is the type should be the values, which should whenever you're clicking the submit function, right? And it's going to be a callback function. For the time being, I'm just going to say console.log values, say these changes, right? So far there is no issues. And now what we have to do is to inside this model, instead of this, I'm going to create an empty div, and inside this div I'm going to create a div which is going to be space y, because distance between the multiple objects be 4, and padding y it's going to be 2, and pb 4, it's padding bottom it's going to be 4, right? Then inside here I'm going to bring a form which is coming from your .ui form, which is we are getting it from our components folder, and close this, and this needs to be imported properly, like @/components /UI/form, something like that. Okay, now this form needs to have all the functionalities, all the default functionalities for the fields or properties, whatever the normal form should have. So we going to destructure the form over here, something like that. Now inside here I'm going to create a normal HTML form, and we don't need any actions over there, but we need to submit our on submit event. So we need to map for this particular on submit event, we need to call this on submit function. So that on submit function need to be called whenever the form dot handle submit function is being called, we need to call this on submit function. So this is how you need to work with your React hook form. So if you check it out over here, React hook form, you can able to understand how the forms and everything it's been validated and everything. So if we click the get started options, so it's loading, not sure why it is loading, click get started. So that will provide you the complete information about the React hook form. Sorry, here we go. See how to use the on submit and how to work with the handle submit and everything. You can check it out over here, right? Just exactly the same way we did. Now inside this form, so I'm gonna bring the form field. So I'm gonna bring the form field which is coming from our components at UI form, enter, and inside this form, so I'm gonna bring the form field which is coming from our components at UI form, enter, and inside this form I'm gonna bring the form field which is coming from our components at UI form, enter, and inside this form I'm gonna bring the form field which is coming from our components at UI form, enter, and So basically this form field, it's going to be a self-closing tag. Okay, so for this, I'm going to say control, which is going to be the form.control. Then name of the form field is going to be the name itself, because that is what we created over here, right? Name itself. Then render. So what I need to render, so I'm going to create a callback function. Okay, I'm going to create a callback function which is going to return a value, because that's how we need to render a component inside. Then I'm going to get the field prop. So basically this is a function. This function is going to return an object. Inside that object, I'm going to get only this field property, and I'm going to get that field property. Inside this, I'm going to bring the form field, form item. Yeah, we need to get the form item now. Enter. And here I need to get the form label. So the form label is going to be the name. Then I'm going to extract the form control to make sure it is completely responsive. And I'm going to bring the input inside, which is coming from our dot slash, it's supposed to be @/components/UI /import. Okay, fine. Then inside this input, so basically it should be disabled whenever it is loading. The state, if it is loading, it should be disabled. And the placeholder, it's going to be your e-commerce store name, your store name. Then I need to extract all the default properties what we have for the specific field. So field. So then after this form control, if there is any specific error message, that needs to be displayed over here. So make sure all of these are being successfully imported from @components UI forms. If it is anything is a radix, it's an issue. So you should stop using it. So save these changes. Now this is how you should be able to see that the store name and the store name over here. Then we need to bring the button. So right after here, I'm going to create a div, class name. So from the padding, from the top, I need some extra space. So padding top is going to be 6 and space X inside this division, the left and right position. So the two elements need to have some space. So flex item center and justify everything in the end. And of course, width is going to be full. And inside here, I'm going to bring the button. So in order to bring the button, I'm going to download the button. So search for button. So that is going to give you the button component. So copy this button component. Let me create one more tab and let's install it. npx shared cnui latest add button. Oops, we do already have the component, so I don't need to overwrite it. So let's import it button directly. So button, yeah, we do have the button. So let's make that import properly, @/components. Okay, so now over here inside this button, now what we are going to do is, so this button needs to be cancel and this button needs to be continue. So this is the type of button and this is the type of submit. That's how the form will get submitted every single time. So the variant of this button is going to be outline. This is how it should looks like, right? So now what I need to do, I need to make sure the size of the button is small. It's going to be small. Save this changes, do the same stuff for this because we don't need this much big button. This is the reason we are using the shared CN UI component, because you can customize this button however you want. If you get into the UI button component, you can play around with these styles and you can generate this styles, the component one more time, and you can use this component however you wanted it, right? Cool, that's the reason we are using that. Okay, and now these two buttons needs to be disabled. User should not click this button again and again. So if it is loading already, then it's need to be disabled. Is loading. Okay, save these changes. Now if I click over here, you should get this message. Store name should be minimum 3 characters. So let me click inspect elements and let me go to the console and let me clear it over here. So now if I'm typing something like this and if I click continue, you should get that object over here like a name prop, and along with the name whatever I typed over here. If I don't type anything, or if I simply click again and again, it doesn't matter, it will throws this issue and it will stop that function, submit function, right? So we successfully integrated the form and form handler along with the form validations. Now all we have to do is to configure our Firebase app with this, and we need to create an API to store details into our Firebase collections. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what we have to do is to, let's get back to our browser and search for, so you have to search for Firebase. So if you search for firebase.google.com, so that's going to bring you to this exact web page, and click this or sign in yourself with your Gmail account and click this go to console, and you have to create yourself a new project over here. And I'm going to say multi-store e-commerce app, something like this, multi-store e-commerce app. Fine. So now what I have to do is to, all I have to do is to create continue and disable this Google Analytics and create the project. So this might take some time, so like 10 to 15 seconds. So let's wait until it's successfully created. Because the reason why we are using the Firebase storage over here, so because we know that working with the Firebase, it's a little bit hectic because we don't have any custom components or UI helpers to work with the Firebase. We have to build everything completely from the ground. But it provides a lot of options, and working with the storage or working with the APIs or working with the functions or working with the store databases and everything, it gives a lot of function, and it's purely documented, and it's highly user friendly. It's not that much hectic as we're thinking, right? It's easy only. I'm going to help you out. So if you click this continue option, all right, so first what we have to do is we have to create an app for this to working with this project. So if you are going to work for iOS or Android or web app or Flutter or Unity for gaming development, in this case we're going to create a web app. So I'm just going to say, let's say, come on, multi-store e-commerce. So let's worry about this hosting later. Click this register app. So we need to install this packages first. So let's go ahead and copy this, and let's open up our terminal. I'm just going to shut down my application for the time being now, and I'm going to install npm install Firebase. Let it install the Firebase in our local project. Let's close this. And before jumping into this, we need to have certain things need to be enabled. First thing is going to be Firestore database. So let's go here and let's enable it first. So it's taking so long to load today. I don't know why. So create database. So choose your layer by location. So click next. And there are two different types of mode, production and test mode. In this case, I'm just going to keep it for the time being. I'm going to keep it in the test mode, or we can directly move on to the production mode itself. But by default, the production mode, everything is private. So you need to enable the production mode carefully by writing the security rules. So later we worry about the security rules because every permissions are denied for the time being. So let's create in the production mode itself. And for the time being, let's enable everything. Later we'll write the security rules, and by using the rules options which is provided by the Firebase itself, in order to keep our data as everything securely, right? If you are going for complete commercial purpose, you should be writing some securities over there by playing around with these rules options and everything, right? So by default everything is false. I'm just going to turn it out as true. So you have to change this, to true, right? So don't forget to change that to true. So that is supposed to be true. Then what we have to do is we have to click the Firebase storage. So click the storage and do the same stuff for the storage too. Clicks and click next and click done. setting up the security rules. Let's wait. All right, so now if you click the rules, and it should be returning true. So click publish option. All right, so don't worry about this warning because it's just going to your security rules defined as public, so anyone can steal or modify or delete your data in your database. All right, anyways, by later we are going to change this. This is just a warning, right? No, it's not an issue. So now we have the complete information. So click this cog settings and go to the project settings, and there you should be able to see all these informations. So now we need to bring all this information. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna click the close everything, close all, and over here in the library files, I'm gonna create a new file called firebase.ts. Okay, inside here I'm gonna bring this, copy this, and I'm going to bring it over here. But this is not the proper way to load your API keys and everything, because these things needs to be highly secured and written properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the environment variable, and we are going to create ourselves all those environment variables. So you can copy that environment variable from the gist which I shared in the below location. You just have to replace your API keys. So copy this and paste it over here. Instead of your Firebase API key, you just have to change everything one after another. So I'm just going to copy whatever in this one by one. Just copy this alone. We don't need the double quotes. And please make sure that you're copying it properly. It's better copy it from anywhere, but copy it properly. Your API key. Then we need to copy the auth domain. Then we need to copy the project ID. Then we need to copy the storage bucket. Then we need to copy the message sender ID. Then we need to copy the Firebase app ID. Right? So save these changes, and we don't need it anymore. Or else what we can do is we can use the ChatGPT to create this environment variables for yourself. So you can ask create the next environment, Next.js environment variables to config the Firebase project, something like that. So that's going to give you the complete environment variables over here. So yep, here we go. So I don't ask the steps and everything, it's giving me the steps. Due to some reason my PC is too slow. So you can see these are the things: API key and auth domain, project ID, Firebase storage bucket, and message sending ID. So please properly check the name and then configure it. Okay, so that's really important, because if you're changing or shuffling the name over here, it's not going to work it out. Okay, so make sure for API key you have the Firebase API key. So and it should be next to public Firebase API key, just exactly the same thing. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this stuff. Or what I can do is, it's better I'll type it by myself, right? I hope now you get the point. If you are copying it from here, copy it and use the same thing. In this case, I'm not going to copy it. I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to create a multi-cursor editor by over here, here, by holding the Alt or Options key. And I'm going to select everything at the end. I'm just going to say process.env dot this API key, paste it and come on. Then I'm going to replace this one by one. Now I'm going to copy the auth domain, copy, paste it. Then now I'm going to copy the project ID, copy it, paste it. Then now storage bucket, copy, paste it. And then now message sender ID, copy it, paste it, and then finally your app ID, copy and paste it. All right, now we highly secured our API keys and everything, which is not going to be pushed back to our GitHub or anywhere. Then what I need to do is I'm going to import several packages. Import from Firebase /app. From here I'm going to get this get app, then get apps, then initialize app, and then import get Firestore database from the Firestore, and import get storage from the Firestore storage. These are the things. And at the end we are going to create an app. So first we need to get the apps length, get apps.length. If the apps.length is greater than 0, then we need to get that particular app information, which means the app is already created, or else we need to reinitiate our entire application just by using this Firebase configuration. Right? Then I'm going to create the DB. Const DB is equals to get Firestore using this app configuration. Then I need to get the storage is equals to get storage by using this app information. And at the end I just need to export the database and the storage for our later purposes. Save these changes. Now we have that information, right? So now we successfully configured all these informations and everything. So now all I have to do is to get back and I need to create the store. I need to create a separate API for our stores and everything to manage the to save the information to the database. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is, so since we successfully configured the Firebase, now what I have to do is, so I need to define my types over here. So I'm going to create a new types-db.ts. Okay, so that's the root file. Make sure that is in the root directory. So for the store, first we need to create a type. So what I'm going to do is export interface store. So the store should have the ID, of course, which is going to be a string. Then it needs to have a name that is also going to be a string. Then it needs to have the user ID, the user who created that store. It's need to be a string. These are the compulsory values, and now the optional parameters, which is nothing but the created at the timestamp. It should be a timestamp which is coming from your Firestore timestamp. Then updated at, and that is also going to be the timestamp. So save these changes. This is a store that we are going to do. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an API folder in order to store this store's information. So I'm going to create a new folder over here called API, and under this API so we have to keep that API folder inside the app folder. My bad, it should be inside the app folder. So move it inside the app folder. Now inside this API folder we have to create one more subfolder called stores, new folder called stores. Now inside this stores folder, now what we have to do is we have to create a file called route.ts. So route.ts is the default file name. So if I want to call this API, all I have to do is say /API/stores. That's all. That I don't need to mention the route.ts or something like that. It's just like that, right? Now inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a post method. So export const post is equals to an asynchronous function, and which is going to get the type as the request, and which is going to be the type as the request. And inside here, okay, this is the thing. So let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so you can see it much clearer now. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the try and catch. So in case if there is any issues or anything, all I'm going to say is I'm going to say console log that error, whatever the error it is, you just have to console log it. But I'm going to make it a little bit more clear. So which is going to be store post method, so we can understand from where the error is been happening. So I'm going to get that error and I'm going to display that error over here. and I'm just going to return new next response, which is coming from next response next server. Make sure that it's been coming from the next server, and I'm going to return the response as internal server error. Along with this, I'm going to send the status code as status, which is going to be the 500, right? That's the thing. Now what we have to do inside, now we have the console, we have the return error issues. So if there is any issues, we are returning this. And now inside the try block, I'm going to get the user ID. So we can access the authenticated user ID by using this auth package, which is coming from Clerk Next.js server. So make sure that it can be used only on the server side, right? So now I'm going to access the user ID. Okay. Then const body is equals to await. We need to make sure it's await request dot JSON. From the JSON, we can get that information body. Now over here, I need to make sure if there is no user ID. So we are not supposed to perform this. If no user ID, return new next response as unauthorized, authorized, unauthorized, status as 400. So now I need to extract the name from the body. I need to get the name from where? From the body over here. Now if there is no name, this also needs to be returned an error as name is missing. Store name is missing, something like this, right? So now if we do have the store name, now I need to create the store data. So const store data, which is going to be name, which we already have, and we do have the user ID, the user who created it. Then I need to supply this created at. So created at, which is going to be the server timestamp, which is coming from your Firestore, Firebase Firestore function. So that's a function. So you have to call it as a function, right? Now we have the store data. Now what we have to do is we have to add the document to the Firestore collection and retrieve its reference. So basically what we are trying to do, we are trying to add the data to the Firestore and retrieve its reference ID. That's what we are trying to do here, right? So here, because I don't want to create, because if you click over here and you can see the official documentation, because Firestore, Firebase provides you to click the Firestore, and under the add or manage data section, if you click add, we have two options to add or update the data. So if you click the add a document over here, you can see we have add doc, and also we have one more function called set doc. So basically add doc doesn't need an ID because ID will be automatically generated. But for set doc, you need to set your document ID by yourself and make sure that ID is unique. In this case, we are going to use the add doc alone. But I need to store the ID also, because if you're using add doc, it's not going to pass the ID, because you know that you can see we need the ID. So if you're using add doc, ID will be created automatically, but it's not going to save as an object property along with your data. So we need to add it first, retrieve the ID, then we need to update that with our data over here. That's what we are trying to do over here, right? So at this point over here, now what I need to do, I need to create a storage reference. So const store reference is equals to await add doc. Basically from the Firestore, we are importing the add doc function, and I'm going to open it. I'm going to create a collection that is also coming from your Firestore, and I need to pass the DB instance from our Firebase configuration, and I'm going to create a collection called stores. Then I need to supply this store data. That's the data that we are trying to store, right? Now what I need to do, I need to get the reference ID, which is successfully created. So const ID is equals to storage reference dot ID. From that we can get the storage reference dot ID. Now this is optional. if you need the ID property inside, if like this, so if you get over here, and let me get back to my project over here, what I'm trying to say here is, if you need to save the ID just like this, because if since you're using add doc, ID property will not be here. If you need the ID property just like here, these are the steps you need to follow. If not, you can just ignore it. You can just get the ID whenever you're creating the storage reference, and you can pass it to the front end. But I don't want to increase the stuff, like I need the ID directly in my data itself. So that's the reason I'm just doing all these stuffs by myself right now, right? So over here, now what I need to do, I'm just going to update the document. So await update doc, which is coming from our Firebase Firestore. Then I'm going to supply the document, because we are going to update a very specific document. So we need to fetch the document first. So use the doc function from the database instance, and from this collections stores, make sure these two are exactly the same, right? From this store, I'm going to fetch this specific ID. Then I'm going to update with this data object. So here, now I'm going to destructure all the data, whatever I have over here. Along with this, I'm going to supply the ID, and along with this, I'm going to supply this updated at, which is going to be the server timestamp. Open and close it. Then now all we have to do is to return this added data to our front end, right? So return next response, open it, .json, open it and supply the ID, and along with the all the storage options, store data. So save these changes. So this is the API which we created. Now where we can call this API. So what I have to do is I need to open this store model which we created. So inside this on submit event, we have all these values. So here I'm going to create try and catch. So for the time being, I'm just going to say console.log that error. Later we need to make it more interactive by using the toast animations or anything else if there is any issues or anything, right? And finally, we need to make sure that set is loading as false, which means then here I need to say set is loading as true. Whenever the user clicks that, first we need to make the loading animation started. So I need to get the response const response is equals to await Axios. So we need to install one more package over here, forgot to say that. So I'm just going to say npm install Axios. So install it. Okay, so now we install the Axios package. So here all I have to say Axios. So okay, it's not showing me the package now. So what I have to do is right after here, I'm just going to say import from Axios. So we are going to get the Axios. Oops, my bad. This is supposed to be like this. Okay, so now we have the Axios in our hand. So now what I have to do is, so right after here, import Axios. So now we have the Axios object. We are submitting the post request to where? To inside /API/stores, because that's the way we are created, /API/stores. That's the thing. And we need to supply the values to it. So values, supply the values. So over here, for the time being, if it is successfully supplied, then I'm just going to send this response. All right, so let's run our application, npm run dev. Let's go here, refresh it, and let me go to the inspect elements, and let me click the console. So far there is no issues, and I'm just going to say test store, something like this. If I click this, it is disabled completely, and you can see the API/stores are called, and the response status is 200. And here we go, we have our data in our hand. This is the response data which we got from their ID and the store name and the user who created it and the timestamp. Okay, if you get back over here and if you refresh this now, you should be able to see your store's data which is successfully created. Stores collection is there, and we have the custom ID, and we have our test store which is successfully created with exactly the same ID what we got. So if you click the network, and you can see the stores which we triggered, this is the stores, and you can see the post request is successful, and if you click the preview, this is the data which we got. Okay, so we successfully saved the store's informations and everything. Now all we have to do, so once the store has been successfully stored, we have to fetch it and we have to return the user to the dashboard screen, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, instead of just console log with the error, we need to bring some nice toast animations, sorry, the toast and alert notifications or something. So let's stop the server and clear it, and I'm just going to say npm install react hot toast, npm install react hot toast. So hit the enter, so that will download the necessary packages. All right, cool. So now it's downloaded. So let's say npm run dev, enter. So close this and let's refresh this. So here, now what I'm going to do is, if there is any error, I'm just going, instead of doing that, I'm just going to get that. So we already successfully installed the toast, react hot toast, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to create a toast provider. So here I'm just going to say toast provider dot tsx, and make sure this is the use client, a client side component, and I'm just going to import the toaster, toaster from react hot toast, right? Then here I'm just going to say export const toast provider is equals to a call function, arrow function, and I'm just going to return this toaster. All right, save these changes, and this needs to be mapped with our layout in over here, right after here, toaster provider from the providers. Now it's been mapped, and here I can say toast from where, from react hot toast dot error, and I can say something went wrong, and if it is successfully created, and I can simply say toast.success store created, something like this. So let's check it out. If there is any issue, I'm just going to say throw new error as something like xxx or xyz, something like this. Save it, and let me stop it and let me rerun it. Now we have the store. Close it. So whenever I click this, okay, so let me type something. You can see we are getting a nice toast alert notification over there. Something went wrong, right? So which means the toast alert notification which we created, which is, it's working perfectly fine. All right, so now all we have to do is to fetch the data. So what we have to do is, if you check it out over here, once you successfully created a new store, it is going to push the user to the dashboard along with that specific store ID, right? So for instance, if I create a new store over here, let's say sample store or something, and if I click continue, the user is going to re-navigate it to the dashboard with that specific store ID. You can see we are in the sample store, so the user can switch between the multiple stores, right? So that's what we need to do now. So I'm going to create a multiple grouping over here. So what I'm going to do is, inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. Okay, so we need to create a new folder, just like the same way we did for auth, which is going to be a grouping for dashboard. Inside the dashboards, I'm going to create, see, you can see the user is passing the ID, the store ID. So we have to create a dynamic store ID route. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a square brackets, and that is going to be our store ID. That's the parameter we are fixing for that particular route. So it is just like this, like slash, if whenever you're sending the user like www.yourstore.com slash, you want to push the user to the dashboard, so you don't have to mention the group name. If you simply typing your store ID, this is going to take you to the dashboard with that specific store ID, right? That is what we are trying to do over here. So inside the store ID, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file called layout.tsx, right? Inside the store ID, we're going to have a new file called layout.tsx, and that is going to be our dashboard layout. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that now. So this, let's create the interface first. So interface for the dashboard layout props, which is going to be, we are going to render the children's inside, which is nothing but our react node, and we are going to get the params, which is coming from our params, which is nothing but the exact same stuff what you have over here, this store ID. So params is going to be that. So params is going to be the store ID, and which is going to be the string, right? Now we have ourselves the interfaces, and now we have to create SFC. Let's say dashboard layout, SFC dashboard layout, right? All right, then here inside this, the division, let's keep it as an empty div, and over here we can get that props. We can say dashboard layout props, and I'm going to get that children, and I'm going to get that parents, right? So inside here, I'm just going to say const user. We need to fetch the user ID from where? From the auth. Okay, so make sure that is a server component, and you can get the user ID from there. Then if there is no user ID, which means we need to redirect the user to the sign-in page. So redirect. So make sure that you are importing it from the next navigation like this. Redirect the user to where? Slash sign in. So if the user is not authenticated, and if he is trying to get back in, anyways, these things are already managed by our Clerk middleware, but we have to make sure we have to validate it 2 different times. So if there is no user ID, we need to push the user to the sign in, right? Then if we have the user ID, then we can fetch the store information, right? If we have the user ID, and of course we having the parameters, the store ID, we have to fetch that user's store data with this specific store ID. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say const store snap is equals to await get docs. So we need to fetch the complete docs first. Await get docs, and await will throws you an error because this is needs to be an asynchronous function. Okay, get docs, open it. Then I'm going to use this query option. So query, use the query which is coming from the Firestore itself. Then I'm going to supply the collection, and I'm going to supply the database instance stores. Collection name is going to be stores. Then I'm going to fetch the information by using the user ID. So this is exactly the same name which we used, where user ID is going to be equals to this user ID. Only the store which created by that specific user, and we need to fetch that specific store which we passed on the parameter. So where ID, that's the reason I saved the store ID inside that document. Now you might understand why we needed that ID this much, right? Then params.store ID, right? Now we can fetch that information. All right, then at the end, so now we have the store. So what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to fetch, this is going to give you the list of stores which is created by the user, but we need to fetch we need to fetch that yeah, we are already fetching that specific store only. Okay, so let's check it out. Since you are using the query, um, mm, 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 mm. Okay, so get docs. Fine, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Actually, I was thinking since we are using sending the user ID and along with the store ID, we are not going to return, we are not going to get more than one document, right? So I think get doc is more than enough, not get docs. So we don't need this get docs, right? So um, now we are getting an issue. We might think in that way, right? So because since we're receiving only one document, why I need to go for get docs? We can go for get doc itself, right? Of course it will throws the error, because the reason is because the query will always returns you the multiple document only, right? The query, if you are using the query options, querying something, the collections, that is going to return the multiple data only, not a single record, which means it's always returning the array of records, right? So that's the reason we should use the get docs over there, right? That's the reason I'm using the get docs. So now what we have to do is, now we have the record in an array, right? So here now let store is equals to, so we created our custom type, right, which is coming from our types, where it is our types.db. So this is the store, right, which we created. Store, this store should be the type of the store. So let's import that store, which is not coming automatically. It is supposed to come from our at types. So store only refers to the type, but it is being used as the value here. So it is going to be null as store, right? So currently we can't assign a value null to this store, right? Because we know that it's maybe a mistake, because neither, you can see the null cannot be the type of the store. So what I'm going to do is, I need to make sure that this should ready to accept anything. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change this to any. So now we can ignore that issue, right? So but I can make sure over here, or what we can do is, okay, let's try it out and then let's figure out what's the mistake will be. So store snap dot for each, open it. I'm going to get the each of the document, since we know that that is going to be only one data in that array. So anyways, I'm going to open it. Then I'm just going to assign that to our store option. So store is equals to doc dot data. We are going to get that data as store. Let's try to keep that store, something like this, right? So now it will, now we don't need that null as any, so we can directly assign the specific type. If the data what we are receiving, if it is not matching that type, it will throw the issue right now, but we are not getting any issues, right? Which means the data what we are getting from the Firestore, which matches the specific type what we created. Now over here, if we don't have that store, we need to redirect the user to the home screen. If we have that store, I'm just going to enter and I'm just going to say the name. This is the nav bar, something like that. And here I'm just going to display that store name. So let's get that store dot name. Why we are getting in an error? Okay, so for the time being, let's keep it like this. params.store id. Let's keep it like this. Okay, and here I need to render the rest of the children's over here. Children will be rendered over here. Save these changes. And right now inside the stores we might have a different routes, like creating a kitchen, products, orders, and everything are different routes. So I'm going to create one more subgroup inside here called routes, like this. And inside this routes I'm going to have the page.tsx, and this is going to be for the time being we can say the overview page. Like let's say sfc dashboard overview or something, div overview, something like that. That will be rendered inside this layout over here we have, right? This is what will be rendered only if you're having the store id over here. Now what we have to do is, so we have to jump back to the root to this specific layout over here. Now we need to fetch that user using, we have the user id. Now at this point we will have the user id. From that user id we need to fetch all the stores which created by the user, and we need to push the logged in authenticated user to that specific store id. Let me show you what I'm trying to now, what I'm saying over here. So here I'm just going to say const user id, which is going to come from our auth. So you might feel confused over here. So nothing is, see, we know that this is the root, this is the one. Once the user is successfully authenticated, he is going to push to this root and this layout is going to get loaded. So at that point we will have the user id, and here we are trying to fetch that stores, whatever the stores which is created by the user, we are trying to fetch it over here. So then from that array, whatever the store name is on the top of the list, we are pushing the user to that specific store id. Then the user will comes to the dashboard to that store id. Then this layout will get loaded. Then we are making sure that store id is valid or not, we are getting the data or not. If we are getting the data, we are displaying this. If you are not, we are pushing the user to this. That's what we are trying to do here, right? So now we have the user id. Then I'm just going to do the exact same stuff. Why not copy and paste it? So I'm just going to copy it and paste it and import it from the React navigation, next navigation. Then, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to get that snap. So const store snap is equals to await, and let's make sure this is an asynchronous function. Await get docs. Since we are going to use the query, so we need to make sure that's the get docs query. Make sure that is also imported from there. Then I'm going to get the collection and open it. We are going to get the database instance. Then I'm going to supply this collection name stores. Then after here, I'm going to supply the var condition where user ID should be equals to this logged in user ID. Now we have all the stores which created by the user. So just exactly the same way, let's store either it should be null and keep the by default type as any. Then the store snap, from the store snap for each and every record, I'm gonna get that document, I'm gonna open it, and I'm just going to assign the store equals to doc.data. So whatever the first document, it doesn't matter, right? Whatever the first document, we are going we are going to get it. Once you get that first document, we need to return it out. Otherwise, what happens if you're having 4 to 5, it's going to always return the last store which you created. No, I need the first store. Once you fetch the list of stores which created by the user, once you reach at the top of the list itself, once you render the first one in that array of index, you need to return back. That's the reason I'm just adding the NT return at the end. Then if we have the store, we have to redirect the user to the very specific location which we successfully created. That is nothing but your store ID, store.id. We are going to supply the store.id to that specific location, right? So now what is going to happen? Think about it. Right now I have only one store. So the user will be redirected to that with that specific ID, and that will gets back to the dashboard with that store ID. We will get that store ID, and over here we are trying to make sure that store is valid or not. If it is valid, we are going to display this. Let's check it out whether everything is working fine or not. Save these changes and refresh this. Okay, so right now this is supposed to be pushed back to that because we have that store, so it is need to be pushed. Okay, what is happening right now? Are we getting any issues? Inspect elements in the console. We don't have any issues. This is the one which is going to render. So let me do the console log over here. Console.log.data. Save it. If I refresh this, I should get nothing is happening. Why? Let me console.log that store. Oops, my bad. This is supposed to be small letter. There we go. See, now we have that store and it is returned back, and you can see we are inside. This is the nav bar. We are inside that nav bar, and this it's not supposed to be displayed, but why it is displaying? This is the layout. If not store ID, we've been successfully pushed over here. So inside this page.tsx, why? I think the problem is causing this model provider. This model, it is not supposed to display every single time. So it is open. Okay, so that is fine. And in the hook, by default, it is false only. On open and on close. Now if I refresh this, yep, it's working. Now let me check it out. If I go to the localhost.3000, yeah, here we go. See, now if I jump back to the localhost.3000, you can see if I jump it back to the localhost 3000, it is immediately pushing the user to that specific route, right? It is because we are getting that specific ID, because that's the only one store I'm getting it. You can see this is the only one store which I'm getting it. So here now yep. All right, so now, so whenever you are directly logging to the hitting that home URL, you are being successfully pushed to that specific store ID, right? Which means we are inside that store ID, right? Which means it's loading this page.txs, which is coming from this route. This is the one. This is the place which is loading this overview. We are getting it. And in the layout, I just printed this param.id, so I don't need this params.id. So now what I need to do is I need to get this ID information and I need to display the store name over there. So to do that, let me close this everything, close all, and let me get back to the page.tsx, the dashboard overview, right? So I need to get that parameter ID. I need to get this URL params ID from that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface dashboard overview props, open it, and here we are going to get that params, which is going to be the store ID, and that is going to be the string type. So make sure the store ID which matches this exact same store ID. So the type mistakes will happen just like the same thing which I did when I tried to fetch the data from here. Like instead of small letter, I use the capital letter. It cost us like 2 to 3 minutes to figure out what's the mistake over there, right? So params, then extract it and put it over here, dashboard props overview, and I'm gonna get that params, and here I'm gonna make this let's make this as an asynchronous, okay? And here I'm just going to get that store. So const store is equals to await. So we are going to return the value directly. So await. So make it, put it inside the bracket. So get that doc from the Firestore, get doc, open it, and I'm going to supply the doc informations, doc, and I'm going to supply the database instance, comma, from the stores, right? From the stores, which should match that params.store ID. And at the end, I'm going to return the data of it, dot data, right? And it should be the type of store. Which should be the type of store. So save these changes. And over here, I'm going to get that store dot name. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the store name. All right. So let's check it out now. So if I delete this document, let me delete it. Now we don't have anything over here. I'm going to delete that stores collection itself completely. If that specific ID is not there, he needs to be pushed back to the store model. Yes, exactly. So now we don't have an ID. That's the reason we are being pushed back and the model has been popped up. And before moving into further in that, so what I need to do is, where is the store model? Store model. So once the user, it's successfully created here. So what I'm going to do is, once the user successfully created the store, we need to refresh the entire page, so that we need to fetch the details using the store ID, whatever the information we need to fetch it. So I'm going to refresh the page. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say window.location dot assign, and I'm going to push this user to the in this response, I will get the data and I will get the ID, and I'm going to push this user to that exact same location. Once the store is successfully created, we are directly pushing to that specific ID, so we can fetch the data from that ID, right? Let's check it out. Save this, and here I'm just going to say our let's say test store itself again, test store. Click continue, and store created, and here we go. We are right now in the test store. And if I get back over here and if I refresh this, you should able to see the data which is successfully stored over here, stores. And there we go. We have ourselves the store data which is stored successfully over there. Now it doesn't matter how many times, if you are going directly to the home route, you will be navigated or pushed back to the same route. So let me give you the overview of the code what we did right now. So let me bring the, so whenever you are directly typing the localhost 3000, this is the layout is going to be loaded, right? And at that point we will have the user ID. If there is no user ID, we are pushing the user ID to the sign in page. If we have the user ID, we are trying to fetch that information, whatever the data, whatever the stores created by the user, we are trying to fetch that entire stores, and we are once we get that first data from that array of instances, from the array of stores, once we got the first index, we are stopping that loop, and we are storing that data, and we are pushing that to that specific store ID. So think about it, you're having 3 stores, right? So the newly created stores will always be on the top of the list, or if you're not ordering it, so the oldest one will always on the top of the list. So we are getting that specific ID, and we are pushing the user to that specific ID, right? That's what we are doing. Once you push this user to that, that will comes to this dashboard, and it will comes to the store ID, because this is the place where we are getting that the URL param, the store ID, right? Then it will comes inside this, we have the multiple routes. So think about it, you have billboards, categories, and products, orders. All these things are different routes, right? So we are going to have our own dashboard layout. So this layout will get loaded. So inside this layout, we are getting the user ID, authenticated user ID. If not, we are pushing the user to the sign in. If we are using the query parameter, we are fetching because we need to, why the reason we are using query, because we need to check 2 different conditions. User ID should also match, and the store ID should also match. That's the reason we are using. But the problem with the query is it always returns the multiple documents. Even if it is a single data, it will return as an array of data. That's the reason we are using the get docs, and we are getting the complete document, and we are getting the data, and we are pushing that store. If the store is not there, we are pushing the user to the home directory, so the user can able to create the new store, and he can get back over there. If it is does, then it will going to render this, and it's also going to render the children, which is nothing but the routes. Inside the routes, currently I have only one page.tsx, and that is going to be loaded. And inside that, I'm going to get that parameter by the store ID, using the store ID, and I'm going to get that store information, and I'm displaying that store name. That's the reason we are getting the test.store over there. So this is what happening exactly right now. All right, so we successfully created and pushed the user to this exact location where we wanted. And now let's go ahead and start customizing the nav bar one after another. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to go ahead and start customizing our navigation bar, because this is not looking really good, right? So let's go ahead and start customizing our navigation bar, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself over here. Let me collapse everything, and inside this component, I'm going to create a new file called navbar.tsx, right? So that is going to be rendered where? Inside our layout. This is the place. So this is the place where we are going to bring our nav bar, which is not yet, we haven't created it. So this is the place. So I'm going to make sure this nav bar, which is going to be a client of, no, we need to fetch these stores later. So it's better to keep it as a server-side component itself. So here, what we are going to do is, I'm just going to say RAFC, and I'm going to make sure this is the nav bar, and I don't need this. All right, so save these changes. Okay, so here all I have to do is to make sure okay, let's fetch that details, all those things later. And for this let's go here and let's import it from the components, save it. Now you should get that nav bar over there. And for this, I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be border. So we need to have a border at the bottom. So now we have the border at the bottom. I'm going to create a division, flex, and height, of course, it's going to be 16, not more than that. And items, everything should be center, and px, it's going to be 4. Save these changes, and this is how it looks. And inside this division, now I'm going to say this is going to be the store situation. This is the place where we are going to store. This is store switcher. So we have to allow the user to switch between the stores, something like this. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Then what we need to do is we need to bring all the routes. So for that, we need to bring the route. This is the place where we are going to have the routes. Okay, then we need to bring the user profile. So we can access the user profile just by using the user button from the Clerk Next.js. And after successful sign out, user need to be pushed to the home route. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this user into a division class name, and that is going to be Modal and auto. Okay. and inside here I'm going to save these changes. Now we can see you have your user detail at the end. If you click this, you can able to sign out or whatever you wish to, you can do that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and fix this nav bar, the main nav bar. So what I'm going to do is right after here, I'm just going to say main nav. So let's create one more component over here called main underscore nav.tsx, and that main nav, of course, this is going to be a client side use client. We need to make set a client side component, and RAFC, that is going to be main nav, and we don't need this. Oh, come on, I locked my PC, 1 second. Okay, sorry. Right here, now what I have to do is, so we have to create a props for this main navigation. Of course, it is going to have all the HTML attributes and HTML elements, right? So that's the reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a prop which is going to have a class name, then, and I need to have all other props. So the type should be React. So React dot HTML attributes, and it should have all the HTML elements property, right? This is how you need to use the type prop of it. Save these changes, and now let's import this one from here. Import it. So now you should not get any error. Okay, so you should get that main nav over here, right? So what we have to do is now over here we have to create the routes, and we need to push the user to that specific route. So let's go ahead and create the route first. So inside here, const path name, we need to get that path name is equals to use path name. From the next navigation, we get the exact path name where we are. Then we need to get the params also. So const params equals to use params from the next navigation. Now since we have the both, then we need to create the routes. Const routes equals to an array of objects, and it's going to be href. It's going to be slash. Okay, it's going to push the user to that specific settings. So this is supposed to be a dynamic string literals, and let's say dot slash params dot store id slash settings. That is the route name, right? If the user is being there, then the label should be the settings. Then we need to make sure, so active dot path name, so we need to make sure active, if it is active, is going, when it's going to be active, if the path name is equals to dynamic string literals dollar params dot store id then slash settings. If it is equals to this exact same thing, then which means it is an active route. So we can use this active to make it look different. So now all we have to do is to render those li inside here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change this to nav. I'm going to make sure the class name, and I'm going to use this cn, which is coming from our library utils, which I mentioned initially from here, which is coming from here, this one. So this helps you to merge the classes, and you can write some custom styles for this, right? So I'm gonna say open it. I'm going to write the flex item center, and then space x, it's going to be 4, and on the large device space x, it's going to be 6, and padding left, it's going to be 6. Save these changes, and now inside this nav bar, I'm going to say routes.map, open it, and route, let's render it. And I'm going to bring the link which is coming from next link, and it's need to have the key prop, which is going to be your route.href, which is going to be always unique, and href also is going to be route.href, right? Then class name, it's going to be, I'm going to use the cn to merge the styles. So the default styles, it's going to be text sm. Save these changes, and font, of course, it's going to be medium. And the transitions are also going to be the colors. The color changes should be transitioned properly. Let me word wrap it, right? Then on hover, I'm gonna make the primary text color. Okay, save these changes. So if the routes are active, so after that, after this string, default string, after that we are going to say if the route is active, then I can write my custom styles over here. If it is active, then I need to display something. If it is not, then I need to do something. If it is active, so the text color should be black, text black, and on dark mode the text should be the white color. And over here I'm just going to say text muted foreground initially. So save these changes, and inside here I'm gonna render the route dot label. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the setting. This is not active right now. This is the reason is because we are not inside the settings route. If I click this, I'm gonna get the error as 404 because inside the store ID route we don't have a page called settings. So what we have to do is I'm going to create a new page over here with the exact same name called settings, and inside here I'm going to have the page.tsx and sfc, and I'm just going to say settings page, and I'm going to have the page as settings. Save the changes. Now you should able to see this as settings. The reason is because now you can see this has changed its color because now we are inside the settings page, right? So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to get back to that specific ID, right? Now over here, right? So we are there. So next what we have to do, we have to create something like this, just exactly the same way we have to do it over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we are going to do is, so we are going to create something like this store switcher. So in order to do that, and let me get back to the main nav or nav bar. Yep, this is the place. So I'm just going to say, and I'm just going to say store switcher. Okay, store switcher, right? So this store switcher is the thing that we are need to do. Okay, so over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component called store switcher dot tsx, right? And I'm going to copy this name because that's the name that we are going to use it. Okay, so this is supposed to be the client component, use client. Then we need to create a type first. So first I'm going to create a type because since we are going to use this popover, so we are going to use this combo box. If you search for combo box, this is the one. But if you wish to use this combo box, you can see if you are searching something, it's going to give you the no record fonts or something like that. So if you wish to use this, you need to use this popover and command. So that's the thing. So if you click that popover, copy this, and let's install it first. Terminate it, install it. And you have to install the command as well. So let's get back over here and click the command because this is the command that we are going to use. And let's copy this command as well as and paste it over here. And now let's jump back to the combo box. All right, fine. See, this is how you need to set your popover and everything. So then let me say npm run dev. Okay, so you can use this documentation for your reference, but anyways we are going to create it completely from the ground, right? So first I need to fix the type. So type of this is going to be pop over trigger props is equals to react dot component prop without reference, right? So we need to trigger this prop over reference without any reference. That's the reason. So type, which is going to be the type of popover trigger, which is coming from this UI popover trigger. And let's make sure this as /components. something like this, right? Then I need to say interface store switcher props, which is going to extend this specific popover trigger props which we created. Then, and it's going to receive all the items as the store type of array, right? That's the props that is going to receive. Then all we have to do is to say array fc, and let's say store switcher, and it's going to extend that prop from store switcher props, and it's need to receive the items inside. Save these changes, and let's bring it over here, import it. Still it will going to return the error because we don't have any items. So simply for the time being, I'm just returning an empty array. Save these changes. Fine. Later we need to fetch the data and we need to send it inside, right? So those things we need to do. All right. So now what I need to do is I need to get the necessary things over here. So first let's see. So const params is equals to use params. We need to fetch that from there. Make sure that is coming from the React navigation. Then we need to get the router. So const router is equals to use router, which is also coming from Next navigation. Then now what I need to do is, so I need the ID and I need the name of the store alone. So I'm just going to format it. So const formatted stores is equals to items dot map. I'm going to get every single item out of it, and I'm going to return this value object. So which is going to be the label, and it's going to be the item dot name. Then I'm going to get the value, which is going to be the item dot ID. That's it. These are the two things. Then I need to get the current store information. So const current store is equals to, from the formatted stores, we're going to find that. So find, using the find option, I'm going to find function. I'm going to get the every single item out of it. Then I'm going to match that. If the item dot value, which means the ID, the item dot value is equals to the params dot store ID. If it is equals to that, then we have our current store ID in our hand. Let me enable the verb wrap. Okay, so right after here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more function. So const on store select. Const on store select is equals to, open it. So in this on store, we are going to send the store, and that store is going to have this object, which is going to be the value and which is going to be the string. Then it's going to have the label, and that is also going to be the string. These are the two things we have inside here, right? Now this is going to be, whenever I click the store, I'm just going to remove this popover. For instance, if I click this, I need to remove this popover, right? So that's the reason. So to do that, we need a state first. So over here, use state. Let's say open, set open. By default, it's going to be false. And here I'm just going to say set open as false. And I need to push that user to that specific store, because once the user opened it and if he clicks the store, we are pushing, we are push that store information to this, and we're making it false, and we're pushing the user to that specific store ID. That's the reason. So here router dot push the user to that specific. So dynamic string literals, open the dollar. Okay, sorry. And here I need to push the user to the store dot value with that specific ID, right? Cool. Now it is finished, and now all we have to do is to do the exact same stuff what they did over here. Popover trigger and button and the command with the search input and everything. We have to do those, all the options one after another, right? Or what we can do is we can simply copy it from here, copy it, and we can simply paste it over here, right? Don't worry about these issues, we can fix it. So make sure that is coming from at components UI popover, and button also coming from the same thing. Let's change that to at slash components, something like that, right? Then so this values and all those things are different. So this chevron, it's coming from Lucid React, so don't worry, this is defaultly installed with your chat.cn. Then components, then command is also coming from your /UI/components, so change this to @/components, bingo. And let's do the same thing for command input, do the same thing for your command components, and do the same thing for your command groups and for command items. And okay, so now we don't have the set value and all those things. Okay, so what we have to do is for the time being, let's ignore this on select, okay, and this wherever the term, the frameworks we are using, that is supposed to be formatted stores, and this value, which is nothing but your so here we are getting the format, like let's fix it one by one. So formatted store, and let's change this to store.value, and let's get this check item also lucid icon, and the cn which is coming from library, and here store.value, which is going to be, this value is going to be current store.value. And let's do the same thing over here, current store.value, if it is equals to current store.value. So I have to get that label and I have to display select store, something like this, no store found. Save these changes. Now you should get that, refresh this. So we should get that store information over here. Okay, so we're having it. Currently we don't have any stores because we are not fetching any items or anything. So what we have to do, we have to fetch the items from here. So let's get back to your nav bar, because that's the place where we have to fetch this informations and everything. Let's change this nav bar to the asynchronous, and I need to fetch the user ID. So const is equals to auth. From the auth, I'm going to get that user ID. Then if we don't have the user ID, then we need to redirect to the user, make sure that is being imported from the next navigation, sign in. If we do, then we need to get the store snap, okay, is equals to await get docs, import it, and use the query, open it, then collection, then open the database instance, then use the stores collection, make sure it's a lowercase. Then I'm just going to say where this user ID should be equals to the authenticated user ID, right? Then let stores, it's going to be an empty array as the store of this specific array. That's the proper way to do it. Then we have to say store snap dot for each. I'm going to get the single store, or I'm going to get that single doc outside of it, and I'm going to return as a function. So const data is equals to what we can do is we can directly do that, store dot push stores dot push the doc dot data, Okay, so we are going to push that doc.data, and of course it is going to return an error, and which is going to be as a store. Oops, data like this, then as a store. Now the issue will be solved, right? So now we have all the informations in this stores. Now I just need to pass this stores over here. That's an array of stores. Save this changes, and now undefined is not iteratable. Which means over here, I think so. Yep, here we go. Now we can see we are getting the current store value, that is the test store. Whenever I click this, I'm getting an error over here, so question mark over here. Come on. So wherever I'm using the formatted store, it's better to use the question mark, because that is the issue. I think so. Why we are getting this issue? Where we are getting this issue? Let's check in the console. Where we are getting this issue? Refresh this. We are getting the store name now. It's because it is figured out that it's find out that value, and over here the formatted stores, this is the place it is showing that issue. I think what we have to do is, this entire stuff needs to be wrapped inside the command list like this. Now here we go. See, the problem is because this command group, it's rendering dynamically, so it should be wrapped inside the command list, but it's not inside over here. See, they simply render it like this. So now if I over here, if I search for something else, you can see it's saying that store is not there. But if I search for that test, see, still it's showing that the store is not there, right? So the problem is I can't click anything. See, it's literally disabled. This is the problem with the popover and command with the chat scene if you're using the default one. So, but if you're right after here, so over here, see, if you try to create one more option to create a store just like this, create a store just like this, it is not going to work. The reason is because I don't know, because the chatc and popover and command, it's not working as it's supposed to be what they are mentioned over here. I'm facing this issue every time when I'm working with this popover and command alone. This particular option, it's been completely disabled. You can see we can't do, literally I can't even select it, so it's completely disabled. So in order to do this, we have to recreate this completely by ourselves. So I just want to show you that it is not working, so we are going to redesign it by ourselves. Okay, so in order to do that, now what we are going to do is so all we have to do is to recreate this input button. So this is the place where we are getting that input and options and everything. So select store, it's working perfectly. So the trigger options and everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So the popover content is the one that which is making problem for us. So right before here, I need to bring the store icon. So let's bring the store icon. which is coming from the lucid icon, and the class name, which is going to be margin right, which needs some space. So margin right, height, it's going to be 4, w, it's going to be 4. So now we have the store icon over there. And then inside the popover content, inside the command right over here, I don't need this tool because we are going to create ourselves, right? So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to create a division, and inside this division I'm just going to make sure, say that class name width, of course always it's going to be full, and px it's going to be 2, py it's going to be 1, and flex, item center, and border, we need to have some border, and rounded it's going to be medium, and border it's going to be gray, border it's going to be gray 100. Okay, and inside this we need to have the store icon as well as, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Then I need to have so I need to make sure this should not shrink always, so minimum width always it's going to be 4, minimum width it's always going to be the 4. Then right after here I'm going to bring an input tag, text it's going to be type text, and the placeholder it's going to be search store. Then it's need to have on change I need to handle the search term, so that's a function we haven't created. So class name, which is going to be flex 1, it should always occupy the complete length, width the full, and outline should be none. So let's go ahead and handle the search term. So I'm gonna create a function over here called handle search term. Copy this. Right after here I'm gonna say const handle search term, which is going to be an arrow function, and it's going to get an event which is going to be the type of any, right? And here we need to get a state, so let's say use state snippet, and it's going to be search term, and that is going to be the initially the string value. And here I'm just going to say set search term of e dot target dot value. Okay, so now right after here, save this. So far it's fine. Then this is how it looks. We have ourselves the store now. Then right after that, now what I need to do is I'm gonna recreate the complete command list, this command group over here. This command group is going to have a heading as stores, okay, which is going to be stores. Okay, fine. Now let's save this changes and let's check it out. This is how it looks. Okay, fine, that's fine so far. Then what we have to do is this is the place where we don't need to render any of this command items over here. So I don't need this, I can simply delete it. Okay, so here now whenever the user is going to search something, we are going to filter it, right? So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more state over here. So use state snippet, which is going to be filtered, and this is going to be an empty array, and which is going to be the type, of this specific objects over here, label, and which is going to be string, and value, which is going to be the string. Okay, so still we're having an error over there. The reason is because this should be an array of objects. Now you can fix that issue over there. Fine. So now whenever you're filtering it, so over here I just need to say set filter, which is going to be enter here. I'm just going to say formatted stores dot filter. I'm going to open it, and I'm going to get that item outside. All right, and I'm just going to say item dot label dot to lowercase. We need to convert that to a lowercase, and that should includes the search term, and we have to convert that also to the lowercase. Okay, so we are converting it. Now we have the filtered data also. So over here, now what I need to do is right after here. So let's open this and let's say search term. If I have this, so this is supposed to be formatted stores. So okay, so what we have to do, let's literally delete this completely. Don't worry, literally delete it. And here I'm just going to say search term. If that search term is equals to empty, that means we have to display something else, right? If it is equals to empty, so we have to display the formatted stores dot map. We'll get that item outside and then we'll render this. Okay, so to display that list of items, of course we need to create a separate component. So we are going to create a separate component called store list item. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new component over here, store list item.tsx. All right, so that is going to be use client component. And here we are going to create an interface. It's going to be store list item props, open it, and that is going to return as store, and which is going to be the any specific, because we are not getting the store complete store, we are getting only label and value. And on select, that is going to be a callback function which is going to return a void, and inside here you are going to get the store, and that is also going to be any data type, and is checked, which means that is the selected item or not. So that is going to be the boolean, right? So here I'm just going to say RAFC, and that is going to be store list item, and we don't need this import statement here. And let's get that prop over here, store list item, props, and here let's get that store, and let's get that on select option, and let's get that is checked option. And inside this I'm gonna get that division, and let me enable the word wrap so you can follow me here. So here class name, which is going to be flex, item center, px it's going to be 2, py it's going to be 1, and the cursor is going to be pointer. Whenever I'm hovering it, bg gray it should be 50, and text muted should be 400, and whenever I'm hovering it, the text color should be text primary, right? Cool. Now inside here, whenever I'm clicking it on click, whenever I click it, I'm going to call a callback function, and then I'm going to set that on select method which we have, and I'm going to set that store itself, right? So that means we are selecting that store, that's the reason. Then enter over here, then I need to bring that store icon from the lucid, or you can simply bring the store from the lucid icon, and let's say class name, which is going to be margin right is going to be 2, and height is going to be 4, and width is going to be 4. Then I'm going to have the paragraph tag, which is going to be the class width full. The reason why I'm going to keep the width full, because at some point store name might be very big, so we need to truncate those things. So text sum, and white space no wrap. And inside here we need to get that store dot label, right? Then we need to get this check lucid icon and class name, and we are going to use this cn, open it. The default styles, it's going to be margin left, it's going to be auto, width is going to be 4, height is going to be 4, and comma right after here. What I'm going to do is so this is, if it is checked, that means if it is selected, then the opacity it's going to be 100%. If it is not, the opacity it's going to be 0. Save the changes. All right, so this is all about this store list item. So let's go here, and I'm going to bring that store list items, save this. Okay, so I need to supply the store, so which is going to be your item itself, item, and I need to supply the key, and which is going to be your item dot value, or we can get the index and we can supply that index. Let's get that index itself. comma index, and supply that index to here. Now we fix it, and now what I need to do is I need to supply the on select method, right? So that's the reason we have this on select method over here. So on select, I'm going to say on store select. That's the method you need to supply. Then you need to supply the is checked. So if it is checked, which means if the current store dot value, so this is supposed to be question mark. So if the current store dot value is equals to the item dot value, if it is equal to that, then it should be send the value as true, right? If it is not, of course, over here what we are going to do, we are going to check the filter, which means, see, if it is the search term is empty, that means we don't, the user is not searched anything, so we need to render everything. If it is not empty, that means there is something on the filtered. So if the filtered length is greater than 0, right? If the filter length is greater than 0, then I need to display something. If not, then I need to display something, right? If the filter length is greater than 0, that means I need to do the same stuff over here, copy it and paste it over here. And instead of formatted, I'm going to use the filtered. That's the difference. If it is not, I'm just going to say over here, command empty. I'm just going to say no store font. That's the thing. Save the changes. Now, if I refresh this, if I get over here, and you can see we are having this highlight options and everything. And if I'm searching something like sample or something, you can see we are getting no stores available. If I type test, still the test store is there. That's looking good, right? So, and after underneath it, we need to create one more options for the user to create himself a new store. So that's what we are going to do now. So what I'm going to do is create, this is the command group and the command list. And right after here, I'm going to say command separator, which is coming from this. And here I'm going to create one more command list. And inside here, I'm going to create a command group. And inside here, I'm going to say create new store, something like this, store item. Okay, so for this, we're going to have on click function, and that is going to be callback function, and which is going to set open as false. And of course, it is going to say store model. So we have to get that store model, right? So over here, what I have to do is right after here, const store model is going to be use store model. So now I can push that to store model dot on open, something like this. But still we don't have this. So let's go ahead and create that. Create store item dot tsx, right? So we are going to create a new store item over here. So let me make this as use client, and I'm gonna say rafc store new store, and I don't need this. And here I'm going to create an interface. So create store item dot props, which is going to be an on click, and that is going to be an void function, void, and that needs to be here. So create new store item props, and we are going to get that on click, and we are going to import this from here. So the issue will be rectified over there. So don't worry about this error. We'll fix that right now. Okay. So now it is fixed. And now here for this, I'm going to say on click. I'm going to refer that on click, right? So for this, I'm going to have a class name, which is going to be flex item center, and bg grade is going to be 50. And the padding it's going to be 2, and padding it's going to be 1, and the cursor is going to be pointer, and the text is going to be is going to be muted for 100, and font hover, I'm just going to say text primary. All right, these are the things. And inside here, inside this division, so let me enable the word wrap so we can see it. And inside here, instead of create store item alone, I'm going to bring the plus circle icon from the lucid react, and I'm going to say margin right, it's going to be true, and height, of course, it's going to be 5, and width, of course, it's going to be 5. Then I'm just going to say create store, save this change. And now if you check it out over here, we have this nice options to create a store. If I click this, that is going to bring a new store option bar. I can able to create a new store, let's say testing store 2 or something. And if I click continue, that is going to create a new store, and that store should be our current store. And you can see that is our active store. And if I click this test store, now we are inside our test store 1. So we completely rebuilt our the popover and command options because the default is not working for us. I don't know why it's not working, but we successfully recreated the entire stuff and it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So now let's go ahead and focus on this settings page, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start customizing the settings page. Okay, so what we have to do is, let me close everything over here, close it, and let me open up the settings page.tsx. This is the one, right? That's the settings page, right? So overall here, so if the user, so we need to prevent the direct access of this specific URL. So if the user directly loading this URL, at that point we might not have the data which is need to be processed in this page. So first we need to fix that issue. So in order to do that, so we have to create that interface settings page props. Open it, and this is going to have the params, which is going to have the information of our store ID, and it's going to be the string type. And we need to wrap this up over here, settings page props, and inside here we are going to supply the parents. Now I can access this user ID, the authenticated user ID, by using this auth, and from here we can get that user ID, right? So if we don't have that user ID, if not user ID, we need to redirect the user from Next navigations, make sure that is being imported from Next navigation. From there, we need to navigate the user to /sign in page, right? Because if there is no user ID, of course, he needs to be navigated to that. And I need to fetch that store. So const store equals to, I'm going to get that. So await. So I need to make sure this is an await. If you're using await, this needs to be an asynchronous function. Make sure that's an asynchronous function. Await get doc doc from the Firestore, then doc from the Firestore, and the db instance from our Firebase. Then you need to supply your collection name, which is going to be stores, and from the parents dot store ID, right? So we have that store information, and we need to get that store informations. So basically it is going to return a value. So what we have to do is, we have to wrap this up inside a bracket, something like this. Then right after here, we're going to get the data from it, right? It's going to return the data. So what we have to do is dot data, we can get the data, and that data should be the type of our store, which is coming from our types.db. So now we have our store. So we have to make sure if we don't have a store, or if we don't have, if that store.user ID is not equal to the authenticated.user ID, if the store.user ID, if it is not equals to user ID, then we have to redirect the user to the home, right? Otherwise we just need to make sure. So now even if you are refreshing it, it doesn't matter, it's still persisted in the same settings page. The reason is because the authenticated user created the exact same store, right? So now Over here, I'm going to create a class name, and which is going to be flex column. And inside the settings, I'm going to create one more division, and that is going to have a class name of flex1. It's going to occupy the entire space, and space y it's going to be 5, and p padding all the sides 8, and from the padding top I'm going to keep it as 6. And inside here I'm going to load the settings form. So we don't have the settings form, so of course if you save it, you're going to run into an issue. Not a problem, because we know that we don't have this. So what I'm going to do is, under the settings page, I'm going to create a new folder called components inside in it, which is going to be a very specific for the settings page alone. And here I'm going to create settings -form.tsx. All right. So now this settings form, it's going to be a use client. So let's make this as a client. Okay. Then let me copy this right after here. So we are going to create a settings form. So RAFC, let's name this as settings form and delete this. So of course this is going to have an interface. So interface settings form props, open it. So initial data, initial data, which is going to be the store. So we're going to pass that complete store inside in it, and that is going to be the props for this settings page form, right? So we're going to have the initial data. So save this and let me import this, and let me supply that store as initial data into it. So this is how you need to supply your initial data in it. So save these changes. Now the issue might be rectified, and you might see the settings forms over there, right? Cool. Now what I need to do is, so let's bring all those necessary necessary informations and everything over here. Okay. So let me delete this, and I'm going to bring an empty React fragments over here. And inside here, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a div class name, and let me make it as flex item center and justify it in the center, then enter. And here I'm going to bring that headings thing. Heading basically, heading is going to be the reusable, because if you click any particular page over here, this headings and everything is going to look exactly the same stuff. See? So we are going to keep that heading as a reusable component. So I'm going to keep the heading. Of course, we don't have this heading head, and it's going to have the title. So title, then of course it's going to have the description. So for the settings, it's going to be the title, it's going to be the settings, and description is going to be manage store preferences, right? So let's go ahead and create the settings, and since it's going to be a reusable component, let's create it over here. I'm going to say heading.tsx, and I'm gonna copy this. I'm going to say use client, then RAFC heading, and I don't need this, so I'm just going to delete it. And this heading is going to have two different sets of props. Okay, so let's say interface heading props, open it. This is going to receive a title, and of course that is going to be a string, and it's going to receive a description, and that is also going to be a string. So overall here, now we need to extract, and I'm going to supply the heading props, and I'm going to destructure the title and the description over here. Oops. Description. So save these changes, and let's import it from our add components heading. Now that might resolve the issue, and you will get the headings over here. Now for this heading, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that is going to occupy the entire width, and inside this division I'm going to create one h2 tag. Of course it is going to display the title over here, and this h2 tag, of course it's going to be having the class name as text3excel, and font, of course it's going to be bold, and tracking, it's going to be typed, something like this. It should looks like this. Okay, then right after here I'm going to create one more paragraph, which is going to display the description, And for this paragraph, we're going to have a class name of text sm, which means the small, and text muted 400. Say this changes. This is how it looks, right? So now we have our settings, headings inside the settings page, right? So now what I have to do is, right at the corner over here, I'm going to bring a delete button. So I'm going to bring a button from the add components UI, and that is going to display the trash icon from the Lucid React, and which is going to have a class name of height4 and w4. So basically this button variant, of course, it's going to be destructive because we are trying to delete it, and the size is going to be icon size, and on click for the time being, we're gonna keep an empty on click function. Say this changes. That's how it looks. Okay, that's look really nice. Okay, and now right underneath it, let's see how does it looks. So we having this form, and it's displaying the initial store data, and then if I try to update the store name, I can directly update the store name through that option. So let's bring that separator. So what I'm going to do is I need to install a package called separator. This is the one to bring this line. So I'm going to copy this npm, and I'm going to paste it in a new terminal, and that is going to, all right, here we go. So now we are done. So npx chat cnui, so it's added that separator. So what we have to do is, so right after this division, the place where it's being completed, right after here, I'm going to bring that separator from add components UI separator. So that should bring this awesome line underneath it, right? Then right after that, we need to bring this settings form, just exactly the same thing, the form. So in order to bring that form, so first what we have to do, we have to design our form schema, right? So which is going to be exactly the same thing what we did for the store model. So what we can do is I can open the store model and I can create the same stuff. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, and let me import this z. Okay, so that is fine. Then we need to bring the okay, so we need to create a type for this. So because since we are using this store model, okay, so let's copy this. This is how, let's copy this. Let's get back over here, and right underneath it, I'm going to create it, and I'm going to bring the use form. Then I'm going to bring the Zord resolver, and this is not going to be the name. This is going to be the initial data. Whatever the data that we are receiving, that is how the form needs to be created, right? So we have to create a several states over here. So let's create use state snippet is loading. By default, it's going to be false, and of course I need the params. So const params is equals to use params from next navigation. Then of course I need the router. So const router is equals to use router next navigation. Okay, and then let's go ahead and create an on submit function for now. So const on submit, which is going to be a function, and of course this function needs to be an asynchronous function, and this function is going to take the data, and this data is going to be the type of this, which is going to be the exact same type, just like the same way what we did over here. Copy it and paste it over here. Fine. Then if you hit enter, we can simply, for the time being, we can say console.log values, or we can simply say data, just like that. All right, So now we have the on submit function, and now what we have to do is we have to create the form. So right after this separator, we have to bring this form, right? We have to bring this form. So I'm just going to copy this form completely from here, and I'm going to bring it over here, right? So don't worry, we can import all these things. Make sure these things are coming from add components, 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 add components UI, and this is also from add components. Okay, so this time this form field, all these, this form field, the complete form field stuff need to be inside a division, a div, and I need to put it inside there. And this division, it's going to be a grid, which is going to be grid column 3, and gap, of course, it's going to be 8, right? So we have the field and we have the store name and everything, but this time we don't need the cancel option. We just need the option save changes. All right, so it's going to be save all these changes. Now you should get that this form data along with your default store name, right, which is working perfectly fine. And this is not supposed to be inside a division. So what we can do is we can simply delete this division. We don't need this division. That button, it's perfectly should be there. All right, so so how it's looking over here, yeah, but why we are not getting the gap? We are not getting enough gap over here. Form, everything is inside the form only. Okay, let's adjust the space by manually then. If the space is not enough, I think the problem is, okay, so for this class name, margin top, let's keep it as 6. Yeah, now we have some enough space over there. Fine. So I think we need to make sure, instead of adding this margin top for this button, we need to add that styles for this form, because it is inside the form, right? So we have to make sure that form occupies the complete width available, and the space y, it's going to be 8. So now you will have that enough room for between these two different elements, right? So now what we have to do is we have to create an API, just like the same way what we did over here. For on submit, we did, I'll just going to copy this, and inside this on submit, I'm going to paste it. Let's bring the toast, and let's bring the Axios, and let's bring the data inside over here. Success store updated, and this is going to be the patch, not post. This is going to be the patch, right? And I'm going to supply. So let's cut it out. Cut it. We need to bring the dynamic string literals, paste it, and right after here we need to bring that params.store id. So params.store id, we need to bring that params.store id, right? So we are having this params object by using the use params. From the use params we can get that store id, because which is nothing but this exacts the store id, this store id which we are trying to access. Okay, so which means we don't have this API. So inside the API stores, now what we have to do, we have to create a separate folder for store id, right? So over here under the API stores, now inside this stores, now what we have to do is we have to create a separate store id, right? So we have to create a separate store id, and that is going to help us to update and delete that specific stored information. So that's what we are going to do now. So here inside the stores, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to keep that thing as store ID. Please make sure which is exactly the same thing which we did for over there, and inside here I'm going to create a new route.ts, right? And I'm going to copy everything and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so please make sure that you copy it from the stores and you paste it inside the new route which we created, and this is going to be the patch, not the post. Okay, so make sure that's a patch. And of course, along with the request over here, we need to get one more object, which is going to be the params, and that object is going to be the type of params colon. Inside the params we are going to have that store ID, and of course that is going to be the string type. So this is how you need to get that information. Right now we are going to get the user ID and we are going to get the body information, and if we don't have the user ID we are going to return, and we are getting the name from here, and if the name is missing we are going to return some data, right? And of course if you don't have the store ID as well, as we need to do the same stuff. So copy this right after here. If we don't have that params.store ID, we have to say the same thing, store ID is required, something like that, right? So just like the exact same stuff what we do, and everything is going to be the exact same thing, but instead of we are going to do this part, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to get that reference. So const doc reference. First we need to fetch the document from the collection. So doc using the DB instance and the information stores, and I'm going to supply the params.store ID. That's the ID that we are looking for, and we are going to update. So await update doc open it using the doc reference. Then you are going to supply the name property in it, that is going to update the name. Then right after that what we need to do, we need to get the store. So const store is equals to open it await get doc open it using the same doc reference which we have. We need to return the data of it, and the data should be as store type, right? Then all I have to do is to return that store exactly with that property, and this is going to be patchwork. So save these changes. Now exactly the same way I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time this is not going to be oops, I'm going to delete this. This time it is not going to be patch, this time it's going to be the delete. Okay, so we need the user ID, so we need the user ID, but we don't need the body, because since for deleting we don't need the body, and we need the user ID, and we need this, and this too it's not necessary. And we are getting that storage the document reference. Okay, so maybe in future whenever you're trying to delete, we might have a multiple sub collections. So this is for to do we need to delete all the sub collections and along with those data file URLs. So if we are having the files like images, we need to delete those files from our storages too. So every time whenever I trying to click delete option, I need to delete those sub collections, and inside that sub collection we have a document. Inside the document we have the image URL for a product, or we have multiple image URLs. So we need to remove those URLs from our file storage files too, right? So that's the thing that we need to do. So that's the action that we need to do. Currently we don't have any sub collection, we know that, right? So instead of updating this stuff, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete that. So I'm just going to say delete await delete doc open it. I'm going to supply that doc reference over here, right? And at the end, I'm just going to return the JSON object as a message like store and all of its sub collections deleted, something like that, right? So now we have the all the APIs, necessary APIs and everything. Let's jump back to the over here. So I can clearly, let's check it out, save these changes and let's check it out, like test store updated or something. Save these changes and now we should get store updated, and you can see we are getting the messages store updated. Once this thing is being updated, it is reassigning the user to the home screen. So I don't want to do that. I just need to say router dot refresh. That's enough, because we don't need to push the user to the home page every time when he's changing something. So instead of this, let me delete and let me click save the changes and store updated, and the information in the entire page is got refreshed, and you can see the store name is also successfully updated, right? So now what we have to do is we have to implement the delete. When I click this delete option, we need to bring a model. For instance, over here, if I click this, you can see it's bringing a model and it's showing the delete option over there. So in order to do that, what we have to do is first we have to create a model. So it's not going to work exactly the same way for our for the store model which we created, right? So it is going to be a quite different model. So but to that, what I'm going to do is for this model, inside that I'm going to create a new model called alert model.tsx, right? And this is going to be a news client, right? And here I'm going to first, let's create a model props, so interface, so which is going to be quite exactly the same stuff what we did for the store model. Nope, we don't have a interface for this. I think it is okay. Let's type it anyways instead of copying. So here, let's say interface alert model props, open it, is open, which is going to be a boolean, then on close, which is going to be a callback function and it's going to return a void, then on confirm, which is going to be, that is also going to be a callback function which going to returns nothing, and finally we are going to have a state called loading, and that is going to be the boolean. All right, so let's create a function. So export const alert model, it's going to be a callback function, and this is going to have a type of this specific alert model props, and inside here we are going to get the structure is open, on close, and on confirm, and loading state. These are the objects that we needed. Now inside here, now we are going to create we need to make sure, we need to fix that hydration issues also. So use state, just exactly the same way what we did before, is mounted. By default it's going to be false, and I'm going to create an use effect hook, open it, it's going to have a callback function and array of dependencies. Inside here I'm just going to say set is mounted as true, right? Then over here I'm just going to check if it is not is mounted. If it is not mounted, then you should return null, because currently it might be in the server side. That's the reason. At last, what we need to do, we need to return, open it, I'm going to bring a model which is coming from double./model. So basically this should comes from @/components/model, something like that. Yep. Now for this model, I'm gonna supply the title. Are you sure? Are you sure? Then description. Over here, this action cannot be undone. Okay, now for this is open, we're going to supply this is open prop which we have. Then for on close, we are going to supply the on close function. Save these changes, and inside here I'm going to bring a division class name, which is going to be padding top 6 and space x is going to be 2, and flex item center and justify end, and width of course it's going to be 4. And over here I'm going to bring a button which is coming from UI button. Let's change this to at components / UI, something like that. Now this button, of course, it's going to be disabled by the time whenever it is being loading. If it is loading, it's need to be disabled, and the variant, of course, it's going to be the outline. And on click, whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to call on close. I need to close it, and that is going to be because it is cancel option. And I'm going to copy this one more time, and I'm going to paste it over here, and this is going to be destructive because we are going to delete it. I'm just going to say confirm, delete it, right? So confirm, and that is going to call on confirm option. So save these changes. Now we have the alert model. This alert model needs to be displayed where? Over here, right above top of it. Alert model, let's bring it, and this alert model, now it's expecting is open. Okay, so that is going to be the state which we haven't created. So let's create the state. Use state is going to be open, and by default it is going to be false. Okay, so it's open, of course it is going to be the open state. Then on close, which is going to be a callback function, and that is going to say set open as false. Then we need to get on confirm, and so far let's keep it as the callback empty function itself, and loading state is going to be its loading state. So save these changes. Now whenever I click that trash option, so what I need to do is we need to make sure, where is the trash? Here it is. We have this on click event, right? Inside this on click event, what I need to do is I just need to say set open as true. So that is going to bring that alert model. So let me get back over here, and if I click this, that is going to bring this alert model. If I click cancel, it's going to close, but if I click confirm, nothing is going to happen because we haven't created anything yet. So in order to do that, what I need to do is I need to create a new function to delete the same options, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this entire stuff which is inside, copy, and I'm going to create a new function called const on delete is equals to, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. Open it and paste it, set loading, but this time we are going to say delete API stores and API store ID, and I don't need this data need to be passed. So store removed, right? Refresh, and we have to push the user router dot push the user to the home screen, right? So at finally, and I need to say set open as false. Save the changes, and yeah, over here we need to call on delete. Save this, because whenever you click confirm, this on delete event should be called. Let's check it out. I think I do have two different stores. Let me try to delete the store 2. What is happening over here? If I click this store 2, it has been pushed to something else, right? If I click store See, it has been pushed to something else. That means on create store we are having an issue. Not create store, on store list item over here. On click. We are sending this over here. Okay. So store switcher. Okay, so it is going to be if I click this, it is need to push. It is sending that ID two different times. See, it's sending that ID two different times. Why? One select. We are getting that store over here. What is the issue? All right then, so I've figured out what is the mistake over here. So basically what we did wrong over here is, so whenever the user clicks this, it's directly pushing this to the URL, right? That's the reason if you're clicking it, it's bringing in the same ID over there, but it's need to navigate the user to the route. So I just missed a slash over there. That's the issue. So if I save this now, and now if I click this test store, it is going to the same route. And if I click the test store 2, now I am inside the test store 2. Now we can see we can switch between the multiple routes instantly. If I go to here and if I click test stores 2 and if I click this, and you can see we are inside the test store 2. And now if I click this delete option, if I click confirm, store removed, and instantly I've been pushed to the home route, and this is the only one store. Okay, so if I delete, if I refresh this, okay, so let me create one more store. So delete the place where we are deleting it. Let's get back to the store delete, because there is a problem. I think the page file is not being refreshing properly. I think so. Right. Let's check it out. Let's create a new store, and click continue. Store created, and we are inside these stores. And if I click settings, and if I click delete, and if I click confirm, and it's being deleted, there we go. Now we are inside the test store. It's working perfectly. So far we successfully finished our settings page, and where we have the options to bring all these informations and delete the options and everything. So let's move on to the next functionalities. All right, so before jumping into the next part, so we need to bring the API access URL for the user, so that this is actually useful for building the front-end applications by the time when you're building it, right? So in order to do this, so what I have to do is so let's go ahead and let me close everything. So first let's fix this, because you can see we're having this overview, because that's the initial route. So if I'm not inside the settings, it should be the overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the main nav. I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. Let's remove this, and let's keep this as overview. Save these changes. Now you can see if I click this overview, I'm in the main home screen of this, right? So let's get back to the settings. So in order to bring this, so what we are going to do is, so we are going to create a separate uh, thing. So where it is, so let me open the settings form. So right at the end of this form, right at the end of the form, I'm gonna bring the separator one more time. So that is going to bring that separator right after underneath it. So I'm going to create a new component because that is going to be a reusable component. So in the here, I'm just going to say API alert dot tsx. Oops, not AOI. This is going to be API. So now we need to install two different packages over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import this alert. We need to install this alert, copy this, paste it, and we need to install one more thing, which is going to be the badge. So copy this and install it. These are the two different packages that we need to install. So please make sure that you installed it successfully, right? So now we installed it successfully. So let's get back to our app over here. So now this is going to be a use client, right? So, and I'm going to create the interface for this API alert props, which is going to have the title, and of course it's going to be a string, description, and of course that is also going to be a string, and finally it's going to have a variant which is going to be either public variant or the admin variant, any two of this alone. So this is not going to be called just like this, right? So let's create those variants first. So if you wander over here, you can see this is currently public, but if I get to the products, you can see we have a different badges. You can see public and admin, because this is only admin can able to access these things. That's the differentiation variants that we are trying to get it over here, right? So let's go and create that. So const text map is equals to, which is going to be record, right? Record, and I'm going to create a type of it, which is going to be the API alert props of the variants, and that is going to be a type of string, okay? And which is going to be, if it is the public variant, then you need to display the text as public. If it is an admin variant, you need to display the text as admin. This is for text mapping. Now we need to get the variants for buttons now. So const variant map, which is going to be record of API alert props of this variant, and that is now it's going to be the badge prop. So we are going to display, so basically for the badge, so you can see this is the badge prop, so we are going to display that. So for that we are going to get this badge props from the UI badge which we downloaded. So let's say @/components UI badge, so that badge props, and for that badge prop we are going to supply the variant which we have right now. Open it. For this public variant, of course it is going to be the secondary, and for admin variant, that is going to be the destructive, right? So say this changes. Now we have all the necessary variants which we wanted it, right? So let's say export const alert API, something like that. So let's create alert API or API alert, something like that. API alert, that's more reasonable, and it's going to be a callback function, and it is going to have this API alert props, and inside here you need to have title and description and the variant. By default, the variant, of course, it is going to be the public variant, public, right? So now inside here, inside this function, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to return here, I'm going to return the alert. So let's get the alert which is coming from your UI. So I'm just going to change this to add component slash UI. Okay, enter. Oh. Oh my god, 1 second. So we need to bring an icon which is coming from server, which is from Lucid icon. So class name, height, of course it's going to be 4, and width, of course it's going to be 4. So let's bring this right after here. So I'm gonna say alert API alert, yes, API alert, and that is going to have a title of testing. Then description, of course it is going to be testing doc or something. All right, so for this variant we need to supply the variant, right? Variant, of course it is going to be the public. So now we can see we are getting this server icon, but after that we don't display anything. So I'm going to display the alert title which is coming from add components UI, and that is going to display the title. For this class name, flex item center and gap x is going to be 2, and right after this title I need to display that badge. So let's bring the badge inside from add components UI. So the badge is going to be the variant. So we need to specify the variant, which we have the variant map which we already created, and inside that we need to supply our variant prop, right? And inside this I'm gonna get that text map, whatever the variant user selected, we need to display the variant text based on that variant. So save these changes, that's how it looks. Cool, right? Then after that alert title, we need to bring that alert description. So let's say alert description, and inside this alert description, so basically we are going to display the code. So code, and inside that we are going to bring that description, because we are going to display this entire stuff, and it's a code. It looks like a code, so that's the reason we are wrapping it inside the code. And for this code, what I'm going to do, class name, which is going to be the relative position, relative. All right, so and it should be rounded MD, and BG, of course it's going to be muted, and padding PX it's going to be 0.3 rem, and PY it's going to be 0.2 rem, and font, of course it's going to be mono, and font, of course it's going to be semi bold. That's how it should looks. For the alert description, of course, let's add some customization. So from the margin we are going to move it a little bit further down, then flex item center and justify between, something like this. All right, and at the end over here I need to bring the copy icon. So if I click this, it's showing API route as copy, something like that. So I need to bring that. So in order to do that, right after this code, I'm going to bring the button which is coming from UI button. Let's change this to @/components UI button, and that is going to be the variant of outline, and the size, of course it's going to be the size of the icon. And on click, for the time being, I'm gonna keep an empty callback function, and inside here I'm gonna bring that copy icon, of course, which is going to have the class name as height 4 and w4. Save these changes. That's how it looks, right? So now whenever I click this, I need to copy this text. So let's go ahead and fix that. So what I'm going to do, so const, so oops, not there, over here, const on copy, is equals to a callback function, right? So I'm going to use this navigator. So navigator dot clipboard, I'm going to use this write text, and I'm going to get the description, whatever the description that we have over here inside this prop that needs to be written over there. Then I'm just going to say toast dot success, and then I'm just going to say API route copied to clipboard, something like that. Save these changes, and I'm going to copy this, delete it, and I'm going to pass that on copy function as a reference over here. Save the changes. Now if you click this, you should get this alert message, and if you try to paste it, you can see we copied it and it's pasted over there. Now let me refresh it. If I click now, and I can able to paste it now. All right, cool. That's looking so cool, right? So let's try to bring the real origin and display it over here. So in order to bring that original origin and to display that original origin over there, so what we need to do is we have to create ourselves a custom hook. So let's get back to the hooks folder, and let's create a new use origin .tsx. All right, so over here I'm gonna import the necessary packages from where? From the React. So what are the things that we need? We need the use effect and we need the use state. These are the things. So I'm just going to say export const use origin. That's a hook which we are trying to create. And here we are just going to say mounted, set mounted. By default it's going to be false, and const origin is equals to if the type of window is not equals to undefined, then we need to get that window dot location dot origin, right? Otherwise, if we don't have that, if we do have that, then only we need to get that and we need to save it in that origin. If we don't have that, we just simply keep it as an empty string. So we are checking the type of the window that should not be undefined, and the same way we need to have that origin. If we do so, then we are setting it. Otherwise we are setting it as an empty string. So I'm gonna get that use effect hook, because this should cause an hydration issue by the time when you're trying to use it. So we need to fix that issue, just like the same way what we used to do for the model. If not mounted, return it as an empty string, or else return the original origin which we try to fetch it over there. Save these changes. So now let's get back into our settings form. So under the settings form, I need to get that origin first. So I'm gonna get that const origin equals to use origin from our custom hooks. Make sure that you are bringing it from our custom hooks. And let's at the end of this, so instead of testing, what I'm going to do, this is going to be our title. That's our title. And the description, this is going to be a dynamic, and use these string literals. And first I need to bring the origin, whatever the origin we need to get that origin slash API slash dollar params dot store ID. Save these changes, and this is how it looks. So refresh it. Okay, so we are not getting the origin. Use origin from the hook. Okay, is there any mistakes in our use origin? Const origin, type of the window, if it is not undefined, window dot location dot origin. Oops, this is supposed to be true, my bad. There we go. See, now we have that informations. This is the API route. So if you click this and if you paste it over here, see, you can able to copy it, and later we need to make those APIs and everything accessible even if you're not logged in, right? So let's do that later. So now we successfully finished the settings part, including all those alert options and everything. So let's move on to the next page. All right, then, since we successfully finished the settings page, now we can move on to our billboard section. So what we have to do is I'm going to close everything, close all, and let's make sure our server is up and running. So npm run dev. Okay, so let me refresh it over here. Okay, so let me keep it a little bit apart from there. Okay, this is perfectly fine. So now what we need to do is let's jump back to the main nav. So open the main nav.tsx. This is the place where we are bringing our overview and settings and everything, right? So at this point, what we have to do is I'm going to create one more route. So I'm going to copy this, or let's copy this settings better, and I'm going to paste it. And instead of this settings, it's going to be billboards. So copy this billboards and paste it one more time, and paste it one more time over here, and change it to caps letter. So now you should be able to see the billboards over there. So let's go ahead and create ourselves the billboards route. So let's jump in. Let me collapse everything. Go to the app, go inside the store ID, dashboard, store ID, routes, and under the routes, I'm going to create a new folder called billboards. And inside this billboards, I'm going to create page.tsx, right? So now inside this billboards, of course, what is it going to be? It is going to show the billboards, right? So let's say sfc billboards and div, let's say billboards or something. Save these changes. Now if you click this billboards, you should be able to see that billboards over here. Fine, it's working fine. So now let's open up our types.db, typesdb.ts, just exactly the same way how we created ourselves the store types. So we have to create ourselves. So export interface billboards, boards, billboards, open it, and ID, of course, it's going to be string. Then we need to have the label, what kind of label it is, so string. Then we need to have the image URL, so it's going to have the image URL, that is also going to be string. Then we can simply copy and paste these two, copy and paste it. These are the things, right? Let's jump into the billboards now. So now what we have to do, if you have a look at over here, this billboards, so basically it's going to display the data table. So don't worry about the data table and everything. So first we have to bring this title section, and once I click this add new, so you might notice that by default it's pushing the user to the billboards new, right? So we are sending the new as the parameter. So we are trying to figure it out. If we are sending the ID, we're going to load that data. If we are not sending the ID and we are sending simply something else, then it should create the new billboard. So that's how we are going to do now. So let's get back over here. So let's bring this billboards and everything. So what I'm going to do is class name, which is going to be flex column. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to bring one more division, and that is going to be class name and flex one, okay, and space y is equals to 4, and padding it's going to be 8, and padding stop it's going to be 6. And inside this division, now we are going to bring a separate client, and we are going to load all these stuffs inside that separate client. So in order to do that, what we are going to do is, so we are going to create a separate billboard client, which is going to be a client side component. So let's create a new components folder inside and components, and I'm going to create a new file called client.tsx, and I'm going to mark this as use client and rafc, and that is going to be billboard client, something like that. So I don't need this anymore, so let me delete it. And for this, I'm going to bring that billboard client. Let's load it inside here. So now if you save this, you should be able to see the billboard client, which is loading the data. right? So later we'll fetch the data and we'll display that data to over inside the billboard, because that's the place where we are going to bring the details and everything, right? But for the time being, inside here, what are the things that we needed? So we needed yeah, we needed the routers and we needed the params. So I'm just going to say const params is equals to use params from where next navigation, and const router is equals to use router from where next navigation. These are the two objects that we needed for the time being, and I'm gonna delete this and open some React fragments, and inside here I'm going to create a division which is going to have a flex class name, flex item center, justify it between, and inside here we are going to bring that heading component which we created, and we need to supply the title for it, title, and title, of course, it's going to be a dynamic string literals, because later we need to display how many billboards we created. So billboards, and for the time being I'm just going to display the number as 0, something like that. Then I need to display the description. So of course the description is going to be manage billboards for your store, something like that. So that is going to be the description. So the reason why we are using this is because over here we need to display how many billboards we do have, like this, just like that. So just for that purpose we are going to display the number over there, right? Then right after that you can see we are having a button which is helps the user to navigate. So I'm going to create a button component from UI button, and it's going to have plus, and it's going to have a text called add new, and this button icon is going to have height as 4, width also 4, and margin right is going to be 2. And for this button class name, so for we don't need, because I'm not going to change any colors and anything, so I don't need to do anything. So but on click I'm going to call a callback function for this. So that callback function is going to push the user. So router dot push, it's going to push the user to the very specific route. So slash dollar. So I need to get the store ID. So params dot store ID, so that we already have on the URL itself. Then it's need to push the user to the billboards slash new, right? So billboards slash new. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see the button, but if you click this, it will navigate it to that route, but you will get 404 error. But because the reason is because we don't have that specific route yet. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to pass a dynamic ID which is going to be the billboard ID, and inside this page I'm gonna have page.tsx. Inside that route we have the page.tsx, right? So over here let's create that billboard page, billboard page div. For the time being let's give it as billboard page itself. Save these changes. Now so if you refresh this, we are getting an error. Clerk Auth was called, but the clerk detected usage of clerk middleware. So wait a second. Okay, so now if we are going to billboards, and if I go into the, okay, it's working fine, but if I refresh it, I'm getting a runtime issue. I'm not sure why. So let's worry about this later. For the time being, let's ignore it, or else. All right, so let's check that issue later. For the time being, let's ignore it. Okay, so now we have the add new options, and now all we have to do is to, whenever I jump into this new route, I need to figure it out whether I'm passing the ID or I'm getting this new parameter over there. So even though if you're sending it simply as a new, it will identify it as the billboard ID. So we don't have that particular billboard ID in our database, right? So if that is data is not there, then in that specific billboard page, now what we have to do is to, I need to get all those required parameters first. So async, I'm gonna get the params, and that params, it's going to be the params which going to have the object of billboard ID and the store ID. So we have to get these both. So let me copy this store ID. That is going to be string. Then I need to get this billboard ID as well. I'm going to copy this, make sure both are same. So that's the reason I'm copying and pasting it from there. Save. All right, now you should get this billboard ID. Okay, so over here now in this thing, so why we are getting this issue, I'm not sure. It's constantly giving this issue for us. It's showing us Clerk Authentication is constantly rising as an issue. So let me stop the server and let me rerun it. All right, so I'm not sure why this error is happening. So let's try it one more time. I'm just going to delete this completely. Delete it. Okay. So we are ran into 404 error. But apart from that location, from anywhere, if I refresh this, entirely it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. See? So let's check it out. Now, what we can do is, we are inside the client section, right? So over here, this is the place where we are pushing the router. So router slash, or what we can do is billboards slash new everything is perfectly fine as it's supposed to be. Store ID is there. We added the slash before new. Okay, let's check it out now. So inside this billboards, I'm gonna create a new folder called billboard ID. So let's copy that ID, copy it, and inside here I'm gonna create page.tsx and sfc, that is going to be billboard page div. This is the billboard page or something. Save the changes. Now if I click this, we are getting an error. I think in the dashboard layout we are getting an error. I'm not sure why it is keep on showing the error. This middleware, it's making it a little bit mess over here. Even I tried to change it like this, include every single path. If I ignore this right now, let's check it out. Let's ignore this and let's export. Let's make it everything public. Later we will change those routes. Change it. Now refresh it. See, even if I'm making that as a public, still we are getting the same issue. Store ID layout.cs. So we are getting 500 error. This one. So the get method, we are getting this 500 error. That's the reason I'm wondering why we are getting this as a 500 error. Not sure why we are getting that as the 500. We are not trying to get. So this is the store ID. Under the routes folder only, we do have this billboards. Yes, we do have the billboards. And inside the billboards, we do have this billboard ID. And inside that billboard ID, we have this page.tsx. So it should come inside that. But we are facing issue right over there. So let's try to get the routes first. I'm gonna get the params. Let me get the params first. Params. Then this is going to be the type of one more object, which is nothing but the same params itself. And inside here, we are going to have that billboard ID, and which is going to be the string, and we are going to have the store ID, and that is also going to be the string. So over here, I'm just trying to get that billboard ID. Params.billboard ID. See if I close this, if I click this, and now here we are getting the billboard ID as a new. But the point of thing is, if I refresh this, we are getting that error. If we are directly moving through that specific route and everything, it's working fine. If I click that, it's moving, coming up over here. But every time whenever you're making some changes, for instance, if I'm typing something and if I'm changing it, see, we are ran into that issue. I'm not sure this issue is happening. See, now we are getting the 404 error. This route, the problem is with this route, but everything is fine. Store ID, routes, we are inside this routes, and we are inside this billboards. It's better than what we can do. We can delete this billboards completely. Let me delete it. Okay, so let me delete it, and let me revert these changes to, let's keep it as it is. Let's see what is happening. Save these changes, middleware, and now the billboards itself, of course, we're gonna get an issue, right? So this is going to load that data. So now if I click the billboards itself, we are going to get an issue. Fine, that's good. Let's keep it in that way. So now let's, inside this store ID, we do have this routes. I'm gonna create a new folder called billboards. Then I'm gonna create a new file for it. That is going to be the page.tsx, and this is going to be, this billboard is just going to be sfc, and let's give it as billboards or something like this, and create a div, and this is going to be, this is the billboards. Save these changes. Now we are inside the billboards. So far there is no issues at all, right? So now let's get the params objects over here. So let's get the params object. So params colon, again create one more object, and that is going to be the params again, which is going to have an one more object inside, that is going to be the store ID, and which is a type of string. Save these changes. Now we have the complete informations which we needed for this. Then now inside here, of course, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to create a div which is going to have class name of flex column, and inside here div class name flex1, and which is going to be space y is going to be 4, and padding 8, and padding top it's going to be 6. And inside here, then we need to bring the billboard client, which we don't have yet. So if you save these changes, of course you might going to get an issue that this billboard client is not there. So now inside this, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new folder over here, and let me create this as underscore components, and inside this I'm going to create a new file over here called sorry, client.tsx. Okay, so now inside this client.tsx, now what we are going to do, we are going to bring, so raf export const, that is going to be the billboard client. Okay, so let's delete this, and this billboard client, of course, it's going to be the use client. So now you should go to the back over here and import it. So you should get the billboard client. Fine. Now if you're refreshing it, still it's working fine. Okay, let's get back to the client, and now I'm gonna get the React fragments, create a div with a class name of flex item center and justify it in between. And here I'm gonna bring the heading tag, and this heading tag is going to have the, let's import it from the components, and this is going to have a title of billboards, and title, of course, it is going to be dynamic string literals, because we need to give the complete the count of the billboards, and the description is going to be manage billboards for your store. Save these changes, you should get the billboards over there. Fine. Now here I'm gonna get a button, and inside this button I'm gonna bring the plus from Lucid React, and that is going to have height of 4 and width of 4, and margin right is going to be 2, and we are going to have add new. So on this, on click, whenever I'm clicking, I'm going to call a callback function, and that function is going to push this user to that. So I'm just going to say const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and we need to get the params as well, is equals to use params from the next navigation. So here I'm just going to say router dot push, open it, use the dynamic string literals, and say slash dollar params dot store id, then slash billboards ards billboards slash new. So make sure this matches this name exactly, right? So save these changes, and now if I click this, you should get the 404 error because we don't have this specific ID over there. So in order to do that, here we go. So now what we need to do, just exactly the same way, I'm gonna create one more subfolder in it called billboard ID. Yep, billboard ID. So I'm gonna copy this, enter, and inside here I'm gonna have page.tsx, and for this page.tsx, of course, now we are inside that specific route. The page.tsx doesn't have anything, so here let's say sfc, and this is going to be the billboard page, and inside here I'm just going to say this is the billboard page. Save these changes. There we go, we are on the same point now. So if I'm not using this, if I'm sending something else, yep, I think the new is not working. But if I'm sending something else, it is working perfectly. See, even if I'm refreshing it, it is working. So we need to figure it out something else. So instead of new, if I send create, let's see, if I send create, I think new is causing us an issue. What? This, oh my goodness. that new, I don't know why this is so silly. I don't understand why exactly it is happening. If I click billboard here, now it is working fine. Even if you are refreshing, it is working fine. Let's make it sure. Let's confirm our theory. If I give new, and here also if I give new, if I hit enter, there we go. So we are getting an error. It's because of this term keyword, this new. So it's changed this to create, and now if you change this to something else, it will work. It is working. The problem is because of this new keyword. Okay, so instead of new, we can use the create. So that's the issue, I think so, but I'm not sure. But it's even now it's working. If you change this, see, it doesn't matter how many times if you're changing the route, it is working perfectly, right? So if you are sending the ID as a create, so that means we are the user that's who's trying to create a new billboard. If you are sending the original ID of that billboard, that means we need to fetch that data and we need to display that data for the user to make some alterations on it. And that's what we are about to do that. But I don't know why that error is being happening, but when I was preparing this video, that means before the deprecation it was working, but after the deprecations we are facing this issue. This happens. All right, so anyways, we fixed it over here, so it is working so far so good. So now let's move on to the next thing. All right then, so now we successfully figured out the issue and so far it's working fine. So let's see where maybe in future what are the things we are going to face, I don't know. Anyways, let's move on. Right, so now we are inside this the billboard page where the user can able to create the new new billboard, right? So now in this point, now what we need to do is, so this is the page, so let's go ahead. So in this page we need to get two different IDs. One is going to be your billboard ID and another one is going to be your store ID. So I'm gonna get that params, so params, and that's going to be the params. Wait a moment. All right, so now we have our params. So let's access the both of the params which we having inside our app, which is going to be the params again. And inside here we have the billboard ID. Make sure that you spelled properly. And of course, one more thing, that is going to be the store ID, and that is also going to be the string. This is the objects that we do have. So let's get those two. So first let's get the billboard ID. Billboard ID, which is going to be the params dot billboard ID. And of course we know that we do have the store ID, right? So now you can see the billboard ID is create. Now if you are changing this to anything else, of course that is going to give that specific ID. So which means it is working perfectly fine. It's working, and even it doesn't matter. Let me double verify it one more time. Okay, it's working. So now inside here, now what we have to do is we have to fetch this specific ID from the database. We have to fetch that ID from the database. So in order to do that, right after here, I'm gonna say const billboard is equals to let's get that object just like the same way. Open the value bracket and supply the get doc into it. Get doc, open it, and I'm gonna get the document, and I'm gonna supply the DB instance, and I'm going to supply the stores information, stores. Then await is showing an issue. It's because this function is supposed to be an asynchronous function. Here we go. Now I need to fetch the store first. So let's supply the store IDs from params dot store ID. So let's because billboards, it's going to be one of the sub collections inside your stores. So first you have to fetch the store information, then from there you have to get your billboards collection, and then you have to get that specific billboard, params dot billboard. So I'm gonna get the stores first, and inside the store I have the collection called billboards, and I'm going to fetch that specific billboard ID, and that is going to return me a data dot data. It's a function, and that is going to be the specific type of billboards which we created. So save these changes. This is how it looks. Okay, now inside here I'm just going to delete everything, all these things, so we don't need this because we know that it's working. So here I'm going to create div class name flex column, and inside here div class name flex1 space y is equals to 4 padding 8 and padding top it's going to be 6. And inside here I'm going to bring that billboard form. So we are going to build that billboard form, and it's going to have the initial data prop, which is going to be your billboard, which we have this billboard over here. So far, if you save this, you might get the issue that billboard form is not undefined because we haven't created that. So now what I'm going to do is inside this, I'm going to create one more folder, and I'm going to keep it as components. And inside this, let me copy this, and I'm going to create a new billboard -form.tsx. So that is going to be the billboard form. Okay, so basically this billboard form, of course, it is going to be exactly the same as our settings form. So let's go ahead and copy entire stuff, and I'm going to paste it inside our this billboard form, right? But instead of the settings form, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change everything to billboard form, just like that. So save these changes, and let's bring it over here and import it inside here. And this is not going to be the this issue is coming, it's because, so right now let me show you. So settings, it's been loaded, but the problem, this issue is happening because the initial data it's trying to look for store, but we have to change that to billboard. The initial data should load it as the billboard. So save these changes. Okay, save this initial data. Okay, so still we are getting an issue. Billboard is missing for the following type. Wait a minute, I changed it, but still why it's showing that issue? Okay, so the issues will be, we'll fix everything one by one. So the initial data should be the billboards. Okay, so the now initial data is going to be the billboards, so that's fine. Then, and what we have to do is, so make sure that it's been imported properly. Of course, it's imported from where? From the types. So let me delete that and let me re-import it one more time. Oh, come on. Billboards. Okay, so that is imported now. Fine. And now what I have to do is we have to change the rest of the stuffs one after another. So basically for the form schema, we are not going to have the label, so I don't need this. So let me delete this custom message, and this label should have minimum 1 character, so it is going to be label. Then I'm going to copy and duplicate it. I'm going to have this, where is the types? So I'm going to have this image URL. Make sure they are same, label and image URL. All right, so now we do have that. So, and now we don't get the initial data error over here because we are having the matching form schema, so the issue will be finished. The reason why it is keep on showing that error is because I was altering everything in the settings form. It is my bad. Don't make these mistakes. Please make sure on what particular component that you're working, because when you're working with a very big project, this issues might happen. See, I was changing everything in the settings form instead of changing everything in the billboard form. Oh my god. Okay, so now instead of store over here, we have to change this to billboard. That's why I'm wondering why it is keep on showing that error over here. See, now that issue is gone because now we are changing it everything in the billboard forms. Come on. Okay, so now inside here let's change this to 1, and instead of this I'm going to change this copy and paste label, and this is going to be the image URL. It's better copy and paste it because we don't want to run into any unwanted issues. So copy it and paste it, save the changes, right? So now this is the form schema, because the form should have the label and as well as it should have the image URL, right? So we created the form ourselves and we have all the necessary routers and parameters and everything. So don't worry about this APIs and everything, we'll fix that later. And for the delete also, of course, we'll fix it later. And headings, it's going to be the this is going to be so now the heading, it should be the basically the heading what you are getting. It's because right now we are in the create route. Create, that means we are going to create a new billboard. If you are passing an ID, the same heading should looks like edit your billboard. So what I'm going to do is sorry, so right after here I'm just going to say const so let's remove the unwanted stuff first. I don't need this origin and I don't need this over here. Let me delete it, and let me delete the unwanted imports as well as. So save these changes. Now you are not going to see that. So right after this const router, I'm going to create ourselves a custom title. So const title is equals to, if we do have the initial data, that means by using that ID, if you fetched your billboard, that means you need to display edit billboard, or else you have to display create billboard, right? Just like the same way, we have to create the description. Const description is equals to, if you have the initial data, then you have to display edit a billboard. Otherwise here, add a new billboard. That's the description. Then the success toast message. So const toast message is equals to initial data. If you have, then billboard updated. Otherwise, billboard created, right? Then const action is equals to, if we do have the initial data, that means we are going to do save changes, which means we are trying to update it. If not, create billboard. These are the objects that we are trying to create over here. So right after that, and then what I need to do is, all I have to do is to map these things properly in their perfect in the location. So heading, title, of course the title, it's not going to be settings. Title, it's going to be the title object which we have, and the description, of course, it's going to be description object we have. All right, so and this destructive button, it's need to be displayed only if we have the initial data, then only we need to display that destructive button, right? Save the changes, and it's need to be disabled whenever it is being loading, right? So save the changes. And now we can see we are getting the messages create billboard, because we know that create is not in our billboard. So we are in our collection. So that's the reason it's showing create a billboard. So now first thing it's going to be, so first form field, we need to bring the image URL. So before that, let's change this to label. Let's change this to label, save it. Now we are not getting any issues. Everything is perfectly fine. Label. And your billboard label, your billboard name, something like this. So label, or otherwise let's keep it as a name itself. Okay, name, billboard name. So we change this to label property. Fine. So right after this, now what I need to do is I need to bring an option for the user to upload the image. If you check it out over here, if I click add new, and you can see here we're having this options to upload that new image. So that's the thing, we are going to bring it over here now. So right after This is the form field, right? This is the place where we are creating the form field, and right on the top of it I'm gonna bring one more form field. Not here, here, because that is a grid. We don't need to keep it inside the grid. That need to be separately maintained. So form field, and inside here now this control is going to be the form dot control. Then name, of course, it is going to be the image URL, this one, image URL. Then we are going to render. So we are going to get a callback function, and this is going to get the parameter as an object, and we are going to get the field inside in it. And inside this render function I'm going to bring the form item, and I'm going to bring the form label, which is going to be the billboard image, then form control, enter. And right after here I'm gonna bring a new component, because we are going to upload the image to the Firebase storage. We need to get back that URL, and we need to store that URL into this form, right? So I'm gonna create a new component called image upload. So basically we have to create two different image uploads options. One is going to upload the multiple files, and two is going to upload a single file. So we can keep it as a reusable component, because it's going to have a lot of changes in that. If it is single file, we need to do something. If it is multiple file, we need to do something, because coding changing wise we need to do a lot of stuff. So it's better for the beginner friendly. We can keep it as a two different separate component itself. Maybe if you wish to keep it as a single component, that's up to you. Okay, so now over here, so let's go ahead and create the image uploads options and everything. So let's create a new component. So what I'm going to do is, anyway, I can use this single image file upload anywhere at any point. So I'm going to create it inside here. So I'm just going to say image upload.tsx, right? So this is going to be use client. Then of course, and we are going to get the SFC is going to be image upload, and here we are going to have the image upload or something. Save these changes. Let's import it for the time being here. Save it. Okay, so we'll fix that issue, don't worry. Right now we are getting the image upload, that the division, it's loaded up over here, right? So sometimes this might cause you an hydration issues and all those things, because we are trying to load it is a client, and when you're trying to load these things in the server, of course sometimes it will cause you some hydration issues and everything. So we have to fix all those hydration issues and everything else. So let's go ahead one by one. So here first we need to create the interface image upload props, open it. So it is going to have a disabled, this is an optional, and that is going to be a boolean disabled. Then on change we are going to get the value as a string type, and it's going to return the void. Copy and paste it, and this is going to have on remove function, because we need to remove that URL as well. And the value, of course, it is going to be a string of array. Save the change. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to bring this restructure your props from image upload props. So what are the things that we need? We need to have the disable prop, and we need to have the on change prop, and we need to have on remove prop, and we need to have the value prop. Save these changes. Now, okay, so now let's go ahead and fix all those things over here. So for this disabled, so value, what you are going to do is, I'm going to get the field dot value. If I do have that field dot value, then I'm going to supply it as an array, because we are expecting an array inside. So I'm going to supply it as an array. Otherwise I'm supplying it as an empty array, right? So disabled, if it is disabled, that means if it is loading state is true, it should be disabled. And on change, that's the function, and for that I'm going to keep it as an empty function. And for on remove, on remove, I'm going to keep that empty function for the time being. Later we have to change these things, so don't worry now. So now the issues, everything is gone inside your billboard form. So I'm going to close everything towards the right side of it. So close everything to the right and close everything, close others, and let's open it. So let's keep it clean because we don't want to touch anything else. So now we are inside the image upload. So inside the image upload, so we have to first fix the hydration issues. So what I'm going to do is, so use state is equals to is mounted. By default it is going to be false. And use state, of course we're going to have the loading state, so is loading, then by default it is going to be false. Then we need to get the progress of the uploading status, so use state progress. These are the states that we needed, and of course it is going to be 0 and it's going to be the type of number, right? Save these changes. Now inside here use effect, set is mounted, it is going to be true, and it should have an empty array of dependencies. Okay, these are the things. Now what we have to do is, if it is not mounted, if it is not mounted, then of course we are going to return the null. That means we are in the server side, we have to return it null. If it is not on server side, on client side, we have to do all the stuffs what we are looking to do. All right, so this fix the hydration issue just like the same way what we did for the models and everything. Now instead of this, okay, so now what I need to do is, if I have the value, if I have the value and the value dot length, if it is greater than 0, then what I need to do, I need to display the image over here. If I don't have the value, then I need to bring that image container, the place where the user can upload it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to check whether I do have the value or not. If I do have the value and the value dot length is greater than 0, because we are sending it as an array. If it is greater than 0, then we have to do something. So I'm just going to keep an empty fragment for the time being. And inside here now, inside here, I'm going to create a div, because right now we know that it is not, we don't have any value. So class name, which is going to be width, of course I'm going to fix it to 52, and height also 52, and I'm going to make it as a rounded MD, and overflow should be hidden, and border, of course it's going to be dashed border, and border gray is going to be 200, something like that. All right, and everything should be in the center. So flex item center, justify center, and flex column, and gap, of course it's going to be 3. Save these changes, and let me bring the word wrap. Okay, so we are not getting the border. Why? Border. Yep, now we are getting the border. All right. So now we have to check whether it is loading or not. If it is loading, we have to if it is loading, so we have to fix that issue, right? So if it is loading, we have to display that loading animation, or else we have to display that the image uploading options, right? So here I'm just going to check if it is loading, then I'm going to display something. If it is not, I'm going to display something. So inside here, if it is loading, so we have to bring that off loader. So basically we don't have that, so I'm going to install that. So here npm install react spinners. So that's the thing that we are trying to install. So install it, and we are going to get that puff loader from there. Okay, it's not giving me, so let me import it. Import from react spinners, and I'm going to get that puff loader, and here I'm going to bring that puff loader, and that is going to be size of the puff loader is going to be 30. Then the color, of course, it's going to be #555. So save these changes. So for the time being, let's change this to true. Now you can see we having that loading animation over there. Fine. So, and then right after, underneath it, we need to display that progress as well. So how much progress, how many percentage it's been progressed. So I'm just going to say progress. I'm going to return it as a string. So this is going to be $/progress dot to fixed of, we don't need more than 2 decimal units. So to fixed it to 2 decimal units, and then percentage sign. All right. So if it is true, and you can see it is 0.00%, right? It's because we, by default, the progress is 0. So we can display that progress, number over there. Or if you wish to keep any other progress animations, that up to you, you can customize it in this location. Then right after here, I'm gonna create a label. Okay. Now inside this label, I'm going to create a div, and the div is going to be a class name of width full, height full, and flex column. Gap is going to be 2, and item center, and justify center, and cursor is going to be pointer. All right. So save these changes. Now inside here, I'm going to bring the image plus icon from the Lucid. So class name, height, of course, it's going to be 4, width is going to be 4, and the paragraph tag is going to be upload an image, right? Then underneath it, after this division, I'm going to bring an input tag, which is going to be a file, which helps us to choose it. So on change, whenever there is a change, I'm going to call a function called on upload, which we haven't created, and it should accept any kind of image. So image /star. Then class name, I don't need, because if you don't give anything over here, see, let me hide it. So if you check it out right now, you can see we are getting this awkward file option. So we don't want that. So in order to do that, what we can do is width, of course, it's going to be 0, and height, of course, it's going to be 0. Don't make it hidden, otherwise you can't do anything. Now, if I click this, that should bring if I click anywhere inside this division, okay, if I click anywhere, so you can see we are getting this options to choose any image, whatever we selected. So I'm going to call this, enable this, and I'm going to create this on upload function, because this is the function where we are going to have that. So right after here, so const on upload is going to be, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, async, right? And it's going to get an event, and basically the event is going to be any type, because we need to access that file, right? So const, I'm going to get that file, and I'm going to get that file from the e.target.files. We are going to get an array, and I'm going to get that specific file, and I'm going to say console.log. I'm going to display that file right now. So inspect the elements, go to the console, and if I choose an upload option, and if I choose this image, and if I click this, and now you can see we are getting the image2.png, image file type, and everything we are getting over here. Now what I have to do is I have to upload this image to the storage, right? So in order to do that, so you can refer your document, and you can get to the storage, and you can click the web, and you can choose upload files option, and that is going to give you the complete documentation how to upload the images and everything. So I'll strongly recommend you to have a look at this documentation, because this is what we are going to do now. We are going to use this upload byte resumables to upload the bytes, and this gives you 3 different options to pause or again continue the running. So you can pause while you are uploading, but in this case we are not going to do pause, running, and all those state. We are just going to upload the image, and we are going to calculate the progress, and we are going to get back that download URL which is uploaded successfully. All right. So right after here, now what we are going to do is, I'm going to get the try and catch block. If there is any error, I'm just going to say toast dot error, which is something went wrong. All right. And finally, I'm just going to say set is loading as false, which means once the try is started, set is loading. Of course, it is going to be true. Otherwise, okay, since by default itself it's handling the error, we don't need the try and catch over here. So let's keep it as it is. So set is loading, of course it is going to be true. Set this as true. Then right after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create const upload task, just exactly the same way what I did over here, what they are doing over here. All right, so upload task, and I'm going to use this upload byte resumables from the Firebase storage. Open it. Then we need to use the reference objects to create the storage reference, and we do have the storage instance which we created from our library Firebase. By the time when you are exporting the database instance, we exported the storage instance also. So I'm going to create a new folder called image in that, and then slash, and I'm going to use this append with date dot now callback function, and right after that I'm going to join our file name too. So $file dot name, along with that we're going to join the file name. Right, this is the information that we need to supply. Then we need to supply the file object. So right after this bracket, which means the reference bracket, you need to supply your file. Then you need to supply the content type, which is going to be the file dot type. This is how it should looks. So open the upload byte resumables. It's going to have three different parameters. One, it's your reference, that the storage reference. So you need to use the reference method and supply your storage object and create your file name. Then you need to supply your file which you selected. Then you need to supply the content type, which is the metadata, and this is optional. You don't have to do it, but it's better to do it. So these are the things, and right after that we have to start our upload task. So now I can start the upload task dot on. I'm going to call this event name called state changed. Whenever there is a state change is happening, we are going to get three different functions: function number 1, and function number 2, and function number 3. These are the three different functions that you will get. On the first function, you are going to get the snapshot object, which is nothing but you will get your state, that pausing or running state or uploading state, those kinds of state. And the second one is going to be your error. You need to handle, in case if you are ran into any specific error, you need to handle your error at this point. And at last, this is the place, if there is no errors or no issues and happening in this particular situation, this is the place where you will get your download URL, right? So right after here, I'm going to store my progress. So you can calculate the progress just from here. I'm going to copy this, just exactly the same thing. You don't have to change anything. So then I'm going to say set progress. I'm just going to paste it inside exactly as it is. I'm not even changing anything. Then if there is any error, I'm just going to say toast.error, and I'm going to raise that error message. I will get that error.message. I'm going to display that error message. If there is no issues on anything, I'm going to copy this. This is the place. This is how you can get your download URL. Copy it, and please make sure that you imported the download URL, and make sure that this upload task or the snapshot, everything is perfectly fine. The same variable name that you're using for upload task and for the snapshot. Then I'm going to download that URL, and that is that my uploaded image URL. So that's the image URL. I have to send it to my front end. So which means over here, I need to send it. So for that on change, I'm going to send that download URL. So this on change function, which means now we have to customize our on change function. So for the on change function, I'm sending an URL. So I have to capture that URL over here. So I'm going to capture that URL. Then I'm going to supply that URL to our on change. So field dot on change. I'm going to supply that URL, which means whenever this on change event is be triggered, it's going to pass the URL. That URL will trigger the form field on change event and it will pass to as the value. So that will be assigned for this particular property, right? That's what we are going to do here. And exactly the same thing we are going to do. Again, I'm going to call whenever I'm removing field dot on change, I'm going to supply an empty strings. That is what we are going to do whenever you're removing it, right? So save this changes. So far I think this is so far good. On change, and at last we need to say set is loading. Of course it is going to be false. Save these changes. Now refresh it and let's get back to your storage property and make sure that you enable the rules and everything. I hope I already enabled the rules. Think so. Let's wait. Yep, I already enabled the rules. And we don't have any specific folder over here called image or something, because that is what we try to create. So let me create this folder name as images. So save these changes. And now if I try to click it, and if I try to upload any specific image, for instance, let's say if I choose this thumbnail and if I click, okay, I think I have the images stored. So you can access all these images from the link which I mentioned in the description below. So click that and you can access it. So click the link and you can access these images. And in this case, I'm just going to choose these banners. So I'm going to choose this banner 1. And if I click open, and now we can see it is loading and it's uploading. Perfect. And once it's been uploaded and we are getting that image and it's been displaying over here. So let's go ahead and make sure that the images is uploaded. Let me refresh it. We are not getting anything. Then where it is being uploaded? Storage. Is it uploaded in my project? Oops, my bad. I was uploading in my previous project. We need to check it on our local host project. So click here. That's what I'm wondering. So click here and click upload. Damn, it's so confusing. Let me keep it outside. Yeah, now it is uploaded and here we go. See, it is uploaded and we got the image as well as. So if we do have the value something and we are not doing anything over here, right? So let's go here now and let me refresh this now for the time being. Refresh it. Now we are getting the images folder, and inside the images folder we have the file which we uploaded, right? Cool, it's working. Fine. So now if we have the value, so if you have the value, now what we have to do, we have to display that text. Now so we have to display that image over there. So here, right after here, I'm going to create a div, and inside the div I'm going to have a class name with a relative position, and of course width, of course it's going to be 52, and height of course is also going to be 52, and rounded it's going to be medium, and overflow of course it's going to be hidden. And we need to supply the key prop. So key of course it's going to be the URL, right? So okay, oops, I missed a step, so cut it. And here let's create one more div, and I'm just going to say margin bottom, of course it's going to be 4, and flex, item center, and gap, of course it's going to be 4. Inside here I need to, because since the value is an array, so we need to map through every single URL inside in it. Open it and create a div. So now it is perfectly fine. And now inside this div I'm going to display that image. So let's create an image, next image, enter. And here now what we have to do, I'm going to fill this, and I'm going to say class name. This is going to be object cover, Then alternative, it's going to be billboard image. Then source, of course, it's going to be the URL. So save these changes. If you save it, we might run into an issue, which means because okay, so now let's try to upload it one more time. Choose this, click upload. It has been uploaded, and here we go. So we are getting this because this host name is not configured, right? So we have to configure this host name. So we have to get back to our where it is, next.config.mjs. So over here, enter. So what we have to do is we have to configure our host name over here. So for the images, I'm gonna configure the remote patterns, which is going to be array, and we can have an object in it, and that we're going to give the host name over here. So whatever the image coming from this specific host name, we can able to load it now. So refresh it. So if you refresh it, the state will be vanished. We have to upload it one more time. Let me choose the same image one more time, and it's uploading. And now we should able to see that image. Here we go. See, now the image it's been displayed. Now on the top of this on this image, we should bring a button so the user can able to delete that button, delete that image. So we have to bring that options too. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a button for the user to delete that option. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to make this as an absolute, and it should be always on top of the thing. And from the top, I'm going to move 2 points, and right, I'm going to move 2 points, which is 8 pixel. And inside here, I'm going to bring a button which is coming from UI. So let's change this to @components @/components button. All right, now inside this button, I'm gonna say variant, of course it is going to be destructive, and size, of course it is going to be the size of icon. And inside here, I'm gonna say trash dot lose it icon, and let's say class name, height, of course it's going to be 4, width, of course it's going to be 4, right? So this should be a type of button because it is going to be inside a form. So it should be a type of button. If it isn't, if you're not mentioning it, then form will by defaultly trigger your submit event. So on click, whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to create a function called on delete function, and I'm going to supply that URL. And I'm going to supply that URL. So let's go ahead and create this function. So using that URL only, we can delete that URL from our Firebase storage. So URL, of course, it's going to be string, enter, right? And this function needs to be no. So first we have to remove, using the on remove, you can make sure and supply the value in it, right? So delete object. So we are going to delete the object which is coming from your Firebase storage, and I'm going to supply the reference, open it, then supply the storage reference, then supply your URL, sorry, not value. So you have to supply your URL over here. So this on remove function is for our removing the value from our form, right? Not from your storage. This is for our removing the value from your storage. So if everything is happening perfectly, then open it, a callback function, and it's going to say toast.success image removed. Save these changes. All right, now you can see we have this delete option, and let's go here and check it out. So inside the images folder, we having 3 different images. Now if I delete this, we should get only 2 of them over there. You can see now we have only 2. So let me, for the confirmation, let me delete everything from here, and let me click uploading. Let me choose this. It's uploading, and we are getting that image, and you can see the image, it's been successfully uploaded over here. we are having that. And now if I click delete, image is removed. And if I check it out over here, just if you refresh it, you can see we don't have that image, which means the image is uploaded successfully and it's working perfectly. Now all we have to do is to get back to the billboard forms, and we have to make sure whether we are getting these two values, and we have to create ourselves a separate API routes and everything to store this billboard details. And that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, since we successfully uploaded the images in our Firebase storage and deleted all those things, so now what we have to do is we have to save, get these two image URL and the name of the billboard, and we have to upload it to our Firestore collection. So in order to do that, so let's make sure whether we are getting the details or not. So what I'm going to do is, this is the place where we are getting the form, right? So I'm just going to comment it, and I'm just going to say console.log data. Let's check it out. And here I'm just going to upload an image, choose an image, and I'm going to give one test billboard, right? Let me click console and go to the console. And here if I click save changes, now we can see we are getting the label and we are getting the image URL. So now we have the respective things which we needed. So let me close this. Okay, so now if I refresh this, it's fine. So now what I have to do is let's jump into the API folder. So all we have to do is to create an API to work with the that specific billboard. Okay, so now what I have to do is inside, so here, so this billboard comes under a specific store ID. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is app API. So we have the store ID, and inside the store ID, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder called billboards. That's the thing, that's what we are going to do. So we are going to create a new folder over here, new folder, and that folder is going to be billboards. Okay, billboards, billboards. Now inside the billboards, now we are going to create that route.ts. So here you have to create a new file called route.ts, right? That's the thing. Fine. Now overall here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a post method, and I'm going to create a get method, two different methods over here. So let's go ahead and start creating that first now. All right, so first we are going to create the post method. Okay, so now what we have to do is let's create a route over here. So let's say export const post method. This is going to be a post method, and this is going to be an asynchronous method. So asynchronous, and open a function, and this function is going to take a request, which is going to be a request type. Then we need to get the params. So I'm going to break this. I'm going to get the params over here, and this is going to be type of a params, and which is going to have the params object over here. So this is going to have a store ID, and that is going to be a string. So please make sure the store ID matches this exact same store ID over here. All right, so now what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to copy some stuff exactly from here, or so I'm just going to copy this try and catch, and I'm going to paste it inside here. So few of the stuffs we don't need it. I'm just going to delete this from here, or from here to here. So we don't need that. So let's make sure, let's import this auth from Clerk and Next.js response. Okay, so now we do have that. So now what I have to do is I have to get the body, and I need to extract the label and the image URL. So I have to get the label and the image URL, so which is going to be just exactly the same way as over here. So just like that. So now if there is no label, if not label, billboard name is missing. Billboard name is missing. And I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. If not, image URL, then billboard image is missing. Okay, so that should fix that thing. And now what I need to do is, if this store ID, if the param.store ID is not there, then what we have to do, we have to say, if not that store ID, sorry, params.store ID, then this is supposed to be store ID is missing, something like that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, I need to do this operation only if that store ID, only if the store was successfully created by the authenticated user. So we have to create this billboard only if that user created that particular store ID, right? So let's go ahead and try to do that. So first I have to fetch that store. So const store is equals to await get doc, and I need to supply that, I need to get the doc which is going to be from Firestore, and I need to supply the DB instance. Then I need to fetch that information from the stores collection. Then I'm gonna try to fetch the matching store ID data from. So now I will have that store reference. So if the store dot exists, if it is exist, so this function is going to return a boolean value. So let's store data is equals to store dot data. So we're going to extract this data and keep it in the local variable. So if that store data dot user ID, if the store data if has the user ID, if it is not equals to the authenticated user ID, in that's the case, this store is not created by that specific user. So we have to return new next response as unauthorized access, and then I have to return the status as 500. Okay, if not, then what I have to do, I have to create the billboard data. Const billboard data is equals to open it. I have to supply the label, then I have to supply the image URL, then I have to supply created at, so which is going to be exactly the same thing, just like what we did over here, create at, which is going to be the server timestamp from the Firestore. Okay, and now as usual, what we did for the exactly the same thing for the stores, we have to create the document, then we have to get the ID, then we have to update the document. So I'm just going to say const billboard reference is equals to await add doc. So we're gonna add the doc with the specific collection of this DB, and inside that we're gonna access that stores. Then we have to supply the params.store ID. Then I have to access the billboards, right? This is the place I'm gonna store, and I'm gonna supply the billboard data. This is the data that I'm gonna store. All right, so this is going to save that information. Now I need to get the ID. So const ID is equals to billboard reference dot ID. Now I have the ID, and now I need to update. So let's say await update doc, open it, and doc, and I need to get the database instance, open the document, supply the database instance, then supply the stores, then supply the params.store ID, because we need to fetch that store ID. Then inside that we do have one more sub collection called billboards, and please make sure this is exactly matches each other. Then I need to supply that ID, because that's the specific billboard which we created right now, and we are trying to fetch it exactly immediately. Then I'm going to supply the data which I need to update. So I'm going to destructure the complete billboard data which I already have. Then along with this, I'm going to supply the ID. Then along with that, I'm going to supply this updated updated that, and we are going to send the server timestamp to it, just like that. So now all we have to do is to write after here, we have to return next response dot JSON, then open it, ID comma billboard data. So save these changes. All right, this is going to be the post method. All right, so now we have to create the exact same thing like the get method, which is going to get the details. So all I have to say export const get is equals to asynchronous method. Otherwise what we can do is we can simply copy this and we can simply replace this and change this to get method, and I don't need this body. I can simply delete all these things and these things too. Let's delete this, save it. All right, so now all I don't have to get the user ID also, because that is not necessary, because since we are going to get the entire billboard, so this is not necessary. So okay, so then this is also not needed. Fine, just the params.id is more than enough. And now what I'm going to do is const billboard data, billboards data is equals to, open the value bracket, await get docs, open it, and set the collection, open it, and you have to fetch the doc, open it, then you have to supply the database instance, then you have to supply the collection name, then params.store id, then from there I need to get the billboards. Okay, so billboards id, and yeah, fine. So let's copy this. Okay, so basically we are trying to access that, first we are trying to access that complete store id collection, then right after here now I need to supply the second collection, that is going to be the billboards. We are trying to access that entire thing, right? And then so await get docs collection doc db stores params.store id, we are fetching the billboards, and this is going to return the, I think over here dot docs. No, we are missing something. Let me delete this and let me type it. Oh, okay, my bad. This should be wrapped, this entire stuff should be wrapped inside one more value bracket. Then over here I need to get the complete docs. So because when I save this, the prettier removed that value bracket previously what I added, so that's not supposed to have. This is how it looks. So I just wrapped it inside the values bracket. Then at the end of this bracket, then I need to get the complete docs. Then I need to map it with map, and I need to access the every single document in it. Then I need to get that doc dot data. So that is going to return the array of records with this specific type billboards of array, right? Because we know that this is going to return the array of records, and that should matches the type of billboards array. All right, now we have that. Then finally what we can do, return next response dot JSON billboards data. So save these changes. Now I hope this will work perfectly fine. Now all we have to do is to get back to the billboards form, right? That's the place where we are submitting the data. This is the place. So I don't need to console log it, just remove it. And I'm going to, so this is going to be axios.post method, and it should goes to the API, not stores. This time it's going to that specific store ID. So let's delete it. It should goes to the specific store ID. Then it should access this inside the API. We have the store ID. Then it should access that specific billboards. So we need to write after here. It needs to send to the billboards. Okay. Billboards, and then but this is coming from, the problem is over here we are not just going to right. The way we design the entire billboard is because, so you can see here, either if you have this ID over here, which means we already have the initial data, at that point you have to update it. If you don't have, only we are going to create it, right? So we just created the post request, just exactly the same way we have to create the patch also. So let's finish this first, then we can move on to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut it out. So every time before doing something, I'm just going to make sure if I have the initial data, which means we do have it, we have to update it. If we don't have, only we are going to create it. So at that point, I'm gonna keep this and I'm going to bring it at the bottom. Okay. So over here, I'm just going to say /API /parents.slow/API billboard, and then data. We supplying the data, so that is going to return a specific response. Okay, so we don't need to get that response because I'm not going to do anything with that response, so it's deleted. So once it is done, so here I just need to send the message as toast message, right? That's enough. Then I just have to get the router dot refresh, and finally we have to push the user to router dot push the user to the curly brackets, the string literals, then /$ curly brackets params dot store id /billboards. Once it's successfully created, we need to push the user to the exact same location back, right? Either it is updated or it is created, it doesn't matter. Now let's check it out whether we are getting the, is there any issues or anything. Let's click the inspect elements and let's get back to the network, stop it, and I think I need to run my server npm run dev. So it's up and running. So let me, not this one, create inspect elements network. So far nothing is there. Let's rerun it. So it's loading. All right, so now we got something over here. So let me try to upload some image. Uploaded it, choose it, and let's say test billboard. Okay, so now we have the images and everything. Now if I click this changes, it should call this and it's going to verify whether it is having the initial data or not. If it is have, we need to update it. If it is not, you need to call this API params dot store id billboards data. So if I click save changes, we are getting an error 404 API store id billboards, we are getting an error. Post method, we are getting an error over here. App API. Oops, my bad. The store ID, it's need to be created in your API folder, not inside your stores folder, right? So I just have to move this folder to the API, move it. So now under the API, I do have the store ID. So let me stop it. And if I click this now, we are getting that billboards, and look at that. We are getting the message as 200, and the payload is going to be, this is the payload, and the response, this is the response. It is successfully created. Okay, and if I get over here and if I click this images, you should get that image, and it's the same point in the Firestore database. You should get one new sub collection in it, billboards, and it should have the data in it, just like that. So we successfully created the billboard, and it's successfully pushed back to the billboards over here, right? So in this situation, now what I have to do is, so now we have to do the same stuff. So just exactly the same thing what we did. Instead of post method, we have to do the exact same stuff for patch method, right? So what we are going to do is, so when you're trying to update, at that point what we need the billboard ID, which means once it comes inside the store ID and once it comes inside the billboard, I need to create one more route over here called billboard ID. So I'm going to copy this post method because that's the thing we needed. I'm going to copy that post method and I'm going to put it inside this billboard. I'm going to create a new route .ts and I'm going to paste it. But at this point, this time, instead of post method, this is going to be the patch, because that's the place where we are going to update. We need the auth and we need the next response. If we don't have the user ID or label or anything, everything is going to be returned. Let's get the get doc db. So, but we have to make few minute changes in this. That's all we have to do. So in this specific route, what we have to do is, all we have to do a very minor changes. So we have to get the billboard ID as well as, because so we are getting the store ID, and it's the same way we have to fetch this billboard ID too. So let's copy this billboard ID and let's paste it over here, and that is supposed to be the string. All right, so just exactly the same way how I am checking the store ID, I have to do the same stuff for the billboard ID. So billboard ID is missing. All right, so right after then, so we have to fetch the store just exactly the same way, and we are checking the user whether it is be having the authorized access or not. So now all I have to do is to get the billboard reference. So I don't have to create the data over here because I know I do already have the data. So I just have to get the billboard reference. So instead of add doc, I just need to supply the, so what we can do is, instead of this, I'm just going to literally delete it and we can recreate it. So const billboard reference is equals to await get doc, open it, enter doc. We are going to get the doc with the db instance from where? From the stores. I need to access a store from using the params.store ID. Then inside that I do have this billboards. That is, from that I'm going to access that billboard by using this billboard ID, right? So now I have this billboard reference, and I just need to make sure if that billboard reference dot exists. If it is exists, then we need to open this if condition. I'm going to say await update doc, open it, send the doc db comma stores make sure this is lowercase, so this is might happens. Stores, then we have to supply the params dot store id, then you have to supply the billboards. Make sure that you are typing exactly the same thing, billboards, and I'm going to access that params dot that specific billboard by using its id. Then now I have to supply the data. So I'm gonna get that billboard reference data, whatever the data it's already having, we have to destructure it. Along with that, I'm gonna supply the label and the image URL, because label property, if the label property it's already there, it's going to override it. If it is not there, it is going to recreate it, right? So then after that, I'm gonna supply this updated at where it is. I'm going to supply this updated at exactly over here. So let's make sure that is imported, right? So now if it is already existed, these are the steps it's going to run. If it is not existed, if the document is not then I'm just going to say return new next response as billboard not found with the status as 404, right? Once you have everything is fine, now what I have to do, I have to fetch that billboard data, the updated billboard data, then I have to return that billboard to the user. So const billboard, because we updated it, but we have to fetch it one more time. So is equals to open the value bracket, await get doc, open it, supply the doc db instance stores, then you have to supply the params dot store id, then you have to supply the billboards with the params dot billboard id. So now we have that doc, and over here I'm going to get that data, and that is going to be exactly the billboards, matches the type of the billboards. And finally I'm just going to return the updated billboard, save these changes. So this is going to be what exactly how it's supposed to be. And finally this needs to be called when I'm going to copy this and I'm going to call this over here. So but this time instead of post, this is going to be the patch, and the API we are supplying the store ID and we are supplying the billboards, and right after here I need to supply the billboard ID too. So params dot billboard ID, which means I have to get the billboard ID too. So from the params you will have use params, you will have that billboard ID. Okay, so this billboard ID should match this billboard ID. Please make sure that matches that specific billboard ID, because if it is not matching, this API will never work. Okay, so billboard ID. All right, and you have to supply the data, so everything should work perfectly as it is. All right, so we have to fix this on delete as well as we have to fix the delete as well as, which means we have to create a separate route for this. Just like the same way how we updated it, we have to create a separate route for deleting it too. So what I'm going to do is, so literally I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm just going to rename this to delete. We need this both, and we don't need this body, which means we don't need these at all. And we need to get the store. If the store is existed, we need to make sure the unauthorized access or not. Then if you scroll down, we have to get that doc reference of that specific billboard, just exactly the same way what we did. Now we have the billboard reference. Then if the billboard existed, instead of updating it, I just have to delete it, right? That's what we are going to do. So await delete reference delete doc, supply that billboard reference in it. Um, okay, so this get doc is not necessary because we are just supplying the reference. So this is, since if it is if you are using await get doc, we are getting an what is that? We are getting query snap issue over here. All right, so instead of making it more complex, let's keep it as simple. So I'm just going to delete this, and I don't need this if condition, delete it, and I don't need this too. So we are going to fetch that billboard reference and we are going to delete it, simple as that. Okay, so this is going to delete that billboard reference completely, and every time before deleting this billboard reference, we have to make sure that the image URL which is inside that billboard document should be removed from our Firebase storage, and that is what we have to do. So we can do it directly through the API over here by fetching the document, delete the document from there, or you already have the data in your hand over here, so I can delete it directly from here inside the billboard form itself. So every time whenever I'm coming to here and to delete the data, so this is the thing, right? So I'm just going to copy this exactly because that is the data that we need to pass, copy and paste it over here, right, which is going to be delete. It should goes to /API/params.store ID billboards and billboard ID, and it's going to delete it. And before that, now what I need to do is I need to get the image URL from the form which is already being loaded. So in order to do that, so what I'm going to do is right after here, I'm just going to say const, I'm going to access the form, and from that I'm going to access the get value method, so I can extract the image URL from the form. So now I have that image URL in my hand. So I'm just going to say delete object. Okay, so we can make this await delete object. Let's open it and let's apply the reference, and this reference should take the storage object, and that storage object, along with that we are supplying the image URL. So if everything is successfully deleted, so this is going to be an asynchronous method again. Inside here I'm gonna supply this. Okay, I'm gonna delete this, which means we are fetching the image URL from the form, because once we display the data table, so let's just like this, once I display the data tables, and if I click this and if I click update, so this is going to be loaded just like the same way over here. So I can access this image URL before, whenever I'm clicking to delete this, I'm going to access this image URL from the form itself, and I'm going to remove it from our Firebase storage. That is what we are doing over here. So once the image URL is deleted from that storage, which means the image is deleted, now I can delete the document. So that's the reason I'm accessing that API by just like /API params.store ID billboards params.billboard ID. So that is going to delete that. Then I'm going to give the message as over here. I'm just going to give the message as billboard removed, which is going to be that. And finally, instead of pushing the user to slash over here, I'm going to push the user to the exact same location of this. Okay, so if the delete is not working, so at some point this router.reference will not work properly. We'll worry about this later. If it is not working, we have to forcefully reload this entire location. So I'll show you how to do that later, right? So save these changes. Now we did everything what it's supposed to be done. Now all we have to do is to bring the data table and load the entire data over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, since we successfully finished the add billboard form, now we have to fetch everything and we have to display it over here. So that's what we are going to do now. So in order to do that, now what we have to do is, first we have to fetch the entire details from our collection. So I'm just going to close everything, close all, and let me collapse everything, go into app store id, routes, billboards, page.tsx. Here we go. So this is the place where we are rendering our client, right? So at this point over here, now what I have to do is I have to fetch the entire details over here. So enter, so const billboards data something. So this is going to fetch everything. So let's create a value bracket, enter, and here I'm just going to make it as an asynchronous function. So let's change this to asynchronous function, and here await and get docs, which is coming from our Firestore, get docs, and this is going to get the collection. So collection, open it, and this is going to read the complete document. So doc, and you have to supply the database instance from our library. Then you have to supply the stores, and we need to fetch the store first. So parents.store id, then I need to fetch everything from the billboards, right? This is the thing. And then okay, so this is not supposed to be mentioned here, close it, comma, add it here. Yep. So first we need to fetch that specific store, then inside that store we need to access that specific billboards, right? So this is how this needs to be done. And then my bad. So over here at the end, now what I need to do is I need to get all the docs, complete docs, then I need to map through it everything, then I need to access the single doc from that, then I'm gonna get that doc.data, which is going to be an array. So this is going to return an array of values, and that array of values should match the type of the billboards array. Okay, so make sure this billboard is being imported. Okay, so save these changes. And but now we are facing an error over here. Import billboard conflicts with a local value, so must be declared with type only import when isolated is enabled. Why we are getting this error? Okay, so I think the problem of this is because the name over here, what we're having, so the name of this component and the type of this component is exactly the same. That's the reason I think it's showing an error. So what we can do is we can change this to billboards page, and here billboards page. Now you can see that the error is resolved over there. Okay, so don't keep the exact same name for everything. So that's the reason we are ran into that issue. So now let me console log it. I hope this will work because we don't get any errors or anything. So billboards data, but right now we should get the data over here. See, this is the data that we have in our Firestore collection. So now we are receiving the data and we are having the data over here. Now what I have to do is I have to display the data just like the same way what we have in our original website which we created. So we have to bring this data table. So in order to do that, now what I need to do is I need to search for data table in the chat.cn. So basically the chat.cn data table, it's working along with the tanstack table. So we have to install two different packages. One is table and another one is the tanstack react table. So let's download these two packages first. Let me shut down this application, clear it, install it, and let me copy this one more time, and I'm gonna paste it. So now we have two different applications. So we install two different packages, then npm run dev. So let's close this and let's refresh our application. And now what I have to do is, so we have to create the first we have to create the data. So we have already have the data in our hand. This is the data which we needed. Then we have to create the project structure just exactly the same way like what we have right now. So right now where we are inside this pages, and we have the components and everything. Inside the components we have to bring the columns, we have to bring the data tables and everything. So let's go ahead and create everything. So first let's bring the columns completely. So you have to create the columns.tsx. so that's what we are going to do now. So I'm going to copy this name and I'm going to create it. Then I'm going to copy everything and I'm going to put it inside. Let's keep it as it is for the time being now. Save it. Then I have to bring the data table. So this is the data table that we need to bring. So I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to put it inside the entire UI module component. And here I'm going to create data table.tsx and I'm going to paste it over here. So save these changes. So now what I have to do is we have to bring this data table along with these columns and the data. Okay. All right. So let's bring the data table and let's apply our columns. So wait a second. So inside this data needs to be passed to our billboards. Data needs to be passed to the billboard client. So let's pass the data. So in order to do that, we have to create an interface over here under the billboard client, which is going to receive the data. So let's create an interface over here, interface, and that is going to be billboard client props. Open it, and that's going to receive a data of the billboards array. So this is going to be data which is coming from billboards client props. Save this changes, and now let's apply those data into the billboards data. So we have the data right now over here inside the client. So right after the client, at this point, right after this division, so I have to bring the separator which is coming from at components. So you should be able to see the separator right now over there. Then what I need to do, I need to bring the data table at components UI data table slash. Then I need to supply the columns, which is going to be the columns which is coming from our dot slash columns. Then I need to supply the data, and that is going to be our own data. Right, save these changes. Right now we are getting the status and emails and everything. The data table has been successfully loaded, but the problem is the data is not mismatching, because the data what we are expecting, it is not matching our columns, right? So we have to customize our columns right now. So let's create a custom column for ourselves. So let me delete everything, and here I'm going to create interface export type billboard columns. This is the billboard columns which are going to generate for ourselves, because I need to display just like the same way over here. I need to display the image, and I need to display the label, date, and the actions. So let's create ourselves a custom image. I need the ID, so that is going to be the string. Then I need the label, and that is going to be string. Then I need the image URL. Please make sure this image URL matching the image URL what we have for our billboard, exactly the same thing, just like this. Okay, so this is also going to be string, and at the end we also need to bring the created at field. This one, created at field, that is also going to be a string. So save this changes. All right, so now we have everything, and we have to supply that billboard columns over here, billboard columns. So let's start displaying the data. Okay, so for the time being, for that, let's I need to display the image URL, right? First I need to display the image URL, copy and put it over here. The image URL, the accessory key should be exactly the same as this variable name. Then this is the column name, heading name, image, and the second accessory key, which is going to be your label. So let me bring the label, and this is going to be the billboard name. Okay, then at last, at the end, what we have to do, we have to bring the created at. So I'm just going to copy this created at, and I'm going to say this is the date. So save these changes. Now we can see we are getting the image string, and we are getting the billboard name, and we are getting the the date name and everything, but here we are getting an issue. Still we are getting the issues over here because we have to format this data based on our custom billboard columns over here, because this billboard data having updated it and everything. So we have to customize that billboard columns. This is the place where we are getting the billboards data, and this is the place where I need to customize. That means I need to format this entire billboard data which matching this specific column which we created. So here I'm just going to say const formatted billboards is equals to, and that is should be the type of billboards column which we created right now, and it should be an array, right? Anyways, we are using an array of data only. Then I'm just going to map the billboard data, map, open it. I'm going to get every single item into it, and I'm going to open a value bracket. Then I'm going to create an object, enter. So first what we need the ID. So ID, it's going to be item.id. Then second of thing, which going to be the label, item.label. Then image URL, that is going to be item.image URL. Then created at, which is going to be item.created at. But the problem is we have to convert this into a string. So in order to convert it to a string, so we have to install a very specific package, because I need this timestamp need to be printed like this over here, just like this, when exactly it's been created. If you want to customize your date in that, so I'm just going to use this date fns. So npm install date fns package, install it. All right, so now we install it, and I'm going to import a very specific package. So import from date fns, and I'm going to get the format here. If I have this item.created at, then I need to format that date item.created at, right? We need to format by converting it into a date, just like this. Then I need to format it just like month and the date, then year, just like the same format. If we don't have that, simply return an empty string, right? Save these changes. Now you can see we are created this, and we are supplying this data over here. So once you save this, here we will get an issue because we are trying to map it with the billboards. And here also what we have to do, we have to map this to billboard columns, right? So I don't need this anymore. So save the changes. Now you will not get any issues at any point from anywhere. And you can see we are getting this date exactly how we wanted it, and the name it's displayed over there. And but the problem is the image string. So in order to bring your own custom image string, what we have to do is we have to create a separate cell actions, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new cell, create a callback function, and inside that fallback function parameter we are going to get the row, and that row needs to pass, we need to pass the entire row. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate component, new component to render that image. Here I'm just going to say cell-image.tsx, and here I'm just going to mark this as the client component. Then I'm just going to say sfc, or we can say RAFC. This is going to be the cell image, delete it, and it's going to have a column interface cell image props, open it, and that is going to receive the complete data of the billboard column, which is going to be the billboard column. Or you can simply pass the string inside in it. Okay, so here what we can do is I can extract it. Then I can say const, open it, equals to row.image row.original URL, original. From that I'm going to access this image URL, which is a string, right? So now we have the string right now, and this is not going to be the entire billboard column. This is going to be the string. So we're going to receive the image URL over here, and let's extract that image URL, which is the type of cell image props. So save these changes and let's render that. So now we have to return, open it, and I'm going to bring the cell image and I'm going to supply the image URL in it, which is going to be the image URL. So save these changes. Now you should get the cell image, right? Which means this cell image is successfully loaded over there. So let's start customizing this part right now over here. So here I'm just going to say class name, overflow should be hidden. So overflow hidden, and width, of course, it's going to be 32, and height, of course, it's going to be let's give the minimum height should be 16, something like this, 16, and height, of course, it's going to be 16, and minimum width, of course, it's going to be that 32, right? So position, of course, it's going to be related, rounded MD, shadow, of course, we need the medium. And then now instead of the cell image text, I'm gonna bring the image from the next image. Then I'm just going to say fill, and alternative should be the billboard image. Then what we can do, I can say the class name should cover the object, should cover the entire stuff, should cover. Then source, of course, is going to be image URL. So if you save these changes, now you should get that image over here. Look at that. So now we are getting the image. So then what I have to do is we all have to bring this sorting option, sorting or filtering options. So it just exactly the same way. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, so let me expand it a little bit so you can see. So if you scroll it down, and there you can see the pagination option, right? Pagination. So let's go ahead and add the pagination first, because not right now you can see we don't have so we're having 2, 3, 6, 7 billboards over here. If it is going more than 10, it's automatically push the user to the next page. So the user can switch, have that pagination option also. So we have to bring that. In order to do that, so I'm going inside the data table. Let's open up your data table and figure it out. Right after here, get pagination row model. Copy this line. Just copy the highlighted line and then paste it exactly the same place where they given. So right after here, which means we have to import that. Then export function, data table, data columns. Yeah, I need to copy this and I need to supply right after here. Fine. Then I need to add the page data controls. So what I'm going to do is, so this entire table, we need to wrap this entire stuff. This entire stuff need to be wrapped inside a div, just like that. Then right after this starting point division, so not right after that, so we wrapped it into the entire division, and this division is being finishing where this is the place the division is being finished. So over there I need to copy that. Yes, I need to copy this entire div. We already created the final div, so we don't need to copy at the end. Then we need to bring this button and make sure that button is being imported from @/components /UI/button, something like that. So now the pages should display. Let's go ahead and check it out. There we go. Now we can see the previous and next option. So this will work automatically. And just like the same way, if you wish to do the sorting option, okay, so we have to do the sorting options also. So in order to do that, I'm just going to say copy this sorting state, copy sorting, and right after this column definition, I'm going to paste it. Then I'm going to get this row model, copy this get row model, paste it. Then I'm going to bring this state, copy this, and I'm going to bring that state immediately right after here where I'm creating this table. So this is not necessary. I'm going to import this use state, fine. Then I need to bring this 3, copy this, and then right after here you have to paste it, right? So I pasted it. So now we can able to do the sorting options and everything. So Now what I need to do is, so if you wish to add the sorting options for the label, so what all you have to do is to jump to your columns and just exactly the same way what they did over here, right? So I'm just going to copy this headers completely, copy the headers completely, and instead of this own header, I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to bring this button, and instead of this, I'm just going to say name, and I'm going to import this lucid icon. So save these changes. Now if you check it out over here, you can see we have the sorting option. So if you have more than one data, you can able to do that. So let's go ahead and add that now. Add new. Let me add a new billboard, and let's say pizza something. Okay, so now if I click save changes, this should be pushed to our collection, and immediately it is rendered over here. And now if I see, if I filter, if I sort it, you can see it is completely sorting. So just exact the same thing we have to do for our header. So I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to save this as the date. Then I'm going to save these changes, and now date wise also you should be able to filter your sort your record. And now all we have to do is to just bring the where it is, we have to bring this search option. I can able to search just like this. See, I can able to search the record. So let's go ahead and add that search filtering options. So this is the one. So what I need to do is I'm going to copy this, and let me jump into the data table, and where it is right after the column definition over here, I have to bring it. Then I have to bring the row model, filter row model right after here, or anywhere you wish to, please paste it. And input, okay, that's fine. And now we have to copy this, and I have to paste it exactly right after here, paste it. And instead of this, I don't need this, let me remove it. Fine. And now I have to bring these two on filter changes. Let's add these two, copy and paste it straight away over here. And let's add this column filters inside the sorting states. Okay. And then since we already wrapped this up entirely, we wrapped it over here, and then enter, I'm going to bring that input over here. Copy this division completely, and you have to paste it over here. So we have to bring this input from /input, and let's get about. So where it is, this should comes from @/components/UI input, and let's bring all this should be at the top of it, import. Okay, so let's keep it clean. All right, so now if I save these changes, and if I get back over here, now I can see I can have this filter it by email, but we don't have this email. So this column name, it should be every time whenever you're trying to filter it, this should be unique. So, and we are planning to reuse this same data table for different purposes, right? So what I'm going to do is, instead of this filter, I'm just going to say search here, right? So search here. So we need to search by name or search by the key, whatever the key that I'm supplying inside. It's need to search the data table based on that. So I'm just going to say, use the dynamic string literals, search by, and then I just going to give the search key, So we don't have the search key yet, so don't worry about that. So what we have to do is, so we have to get the column based on the search key, and we have to change it over here too, right? So now we don't know what exactly the search key is. So what I'm going to do is, basically the search key is going to be a string type. So right after here, I'm going to define the type of it, string. Then I need to supply it over here, search key. Now we do have this prop search key. Then I'm going to supply the search key from here. So search key. So based on the column name, this label, that's the label field. So based on the label, we are going to filter it. So save these changes. And now you can see search by label. Now if I search for pizza, you can see that. and if I search something else, it's going to say no results. Now we can reuse this data table components for different purposes, which we having the filter options, which we having the search options, and we having the pagination options. Only every single time we have to customize these columns, and we have to bring those columns and display it over here. All right, so now next what we have to do, we have to bring this actions. So let's go ahead and bring that actions. So in order to do that actions, all I have to do, get into the columns, and at the end, because that's the place where we need to add it, right after here, at the end, I'm going to create one more object, and I'm going to say id, and that is going to be the name as actions, then comma cell. I'm going to get the row, and now this is going to be a cell action, and it's going to take a data in it, and I'm going to send the complete original data into it. We don't have the cell action, so let's go ahead and create that cell action right now. Cell actions.tsx, and this is going to be the use client. We should mark this as the use client, then rafc cell actions, and it is going to have an interface cell actions props. Open it, and that is going to return a data which is going to match the billboard column. Okay, and then I need to supply that prop over here data, which is going to be the cell action props. All right, so now let's import this from /. You should not get that any issues, and save this. Now we can able to see the cell action over here. Fine, right? So since we can able to see the cell actions over here, so let's bring the necessary things. So if you check it out over here, we can see we have the ability to copy this ID, and we have the ability to update it, and we have the ability to delete it. So these are the things. So let's go ahead and create those stuffs first, right? So to bring those drop down, what we need to do is I'm gonna download this specific package called drop down menu. So please go ahead and copy this and install it in your package. Paste it. Okay, so now we have our drop down. So we installed the drop down menu successfully. So first, let's bring all the necessary objects. We need the router and the params and everything. So here I'm just going to say const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and const params equals to use params from the next navigation. And we need to create two more states. Use state is loading, state is loading, and by default it is going to be false. Then use state snippet open, set open, that is going to be also false, because this is to manage the state for that for your alert model. Because if you wish to delete it, we need to bring the alert model itself. For that purpose only, we are having this two different states, opening for that model and loading for the actions, right? So now we have all the states and everything. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to bring and React fragments inside, and here I'm going to bring that drop down menu. So let's bring the drop down menu from add components. Make sure that you're importing it from add components, drop down menu, enter. Then we need to bring the drop down menu trigger, which is coming from add components, and this should be loaded as child. If you wish to follow it from your documentation itself, you can have a look over here. Just exactly the same thing I'm just following here. Okay, so now inside this trigger I'm going to bring a button. So I'm going to bring a button. So button, and that button it is going to have a span tag as open. Then it is going to have more vertical icon from the lucid icon. So class name, which is going to be height, should be 4, and width should be 4. Save these changes. So now you can see it's displaying the open text along with that. Okay, so but I don't need this open. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say class name sr only. So So if you look at this SR only class properties, you can see this is positional, absolute, and overflow. Everything is been hidden. And once you save these changes, this is how it looks, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to customize this. So class name for the button, it's going to be height. Of course, it's going to be 8, and width, it's going to be 8, and padding, of course, it's going to be 0, and the variant is going to be the ghost. We should not see that thing, just like this. Okay, just like this. Fine. And now what I need to do is, since we have finished the drop down trigger, now I need to bring the drop down content. So let's go ahead and bring the drop down content, drop down menu content from the add components, and it should always align the content at the end, align end, right? Then I'm gonna bring the drop down menu label, drop down menu label. That label, of course, it's going to be actions. Then I need to bring the drop down menu item, which is going to be first one is going to be copy ID, and I need to bring the copy icon. So I'm just going to say copy, and which is going to have this class name as h4, width 4, and margin right as 2. Okay, so save these changes. And for this, we're gonna have a specific on click action, an empty function. So later we need to do all those steps. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it 2 more times. Second one is going to be update. It's going to edit. So I'm just going to say update, and the last one is going to be delete. So for this update, icon name is going to be edit, and for this delete, I'm going to bring the trash icon. So save these changes. Okay, so now we can see we are having this drop down actions and everything. So let's go ahead and start customizing So since we it is not working as we expected, I think. See, because once we added it, it should render it like this, but it is not working in the way how we expected it. But we are not getting any issues. And look at that. So it has been imported from the Radix UI and React dropdown. So this is not supposed to come from these two packages. Needs to be imported from our add components from there, not from here. So delete this. So that's the reason whenever you are auto importing it, so please be very careful. And now we can see the look and feel, it's completely different, right? So now we have these actions for 2 different things. So let's fix the actions for the copy ID. So whenever you click that copy, this copy ID, so we have to fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function over here. So const on copy, which is going to be, and it's going to take an ID as a string. Okay, so I'm going to use the navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and let's copy that ID, and then I'm just going to say toast dot success, and then I'm just going to say billboard ID copied, billboard ID copied to clipboard, something like that. Then I need to, whenever I'm on click, I'm just going to say on copy, then I'm going to supply that ID into it, which is going to come from the data.id on copy. Yep, save the changes. And now whenever you click this, you will get this toast message, and if I paste it, you can see we have that ID, it's copied completely, right? Then right after here for update, so what we have to do is to, whenever the user wish to update this, we have to push this user to the very specific route. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this router. So router dot push open it, use this dynamic string literals. So let's pass the user store ID. So from the params we have this store ID, and then slash we should pass the users to the billboards slash, then you need to supply your data.id. So now if the user clicks this, you will be navigated to the same place where we created it, and you can see we have that information along with that. And now let's make sure whether it is updating the data also. Let's search, click update, because by the time when we are creating this billboard components form, if you check it out over here, when you're submitting it, if you're having the initial data, it is going to say edit. If you don't have the initial data only, we are going to create it, this create it. So now this should update the data. If I click save changes, billboard updated, and you can see test billboard updated, which means that the form which we created was working for new billboard and as well as for the editing purpose also. Let me click update one more time, and here we go. I can delete this and I can update it. And even if I wish to delete this image, I can remove that image and I can bring back a new image over here. That image is automatically removed from the server, because once you click delete option, it's first removing from the server, then it's updating the local URL. Then if you click save option, there we go. If I refresh this, there we go. See, so this is what happening every time whenever if we can't able to hard reload, right? So we say every time you can't check it out and come and refresh it over here. So once it's automatically saved, we need to forcefully refresh this state, right? So because this refresh, sometimes it will work perfectly. So if it is not working working for you, so all you have to do, instead of using this router.refresh, all you have to say like what to say, like we can put it location.reload or something like hard refresh, right? So you can do that, that's up to you. But right now it is working fine for me, because once I do any changes on the production mode, it's working perfectly. But on local, sometimes I'm facing this issue, that's fine. But on production, it's working fine, so I don't have to make any changes. And this should be refreshed every single time. So I just put this refresh inside the finally, whether if it is ran into any issues or anything else also, it needs to refresh it. So that's the reason I'm just putting it inside in the finally block, right? So now we have successfully finished the updated part, and now we have to click the delete. So when the user clicks the delete, we have to delete that. So to do that, what I have to do is, so I need to bring the delete function, which is exactly the same thing from where? From your billboard form. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to bring it inside over here. So once you pasted it, we don't have this form, delete it. So bring the delete object and bring the reference and bring the storage object. And this image URL, basically this image URL is coming from your data.image URL, and we have to bring the axios also. And now you can see here, so right now we are here. So if you try to remove this, so that is going to remove the image from the storage, and as well as it's going to remove the data from the Firestore as well as. So save these changes, and we have to map that over here on delete like this. So save the changes, and now if I try to delete this pizza or test billboard, so if I click this, it need to bring the alert model first. So what I'm going to do is, so instead of calling this delete option directly, I need to open this alert model, set open as true, right? So we need to bring the alert model. So inside the alert model only, we have the alert option, like the confirm option. So let's bring the alert model. And here you have to say is open is going to be based on the open state. Then on close, it's going to be a callback function. And then I'm just going to say set open as false. And then on confirm, On confirm, I'm gonna call this delete method on delete. Then I'm gonna have this loading state, which is going to be the is loading, right? Save these changes. Perfect. And now if I click this delete option, you will see this confirm option. If I click confirm, and now you should get the message. Okay, so we are running into a specific issue. What is that? Console network. Let's check it out. I think we are getting an issue over here. Delete params.store id. And okay, so we don't have this params.billboard id. That's the reason, because inside the params now we can see we having only the store id. We are not having the billboard id. So this is not supposed to be the params.billboard id. This is supposed to be data.id. Yes. Now this should work. So let's check it out. If I click this, if I click delete, confirm. Okay. The reason is because this image is already successfully deleted. So if I refresh this, that's why it is having some hard time. So okay, let's delete this one. Delete it. Still we are getting an issue. Internal server error. What is that issue? See, it's deleted, but we are getting an internal server error. I don't know why. Okay, let me delete it completely from here. Billboards. Deleted. We don't have anything in the billboards. And let me clear the storage as well as. So we don't have anything in the storage as well as. It's completely removed. Okay, so now everything it's fine. So if I refresh it, we don't have anything. So let me add it. Click here. Add one more. Test billboard. Okay, so now if I click save changes, billboard created. And if I click delete, so let me make sure whether everything is fine or not. Okay, delete reference image URL and axios.delete /API /params.store id /billboards data.id. And yep, once everything is done, we are just going to push the user again back to the same billboards, and we are going to hard refresh it. So save this. Let's check it out. If I click delete, and before that, let me go to the network. If I click confirm, image is successfully deleted, but still we are getting an issue over here. Header. We are getting an internal server error. But if I refresh it, it is gone. Here we don't have any image. And here also we don't have that billboard. I was wondering why. So let's go and check this API then. API, store ID, billboards, billboard ID, route.ts. And here what's wrong here? Everything I think is perfectly fine. Request, we are getting the request, and we are getting the params, store ID, billboard ID. Okay, so try, if not user ID, if not store ID, if not billboard ID. Okay, everything is fine. Then we are trying to get the store reference, get doc db stores store ID, and if the store exists, we are getting the store data. And if the store ID, okay, everything is fine. And now we are creating the billboard reference, doc db stores, billboards, params.store, billboard ID. Okay, and we are deleting it. Oops. The reason why it's because I forgot to delete this, because every time where it is trying to fetch the deleted record again and again. That's the reason we are getting it. So delete this, and the return response, the next response should be an object which is going to be carry a message property, and I'm just going to say billboard deleted or something. Save these changes, and now let's check it out. If I get over here, add, click here and click this, and let's say okay, so I'm just going to say Caris or something. So save it. Okay, so now it's saved, and let me create one more time. So click add new summer sale. So summer, and if I click save changes, and let me click here and click update and change this to summer sale, and if I click save changes, billboard updated, and here, and let me check it out over here, refresh the changes, refresh the page, so we can access the storage, and we can see the collections, and we have two different collections over here. This is the summer sale, and let me check it out over here. And if I click this, and if I click delete, if I click confirm, now it should be deleted, but it's not refreshing. This is what I'm saying. So what I'm going to do is, inside the selections, instead of this, I'm just going to say location dot reload, just like that. So save it, then we can push the user to that. So now you can see, and let me delete this one also. If I click delete, confirm, there we go. Fine, right? So it is working perfectly fine. All right, so now we can see that we completely deleted this billboard. So please take your time and add all the necessary billboards just exactly the same way how I did over here. And once again, you can access all these images directly from the link which I given in the description below. So please go ahead and take your time and add all these images as respective. So we successfully created everything. So please take your time and add all those things first. All right then, so now we can see we added all the necessary things just exactly the same way in our main website. I added all those things, but you can see the billboards, it's not showing the exact count over here. So let's go ahead and fix that count right now. So what we have to do is we have to jump into the billboard client. So where is the billboard client? Over here. And it, instead of hard coding the number 0, I'm just going to say the data dot length over here. Save these changes, and now you should get the overall length count over there every time whenever. And if I want to search for fruits, it's working, and if I want to search for bread, it's working. So if I'm searching something else, it will not work. So we successfully finished the billboards, and exactly the same way what I did over here. Then we have to move on to the categories, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to start designing this exactly the same way what we did for the billboards. We have to create the categories, sizes, kitchens, and cuisines. So let's go ahead and do one by one. So I'm just going to delete it. Sorry, I'm just going to close all. Okay, keep it everything clean. And now inside the app, store ID, routes, dashboards, just exactly the same way. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it one more time, and I'm going to change this to categories. And I'm going to copy this, then jump back to the main nav. Okay, so we have to create this, copy this object and paste it one more time, and this time it is going to be the categories. So please use the exact same name over here, and over here. So categories. So save these changes. Right, so now if we click the categories, you will look exactly the same thing. See, we are inside the categories now, but we are looking the exact same thing. So let's get into the categories page.tsx first, and let's customize this. And instead of this billboards page, of course, this is going to be the categories page. Okay, and instead of billboards data, and let's duplicate, press Ctrl D or Command D, then change this to categories data. And instead of this billboards, I'm just going to say categories, right? So now what we have to do is we have to create the categories type. So let's go into, let's open up our types.db, and just exactly the same way, export interface category, okay. Let's keep it as categories or category. So okay, let's keep it as category. Then it is going to have the ID string, then it's need to have the name. Along with that, we need to map, so which particular category it's going to be. We need to map this billboard with that specific category. So we need to store the billboard ID, which is going to be ID. So in order to better the best ways to do it, what we can do is I can copy this billboard ID and I can supply it over here, string. Then I can get the billboard label, that is also going to be the string. Then I need to get the name of that specific category, string. Then I need to have these two, copy and paste it over here, save these changes. And now in this page.tsx, what we have to do, this data should, whatever we are fetching it from the stores or categories, this should match that specific category types array, right? And now we have to go ahead and start customizing this the billboard client. So this is not going to be the billboard client. This client is going to be, let's copy this billboard client, Control D or Command D, and let's change this to category client, save it. Now everything will be changed, and over here we will run into issue. This is going to be the category client, and we don't need this billboard client anymore. Delete it, save these changes. Okay, now you should get that billboard client. Instead of billboards, let's change this to categories, and over here also categories. And instead of whenever you wish to create this billboard slash create, this is going to be the categories. Copy this, categories dot create. Okay, so save these changes, and this time this is going to be inside the categories. Okay, so we changed everything, and now inside the data label, so the name over here, the property name is going to be name. So we are going to search this based on the name. All right, so now what I have to do is we have to go ahead and start customizing the data columns. Let's go ahead and start customizing the data columns. So here we have to bring the billboard label, then we have to bring the name of that specific category. These are the two things. And this time, this columns which is coming from the categories, this is not going to be the billboard columns, this is going to be the category columns. Okay, so, and I'm not going to display this image URL, so I'm just going to delete that, and I'm going to display the billboard label, copy, for which billboard we created that category, billboard, and I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it over here, and this is going to be the category name, or category save it, and let's bring this we don't need this billboard columns. From where this is coming from? Yeah, from the category. So whenever you're changing it, please be very careful. This is going to be category columns. This we don't have it over there. Delete it, save these changes, and now let's get back over here. Here also we need to change this to category columns. Okay, and now we have to format it. So this is going to be item dot label. So we are going to get billboard label with the item dot label. Then we don't need this. Then we need to get the item name, right? So right after here, name is going to be item dot name, comma, and we don't have that label. That is going to be the billboard label. All right, so now we fix the issues and everything. So category client formatted with the formatted, this is going to be the formatted categories. So let's cross verify it right now. Let's remove the unused import statements. So this is the categories page. We have in the store ID categories, and we are fetching the data, and we are formatting it based on our categories columns, which we created over here, which having the billboard label name and created at options, and it's displayed perfectly over here, just like this. And then we don't need this column, and the client over here, we changed everything to categories, manage the categories, and we are pushing the user to the categories.create, and we're having the add new options, and here we are having the data table search keys options and everything. The search key is going to be the name. So far the client, everything is done. And now if you click the add new option, you will be pushed to the categories/create over here. See, we're having this create billboard option. So let's go ahead and start customizing the form. And since we are not displaying the cell image, so I don't need the cell image, I delete that from there. And inside the categories, I'm going to have this billboard ID. So this is not supposed to be a billboard ID. That is supposed to be the category ID. So let me delete this. Let's say category ID, and let me copy it, enter. And inside here in the page.tsx, okay, so now we will run into an issue because we don't have this billboard ID. We have to supply the category ID over here, category ID, save these changes, and this is not supposed to be billboard. This is supposed to be the category, that specific category, and we are trying to fetch the data from where? From the categories. Supply the categories over here, and this is not billboards. This is going to be the category types. So let's remove the billboard from here, delete it, and then yeah, now if you save these changes, this should work. But still we are getting this issue. Let's open this billboard form. This is not going to be the billboard form. So let's duplicate all these things. This is going to be the category form, right? Then let's get back over here and let's change this to category form. We don't have the billboard form over there. Save these changes. Fine. And now we are getting an issue in the initial data. That's because initial data of this is going to be category, not billboard. Let's remove it. Okay, and now here in this initial data value, it is having the label and image URL, which we don't have that. So for the billboard form, what are the things that we need to create over here? So for the billboard form, give me a minute, just 1 minute. So I need to have the category name, and I need to have the what is that? That billboard ID, right? So if you go here, if you click the new category, what we are doing over here, see, we are creating a name and we are mapping that name with the specific billboard category over here, right? So this billboard, the category form over here, which is going to be having the initial data, and of course it's going to receive the one moment. Okay, so in order to display this all the billboards over here, so we have to customize this thing completely like that. So first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this image URL, which is we are not going to use. So I'm just going to delete this, save it, and now you will not see that. And over here at the top of it, and this is going to be the name, and the second one is going to be the billboard ID, billboard ID. So let's bring this types.t, save it, where it is, here it is. Copy it and paste it over here. So please make sure everything matches your types. That's the reason I'm just copying and pasting it. Okay, fine. And now let's jump into the form. Okay, this is the place, and this is the one which is going to have one more thing, which is going to be the billboards, which is the type of billboards array. So now we have to pass the billboards or this column. So where it is, this is the place. So I have to fetch the billboards also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch the billboards from where? From, I need to get all the billboards. So over here, I'm just going to copy this, copy it, and I'm going to paste it straight away over here. And I'm going to say get docs collections and the billboards types. And here I need to supply the billboards, which is going to be the billboards data. Now the issue is rectified. Let's jump into the billboards form. So we having the name and billboard ID, and we fix the initial data. So this is not going to be edit billboard. This is going to be category. So wherever the term, this is going to be the category, and this is also not supposed to be, wherever the term billboard is coming, everything should change to category. Category, category, categories. Okay, so then this is also supposed to be categories only. Billboards needs to change to categories. Save it. So everything is changed to categories, and instead of params.billboard ID, this is going to be the category ID. So make sure that it's matching this exactly the same category ID. So category ID. Okay, so we don't have this image URL, which means I don't need to delete the image URL from the object. So I can simply delete it directly. So I need to change this billboard ID. Wherever the term billboard is coming, I need to change everything to category ID. And this is going to be the category removed. Save these changes. Category ID. Yep, let's cross verify it one more time. So here, edit category, change to category. Okay. So then for this is not billboard, so it should be categories, and this is not billboard ID, category ID. So categories and data, categories, and yes, categories and category ID, category removed, categories. Yep. So far everything is done. So this is not going to be your category name, and this is going to be the name property. And now we should not see any issues over there. Fine. So next, what I need to do is in this billboard form, I have to bring that the option to display the for the user to select that complete options. So okay, so let's go ahead and search for select. We have to install this one. So click this, copy it, and open it, and paste it, and let it install. So this is the one that we are trying to create now. Okay, like a list box. Let's go ahead and do that now. So it's still downloading. Yes, it's done. All right, so now what I have to do is the name field where it's been finishing. This is the place where it's been completed, the name field. Okay, so right after here, I'm going to bring one more form field. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. This time, this is not going to be name. This is going to be the billboard ID where it is, or the category. Oops, this is not the category ID. I think I changed it wrongly over here also, because we need to map it to our billboard ID, right? So this is supposed to be category ID, not billboard ID. So here, billboard ID, and this is to be, it's going to be your billboard. And instead of input, this time we are not going to bring the input. This time we are going to bring the select option, select, which is coming from at components UI select. Enter, and inside this select, of course, we have to fix all this. So disabled is going to be, it should be disabled whenever it is loading. Then on value change, this should say field dot on change. Then value is going to be field dot value, whatever the user selected. Then the default value should be the same, field dot value. All right, now inside here we have to bring the form control, open it. Then I have to bring the select trigger from add components UI, select trigger. And inside here, I'm just going to say select value, add components UI. Please make sure that you're selecting from add components UI. And this select components, select value is going to have the default value, which is going to be field dot value. Then the placeholder, if it doesn't have any default value, I'm just going to say select a billboard. Then right after the trigger and right after the form control, I'm going to bring the select content, which is coming from add components. And here I'm just going to say billboards. Why we are not getting the billboards? Okay, so I haven't added it in the props, so I need to add that billboards in the props, and now I can access it. And here, let's say billboards dot map, open it. Let's access the billboard, single billboard, and I'm going to open the value brackets. Then I'm just going to say select item, which is coming from add components select, close it, and key, of course, it's going to be billboard dot ID. Then for this value, it's going to be billboard dot ID, that's the value. And for the name, for displaying purpose, I'm just going to say billboard dot label. Save the changes, and now you should get this, and I can choose whatever the billboard from here, just like that. Okay, so now all we have to do is to I think we finished. Yes, now all we have to do is to, whenever I click this save changes, we have to get back to the categories and we have to update this just exactly the same way what we did in the API, what we did for billboards. We have to do the same stuff for the categories. So that's, in order to do that, I'm just going to copy this billboards and we're going to edit it just exactly what we did for the forms and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right then, so now what we have to do is to, let's jump into the API folder and let's copy this and let's paste it inside the store ID. Okay, and let's rename this to this categories, exactly the same thing, copy and rename, paste it. Okay, now inside, let's fix this, the main route, this one. Okay, you can see, not this one, this route is belongs to the store ID. I'm just talking about the categories route.ts. Okay, so now the post method, and inside the post method, of course, we need to get the store ID. We have the store ID and we have the user ID, body, and user ID is not there. So, but instead of this name and label, we have to get three different informations. What are the things? We need to get this name, name, and we need to get the billboard label, and we need to get the billboard ID. These are the things. So if I don't have the name, I need to say category name is missing. If I don't have this billboard ID, which means billboard is missing. All right. So if the store ID is not there, store is missing. So we are getting the store. If the store is not, if the store is not there, then we need to say unauthorized access. And at the end, we have to get that category data. So here I'm just going to say category data, and I'm going to say name, then billboard ID, then billboard label. So I don't need this image URL. Fine. Okay, and now we just need to change this to category reference, category ref, and stores. Instead of stores, this is going to be the categories. Wherever the term billboards it's been coming, we have to change this to, okay, over here, let's change this to categories. Okay, and this is not going to be billboard data, category data. Okay, update dog ID, and this is not going to be billboard data, category data, and here also it is going to be the category data, and this is not going to be stores post, this is going to be categories post. Okay, when you're trying to get the store ID, and we are trying to fetch everything from the categories, not from the billboards, and this is not going to be billboards data, this is going to be the categories data, and this is not going to be billboards, this is going to be the category. All right, I hope now everything is finished, and this is going to be categories get. Fine, save these changes, and let's remove this unwanted stuff, and let's jump into this category ID, because this is not going to be the billboard ID, it is supposed to be the category ID. So store routes categories, copy this category ID, gives this exact same category ID, because that is what we are using everywhere. So better use the same category ID inside this. Now wherever the term billboard ID is coming, we have to change everywhere. Press Ctrl D or Command D, and then paste that category ID over here, user ID, and then now just exactly the same way, copy this from here to here, from here to here, right? Then what I need to do, now inside here we have that category ID, everything, and stores, we are fetching the stores and everything. Then we have to get the billboard references, right? So here, copy it. So wherever the term billboard reference is coming, this is going to be the category reference, and wherever the term billboards is coming, it is going to be the categories, and this is not going to be label and everything, this is going to be the name and billboard ID and billboard label or image URL. Add the comma over here, and this is supposed to be category not found. Okay, so if we have everything, we are updating, or else we are simply saying category not found. And finally we are fetching all the categories from the category with that specific category ID, and we are returning to the category type, and this is not going to be billboard, this is going to be the category. So please change the name, check it and change it properly. This is going to be category underscore patch, right? Category underscore patch. From the delete also, we need to get the store and category ID. This is not billboard, category ID is missing from the stores. Okay, and stores, this is going to be the categories, not the billboards. And this is going to be the category reference, and finally this is going to be category delete. Just exactly the same way, categories underscore delete. Save the changes. And let's check it out. Inspect and click the console and go to the network. And if I say, what is the category name we do have over here? Categories. Let's say fruits, and I'm going to map this with the fruits, and I'm going to save these changes. Something went wrong, so we are getting an issue. Payload, this is the data that we are trying to send, and the response we are getting as an issue. I think we made a mistake on the billboard form where we are trying to create. So if we have the initial data, if not, we are going to get into the categories data. Okay. Categories. So it should come into the categories. And this is the where we are creating the data, right? Are we getting the categories over here? Refresh it. No, we are getting only the billboards. So category is not created. So we are getting an internal server error. From which one we are getting that issue? Categories post method. For the post method, we are getting the issue. App, API, store ID, categories, route.ts. This is the one. For the post method only, we are getting that issue. So what is that issue that we are running into? We are getting the payload. Internal server error. We are getting the responses internal server error. Over here, we are getting this error. That means Alright, so I figured out what is the mistake over here is. So if you notice here, the payload, we are getting the billboard ID and we are getting the name. Only these two, but we are expecting to to receive three different things, including the billboard label. That means on the submit, whenever we are submitting it, we have to create ourselves a customized data. So right over here, right? So whenever you select any billboard, we are sending the ID only. So we need to get that label too, and we need to send it to our data, right? So here, what I'm going to do is first I need to get the billboard ID. So let's say const equals to from the form dot get values. I'm gonna get that billboard ID. So billboard ID, and I'm just going to say let's form bill ID, something like that, because we can't keep on use this billboard ID everywhere because that is the same name we used it inside the form. So then I need to figure it out what is the matching billboard ID label. So matching billboard is equals to billboards dot find, open it. Okay, so then inside this find method, now what we have to do, I have to get that specific item, then I have to map that ID, item.id should be equals to this form bill ID which the user selected. So now you have the matching billboard over here. Then if you are saving the data for the very first time, this is the place where we are sending. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna destructure this data, whatever the data that we have, destructure the data. Along with that, I'm going to supply this billboard label. Copy this billboard label, supply it, and that is going to be the matching billboard dot label. Save it. I think now this should resolve the issue. Let's clear it, and if I click save changes, categories, and you should get the categories as success, you can see, and here we go, we have ourselves our category over here, right? So let me create one more thing, your category name, which is going to be the breads, and let me choose the breads, and if I click save, and there we go. And this time if I am trying to search for bread, there we go, so it is working. And now we have to fix the same thing. If I click update, we are pushing the user to where? To the ID which we don't even have for the billboard. So let's go ahead and fix the cell actions. So inside this category ID components cell actions, so this is not going to be billboard columns, this is going to be the category columns. Fine. Then yeah, on delete we need to fix this on delete, right? So I'm just going to copy this on delete completely from here, and I'm going to say delete it from here. Yes, on delete, just copy and replace it from there directly. Store ID categories, and the params dot not params dot category ID, this is going to be the data dot ID, right? So category removed, save it, and this is going to be category ID copied to the clipboard. Fine. And this time you need to push the user to the billboards, not categories, not billboards. Save it. And now let's try it out. If I click update, if I say something else, so patch is not working now. Billboard form. Okay, so we have to do, I think I failed to do the same stuff for the patch also. So the place where exactly what I did over here, I have to copy this, then I have to do the same stuff for the patch also. Just like that. Save it. And now if I click save changes, category updated, and you can see. And now if I click delete, if I click confirm, category removed, and once I refresh this, yep, there we go. You can see it is working perfectly fine now. So we fixed everything, and everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. And yep, so instead of this router dot refresh, I'm just going to say location dot reload every time whenever the user. Okay, fine. So now let's try to add one more thing. Okay, so we created that billboard, and now if I delete this, click confirm, there we go. So we successfully finished the categories, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and finish the next thing, which is nothing but our size and cuisines. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, then, since we successfully finished the categories, and now all we have to do is we have to bring the exact same stuff what we did over here. See, just like this, we have to bring these APIs and everything. So let's go ahead and bring that APIs and everything. All right. So in order to do that, we have to get back to our, okay, this is the thing. So let me close everything, close all, and let me collapse everything. So let me get into the routes, categories, and the inside the categories, this is the page.tsx, which is loading the category client. So let's open the client.tsx. Right after this data table only, we have to bring those API calls and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create. Okay, so right after here, I'm just going to bring a separator, which is coming from the components which we already downloaded. Then after here, now okay, so if I save this, this is how it looks, how it is looking over here. Okay, so we have to bring this API called headings, then we have to bring the separator. So right after here, so let me bring the heading. So this is going to be the same component, and we have to supply the title for this heading. Title is going to be the API, and the description, of course, it's going to be the API calls for categories. Okay, Fine. So now after this, what I have to do is I have to bring the separator, and right after here, I need to bring those API list. So basically we don't have this API list component. So we need to create this, right? So let's go ahead and create that API list. So what we can do is we can create this API list is because it's going to be a reusable component. So let's create this inside this component itself. I'm just going to say API underscore list.tsx. All right. So let's mark this component as use client. Then we have to create the component. So SFC, which is going to be the API list. All right. Fine. And now inside this, for the time being, let's create this as the API list. Save these changes and let's bring this API list from add components API list. Now you should be able to see the API list over there. So then right after here, so this API list needs to be a reusable component. All we have to do is we are going to pass the entity name and the entity ID, like billboards entity name. If you're inside categories, that is the entity name. If you're inside the billboards, that is the category name. So that's the entity name, right? And the entity ID is going to be the category ID or billboard ID. So that's the thing. So we are just going to reusable this entire components. So in order to do that, I'm going to create the interface first. Interface API list props. Open it. And first we need to supply the entity name, and that is going to be a string. And then entity ID, otherwise you can say entity name ID, which is going to be a string. So save these changes and let's destructure those props over here from the API list props. I'm going to bring the entity name and as well as the entity name ID. So here I'm just going to supply the entity name and entity name ID as, so here entity name, which is going to be the category. So let me copy this categories and let me supply it over here, and entity name ID, which is going to be our category ID. So I'm just going to copy that category ID because I don't want to make any mistakes. So let me copy and paste it. Fine. So now the issue is resolved. Now we have to bring those the badges and everything, the API alert which we created. So we have to bring it right after over here. So in the billboard also we have to do the same stuff. Yep, right after here we have to do the same stuff. If you check it out in the billboards also, we do have the same APIs options and everything. So let's go ahead and do that one after another. So first let's fix the let's bring all those objects which is necessary. So I'm just going to say const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and then we have to get the origin which we already created is equals to use origin from our hooks, custom hooks. Make sure that you bring it from our custom hooks. Then we have to get the params is equals to, params spelling is wrong, params equals to use params from next navigation. All right, and then we have to generate the base URL. So base URL, which is going to be a dynamic string literals. Let me bring the origin. Then after that I'm going to say /API / then this is the place where we need to bring the store ID. So params.store ID. So this is going to be our base URL. Then all I have to do is to close this, enter, and here API alert. Okay, so this API alert, for this all I have to do is to title. First title is going to be the get, then variant. Of course anyone can pull this, so I'm just going to say keep it as a public. Then I have to supply the description. Of course description is going to be the dynamic string literals. Bring it. I have to append the base URL first, join the base URL. Along with this I need to supply the entity name. So $entity name. Save these changes. Now this is how it should be. So now if I copy this, we have to make sure all the things. So if I copy this and if I get over here and if I paste it, that should gives you the category, whatever the data that we do have. So later we have to make all these API routes as a public. So the public routes should work on the public routes, because right now the local host, it will work, because now if I run this on a different browser, it is not going to work. So later we'll fix that. So all I have to do is to just copy this, copy it, and then I'm going to paste this one more time. This time it's going to be same get and public, but this time I'm just going to append $entity name ID. something like that. Okay, then I'm going to paste this one more time. This time this is going to be post, and this is not going to be public, and this is going to be the admin. And for the post, yes, just the entity name alone, it's enough. And then now let's copy this and let's paste it. And this time along with this, I need to supply the entity name ID, because this is going to be the patch. And let's do the same stuff, copy it, and let's paste it one more time. And this is going to be the delete. Save the changes. So the post, patch, and admin and delete, everything is going to be based on your the entity name and its ID, right? So now let me show you what I'm talking about. If I am running this on a different window, so new cognito window, and if I let me copy this as a public route, and if I paste it over here, see, we are getting an issue. It's asking us to sign in, right? Because this public API needs to be public. So in order to do that, what I have to do is, all right, so let me make it clear what I'm talking about over here. So let me copy this categories, we are copying it from here, and let me get back to this extension called Thunder Client, where you can check all your APIs just like the Postman. So I'm gonna, please go ahead and install the Thunder Client. That's the name, Thunder Client. So please go ahead and install it. And here I'm just going to run this get request. If I run it, it is going to give you an error, because we know that we can't access this. So if you wish to run this over here, but if you run it in your browser, it will definitely work. See, we're getting the data. So if you wish to make all this public URL access at anywhere and any, so what I need to do is I have to open this middleware, open it. All right, so here I'm going to use this auth middleware. So using that auth middleware, we can define the public routes for all the APIs and everything. So here I'm just going to say export default auth middleware, open it, and here I'm just going to say public routes. So inside this public routes, I'm going to supply the array of objects. Okay, so I'm going to supply the array of objects. So now so over here we will face the issue, because since I couldn't find out a way to make all the APIs public using this Clerk middleware, so we have to use this auth middleware over here. So if you're using auth middleware, we don't have to worry about the Clerk middleware anywhere. So I'm just going to comment all these things because we don't need that. And here the public routes, I'm just going to say /API/ and colon. You have to supply the path, literally every single path of it. It's going to be the public routes, right? So the reason why we are not using it's because auth middleware gives you the you have to just specify your public routes. Apart from that, everything is protected, right? So but in the Clerk middleware, everything is protected, everything is public. So you have to mention only the protected route. This is quite exactly opposite to your Clerk middleware. Everything is protected. You just have to specify your public routes. So let's make use of it, the auth middleware itself. So let me figure it out why it is not working with the Clerk middleware, because this is the newest one with the latest Clerk version. So we are facing some issue, because by the time when I'm preparing this course, we are using the auth middleware and it's deprecated now. So later I will publish a separate video for this Clerk middleware by using the latest version of the Clerk Authentication. But right now we have to make it work. So let's use the auth middleware itself. Now save these changes. Since we changed the middleware, so let's restart our application. So let's refresh it over here too. And I'm just going to copy this API. And let me get back to the Thunderbolt over here. And I'm going to run this exact same API one more time. Right, so let's hit send, and now look at that. We can access that API data and everything at any point wherever you need it, right? So even if you are not logged in, you're gonna access this public routes and everything, right? Because don't worry about this admin, because inside the admin, for whenever you're trying to post or patch or delete, we are checking for the user ID, authenticated user ID. If not, we are returning the data, right? So we don't have to worry about it. All right, now we make that happening for categories. So let's go ahead and do the same stuff for the billboards. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this exactly, and let me gonna open the billboard clients inside the components. Let me open the client, and right after here, let me paste it. And this is going to be categories instead of it's going to be the billboards. And this is, let's import it. And this is going to be the billboards. Yep, that is the billboards. And we have to supply the billboard ID. So let's copy this ID and let's replace it over here. So save these changes. Now you should see all the IDs and API points for the billboards. Fine. So we finished the categories and the billboards successfully. All right. So now let's move on to the sizes. So in order to do the sizes, I'm just going to close literally everything. Come on. I can't close anything. Yep. So let me close everything, close all. And here now inside, I'm just going to create a duplicate. So just like the exact same way what they did for the billboards, I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste the duplicates for the sizes. Let me rename this to sizes. All right. And then first we have to fix the main nav. So let's jump into the main nav. And then over here, just exactly after this categories, copy and paste this categories, it's going to be the sizes, and this is supposed to be the capital letter. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the sizes. And now if I click the sizes, of course you're going to see the exact same thing, but you can make sure that we are inside the sizes route. So let's get back over here. Go to the app, store ID, routes, sizes. Inside the sizes, let's open, let me close this. Let me open this page.tsx. So let's go ahead and fix that first. And before that, let's rename everything over here, because if you're renaming everything, you will run into multiple errors. So let's go ahead and do it one by one at a time. So first, let's change these to sizes page, save it. And then instead of categories data, I'm going to change this to sizes data. And instead of categories, I'm just going to keep it as sizes. All right. So now we have to change the types. So let's go ahead and change the types. So what I'm going to do is, let's open up our types.db, and then we have to create a separate interface. So export interface size, that's the size. So ID, of course, it's going to be the string, and name, of course, it's going to be the string. Then value for that, it's going to be the string. All right, so let's bring this created and updated at. I'm going to paste it over here, save these changes. And then now instead of this category, I'm just going to change this category to size. All right, so once you change this to size, of course, we're going to run into the issues on your formatted billboard columns and everything, because so we will run into multiple issues. So save these changes. And instead of formatted categories, I'm just going to make this as formatted sizes. Save this, and let's jump into the category client, not the category client, jump into the client over here. And I'm just going to change this category client. Let's change this to sizes client. Save it. We will run into issue and change this to sizes client. And let's delete this category client, which is not necessary. So save these changes. Now the issue will be resolved. And then let's change it everything over here. Instead of categories, wherever the term categories it's coming, let's change everything into sizes. Sizes, manage sizes, but the title should be capital S. So now everything will be changed. Sizes. Instead of category ID, I'm just going to send the size ID. This is going to be the thing. Okay, so now we have everything is changed over here. And then yeah, so bit by bit we changed everything. So now let's go ahead and fix the category column. So instead of this category columns, now what I have to do is I have to bring ourselves, let's open up this columns.tsx. Okay, so we don't need this cell image, let's delete it. And then inside the category columns also, I think I have to delete that cell image in the columns, because I copied it from there only, right? Because this is not there. So let's delete it and close it now. Now inside this columns, this it is not going to be category columns. So let's duplicate it, and it's going to be size columns. All right, so this is going to have the name, and this is going to have the value prop. Fine. So now first it's going to be let's say what I did have over here on the sizes. What is the column name? Name, value, and date. So this name is going to be name, and this is going accessory keys, it's going to be value because that's what we are going to use, and this is going to be the value and created at, and at the end we need to have the actions. All right, fine. So save these changes. Now we can see everything is changed, and instead of categories column, wherever the place I use the categories columns, I have to bring the size columns. All right, save these changes. So now the client, it's been fixed, and I have to change it over here. This is going to be the size columns. So once I change this to size columns, name will be matching, but this billboard label will never match. So I have to supply the value of it. Now the every issues, it's been resolved, right? So we are sending the data and everything, it's fine. And inside the client also, we don't have any issues. I hope we changed everything. And inside the columns also, we changed everything. So now don't worry about the cell actions and everything. We'll fix that later. So now all we have to do is to jump into our form, sizes form. So let's go ahead and jump into the size form inside the client. Okay, so once I click this add new, if I click this add new, you will be jumped into that specific ID, right? They create one. So where it is, so this is inside our size ID, but it's jumping into the category ID. We have to change these two things, sizes, since we changed it into sizes, and now instead of this category ID, this is supposed to be the size ID. Save it, and inside the size ID, I do have this page.tsx, and of course we will run into issue because we don't have the category ID. So I'm going to change everything into size ID, size ID, size ID, and instead of this categories, I'm going to change this into wherever the term categories it's coming. Save it. Okay, so then I don't need this billboard data. I'm just going to delete this billboard data, and I don't need this billboard data because I'm not going to map it. And this is not going to be the category. This is going to be the size. From the stores, using size and size ID, we're going to fetch it, and this is going to be the size. Let's import that type, and I don't need this. I don't need the, let's delete the unwanted packages which we imported. All right, and this is the place where we need to send the size, and let's open the category form, which is going to be, let's change all this. Okay, so I think I failed to change the form name also in the categories. Inside the categories, category ID, components, this is not supposed to be billboard form. This is supposed to be the category form. First, we have to rename this stuff. I forgot to change those names. All right, so let's change that over here, because once you changed it, by the place wherever we used it, it will automatically change. So save this and change it. All right, so now we have to fix this in the category form. So let's go ahead and go inside the app, stores, routes, sizes, and size ID, page.tsx. This is the place where we are. Inside the components, we have this billboard form. This is not going to be the billboard form. Let's rename this to sizes form. Size form. Okay, so now the size form has been changed, and instead of this category form, wherever the term category form we are using it, we have to change everything into size form. So please make sure that you are inside the size form, then change everything. And initial data is not going to be billboard, it is going to be the size, and we don't need this. And I'm going to delete this billboard from here too, and I'm just going to delete all the unused packages. We don't need anything, any unused packages. So save these changes. Let's get back over here. Instead of category form, I'm just going to bring the size form, and I'm going to delete this category form, save this changes, and now you should see the size form. But don't worry about this size or the issues and everything. So we are using the billboard, which is not inside, so I'm just going to delete this field completely, delete it, and save the changes. Now you should get the category name. All right, so now inside here, initial data is going to be size, right? So then I have to bring the value over here, name and value. All right, so I don't need this. I don't have to keep this billboard because I don't need this, and we can fix this. So here, instead of this destructuring everything, I can simply pass the value as data alone. Do the same thing over here. We can simply pass the data as data alone. So now maximum all of the things will be issued, will be rectified. And wherever the term category it's coming, let's change this to size. So now maximum wherever the categories it's coming, category, everything will be changed to size, and the term wherever the categories we used, we change everything into sizes. Let's copy this and let's paste it here, sizes. All right, so save these changes. Now everything will be changed. Add a new size wherever the category or name, everything is changed. Okay, and you can see yep. Okay, so now inside here you can see your size name. All right, and you can see everything is fine. Let's copy this form field and let's paste it one more time, and we have to bring it, instead of this is going to be the value, and this is going to be the value, and your size value here. Save the changes. All right, so now let's go ahead and make sure all these things are working. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this because I need to make sure whether I'm receiving the data or not. Data, save it. So let me bring the inspect elements, consoles, clear it, and I'm just going to say small, and then I'm just going to give the size as S. So okay, we are getting an issue, so later we'll fix this. So if I click save changes, and you can see we are getting the size and its value small, so which means we having the form data right now in our hand. All we have to do is to fix this API calls and everything. So what I have to do is we have to go ahead and fix the API calls and everything. So I'm just going to close others except the size form, and you can see we have it. Let's make sure inside the API we do have the params.store ID, and we need to bring the sizes folder, and we need to supply the size ID in order to update it. But if you want to create it, API, params, store ID, sizes, and supply the data. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's get back to the app API folder, store ID, and just exactly the same way what we did for categories. I'm just going to copy it, and I'm going to rename this folder as sizes. Then I'm going to rename this folder with the size ID, this one, size ID, which we are passing it. Instead of category ID, let's change this to size ID. Now let's bring it into our routes, which means inside the route, which is inside the sizes. Okay, so we are having the store ID, and we are going to get the body tag, and we are need to bring the value, not the billboard and everything. So change this to, if we don't have the value, this is going to be the size name is missing, and this is going to be size value is missing, store ID is missing, store we are fetching and everything. And this is instead of category data, wherever we are using category data, I'm just going to change this to size data, and we need to delete this, and we have to bring the value in it because that is what we are trying to extract. Then instead of category reference, we're going to use this as size reference, and wherever the term I used the categories, I'm going to change everything to sizes. Okay, and yep, sizes, size ID, and updating the doc size data with the sizes along with the ID. And this is going to be sizes post, fine. And if you wish to get the data, store ID, sizes data, sizes, and instead of category, this is going to be the size type. All right, so this is change. Let's change this to sizes. All right, so let's remove this category now. I hope this will work perfectly. So save these changes. All right, so we have to fix this route also inside the size ID. Wherever the term we use the category ID, we have to change everything into size and ID, right? So size ID, and instead of this billboard and billboard ID, I need to supply the value, and instead of this billboard, I need to get the value. And I'm going to change this as size name is missing, size value is missing, store ID, and instead of this category reference, I'm going to change this to size reference. And instead of the categories, wherever the term I use the categories, I'm going to change everything into sizes. So category ID is changed into sizes ID, stores sizes, and wherever I'm using these two values, I need to change those two values into value because that is what we are extracting from the body. And if it is not, I'm just going to say size not found. Instead of this category, I'm going to change this to size, and this is going to be the size type. Okay, so let's return the size. Okay, fine. Instead of category patch, I'm just going to say size patch. When it's deleting, you need to get the category ID and size ID. Okay, so instead of this is going to be size ID is missing. Please, when you're changing all these things, you should be very careful. Please make sure that you're changing everything properly, otherwise you will run into issues. So please take your time and change it properly. All right. Okay, so fetching it, and this is going to be the size delete. All right, and this is going to be size delete. So save these changes. Now we change the APIs and everything. I hope when I click the save option, it should work now. Let's check it out. So let me make sure inside the form, API sizes, size ID, API sizes, data. So we're having the data. That's the data that we need to save everything. Okay, so let's hit the save now. Save. We are getting the sizes, and we are getting the 200. Look at that. This is the payload, and this is the preview that we got, which means it is saved successfully. And once you get back, you can see we have the data and it's displayed over here. Look at that. We are getting the data and it's displayed over here. Now all we have to do is to get back to the cell actions inside the size component. We have the cell actions. Let's get back over here, and instead of this category columns, we have to change this to size columns, which we created, right? And we don't need this unwanted stuff. Let's delete it. Okay, fine, everything is okay. Instead of category ID, I have to change this to size ID. Okay, changed it. And then instead of categories, wherever the term categories I used, I have to change this to sizes, and yep, ID will be there. And let's do this one more time, because it's better to copy this delete from here, and let's paste that delete over here. Yep, so size removed, sizes, size ID and everything perfectly fine. So save these changes, and over here push the user to the, all right, so I hope this should work. So now if I click update, here we go, we are inside here. And if I check it out this as an update, and if I hit the save, this should update the data. Yep, size updated, and you can see we have the data. And now if I click delete and if I click confirm, that should remove. Okay, so it is not removing. So on deleting, we are making some mistakes. But we are not. Why it is not deleting? It's saying that size removed. It is working, but it is not actually removing the data. Update and everything is working fine, but the delete is not working fine. Delete size ID is changed. Okay, store. Okay, so we are getting the size reference, sizes, delete that size reference. Okay, So everything is fine, but why it is not deleting? So let me refresh it over here. Let's check the network because the delete is not working. If I click this, if I click delete, and if I click confirm delete, we are getting an undefined. All right. We are getting an undefined and message size delete. But why we are getting the undefined? We have to check that sizes. Yep, we're having the size. It's still there. Update, everything is working fine. Okay, so saving, updating, it's working. So only mistake is it's on our delete. So we have to check it out over here. Okay, my bad. This is not supposed to be parents.size id. So every time we are missing it, this is supposed to be data.id. Yep, save this. All right. So now if I click delete, let me close this. And if I click delete, and if I click this confirm, and here we go. So we are trying to delete that id, and that id is successfully deleted. And you can see over here we don't have any data, and we don't have any data over here too. So let's go ahead and try to add few more. So let's say size, which is going to be small, and which is going to be yes. Save these changes. Size created, and let's create one more thing, and which is going to be the medium, and that is going to be M. Save these changes. And over here, which is going to be the large, and that is going to be L. Save the changes. And let's create this is going to be extra large. Extra large, that is going to be XL. Save the changes. And let's make sure adding one more time something else over here. Save it. And let's try to update that one specifically. Update. If I save these changes, now we can see it is updated. And if I search for small, it is working. Everything is perfectly fine. And all I have to do is to delete this. Let me click update, and let me try to delete it from here, because here also it should be deleted, and that is deleted. And now if I refresh, but it is not refreshing properly. Okay, let's fix that manually later. Okay, fine. So now everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. The sizes, it's working perfectly fine. Then now all we have to do is to get back over here, and we have to do the same stuff, just exactly the same thing. You just have to duplicate the sizes, and you have to rename the place wherever you use the sizes. You just have to change it to kitchen id, and you have to do the same thing. We don't have to change anything else, because for this, if you go get inside the form, we are going to have the exact same value, name and value only. All right, so let's delete the unwanted imports. Let's keep it clean. Okay, just we don't need any unwanted imports. So keep the remove the unwanted imports and keep it clean everywhere. All right, so let me close everything. Okay, so now all we have to do is to get back over here and do the same stuff for the kitchens, and that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, so now what we have to do is to let's get back to the app folder and dashboard, store id, routes, and inside this sizes, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to change this to kitchens. Okay, so now we are inside the kitchens, and let's bring back to the main nav. And what I'm going to do is copy this sizes route, and I'm going to change this to sizes to kitchens. And over here this should be capital letter. Save these changes. Now you should able to see the kitchens. All right, so let me close this, and let me get back to the kitchens now. Inside this kitchens, instead of the size id, I'm going to change this to kitchen id, right? Enter. And let me get back to the pages.tsx over here. So instead of the sizes page, let's duplicate all these to kitchen page. Okay, and instead of this formatted sizes, I'm going to delete this. I'm just going to change this to formatted kitchens. And we have to bring the size category, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the types.db, right? So then instead of this in the types.db, instead of this kitchen, which is going to be exactly the same thing, which is I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to change this to kitchen. Save it, and let's change this to kitchen, which is coming from there, and I'm going to delete this. Save it. All right. Yep, now we have to change the size columns. Let's get back over here, go to the columns, and now over here, instead of the size columns, I'm going to change this to kitchen columns. Save it. Apart from that, everything is going to be exactly the same, no changes in it. So let's close this, and here I'm just going to change these two into kitchens columns. Instead of size columns, I'm going to change this to kitchen columns. Kitchen columns, kitchens, and instead of sizes, wherever the term I used the sizes, I'm going to change this to sizes data to kitchen data, and instead of the sizes, I'm going to change this to kitchens. Copy this kitchens, and let's change it over here as well as kitchens. Kitchens. Okay, everything is changed over here, and now all I have to do is to change this client. So let's get back to the client and let me open it, and instead of the size columns, I'm going to use this kitchens columns. All right, instead of the sizes client props, I'm going to rename all this to kitchen client props, and over here I'm going to bring these two as the kitchens client. So save this and save this. Everything will be fixed now. Okay, so now everything will be fixed, and let's get back into the clients, and instead of the sizes, I'm going to change everything to kitchens. Copy this and change everything to kitchens. This is supposed to be capital letter. Save it. All right, perfectly fine. Now everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So client, everything is fixed, and let's get back to the kitchen ID, and let's get back over here pages. Instead of this billboard page, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this to kitchen page. Save it. I think we have to rename it inside our sizes also. Inside that over here, I think I kept it over here as exactly the billboard page. So let me change this to size page. All right, save it. Okay, now kitchen page is changed, and instead of the sizes, wherever the term we have the sizes, we have to replace it with the kitchens, and wherever the term we have the size ID, instead of that we have to change it with kitchen ID. So let's copy this kitchen ID, and instead of size ID, all I have to do is to change this to save it, and in the client, let's save it over here also, so we can copy it whenever we needed it. First, let's change it over here. Save it. Fine. Cool. Now everything is changed. Let's fetch the data from the kitchens using the kitchen ID, and this is supposed to be kitchen type, and this is going to be kitchen. Now let's change the kitchen form. So inside this component, we do have the size form, and let's change this to kitchen form. And now what I need to do, instead of the size form, wherever the term size form is there, I just need to change this to kitchen form. All right. So save these changes, and let's get back over here, and let's bring this as a kitchen form from, and let me delete this size form. All right, so now everything should work perfectly, and inside this, wherever the term I use the size, so remove all the size. Wherever the term I use the size, I just need to say it is kitchen. Yes, kitchen. All right, so edit kitchen, create. Okay, fine. And over here, this APIs, it's going to be kitchens, and this is going to be the kitchen ID. Let's make sure everything is fine. All right. So wherever the term, that is also, it's going to be the kitchens, fine, kitchens. Okay. So kitchens, kitchen ID, and slash kitchens, kitchen removed. All right. So here, instead of this, it's going to be your kitchen name. All right. So your kitchen value. All right, so everything is changed now. So let's save these changes and let's do the same stuff what we have to do. And let me get into the client cells actions over here. Instead of sizes columns, I need to change this to kitchen columns. All right, let's change it. And here, instead of the size, wherever the term size is coming, I just need to change it into kitchen ID, kitchens, data ID, kitchens. All right, so this is supposed to be also kitchen. So let me copy this kitchens and let me paste it over here, kitchens. Fine. So the cell actions, everything is done now. And now all I have to do is to get back to the APIs folder and inside the source ID, and I'm going to copy the sizes and I'm going to paste it. And I'm going to copy this kitchens and change this name as this. And I'm going to copy this kitchen ID and I'm going to change this size ID into kitchen ID. Enter. Now inside this routes, let's go ahead and change all these stuffs which is necessary. Okay. First size. This is going to be the kitchen. Let's change that kitchen, and body value, everything is going to be same. Wherever the term size is coming, that we need to change it into kitchen. And stores, we are fetching the data and create the sizes data. Instead of the sizes data, this is going to be kitchen data. Okay, instead of the size reference, I'm going to change this to kitchen reference. Instead of the sizes, this is going to be the kitchens. All right, so we are fetching the data from the kitchens, and this is not sizes post, this is going to be the kitchens post. And get the data, store ID is missing, and we are not getting the data from the sizes, we are getting the data from the kitchens. And this is not going to be the sizes data, this is going to be the kitchen data, and this is not going to be size, and this is going to be the kitchen type. All right, so and this should be changed to kitchens again. Save these changes, and now we fixed this post method. And let's get back into the route, that specific route, and wherever the term we use the sizes ID, let's duplicate everything. Let's select everything by pressing Ctrl D or Command D and change everything instantly just to kitchen ID. All right, and let's remove the type over here and let's bring the type as kitchen. So yep, value, store ID, and size. Instead of this size, let's change this to kitchen. And yep, stores, we are getting the sizes. Instead of the sizes, let's select it, and then wherever, yep, select it, and everything should be changed to kitchen. All right, now everything is changed to kitchens. And instead of this size, let's keep it as kitchen. And instead of this type, let's bring the kitchen type, and let's apply the kitchen data what we fetched. And instead of this size, let's change this to kitchen. All right, kitchen ID. All right, store size ID, size ID missing. Kitchen, this is supposed to be kitchen ID is missing. And let's, okay, so kitchen ID is missing. Stores, okay, stores, kitchens, kitchen ID. And instead of the size reference, let's change this to kitchen reference. And finally, let's give the message as kitchen is deleted, and over here also kitchen delete. All right, save these changes and let's make sure everything is working fine. So let's get back over here, veg and non-vegetarian. Okay, let's try to create new one. I'm just going to say vegetarian, and I'm going to come on, vegetarian, and here I'm just going to say veg and click here to save these changes. Yep, kitchen is created and you can see we are getting the data. Let's try to update. Click update and let's change this to updated. Save these changes. Yep, kitchen is updated and let me delete this now. Click delete and delete it. Kitchen is removed. Yep, here it is. It is removed successfully. And now if I check it out over here, so let me choose vegetarian and it is going to be veg. Save these changes and let me try it one more time, which is over here, which is going to be non-vegetarian and that's going to be non-veg. Save it. Okay, so now if I search for if I search for non, so everything is supposed to be over here. It's working perfectly. All right, so let me create one more time and let me check. Right now I need to check one more thing. It's created and if I get back over here, if I click update and if I click over here to delete it, yep, kitchen is removed and there we go. So it is successfully deleted. All right, so everything over here, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. All right, cool. But the form, once it is not updated, once the data it's been updating, I think this refresh, it is not working properly. It is not working properly. Let's put it over here too. I hope this will fix this issue. It is supposed to work. So if the refresh is not working, you guys use this location.reload. Okay, if it is not working properly, let's check it in the production, and if it is not working in the productions, let's enable this one. Okay, that might fix the issue. All right, so now what we have to do is, so we just like the exact same way what we did for kitchen, and now all we have to do is exactly the same stuff for the cuisines, right? There is no changes at all, just the name and value, everything is going to be exactly the same. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and change this stuff what exactly we did for the kitchens. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to close everything over here. Yep. Now let me open the types.db and I'm going to exactly copy the same thing and I'm going to paste it over here and I'm going to change this to cuisine, something like this. Save it. Okay, and let me bring the main nav and I'm going to copy this sizes or copy the kitchen and I'm going to paste it over here. Instead of this kitchens, I'm just going to say cuisines. Oh, I think the spelling is fine. Okay, so cuisines. So this C should be capital. So save it. And now you should be able to see the cuisines. But before clicking that, I have to go to the stores, routes, sizes or kitchens, anything. I'm gonna copy and replace the kitchens and I'm going to copy this, change this name to cuisines and over here change this name to cuisine ID. Enter. And now in this page.tsx, okay, so now if you click the cuisines, you're gonna see the exact same thing what you have seen in the kitchens, because right now you can see we are in the cuisines route. If you make sure, you can see it over here. Fine. And now let me change the client. In the client, let me change these names. So let me copy this because every time I don't have to copy it from there. Kitchens, and let me change this to cuisine ID. Copy it, and now you can see everything is changed to cuisines and cuisine ID. Fine, that's fine with us now. Now what I have to do is, let's go step by step. Let me minimize this and yep. So over here, first let's jump into this page.tsx over here, or not this one. Yep, this page.tsx. So instead of this kitchen, and over here we have to bring this cuisine type. Let's bring that cuisine type, and instead of this kitchen page, let's change this to cuisine page. Okay, and instead of this term kitchens, wherever the term kitchens we are using, we have to change everything to cuisines, just exactly the same way like I did. And instead of this formatted, and here I'm just going to change this to C capital. All right, and let's go ahead and customize this kitchens column. So let's open the kitchens columns over here. Where is the kitchen columns? Here it is. Instead of this kitchen columns, this is going to be the cuisine columns. Apart from that, we are not going to change anything else. Save it, and here we go. Instead of this kitchens column, this is going to be the cuisines columns. Save it. Then everything is going to be exactly the same thing. And let's open up the client now. Inside here, client, and now instead of this kitchens columns, this is going to be the cuisines columns. And instead of this kitchen client, I'm going to change everything into cuisine client props. Save it. And instead of this kitchen client, this is going to be cuisine client. Save it. Now everything will be fixed over here. Fine, right? Now instead of this kitchens, wherever the term kitchens you can see, we have to change everything into cuisines. Let's copy this and let's apply this to cuisines, and let's change the capital. So I hope everything is perfectly fine now. So save these changes. Now the client is done, and let's jump into the cells actions now. And wherever the kitchen columns you see, you just change it to cuisines columns. And yeah, this is going to be wherever the term kitchen is coming, everything is needs to be changed to cuisines. Copy this, paste it. All right, so now we can see cuisine ID is copied, cuisines, and here also we are pushing the user to the cuisines. Okay, so cells actions, everything is done. Fine, so now we don't have any issues, and now all we have to do is to go inside this cuisine ID and inside this pages. Okay, instead of this kitchen ID, you have to supply the cuisine ID as a parameter. Wherever the term you're having this, supply it. And instead of this kitchens, you have to supply it as cuisines. Instead of this, I'm going to supply this cuisine. And instead of this and this, I'm going to supply the cuisine. And instead of this kitchen form, let's go ahead and rename that, and let's delete the unused import statements, and let's jump into the components where we have the kitchen form, and let's rename this to cuisine form, and so that the import statement will get updated over here. Perfect, that's fine. And now over here, wherever the term I do have this kitchen form, I have to change everything to cuisine form. Save it, and the rest everything is going to be the exactly the same stuff. Save it, and here we have to change this to, instead of this kitchens form, you have to change this to cuisine form. Save it. Now inside this cuisine form, wherever the term you are seeing this kitchen, you have to change this to cuisine. So I'm just going to copy this cuisine from here, not yes, let's remove it because it is having only kitchen. Wherever the term I do use the kitchen, I'm just going to change everything to cuisine. Right, so cuisines, cuisine ID, and I think this is what the ID wherever we are using. Exactly. Fine, so the cuisines, everything is perfectly fine. Say create cuisine, everything is okay. All right, here also it's fine. Cuisine removed, cuisines, so name, everything is working fine, I think so. So save it, and now let's get back to the routes. So we changed all the necessary places, whatever we have to change. Let's get back to the APIs, store ID, and let me copy this and let me paste it. And this is supposed to be cuisines, and this kitchen ID, instead of that kitchen ID inside here, I'm going to change this to cuisine ID. Now let's fix this route. Okay, so Instead of this kitchen, I'm just going to bring the cuisine type. Fine, changed it. And wherever the term kitchen is coming, I'm going to change everywhere as the cuisine. So let me copy from here to here and let me paste it. So cuisine name is missing, cuisine value is missing, store IDs. All right, cuisine data, name, cuisine reference, cuisines, cuisine data, cuisine reference, cuisines, fine. And this is supposed to be cuisines. All right, so fine here, cuisine is also fine here, and this is going to be the cuisine array type, cuisine data, and this is supposed to be the cuisines. All right, I hope everything is working fine. And now let's jump into the cuisine ID and let's fix this over here. All right, so now let's do the same stuff over here. Wherever the term kitchen is coming, we have to change everything into cuisine. Let's change everything, then we can customize it later. Change it, and this is supposed to be the cuisine type. Cuisine ID is fine. Cuisine name, value, everything is fine. Unauthorized access, and instead of this size reference, I'm going to use this to cuisine reference. Fine. Stores, cuisines, cuisine ID. Okay, and instead of this, I'm going to use this cuisine type. C should be capital, and let's change this to cuisine. Okay, cuisine ID, store ID is missing, cuisine ID is missing. Let's change this to capital, and yes, cuisines, cuisine ID, cuisine reference, cuisine deleted, and here we go. This is also should be cuisine. So save the changes. Now I hope everything should work perfectly. So let's hit the add new option. Okay, so I'm just going to say Indian. Save it. Yep, cuisine is created, and let's try to update it. Updated. Hit it. Yep, cuisine updated, and you can see we are getting the message. And now let's try to delete it. It is deleted, and okay, it is deleted. Okay, fine, that's good. All right, so now let's go ahead and try to add all those things. Okay, so what are the things? Thai, Indian, French, Japanese, Italian, Mexicans. Let's try whatever the styles you want. Let's add all those things. Thai, add new, Indian, Italian, save the changes, and let's add the French, and let's add Mexican. Save it. Oops, let's update this. This is supposed to be Mexican. Save it. And what else? Japanese and Chinese. Let's add that. Japanese, and let's add over here as Chinese. Save these changes. All right, so now let's check it out over here. French, okay, it's working. If I search something, okay, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool. So now we successfully finished the cuisines too. Now all we have to do is to get back over here, and we have to create the products, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is to, since we successfully finished the cuisines, now let's go ahead and close everything over here, close all. All right, let me collapse everything and let me bring the types.db. So first what we have to do is we have to create the types for our product. So here, export interface product, open it. So for the product, of course, it is going to be the string. Then we need to have the name, and that is also going to be the string. Then we need to have the price of the product, that is going to be the number type. Then of course we need to get the quantity, and that is going to be the optional, and that is going to be also a number. And images, of course we are going to have a product for the single product. We need to have multiple images, and each images is going to have an URL object, and that is going to be a string, and it is going to be an array of objects, right? And right after here, and we're gonna make sure that it is going to be a featured product, and that is going to be a boolean, and is archived. So which means if you delete the product, we are going to push that product into the archive. Or if you don't want to list out that specific product, you can keep it that as an archive. It's up to you. So then I'm gonna bring the category, what specific category it is, and that is going to be the string. Then I need to bring the size, and that is going to be also a string. Then I need to bring the kitchen, and that is going to be the string. Then I need to bring the cuisine, and that is also going to be a string. And finally you have to bring your created at over here. So you have to please make sure that you haven't make any mistakes over here, whatever I'm typing over here, because this is exactly the same thing that we're gonna use it inside. So please make sure that you don't make any mistakes over here. So save these changes, and this is going to be your product types. Now let's close this. Okay, so let's open up the main nav over here, and we have to bring the product right after this cuisines. So over here I'm gonna say just rename this into products, and this is going to be capital letter P. So save these changes. Now you should able to see the products, and before clicking it, all we have to do is to let's jump into the app dashboard routes, and over here I'm gonna duplicate. Okay, let's duplicate the sizes itself. So I'm just going to copy and paste it, and I'm going to change this to products, and instead of this size ID, I'm going to change this to product ID, exactly like that. And let me open up the client first, and I'm going to change everything over here, and I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to change this to sizes instead of sizes, and I'm going to change the size ID to product ID, because we don't have to every time open it and copy it, or copy it from here. So we can directly copy it from here. So if I click this, now you can see we are getting the products and product ID. So whenever I need it, I can simply copy it from here. All right, so let me close the client. So let's get back over here, and let's start customizing one after another. So let me close everything. So first let me open the page.tsx. Let's get over here. So here now what I have to do is I have to change the columns first, list of columns. So if you check it out over here, what are the things that we have to display? We have to display the name, price, featured, archive, category, sizes, kitchens, cuisines, and dates. These are the things that we have to display, right? So let's open up our column first, and let's change everything first. Open up the columns, and instead of the sizes of columns, size columns, and we are going to change this to product columns. Let's change this to product columns. So we need to have the list of fields, just exactly the same thing what we created in the type. So let's open up the types. So you can just copy it from here, and you can simply supply it over here, just like this. Okay, just like the ID, name, featured, category, size, kitchen, designs, and everything, just exactly the same time what we copied it from here, and you have to supply it here, right? So first what we need to do, we need to bring the name column. So make sure that it's having the exact same name column and everything. Then what we have to do, we have to bring the price column. So for this okay, so for this I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to delete it. I'm not going to filter the data by price wise. I'm just going to apply the filter based on the name and as well as the date. So I don't need this. I can simply say header, which is going to be the price. And this should be exactly the same name as this name, price. Then let's copy this and let's paste it. And how many times? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we already have So how many times? 2, 4, 6, 7. So 2 times. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Now next what we have to do, we have to copy this is featured. So let's change this to featured, and let's copy this is archived, and change this to is archived, and change this to category, kitchen, design, category, size. I think size is exactly the same, so we don't have the copy size, kitchen. Okay, so whatever the order you wish to have, we can keep it in that order. And now based on these, we can change it. So is featured is going to be the column name, is going to be the whether it is a featured product or not, whether it is archived or not, and you have to get the category, and you have to get the size of that specific, and you have to get the design, and you have to get the kitchen name. Okay, so created at, of course, it's going to be the date of the specific product. So these are the columns that we needed right now. So let's save these changes. All right, fine. Okay, now we finished the columns. Let's jump back to, let's close all these things, close it. And let me jump back to the page.tsx. And here we don't have the size column. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to change this to, we need to change this to product columns. Changed it. And now we need to change all these formatted sizes into the formatted products. Okay, and instead of this, I'm going to change this to products from the types, and this is going to be deleted because we don't need that. All right, instead of this sizes, I'm going to change this to products because we are trying to fetch the products, right? And instead of the sizes page, I'm going to say products page. And instead of this sizes data, I'm going to change this to products data, right? So now all we have to do is to start customizing the products one after another because we need to fetch all the necessary things, right? So I need to get the item name, and instead of this value, how many field? Let's copy and paste it few times, just like this. Okay. Now instead of this value, what I need the price. Okay, and instead of this, I need the is featured or is archived. And what else we need? We need the category, and we need the size of the kitchen, and we need the design of the kitchen, and we need the kitchen of the product. All right, created at. Of course, we're going to format the exact same thing as I created as over here. But now what I need to do is, but for the formatting the price over here, so I need to create myself a custom formatter. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to open the library files, lib, and utils.ts, and here I'm going to create one more function, export const formatter is equals to new intl international dot number format, open it and supply en-us, then comma, open it, style, of course it is going to be the currency style, then currency, of course it is going to be the USDs, right? Currency and currency, everything is okay. And now in the formatted product price over here, what I need to do is, so the price, it's going to be formatted because we set that in the columns. Okay, so if I open the columns, wait a second, I think I closed it. Why I closed it? Open the columns, and the price, we marked it as a string, but here we saved it as a number. So instead of this, if I do have this item dot products, what I need to do is, I just need to convert this. So I'm going to cut it using the formatter which we created. From at library utils. I'm going to use that function, use the format method and supply the item dot price inside in it. Okay, so let's make sure we fix the ID, we have the name, we have the price, we have is archived and is featured, and category, and size, kitchen, created at, and one more thing is missing over here. What is that? That is the images. So which is going to be item.images and comma. All right, so save the changes, but still we are getting an issue over here. What is that? Created at, I think I misspelled the created at. Yep, let's don't need it because I added it 2 different times. Save these changes and here we go. So now we don't have that issue anymore. So now the formatted price, we are fetching the product and we are displaying it over here. So that is perfect. That's fine. And now let's go open up the client one more time and change all these names. So let's open up the client. And over here, instead of the sizes columns, this is going to be the products columns. And instead of the sizes client, I'm going to select the sizes client and I'm going to duplicate it. So just by create a multi-cursor by using Command D or Control D, and I'm just going to say product client, right? So now everything is changed over here, and wherever the term the sizes it's been used, we have to update all those things into products. So I'm going to duplicate all those things just by press Control D and paste it, and I'm just going to change this to capital letter. All right, this time we are going to filter exactly by using the name only, so we don't have to change it. Fine, that's perfectly fine. And we change this to product client. Before saving it, we have to change it over here and change this to as the product client. Okay, so save the changes and save it over here too. And now everything will be refreshed over here, so we don't have any specific issues so far. I think everything is perfectly fine until this product client. So products create and products and everything. And now if I click the add new, this should navigate us to the products. Okay, so now we are inside that specific page, product ID, and inside this we don't have this store ID, so we have to change that to product ID. Let me get back to the previous screen, list of products, and let me copy this product ID, and instead of this sizes ID, I'm going to change this to product ID, and instead of the sizes, I'm going to change this to products, and instead of this size, I'm going to change this to product type. And over here, I'm going to delete that unused import. And yep, instead of the size, I'm going to change this to product. Oops. Product over here. And this is not the size page. This is going to be the product page. Save the changes. All right, so don't worry about this initial issue because in the size form we can fix that. Now if I click this, that is going to get back to the sizes, and now all I have to do is to open the size form. Please make sure that you are inside the products component size form because that is the one that we are, and I'm going to change this name as product form. All right, so once you change the name, you have to save these changes over here. And I'm going to rename all these things. Instead of size form, I'm going to rename it because we don't want any naming conflicts. So product form. Before saving these things, I'm going to change the name over here as well as product form. And yeah, save these changes. And here also save these changes. Now you might see the issues and everything has been fixed. So the initial data, of course, it is going to be the type of the product, not the initial type of that product form. Of course, it is going to be, one second, just give me a moment. Okay, so initial data, of course, it is going to be the product form. So save these changes. Now every single issues, it's been fixed now. Right before that, now what I have to do is I change the product, and I, instead of size, wherever the product wherever the term size I've been using, I just need to change everything into product. So let me get back to the signs, or let me get back to the products. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this product alone because we don't need that yes, because here we have the yes. I'm going to select the size alone, Control D. Wherever the term I've been using the size, I'm just going to change everywhere into product. Edit product, edit product, edit product, edit product. And here you can see product, and it's changed to the product ID. Yep, that's what we expected, right? So everything is changed to instantly. All right, so we have to make some customizations here and there. So here, this is also changed to, so I'm just going to change this to size. Okay, your product name and everything. Okay, let me keep it over here. If I click this add new, look how exactly we having the product over here. First we have to bring the images. So this basically, this is going to be a multi upload image file, not exactly the single one, right? So let's bring all these fields first, then let's bring that upload options. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring all the necessary fields inside. So this product page forms need to bring the category details, sizes details, kitchens details, cuisines details. All these 4 details needs to be fetched and needs to be added inside. So in order to do that, first what I need the categories. So I'm just going to bring the categories inside, and I'm going to use the category type, which is going to be array. Then I'm going to bring the sizes, and that is going to be the type of size. And then I'm going to bring the kitchens, which is going to be the type of kitchen, and it's an array. Then I need to bring the cuisines, which is going to be the type of cuisine. Exactly, right? Now let's destructure all those necessary products inside here. So let's destructure all those things. We have the initial data. Then what else we need to bring the categories, then we need to bring the sizes, then we need to bring the kitchens, and then we need to bring the cuisines. Okay, so don't worry about this error or anything. We're gonna fix this error everything one by one. All right, so since we have the name, and instead of this value I need to bring the number. So price, so I'm gonna bring the price field, right? So form schema, it's going to have the price field, nothing else, right? So let's bring the price field over here. So price, it is going to be z dot covers. Okay, so this is going to be a number, so it should be a number, and that number should have a minimum 1, comma. Then I need to bring the images, colon. So all these fields names should be exactly the same name what it is matching to the specific type which you have created. See, for this z object, see, okay, so this should matches this the initial data type. In the initial data type we have the price, images, all these things should match that. Then z dot object, so images, it's going to be object, and inside that object you're gonna have an URL, and that is going to be a string, z dot string, and that should be an array. This entire thing, it should be an array type, so that's the reason we are using the array function. Right now the images, it's been fixed. Then we need to fix the is featured. So let's copy this where it is. So let me copy this is featured. Let me bring it closer over here, so I don't want to move back and forth. So is featured is going to be a boolean, so z dot boolean, and it's a function, and by default it should always carries the values as false, and it is optional. It is not necessary, it should be an optional. Copy and paste it. And the second thing, it's going to be your is archived, and that is also going to be. Then we need to bring the category, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to say that is going to be a category name, category. And after that, what else we need to have the size, and we need the kitchen and cuisines. So let's bring the size, and let's bring the cuisine, and let's bring the kitchen. Please use the exact same name whatever we are using over here, right? So cuisine, now the form schema is up and ready. Next, what else I have to do is, okay, so over here now all I have to do is to supply the necessary data over here. So let's go ahead and start supplying your necessary data. So product form, it is okay, because the product form is now expecting the kitchens, cuisines, and everything. So let's fix this issue first. So Let's go ahead and fetch all the necessary data first. Yep. So now what I have to do, let me get the open list. Okay, so since we are fetching the product, now here I need to fetch the category. So const categories data is equals to open the value function and use this await and get this get docs, open it, and I'm not going to use this get doc. Okay, we are using the get doc. Okay, I don't want to delete it. And here I need to supply the collection, and I'm going to open the doc, and I'm going to bring the collection first inside. Bring the doc inside and supply the database instance inside. Then I'm going to say stores. From the stores, I'm going to use the params dot store id, then comma I need to fetch the categories, right? So let's jump into the categories page and supply this categories name, categories, right? And then this is going to get back you all the docs which is you're looking for, and docs dot map, we're gonna map every single document inside in it by using the doc dot data function. This is going to return that specific document data, and it is going to return as an array of object, and that array of object should be matches this category type of array, right? This is the categories data. Just exactly the same way, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it for sizes data, kitchen data, and cuisines data. This is going to be the sizes data. And instead of this categories, I'm going to bring the sizes. I'm going to copy this sizes and I'm going to paste it over here. And this is going to be the size array. And then we need to bring the kitchens data, and this is going to be the kitchens fetched from the kitchens, and last it should be fetched from the cuisines, and this is going to be the kitchen type of array, and this is going to be the cuisines data, and this is going to be the cuisine type of array. Then let's supply for the categories. I'm going to supply the categories data. Then for kitchens, I'm going to supply the kitchens data. Then for size, I'm going to supply the sizes data. And for cuisines, I'm going to supply the cuisines data. These are the data that we have to supply for the product form. Now you can see we don't have any issues on the products page. Now let's get back into the product form. Let's figure it out where we are getting the mistakes over here. Okay, so first, let me jump into the products and let me jump into the products page. Oops, not here, over here. Okay, so now here we are getting the error in the value field, right? So over here, what is the things? So first, we need to bring, we have the name field, we don't have any issue, but we having the price field, that's the place where we are getting the issue, right? So let's go ahead and start customizing it. So you have to keep it in mind, the price field, of course, it is going to be this is the div, and inside here we have the name, and then next we have to bring the price. So let me change this to price. We are getting it. An input field, this is going to be a type of number. By default it is a text. I'm going to change this to a number, and this is going to be your product price. Save it. Okay, so now we should be able to see it is as a product price, but this time I'm just going to give it as 0. Placeholder will be 0, so the value will be by default be 0. And okay, I think I failed to change the placeholder name over here. So here I'm just going to change, instead of product, I'm just going to say product name. Save it, product name. Then what else we need? We need to bring the category. So we have to bring the category. We have to render the category based on its names, right? This is going to be the size. That's the reason it's showing an error. What else? Where else we are getting the error? And here I change this. Save it. Now the issues, everything is been rectified. And then now what I have to do is we have the categories data, and I have to bring this category data just like the way what I did over here. So let's go ahead and start do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this form field, and right after here I'm going to paste it one more time, but this time this is going to be the category field. So let's bring the category field, and I'm gonna bring the select field instead of this form label and everything. I'm gonna literally delete all these things, delete it. All right, so first what we need the form label. Let's bring it, and that is going to be your category. After the form label, I'm going to bring the select, which is coming from add components UI select. So please make sure that you've been imported from there, right? And here this is going to have a specific property, and inside here we're going to have several things. So now let's bring the properties for the select component. So this is going to be disabled by the time whenever you are loading. So it's loading. Then on value change, whenever you're changing the value, I'm just going to call the field dot on change. Then value, by default value is going to be the field dot value, which means whatever the category I do have, that should be the default value. Then the default value should be field dot value. Okay, now inside this select fee component, I'm going to bring the form control because this should wrap it. Then I need to bring the select trigger, which is going to come from add components UI. So please make sure every single time whenever you are doing that, you should be very careful that you are importing it from there. Otherwise we will not get that value what we are looking for, right? Inside that select trigger, I'm going to say select value, which is coming from add components, and that is going to be a self-closing tag. Inside this select value, I'm going to supply the default value, which is going to be the field dot value, because that is what we need to display whenever you select, right? If you check it out over here, if I choose this, it's need to display the selected value, right? That's the reason we are using this, right? And then the placeholder, if we don't have that, what else we need to do? I just need to say select a category, right after the select and the form control. Once the form control field is finished, we need to display the select content. So I'm just going to bring the select content, which is coming from add components UI select. Okay, inside here I'm going to use this categories data which we fetched from the page.tsx map. I'm going to map through every single category. I'm going to return a value. I'm going to return select item, which is coming from add components UI, and it is going to have a key prop, which is going to be the category dot id. And inside here I'm going to bring that category name, category dot name. And for this selected item, we need to supply the value property, and the value property, of course, it is going to be the category dot name. So if you save these changes, now all we should able to see the category, and I can able to see the category, only one category we do have. Is it so? If I get to the categories, yep, we have only one category. That's the reason we can able to see the categories inside here as a only one category. Now all we have to do is to get back over here and add all these categories which we are looking for, right? So I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to add all those categories and I'm going to get back to you. So please, you guys also do the same. All right then, so now I added all this necessary categories, and let me check it out over here. Let me get back to the products and go to the add new, and now I should able to see all the list of categories which I have been created. So I can choose and I can see once I selected, it's been applied over there. And just like exactly the same way, what we have to do is we have to do it for the let me get back to the products, add new, and we have to bring the size, kitchen and Cuisines. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it for size, and this time this is going to be the size, and instead of this it's going to be the size of the product, and this is going to be the size. And instead of this categories, I'm going to bring the sizes. Instead of this all category, I'm going to bring the size. All right, save these changes, and now we should be able to see the size, and now we can see medium, extra large and everything. And if I choose extra large, you can see we can able to see the name over here, right? Perfectly fine. And we have to do the same stuff now. Right after here, paste it one more time. This time this is going to be for kitchen, so I'm just going to save this as kitchen, and this is going to be the kitchen, and this is also going to be the kitchen, and instead of this categories, this is going to be the kitchens, and instead of this category, everything is going to be the kitchen. All right, save the changes, and now you should be able to see the kitchens too. All right, perfect. And then paste it one more time. This time it is going to be cuisine. Change this to cuisine, change this to cuisine, and change this to cuisines, and change every single thing to cuisine. So save the changes, and now you should be able to see all these cuisines, right? And now only one thing that is we have to do, we have to bring this is featured, and exactly we have to bring the multiple image uploads options over here, right? And let's go ahead and do that is featured options. Let's go ahead and add those things, right? So right after that we have to bring this, so I'm gonna press enter over there. So we bring the kitchens and everything, so let's go ahead and bring that. So I'm gonna copy and paste it one more time, and this time inside the form item, I'm gonna delete the complete select option because this is going to be a complete different one. So I'm gonna delete this completely. Fine, delete it. And this time it is going to be the is featured, so it is going to be is featured one. So this form item, this time it is going to have a very custom styles, which is going to be a flex, and everything should be inside, should be a flex row, and item everything should be in the start, and space x it's going to be 3, and space y it is going to be 0, and rounded medium, and we need to have the border, and padding of course it's going to be 3, right? So let me enable the word wrap, and inside this form item I need to bring the form control. So now we have to install the checkbox. So let me go here and search for checkbox. This is the one that we are going to install. So copy the npm package, and let's get back over here and create a new terminal and install it, right? So now it will download that as a separate thing. So it is installing the checkbox, and it is successfully done. And right after over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the checkbox, which is coming from add components UI checkbox, self-closing that, enter, and this is going to have a property called checked, and this checked is going to be based on the value, what value, field dot value, right? Then I need to break on check change. Whenever there is a change, I'm going to call this on change, field dot on change event, right? Okay, so now, and right after this form control, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring one more subdivision, and I'm going to say space y1. Okay, and I'm just going to say leading none. The line height should not be anything. So I'm just going to have the form label, which is going to be featured. And then right after that, I'm going to bring the form description from add components UI, which is going to be this product will be on home screen, okay, under featured products. Save the changes, and now we should be able to see like this. Okay, not just like that, like this. Now if I selected, that is selected, if I ignore it, that will be ignored, right? So for sometimes you might get any unwanted issues over here, like type error. If you are getting any specific type error, that is just a type error, you can simply ignore it by using ts ignore, at ts ignore. So that should ignore the type issue only if you are facing. But for me right now, I'm not getting any issues. But if you are getting that issue, please ignore it. So over here, I'm just going to copy this one more time, and I'm going to paste it. And this time this is going to be is archived. So let's say is archived, everything is fine. And this is going to be the archived. And this product will not be on display. This product will not be on display. Okay, so that is the thing, is archived. All right, so now we added all the necessary things that is necessary for our fields and everything will not be displayed anywhere inside the store. That should be a proper name. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to bring the images. So let's get back to the top of the thing. So this is the place where we have to bring that images, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the single image upload, and I'm going to make some changes in that, because we can make the same component as a reusable, but we have to follow through a lot of changes then. So to keep it simple and for better understanding, let's create a separate component. So that will be really useful for us, right? So in order to do that, now first what we have to do is where our form is being starting. So right over here, this is the place our form is being starting. So this is the place where we are going to bring our images. So that's the place where we are going to bring our images, which is going to be exactly the same thing. So let's open up our billboard form, and this is the place where we bring the images, right? So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it exactly the place where I wanted it over here. But this time this is not going to be image URL. This time it's going to be list of images, and this is not going to be the images upload. This is going to be a different one. So I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that component first, and let's see. All right, so now what you have to do is so here I'm just going to bring the images upload option. So enter. So we don't have this images upload yet. So this is going to have the value, and that's going to get the field dot value, and I'm going to say the map function, and I'm going to get the image from it, and I'm going to fetch the image dot URL from it. Then on change, whenever there is a changes is happening, we're gonna get back those URLs, the list of URLs. Then I'm gonna get that field dot on change event, and from that, using this URLs dot map, I'm gonna fetch every single URL. Then I'm gonna access that specific URL. Then I'm just going to return the object as this specific URL, right? Because we need to send the object. Then on remove, whenever I'm trying to remove, I'm going to say the exact same thing. Open it, get the list of URLs, callback function, open it, and field dot on change. I'm going to open this function, and I'm going to get the field dot value, and I'm going to apply the filter method, and I'm going to get the current URL from there, and that current URL should not equals to the URL whatever we have it inside. So this is supposed to be URL. Okay, so now don't worry about all these issues and everything. So let's go ahead and fix this. First, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna open the image upload, which is going to be exactly the same thing. I'm gonna copy, or let me get back over here where I do have. So I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to paste it, and I'm gonna change this to images hyphen upload, multiple images, and I'm gonna change this to image upload into images upload, something like that. Save it, and let me close this, and let me get back over here, and I'm going to bring back the images upload. So don't worry about these things. So we will fix all those things eventually, because on change it is not going to get the array of images. So in the images upload right now, the on change prop, it's getting a single string, not the array. So let's fix all those things one after another. So first what we have to do, we have to change this. So on the on change, So we're gonna, because this is not going to be a single file upload, right? It is going to be a multiple file upload. So this is going to get a list of strings. So save it over here, and let's save it over here too. So don't worry, we will fix that eventually, right? Then I think it is going to throw an error. Yep, this is going to throw an error for us for the time being right now. So let's fix that everything one after another. So on change, it is going to get the value, and values, it's going to be the list of the things. Fine. And then inside, at any point, anywhere. Okay, so one thing that we have to make a major change, which is nothing but this input. This input right now should accept the multiple image. It is going to be a multiple. So save the changes, and then now let's go ahead and change a few more stuffs over here. So we have to re-customize this entire on upload thing. So I'm gonna delete this entire on upload. Okay, on upload should be changed completely, and I'm gonna change this entire on delete as well as delete this. Now if you save these changes, you should not get any issues over here. Still we are getting an issue. How come? Images upload, and what we are cannot reading the property of undefined reading. So from where? From the product form. So from the product form we are getting an issue. Why we are getting an issue over here? Let me check it out. So field dot value, it might be undefined, so that's the reason we are getting that issue. Images, I think image, we kept the images as an array. Yes. I think I forgot to supply the default values over here. See, the default values, initially it is loading the initial data, so we have to change the default values as well as, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to, instead of loading it as a default as an initial data, I'm going to break it as an object, and I'm going to supply the name as an empty string. Then I'm going to supply the price as the 0. Then I'm going to say images, which is going to be an empty array initially. Then is featured, which is going to be false, that's the default value. And is archived, and that is going to be the false. Then we need to supply the category. Initially the category is going to be empty string, and size, that is also going to be an empty string. And kitchen, that is also going to be an empty string. Then design, and that is also going to be an empty string. Now you should not get any issue, I think so, because we fixed the images as an empty array. Yep, here we go. So now we should be able to see this upload option, and if we click here, now we have the privileges to upload multiple images. I can able to choose multiple images because we changed it over here as the multiple option, right? And then I just simply deleted all the stuffs whatever I had inside the upload and delete options. Now let's go ahead and start customizing this complete images upload. So inside this on upload, what I'm going to do is, I'm gonna get, instead of this any, I'm just going to change this to react dot change event, and I'm going to get that HTML input element, something like this. That is the event which is going to be changed, because that's its event is nothing but it's a change of event, right? So then I'm going to get the list of files. So const files is equals to, which is going to be a type of file, and that is going to be an array of files, and it's going to be array dot from e dot target dot files. Otherwise simply keep it as an empty array, right? Now I just need to say set is loading as true. I'm going to say that. Then first what I need to do is, I need to create an array to store all the URLs. So I'm just going to say create an array to store newly uploaded URLs. So const new URLs, which is going to be a string array. Let's create a string array, and it's going to be an array. Yes. Then we need to keep a counter to keep track the completed uploads. So we need to create the counter. So counter to keep track the uploaded images. So let counter uploads is equals to 0. Initially, of course, it's going to be 0. Then files dot for each of the files, so which is going to be a file. Let's open a function which is going to be a file, and which is going to be a type of this file, and it's going to return a function, a callback function. Then I'm going to create a const upload task, just like exact the same way what we did for the single image. Upload by resumable, enter, and we need to create a reference, open it, supply your storage reference, and I'm going to say slash images slash $ date dot now callback function. Then I need to supply the $file dot name, something like that. All right. Then I need to supply the file with this, whatever the file that the user selected. Then I need to supply the content type, which is going to be the file dot type. All right. So now we have this upload resumable. Okay. Right after here, which means inside the loop itself, right after here, I'm going to start that upload task. On the upload task dot on, whenever there is a state changes, we're going to get 3 different callback functions, right? Let's bring the 3 different callback functions. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, you can refer the official documentation to upload the images, which I already shown you. Just you have to get back over here and you can see all these things, which is exactly in the Firebase documentation itself, right? So now we have the 3 different changes. The first what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the snapshot. So I'm going to get the first one is going to get the snapshot, and the second one which is going to get the error, and the third one is the place where we are going to get the list of uploaded images files, right? Right then. So now we have all these 3 different functions over here, and you can see what are the purpose of this, all those 3 different functions, right? So, and then now here, let's get the snapshot, and I need to update it into the progress, right? So I'm going to get this, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it over here and set progress. We already do have the set progress state on the previous one. So we're just going to update it. And in case if there is any specific issues, I'm just going to raise that any error, whatever the error it is coming, I'm just going to throw that error message. If it doesn't have any specific issue, I'm going to get that download URL. Get download URL from where? From the upload task dot snapshot dot reference. We're gonna get that specific uploaded file reference. Then we're gonna call this promise dot then, and I'm going to get that download URL. Let's open it, and we need to push this URL to our array. So store the newly uploaded URL. Where we are going to store it in the new urls.push. We're going to say download URL. Then once you have that, we need to increment the completed uploads. Increment the completed uploads. Then we just need to say completed counter upload ++. We're just going to upload it. Then update it. If all uploads are completed, then what we have to do, we have to update that state of the new URL, right? So what I'm going to do is right after, once the file is successfully uploaded, so this is the place where we need to make sure whether the files all are uploaded or not. If all uploads are completed, and then we need to update the state with the new URLs, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So if the if the counter upload, So what we are going to do is, if that this, it is not proper name, let's use this as completed uploads, right? So if the completed uploads, it is equals to files dot length, that means all the files it has been successfully uploaded. So I'm just going to say set is loading as false. Then I'm going to combine all the existing URLs. So here combine all the new URLs with the existing URLs, right? So I'm going to call this on change method. Inside here, it is going to be an array, and I'm going to destructure all the value. Along with this, I'm going to destructure this new URLs, right? This is going to be the upload function. And we have to do the same stuff for the delete as well as enter. So this delete is going to get the string, and I'm just going to say const new value is equals to value dot filter. From using the filter method, filter open it, I'm going to supply that image URL, and that image URL should not equals to the URL what we are passing in it, right? If that's the case, I'm just going to remove that URL. So, and I'm going to change the on change value by using this new value whatever we have. Then I'm going to delete that specific object by using this reference from the storage in our, I'm going to supply that URL, and everything is done. Then I'm going to say dot, then I'm going to call this callback method, and then I'm just going to say toast dot success. I'm going to say this image toast dot success image removed, something like this. So save these changes. Now if you get back over here, and if I refresh this, think we are not getting any issues. And here if I click this, and instead of upload an image, let's choose upload product images, save it. Otherwise simply create upload images. So click here, and in this case for the time being, let's choose biryani, and let's choose all these things. Okay, so the upload location should be images slash products slash something like that. Inside the images folder we should have the new folder called product, and inside that we should have these things. So let me choose all these things, and if I click open, and now we can see it is uploading, and it's uploading, and it's uploading. I think I selected 5 different images. Now all these 5 different images are being uploaded, and you can see all these images over here, right? And if I get back over here, and if I get back to the storage, and if I click this images, I should be able to see the products, and I should be able to see all those 5 images. See, now if I delete any one of them, let me delete this, and that is going to say image removed. And if I click and if I refresh this, now you can see only 4 images are there. And if I delete this one, this one, this one, and all these one, so now every single images it's been deleted. And now if I check it out, you can see we successfully deleted every single images in that. Now we successfully created the multiple images options. Now all I have to do is to go ahead and create the APIs to access to upload all these images. So let's go ahead and start working on our APIs now. So since we already have this on submit, so we just have to go ahead and work on the submit APIs and everything. So let's go to the product form inside the auth submit. If there is the initial data, of course, exactly this is going to be the same parameter store ID products along with the product ID. If it is not there, then we are going to get the API, and we are going to get the store ID, and we are going to supply the products. This is nothing else, no changes in that, just exactly the same thing, right? Then, and yep, this is going to be same. And on delete, of course, we are going to do the exact same thing, right? So deleting these multiple images and everything, we can keep it inside the API, and we are going to keep exactly the same stuff: API param store ID products, and using the product ID. And I'm just going to say products dot it's removed. Okay, and right after here, I'm just going to say location dot reload, because this refresh is not working. Later we'll change it everywhere at any point whenever we needed it. Okay, so I think we delete everything is fine. Okay, that's cool. That's cool for me. And let's go ahead and start working with the API routes, and let's go ahead and do that. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to delete everything. So let me close all, and I'm going to minimize it, and I'm going to get into app and get into API stores, and I'm just going to copy the sizes and paste it. And then let me get back to the products page over here, and I'm going to copy this products, and I'm going to change this names as not this one, change this name as products, and the size ID, instead of the size ID, I'm going to change this to product ID. Copy this, and this is going to be the product ID. Change it. Now let's get into the routes of this products over here. All right, so let's make sure. So we're gonna have this exact same store ID and everything, and we are going to get the user ID, and we are going to get the body data, and this body data is going to have multiple things. So we're going to have this list of things. So let me bring these and let me keep it over here. So please make sure, please take your time and type it exactly as it is. Name, prices, images, is features, is archived, category, sizes, kitchens, and everything. All right, so and then what we have to do, we have to write some conditions for this. We need the name, right? And we need to make sure if that is the images, if not images, or the images dot length. If not images, or the images are not the images dot length. So that means either if it doesn't have images, or if there is no images in that specific array, then we need to return that images is required. Images are required. Then of course we need to check whether it is having category, and of course we need to check whether it is having prices. Those two fields are important. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to change this. This is going to have the category. If not category, category is missing. Category is missing. And if not price, price is missing. Price is missing. So the rest of the kitchens and all these things are just optional fields. If you wish, you can check for every single field over here. But in this case, I'm just going to ignore it. So store ID, store exits, everything is going to be exactly the same thing. But now what we have to do, we have to generate the products data. So instead of wherever the term I use the size data, I'm going to change everything to product data. Now, wherever I do have this value, name and value, I'm just going to say name. Then I need to have the price. Then I need to have this images. Then I need to have is featured and is archived. Then I need to have category. Then I need to have the size. Then I need to have this kitchen. Then I need to have this cuisine and created at field. All right, so this is how it looks like. Now instead of the size ref, I'm going to change the size ref into product reference. And instead of the sizes, wherever the term I've been using this sizes, I'm going to change everything into products, right? This is going to be store ID products, product data, store ID products, products data. And this is going to be, this is supposed to be products. All right. And here also store ID is missing. We updated to products and products data, and this is going to be the product array, right? Not sizes array. This is going to be product array, products data, and this is supposed to be products. All right, perfect. And let's remove this unwanted size over here. Save these changes. I think now we fixed the route. And let's get into the product ID, get over here. And right now we don't need all these things. Let's remove it. Okay. And instead of this store ID and size ID, I'm going to fetch the product ID. Wherever the term I use the size ID, I'm going to change everything into product ID by pressing Control D or Command D. And I'm going to get exactly the same thing what we did on the patch work over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy from here, just from here till here, copy it from here till here, paste it. Okay, so why we are getting the size as an issue? Okay, so let's finish this. So here now what I'm going to do is let me get back over here, store product data, and I'm going to get that product reference. Let me copy this, and here I'm going to get that product reference. Instead of this size, I'm just going to say products, and this is going to be the sizes. Instead of sizes, it is going to be the products. Wherever the term I use the sizes, I'm going to change everything to products, and size ID, everything is to product ID. Okay, instead of size reference, wherever I used it, I'm going to change this to product reference. Okay, now it's changed. And now this update value, we are going to destructure this update value. So in order to do that, I'm just going to get this completely, and I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to destructure everything. I'm going to paste it over here, just like that. All right, let's cross verify it one more time. So we're going to access this body, and I'm going to get all these things from there, and I'm going to say if any of this are missing, we're going to return it, and we're going to get the store, and we're going to get that specific product reference. And if we do have that product in our storage, collections, and we're going to update that product with the exact data what we passed, and this is going to be product not found. If we do have that specific product, then we do have to return that product over here, and this is going to be the product type. And yep, this is going to be the product type, and instead of this size, I'm going to change this to product. And if I'm going to delete it, I'm going to get the product ID, and if I don't have the product ID, I'm just going to say product ID is missing. And from the stores, I'm going to get the store ID, that is, make sure it is not as an unauthorized access, and I'm going to get that specific product's reference, and I'm going to delete that product, and I'm just going to say product delete, and this is going to be product delete, right? So now we finish the delete option, right? So while we are before trying to delete the document over here, so we are making sure we need to figure it out one more thing, because inside that product reference, we do have the multiple images, right? We have to delete those images from our the Firebase storage. So this is the place where we are getting that product reference. So I'm going to make sure whether that product is already existed or not. If the product is not existed, then we should return the product is not existed. If it does, then we need to delete it. So here I'm just going to say const product doc is equals to await get doc of that product reference. Okay, so we're gonna fetch that. If not product doc dot exist, if it does not exist, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to return new next response as product not found, and it's going to return the status as 4 not 4, right? If it does, then what I need to do, I need to delete all the images from the storage. All the product images which we uploaded for that specific product, we have to remove it. So const images is equals to product doc dot data. From the data, I'm gonna access that images, right? We're gonna access this images array. Then over here, if we does have the images, and if the images is the array, so array is array, this function will help you to is this an array or not. So if it is an array, that means we have the array of images inside. Then open it. I'm going to create the promise. So promise dot all, open it, and I'm going to get that images array, images dot map, open it. I'm going to create an asynchronous function because we need to wait until the every single images are deleted. open that function, and I'm going to get that image reference. Reference is equal to from the reference which is imported from the Firebase storage, and I'm going to use the storage object as well as, and I'm going to supply that image.url which we does have in this. I'm going to get that image.url and I'm going to supply to that function, and that is going to delete that object. Delete object from where? From this image reference. Okay. So over here we are getting an issue. What is that issue? Async spelling mistake. Okay, so that is the spelling mistake I made over there. So this is the storage object. Please make sure that you import it over here, db and storage. Okay, so please make sure that you guys imported it. So this, every time when you try to delete a product, this is going to delete that complete products before deleting that complete product reference, and it's going to delete that product. And I'm just going to say product and associate product and associated images deleted successfully. So we have to delete the storage also, right? So save this images. All right, so now I hope I fixed everything. So we have to create one more route, which is going to be the get route. So here I'm just going to say export const get, which is going to be an async function. Open it, and inside that function, of course, you need to get these two things and you need to supply to that function as well as paste it and save it. And inside this get function now, just exactly the same thing what we did for the post method. So I'm just going to copy everything from there to here, and I'm going to paste it over here. But this time this is not necessary, and so what I need to do is, I don't need to have this user ID and I don't need to have this body data. So let's delete this one as well as, and images category prices, it is not necessary. And all I have to make sure, I have to copy this and I have to paste it, and I have to check this whether I do have the product ID or not. Product ID is missing. Then I don't need to check all these things. All right, then all I have to do is to get the products and return that product. So let me delete everything from here. So here I'm just going to say const product is equals to let's open the value bracket, await get doc, open it, supply the doc inside and supply the database instance, and you supply your store's name and supply the params dot store ID. And now all we have to do is to fetch the products from there, which is going to be the very specific product, right? So all right, fine. So product ID, so we are fetching that specific product over here. So this is going to return the data, I think so. Let me enable the word wrap so I can't see it completely. So this is going to be the product ID, and this is going to return the data of that specific product, and it is going to be the type of that product, right? And that is going to return that specific product. Cool. Let's save these changes. I hope all these will work perfectly as it's supposed to be. Let's check it out. So let's go ahead and create. Let me bring the inspect elements and let me get back to the network, close this, add it. Okay, so now I'm gonna add the up list of images. So this is going to be this list of images. Let's add it, all those images, and let's delete an unwanted. And I'm just going to say chicken biryani because right now I'm so craving to have it right now. So I'm just going to change this to 12. Select the category biryani and select the size, which is going to be medium, and select the kitchen, which is going to be non-vegetarian, cuisines, Indian, and this is going to be featured product. Close this, and this image is not necessary. Close it, and this is fried rice, we don't need it. Okay, these are all these things, these are the images which is necessary. I hope it's going to work well. So if I click save changes, we're having the products. There we go. So the product is successfully updated. Let me check it out. We're having the category and we're having the cuisine and the product ID and we're having the list of product images. You can see. All right. And it is archived false and it's featured true, kitchen name and price and size and everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. And look at that. We got our data also over here. And let me click over here. And if I click update, that should get back. My bad. So what we have to do is we have to change this in the cell action. So let me get to the cell actions of our products. Cell actions of our products. Still it's displaying the sizes column. This is going to change this to the products column. Changed it. And size, instead of size ID, this is going to be product ID. And instead of these sizes, this is going to be the products. Oops. Let's, wherever the term sizes it's coming, everything needs to be changed. Oh, come on. Everything needs to be changed to products. I think this is more than enough. Then here product removed. So let's open the product form and let's make sure that is this on delete function, which is exactly the same as over here. So it's better. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to replace it over here. And instead of this params.product ID, this is going to be the data.id, right? Product, it is going to be removed. Save these changes. And now let's go ahead and check it out inside our storage. Now, if I click the products, we should get 3 different products, and let's make sure this is the time to check it out. So if I click this update option, that should bring the data over here. Okay, so the initial data, it is not loading. So I think the product form, it's not loading the initial data properly. Okay, so I think because we are right now inside the edit mode, we know that the product is there, but it is not displaying that product data. Why it is? I think the reason is because I'm simply hard-coded this code. If I do have the initial data, I should bring the initial data. Only if it is not, I need to render these things. So save these changes and let me refresh those things. There we go. Now we can see we have all the data of that specific product, because I missed it because I deleted it, then I loaded this hard-coded data. That's the issue. Right now we have all those images. I can update the images over here. For instance, if I delete this image, now we can see image is deleted, and if I click over here, you can see we do have only 2 different images. And if I click this chicken biryani updated, and size price, it's going to be 54. Of course it is not, but I'm changing this to 54, and I'm going to change this to Italian, and I'm just going to save these changes. Now it should say product updated, and you can see all these things are updated. But this is the time to delete it. So let's try to delete this, confirm it. There we go. Product is deleted and it is updated. Let's get back over here and click this product image. And now look at that. We don't have that specific product. And let's get back to our Firestore database, and we should not have the products columns, product sub collections too, because we deleted that collection. Right? So stores, store ID, and we don't have that product. So we successfully implemented the products, added it, updated it, deleted it. So it's working perfectly. And all you have to do is to take your time and you have to add all the list of products. So you can access all those products from the images which are given below. So please go ahead and add all those products into your database. So please take your time, pause the video, and then insert all the products, and I'm going to get back to you shortly after adding all these products into our database. All right, so All right then, so we successfully added all the necessary products into our site over here. So you can see we have all the necessary products, and if you can able to update any specific product just by clicking over here. That will going to list out everything over here, and you can able to update any fields over here just by switching between. For instance, if this medium and I can change it to small, I can simply click save changes, and here we go. So you can see it is successfully changed to small, right? And if I wish to search for instance, let's search for monster drink. So here we go. So if you search, you can simply search, so everything is working fine, right? So actually I forgot to mention that. So few of the fields over here, it's need to be optional, like size, cuisine, kitchen, and these three fields need to be optional. In order to do that, all you have to do is to just remove this minimum and change those field into optional. So if you make it minimum, that means it is a required field, so you should change it and you should keep it as an optional, right? So if you make all these things for fruits and for drinks and all those things, we don't need to add these stuffs. So you can simply make those fields as an optional. So we successfully finished the product screen. So let's next move on to the order screen. If you have a look at the orders screen over here, so we are just displaying the data, nothing else we are displaying over underneath it, right? So we just have to display the necessary informations. So in order to bring that, I'm just going to close everything, close all, and I'm going to collapse everything. So first, as usual, let's type the types, open the types.db, and of course over here we have to create ourselves a custom types. So let's create a custom types for our order. So export interface order, open it. So id, of course, it is going to be a string. Then we need to have the status, whether it is paid or not. So is paid, it's going to be a string. Then we need to have the phone contact number at the order placed by which user. Then of course we need to have the list of order items. So order items, which is going to be the list, the order items, it's going to be the type of the product. So it is going to be the product type, and it should be an array of it. Then address, we need to have the address, which is going to be a string. Then we need to have the list of created options and everything. So tonight, right, so we have all these things, and then we need to have one more thing, which is going to be the order status, what status it is going to be. So that is also going to be a string, and let's copy these two and let's paste it over here. That's it. So we finished our orders dot typed, and let's go ahead and start working on the orders. So let's me bring the main nav, and in that all we have to do is to copy this and paste it over here. Instead of products, I'm going to change everything into orders. So this is going to be orders caps. All right, so now we should be able to see the orders. So before clicking that, all I have to do is to duplicate some stuffs from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get into the apps, dashboards, routes, and I'm going to copy the sizes, and I'm going to copy and paste it. And right now I'm going to change this to orders, and inside the orders I'm going to change this to orders ID, order ID. All right, so now if you click it, it's going to work, but you're going to see exactly the same as sizes. All right then, so now what we have to do is to let's jump into the orders, and here we go. So now we are seeing the sizes and everything. So let me get back to the pages.tsx. Fine, now we are inside the pages.tsx, and here now what I need to do is I need to rename this, and I need to change these to orders page. Fine, and I need to change all these things into orders, and this is not going to be sizes data, this is going to be orders data, and we need to change this sizes, columns, and everything. Fine, and yep, so let's get into the client now. Let me also, before jumping into the client, let me go to the columns and let me customize the columns of this orders. Okay, so basically in the orders, what we are going to do is we're going to have this following fields. So I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. So you just pass it and type it exactly as it is. So which is going to be ID, phone, address, products, total prices, and images. It's going to be string array, and is paid is going to be boolean, and this is going to be created at, and this is going to be the order status. So please make sure all these fields matches your types.db, just exactly the same thing what we do have over here, right? Everything should matches each other, otherwise we will run into an issue. So instead of sizes column, this is going to be orders columns, right? Save these changes, and of course we need to change these to orders columns over here, right? Save these changes, and of course we will run into issues over here, type error, because we don't have any matching fields over here, right? So now all I have to do is to change all these things. Let me close this. Okay, so items and everything is going to be exactly the same. Let's rename this. So formatted orders items, it's going to be fine. Let's delete this order name and everything. Let me copy and paste it. 1 2 3 4 5 6, something like that. Okay, so this time instead of ID, I'm just going to say is paid, right? It is paid. And this time it is going to be 4. Then this time it is going to be address, and this time this is going to be the products. But the products, of course, it is going to be okay, this is supposed to be the size of it is not going to be the size, it is going to be the orders. That's the reason we are getting that issue over here. Fine, that's good. And the products, of course, what I need to do is I need to map those names over here. So this time instead of product, what I'm going to do in the items.order items, I'm going to have this map, and I'm going to every single item in it. Then I'm going to get the item.name, and I'm going to join that name. Okay, so I'm going to get all those names, then I'm going to join all those names just by using this comma after it, right? Semicolon. Then all after this, I'm going to get the order status, which is going to be the order status. Wait a second, I'm not getting the order status. Why? Order underscore status. Why I am not getting the order status? Copy this. I'm not having the order status. Yes, I do have the order status over there, and I do have the order status. Okay, it's not showing an issue right now. Fine. So let's, okay, fine. Then right after that order status, of course, I need to display the total price. So this total price, basically what we have to do, we have to calculate everything. So I'm just going to use the formatter dot format, open it, enter. Then I'm just going to say orders dot order items dot order items dot reduce. Use the, instead of map, we're going to use the reduce. Then I'm going to get the total, and along with that I'm going to get the item. So total is just a local variable inside the reduce. Here, if we do have the item and we do have the item dot quantity, if we have that item dot quantity, then if it is not equals to undefined, that means we have something inside in it. In that case, I just need to return the total plus I need to convert that number, and I need to find item dot price, and I need to multiply it with quantity, because user can choose the same product more than one. The quantity might be 1 or 2 or something else, right? So we need to calculate that. Then we need to add it with the total, and at the end, if we don't have anything, I just have to return the total as 0. Return the total. If we don't even have anything else, I just need to return it as 0. This is how it's supposed to be, right? So right after here, I'm gonna say images, which is going to be item dot order items dot map, open it. Then we can get the item. Then I'm going to return items dot images, and I'm going to return the every first images of that specific product, because we do have the multiple images, so we don't want to return the multiple images. Just we can return the very first images of it, right? So save it, and still we are getting an issue over here. What is that? is paid is an incompatible. So in the columns, and in the types, okay, is paid is going to be a boolean, not a type. That's the reason we are running into this issue. Save it, and now we don't have this issue, right? So we have the order status and images. Okay, so that's because of the single issue we are not getting suggestions for any of these things. All right, so is paid, so please make sure is paid is going to be a boolean value, not a string value. That's the type issue. Okay, now we fix that. So now we don't have any issues over here. So let us open the client now. In the client, all we have to do is to change the sizes columns into orders columns, right? And instead of sizes client, I'm just going to duplicate this and I'm going to change this to orders client. Before changing all these things, I need to change it right away over here. So I'm just going to say orders client. Okay. All right then, so let's save all these changes over here. Save it. Fine, that's good. Okay, it's working now. So I don't need this headings and everything. All right, so let's keep this alone. Okay, so let's get into the columns now, because you can see here we're having only name, value, and date. So let's go ahead and bring all these necessary fields inside in it. So if we check it out over here, we have to filter it by the payment status, and we have to filter it by order status, and we have to bring the created date. So date wise also we have to bring it, but I forgot to do it over here. So let's go ahead and do that everything. So first, in this first sections, we have to bring the image, right? So what I have to do is, so we have this billboard. Wait a moment. Okay, so inside this we have to bring the images and everything. So first, let's bring the, except the images, let's bring everything else. So over here, so let's bring the products first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the products, copy this products, supply it over here, and I'm going to delete everything inside this header, and I'm going to keep it as the header alone, and this header is going to be the products, just the products alone. Then I'm just going to delete this as well as delete it, copy this. I'm going to paste it for phone, address, total price, and for the last one is going to be the payment status, and last before that is going to be for order status. So we are going to have it for the order status. Yep. So what is the order status and everything is going to be fine. That's good. Now let's change everything one after another. So first we bring the products, then we have to bring the phone, copy the phone, then we have to bring the addresses, bring the address, then we have to bring the total price, copy the total price, supply it for access key, and here it is going to be your amount. What is the amount it's going to be? And at the end it's going to be the status, either it is paid or not, is paid. Payment status. All right, now you should be able to see all these things, right? So, and date wise, okay, we have the date by created by orders and everything, id actions and everything. So let's fix this images first. Let's bring the images. So we can't add any other orders or anything, because you know that orders can be placed only from the client side, not through over here. So but anyways, we have to fix everything. So once the order is placed through the front end, it is immediately work over here. So that's the reason. But right now we can't check any output, and for this I don't need the add new item for this. Let me delete it, and heading is going to be orders, and Yep, save these changes. All right, so now what I have to do is, okay, fine, that's fine. So, all right, that's looking good. Everything is fine. Perfect. So let's bring the images inside. So what in order to do that, I'm going to create a cell image dot tsx. All right, that cell image, it's going to, of course, the cell image is going to be the client side. Use client. Then I'm just going to say sfc cell image and div inside this. Instead of this, I'm just going to bring a React fragment. Inside this React fragment, I'm going to bring the data.map. You can see it is going to have an interface cell image props, which is going to be a data, and that is going to be a string array. Then inside here, I'm going to say destructure the data from cell image props. Then here I'm just going to say data.map function, open it, and I'm going to get the URL and the index of that URL, and I'm going to open the div, and inside here I need to supply the index as the key, and the class name, of course, it is going to be overflow, it is going to be hidden, and width, of course, it is going to be 16, and height, of course, it is going to be 16. Then minimum height, of course, it is going to be 16, and minimum width is going to be minimum width is going to be it is going to be 32. So width should be 32. No, it should be a perfect square, right? So let's keep it as 16 itself, and aspect square, rounded MD, and everything should be in the center. Flex item center, justify everything in the center. Save these changes, and inside this division, now I have to bring the image which is coming from next image, and it is going to have the alternative as the image, and we are going to have a fill. Then we are going to have object contain. We need to see the complete image. Then the source, of course, it is going to be the URL. So this is going to be the cell. This is going to display the very first image of each and every product, and that is need to be displayed in the very first location over here. So which is going to be the images, and I'm just going to say this is as the images and cell. Okay, so right now what I have to do is I have to load this custom cell which we did for here. So I'm just going to create, and I'm going to get the row object. Oops. Okay, let's get the row object, and let's get the callback function over here and get the value of it. Okay, so now this is going to be a div class name, and flex item center, and gap, it's going to be 2, and if it is, yep, so here we just need to say cell image, which is coming from /cell image, and it's needed the data, which is going to be data is equals to row dot original dot images. We need to access the complete images, so we are passing the images string array over here, which is going to be rendered and displayed over here. If you wish to keep it as a string, since it is a width is going to be 16, so I think we can keep it as a grid. If you don't want to keep it as a flex box over here, I'm just going to keep it as a grid, and grid column, of course, I can make it as 2 different columns, something like that. Later we'll change this designs and everything, how exactly it's going to look, and we don't have to worry about it right now. Later we'll change everything over here, right? So now we did, and now we have to do the same customizations for the payment status is paid or everything. Later we'll do that everything over here. Okay, so now all we have to do is to don't worry about this, we just have to jump back to the client side and start working on the client side, and that's what we are going to do next. Right, before jumping into the client side, and over here in the settings page, when you're trying to delete this complete order, as I told you initially itself, because we have to delete the complete sub collections first, then only we can delete the complete collections, right? So in the API stores, route.stores over here, or inside the store ID, inside this route, so we added this delete function over here, right? See, we did have all, we need to delete all those sub collections and along with the data files inside this URLs, right? So we have to delete that complete stuff first. So let's go ahead and write the code to do that. So what I need to do, API, just give me a minute. One second. All right, so now what we have to do is, so we have to figure it out what are the things that we do have. We having the billboards, categories, cuisines, kitchens, sizes, and also we do have the orders also. So these are the different sub collections that we do have inside, right? So we have to delete everything one after another. So now what I have to do is, so first, let's go ahead and delete the billboards inside here. So what are the things that we need to do? We have to remove the billboards, then we have to remove the categories, then we have to remove the sizes, then we have to remove the kitchens, then we have to remove the cuisines, then we have to remove the products and its images. Of course, we need to do the same stuff for this billboards. And over here, just like the products, we have to delete the orders too, right? So once you deleted the store, what is the need of orders having it? Orders and its products images, right? So the inside that we do have the order items. So now we can't say order items and its images. These are the things that we have to delete, right? So let's go ahead and start doing one after another, and then we can start moving on to the client side. So before jumping into the client side, we have to finish this. All right then, so now let's start deleting this billboard images. So what we can do is, so I'm just going to say delete. So let's say const billboards query snapshots is equals to await get docs from the Firestore, enter and give the collection, open it, supply the database instance, and it is going to be stores slash, and inside the stores I can access this. Let's keep this as dollar params.store id, and then so I need to fetch the details from the stores first. Stores slash params.store id. Okay, then I need to supply the billboards. So billboards, this is the thing, this is the easiest way to do it. Now I have the query snapshot, and of course I need to say billboards dot query snapshot dot for each of its, I'm going to create an asynchronous function, open it. I'm going to get that single billboard dog, and inside the billboard dog I'm going to delete that first. Await delete dog that billboard dog dot reference. Okay, then we need to remove the images from the storage. So I'm just going to say const image URL is equals to billboard doc dot data, get the data dot image URL. Okay, so please make sure that is exactly the same as what we do have in the billboard. So let me click the billboards and any specific billboard, and we do have this image URL. Copy this and supply it over here, right? So if we have that image URL, then what I need to do, I'm just going to say const image reference is equals to reference of storage instance comma image URL. We're gonna delete that await delete object by sending this image reference inside. So this is going to delete that complete image, and as well as it is going to delete that complete doc over here, right? So just like the same way, what I have to do is I have to do for categories. So here I'm just going to say categories query snapshot is equals to await get docs, open it, oops, await get docs, enter, and here I'm just going to say collections, open at database instance, collect, then string literals, and inside the string literals I'm just going to say first I need to supply the stores, then I need to say dollar params dot store id slash categories, see categories. So please make sure that you are giving the proper names over here. It's better to go to that specific pages and copy those and supply it over here, categories. So don't make any spelling mistakes over here, then you will face an issue. So categories query snapshot dot for each, open it, async method, open the category doc callback function, and inside here I'm just going to say await delete doc that category doc dot reference, which is going to delete it. So this is going to delete the categories. Just like the same way, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and this is not going to be categories, this is going to be the sizes. Let me click the sizes and let me click the kitchens. Okay, so now let's select the categories over here. Okay, and this is not going to be category size doc, so this is going to delete that sizes. And let's do the same thing for kitchens. So I'm just going to copy the kitchens, and instead of sizes, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say delete this, and instead of this size doc, I'm just going to say kitchens doc, kitchen doc. All right, let's do the same stuff for the designs. Click over here, and instead of kitchens, I'm just going to duplicate, and I'm just going to say Cuisines designs, and instead of this kitchen doc, design doc. Say this changes. Now for the products as well as, of course, we have to do the same stuff for the products, because just like the same way what we did for the billboards, I'm gonna get the billboards from here, including the reference. I'm gonna supply it for the products. Instead of this billboards, I'm just going to select and change this to products. Okay, so from the products, and now for each of this billboard doc, I'm just going to say product doc. Okay, so now we have the product query snapshot for each of the product. We do get that, delete that reference, and what we have to do is we have to remove the images. But this time the product data, it's not going to have an image URL, this is going to be an image as array. So in order to do that, I'm just going to delete this const images. Let's delete this, and here const images array is equals to product doc dot data. Let's get that images from there. Of course, we do have the images. Then inside here, if we have the images array, and the array dot is array, open it, supply that images array. If both are true, then I'm going to open this if condition, and I'm going to say await promise dot all, open it, and here I'm just going to say images array dot map, open it, asynchronous function, call a callback function, and I'm going to get the image from here. Then inside here, now I do have this image, so const image reference is equals to reference of storage comma image.url. So the reason why we are sending, because this is going to have an array of objects. Inside each object is having the URL prop as a string. So I'm going to send that, and I'm going to delete that. Delete object, open it, image reference. So this is going to make sure every single time whenever you're trying to delete a product, this is going to delete that images first, and it's going to images along with the specific document. So just like the same way, what we have to do the same stuff for the orders too. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what I have to do is right after here, just like the same way, I'm gonna get these and I'm going to supply it over here. And instead of this products, I'm gonna change this to orders. So from the orders, I'm going to get every single document, and then I'm just going to say orders.query snapshot for each of the orders. Okay, so for each of the order, I'm going to create an asynchronous folder, asynchronous function, enter, and it is going to get that order doc, every single order doc. So inside the order doc, first I need to delete all the order items, right? So if you wish to, I need to get all the order items array, and inside that order items array, so I'm gonna have the product images array, right? So I need to get all those product images, right? So for each of the orders array, so for the think about it, order items. So not if I'm a customer, if I'm going to place an order, I'm not going to place a very single product. I'm going to choose multiple products. So each product can have multiple images. So that's the thing over here. So we are jumping into an array. Inside the array, we have an array of images. So we need to loop through it, two different arrays over here, like two-dimensional arrays over here. So in order to do that, first I need to get the orders item array. Then I need to get the from the order doc dot data, I need to get the orders items. So I think this is the one, order items. Where does, otherwise let's get to here, and yeah, this is the one, order items. So I'm gonna get that order items, not like this, like this, order items. Now I do have the orders items, and here I need to check if orders items array and array dot is array of orders item array, then that means the condition is true. Now from here, I'm gonna call await promise dot all, open it, and here I'm just going to say order items array dot map function. I need to map through it, then I can get every single order item from it. So I'm gonna call a callback function, and here I'm gonna get the order item, which is nothing but your product information. Now I have the product information in my hand, and from here I need to get that array of images. So const item images array, I need to get that item images array by using order item dot images. So inside that we do have this images array. I'm going to get that images array. Just like the same way, I'm just going to say if item images array and array dot is array of item images array, which means it is the condition is going to be true. Then I'm going to open one more promise inside, a promise inside dot all, open it, enter. So I'm just going to say item array images array dot map through every single asynchronous and then I'm going to get that image, open it. So now we have that function. I'm just going to say const image reference, which is going to be reference of storage. Then I need to supply the image.url. So inside that each of the images we have the object, and that object is going having the URL prop, and we are going to delete that prop just by using delete object, open it, and image reference, right? Cool. And yeah, once we got this, and just like the same way what we did for each, once you're starting the for each, before getting this over here, I need to delete that complete doc as well as, I forgot to do that. So we can delete that order doc completely as well as, right? So this is how you have to delete the orders as well as. So this should work perfectly because I know it worked but anyways, we'll check it out everything in later. And once everything, all these sub collections are deleted successfully, right? All these collections and everything is successfully deleted. So wait a minute. And let's make sure, because in the products we are going through it for each. Okay, before deleting the image we are deleting the array, just like the same way. Okay, so everything is fine. So now this is the place where we are deleting that document reference. Delete that store reference. Let's make sure that is going to be your doc reference. Yes, that's the store ID, and that is the thing that we are supplying. This is the place where we are finally deleting the store, right? These are the things that you have to do mandatorily, because every time before deleting the stores, all these its sub collections need to be deleted, right? Because since we are not using any MySQL database relations over here, like primary and foreign key relations in this NoSQL, of course we don't have any other options. This is how we need to delete, and along with the storage images and everything. All right, so I hope this will works. And now let's jump on to the client side. All right then, so before jumping into the client side, so we have to make one more thing. That means inside our API and in the products route, inside the products, in the route over here, we are simply getting the entire products list. So we are not querying through it. What I'm trying to say over here is, so if you check over here, so the entire this product is being served through a single API. For instance, if I'm trying to query through like whatever the vegetarian or non-vegetarian, if I click this, and you can see the API will process this search query. If it is a kitchen is non-veg, then it's filtering the data, which means a single API based on the search query, it is going to return the data, right? Not like this way. So we have to fix this. So what we need to do is, so we have to, instead of returning this entire product stuff just like this, so we have to return the product data based on the search pattern, right? So let's try to do that. In order to do that, I'm just going to delete this for the time being, including this return statement. Delete this, right? So here now what we have to do is, first we have to get all the search params from the request URL. So get the search params from the request.url. so let's get that. So const open it is equals to new URL, which everything should be capital, URL, open it, and then supply supply your request.url. Sorry. So from there I can get this search params, right? So now I can able to access the search params. So now I need to get all the product references. So const product reference is equals to, from the collections I'm gonna get the doc, and I'm going to supply the database instance. Then I'm going to supply the stores, comma, then I'm going to supply the params dot store ID. Then from here I need to fetch the products. Make sure spelling correct, products, right? This is going to be our product reference collections. Then I'm going to create a product query. So let product query, enter. So here, then let query constraints. Query constraints is going to be an empty array. All right. So first we need to construct the query based on the search parameters. So let's go ahead and construct the query. Construct the query based on the search parameters. Right. So here, if the search param dot has the size, if the search param has this size, that means we need to include the size parameter in the query constraints. So query constraints dot push, open it, where, open the where from the Firebase Firestore, where I'm gonna search the size. That size should be equals to equals to search params dot get the size, right? So this is how we're going to include the size. So but please make sure this size is matching the term, right? Then I'm going to search if you wish to search for by category wise, so that should matches this. I'm going to replace all this size by using just by category, right? And if you wish to search by kitchen wise, I'm just going to copy and paste it. This time we are going to search it based on the kitchen wise. So all you have to do is to find its duplicates and change everywhere instantly just by pressing Command D or Control D, and then change it to kitchens instantly. Just do the same thing by for Cuisines also. So all we have to do, we are trying to do the exact same way, right? And finally we have to do the same stuff for the featured products also. If you wish to get the featured products, and then I'm just going to say if the search params contains this is featured, so I'm just going to say push where the search is featured is equals to get this is featured. So we are trying to get this is featured, and if it is going to be, if the search parameter get is featured, what I'm trying to say here is we are trying to get this search params which is going to match this is featured field, but this is featured field is a boolean value. It's going to be true or it's going to be false. So once you access that value over here, you're going to return true or false, which means if it is going to return it as a string, because through the parameter anything you will get it as a string. If it is equals to true, then we're going to use the true, otherwise we're going to use it as a false. So let me explain one more time. Just we are going to compare everything is using the equal constraint only, but this time it is going to return the boolean value as a direct string, but we can't combine the boolean with the string. We will run into an issue. So we need to convert that string. Just so we are matching, trying to figure it out. If this returning this to string, then I'm going to use it as a true. Otherwise, I'm going to use it as a false. This is going to be the search featured and just is featured. And that's exactly the same way. I'm going to do the same thing for is archived. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it over here, paste it over here, paste it over here. Just exact same thing. And I'm not going to do anything else. And right after, once all these query constraints, you can keep on add all your query constraints over here. Once everything is done, I'm just going to say if the query constraints dot length is greater than 0, then product query is equals to query. We're going to join the query. So make sure this query is coming from, once you type the query, you should import the query from the Firebase Firestore. So import it from there. Then I'm just going to supply the product reference. And I'm going to use the AND property, and I'm going to destructure all the query constraints over here, right? Destructure all the query constraints over here, or else I'm just going to say product query is equals to query of product reference, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to try to figure it out. If any of this specific parameter is there, it's need to return only that specific data, right? So which means if it is having this desert, it's need to matches, it should be a non-veg, and as well as it should be a desert, right? Just like that. It's not should be an or parameter. If you're using instead of and, if you're trying to use or, which it's going to return either it should be a non-vegetarian or it should be a desert. So that is not a proper way to display the filtering options, right? So we have to use the and operator over here. So if you want to learn more about the query constraints and everything, you should refer the Firebase over here. If you search for query, you will able to get this documentation, and you should go through this official documentation query Firebase, this one, the very first one. So you should be able to understand how the end and equal to how the get reference and everything will, you should be able to see along with this example for each and every sections. All right. And right after here, and then all we have to do is to execute the query now. Execute the query. Enter. So I'm just going to say const query snapshot is equals to await get docs, open it, and here you need to supply your product query. Then I'm just going to construct my product data. So product data, which is going to be the type of product array, right? Then I'm just going to say query snapshot dot docs dot map, open it. I'm going to get every single doc inside in it, and I'm going to get the doc dot data of it, and I'm going to return the data as the product, just like that, right? So now we have that product data in our hand, and at last all we have to do is to return next response dot json. I'm just going to return the product data. So save these changes. Now we have to make sure whether this product querying is working or not. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to get into the where it is, the Thunder client. Let me create a new request, and here I'm just going to paste it, and if I search it, now you should get the entire product list. Okay, so we are getting the entire products list over here, right? So based on the cuisine, I'm going to filter it. So I'm going to supply the query parameter. You can see this is how the query parameter is supplied, and I'm going to supply this as a Chinese. And if I click send, and now you should get the data which matches only the Chinese cuisine. You can see the cuisine is Chinese, and let me extract it. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Response. Okay, so here you can see this is Chinese. Okay, first one is Chinese, and the second one, and that is also going to be Chinese, and the third one, yeah, this is also Chinese. So it is working perfectly, right? So now all we have to do is what I'm trying to do is, since it is Chinese, now I'm trying to get the category over here. Let me check it out. Let me check the category now. So I'm going to supply the category, and this time the category, of course, it is going to be the biryani. So whatever the category is matching the biryani, we need to display it, which means if I hit the send, now I should get only one record, because only one record which comes under the category biryani, and as well as the cuisine as the Chinese, right? So if you wish to do the same stuff for any other things, for instance, if it is featured products, I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to save it, paste it over here, copy and paste it, and this should be a true. So if I click send now we will get only the featured products, which is going to be only 4 items. See, because I added only 4 items as the featured products, right? Cool, right? So far everything is good. Now all we have to do is to we have this product queries and everything, and if you check it out in the product, so we are simply displaying it as a false and everything. So if you wish to customize this, all you have to do is to go inside the products and inside the client. So this is the place where we are displaying the data, right? And if you get into the columns, this is the place where we are displaying the here we go. This is the place where we are displaying the is featured, or one second, let me. Okay, so now what I need to do is, if you wish to do, if you make it look much better, like if it is archived or anything else, we can do that. But in this case, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to leave it as it is, because anyways, once we finish the complete client and everything, if you have enough time to do that, we can do that. Now let's move on to the client side. Now since we have this complete product query, it's working perfectly, we can directly move on to our client side. All right, then, since we successfully finished the complete backend, I'm just going to stop it, and I'm gonna push this to another screen. Let me keep it on the different screen right now. And inside the Multistore, we already created the food app client. Let me open it right now. Let me bring it over here to this specific screen, where it is. Here it is, right? So now I'm just going to create a next app. So just like the same way for, okay, now we don't need this. Let me close this. We need this. And since, okay, I'm not going to give, okay, let me close this. If we need, we can open it, and we can close this too. Okay, we need the clerk documentation and we don't need the drive. And let me close my WhatsApp as well as close it. Okay, so now let's keep it everything clean. Now what I'm going to do is, of course, let's open up the chat scene, bring the chat scene, click here and click get started, and installations, and click the Next.js and copy this, copy it, and I'm just going to install it in the direct location, not inside. Not I'm going to create one more app inside this. So I'm just going to delete this my app and I'm just going to say dot slash. Okay, so once you hit enter, it will start downloading. I'm going to pause it and I'm going to get back it to you. So this is asking, are you going to use source directory? No, I'm going to use the default app. Of course, I'm going to use the app router. I'm not going to change the import alias, and this is going to download the necessary files. So I'm going to pass it and I'm going to join back. All right, then, since it successfully downloaded all these things, so next I'm going to install this chat CN. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, enter, and use the default one. I'm going to use the slide, and S, of course, I'm going to use all these things. All right, now we created it, and then all I have to do is to go ahead and change the necessary fonts for it. So over here inside the apps folder, app, and in the layouts folder, instead of this, let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it clear. All right, so here this is going to be our fooded front end. So this is going to be okay, so here let's give a description, have food and share love, something like that. So, and I'm going to change the font as well as I'm going to use the Urbanist font, and this is going to be Urbanist font. Okay, so instead of Inter, I'm just going to change this to Urbanist. And along with this, I'm going to supply the variable name, which is going to use the variable as hyphen font, sorry, hyphen font hyphen Urbanist. That's the variable name it is going to use, and I'm going to supply it over here. So I'm just going to cut it. So along with this, I'm going to use the CN, which is going to come along with your chat CN. I'm going to combine with this like BG. It is going to be the background, and initialized is going for the smoothing purpose. And along with this, I'm going to supply this variable name, so which is going to be font dot variable, right? So which is nothing but your Urbanist dot variable. That's the variable name that we are trying to access over here. All right, so now since let's try to run this application, so I'm just going to say npm run dev. So right now this is going to run in your local host 3000. So if I refresh this, we don't have these routes and everything, so I'm just going to simply call 3000. Okay, now everything is working up and running perfectly fine, right? Now all we have to do is to just exactly the same way what we did. So I'm just going to stop the server, stop it. I'm going to delete this, delete it inside the global.css css. Right after here, I'm just going to say html comma body comma colon root, which is going to have the height as 100%. Say the changes, close it, and inside the app I'm going to create a new route just exactly the same way what we did for the backend. So I'm going to create the routes, and inside this route I'm going to create the page.tsx, and here I'm just going to have home page div home page. Okay, all right, so let's now check it out whether it is working exactly as it's supposed to be. Run dev, and now if I refresh this, we should get that home page right now. All right, so that is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool. So now let's go ahead and install the Clerk Authentication. So let me click over here. Oops, I turned off my Wi-Fi. Okay, now it is connected. So over here, I'm just going to click the clerk. So let me search for clerk with Next.js or something like that and click the Next.js quick start. All right, so this is the thing that we need to install. Copy it, paste it, install it. All right, so we have to do the exact same step what we did for the backend, and that's what we are going to follow it now. So I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna open a new file called .env and inside it I'm gonna paste the same thing, copy that same stuff, save it. Okay, so and we need to ignore this file in the git ignore. So right after in the environment, so I'm just going to say .env, save this, so that file now will be ignored. All right, so now we need to create a middleware.ts file. So I'm just going to copy and open the middleware in your root folder. I'm going to create this and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, but this time I'm not going to use the clerk middleware. I'm going to use the auth middleware since it is deprecated. Let's use it later. For the next video we're going to change it, and by default auth middleware blocks every single route, right? So we have to mention what are the public routes here it is going to be. So basically user can able to access our home page and the menu page and the contact page. Apart from that, everything it is going to be the protected routes. So it is going to be public route and slash menu, it is going to be the public route, and slash contact, this is going to be the public route. If we do have, right, so these are the routes, it's going to be the public. Apart from any of these routes, the user needs to be authenticated. So that's the middleware it's going to be, right? So now we need to wrap our entire layout. Let's get into the layout and I'm going to bring the where is this clerk provider. So let's import the clerk provider. I'm going to copy this. Let me open my layout, not dashboard layout. I'm going to bring the product layout and I'm going to get this and I'm going to wrap this entire HTML inside the clerk provider and bring everything inside over here. Save these changes. Now everything is wrapped inside here. So let's make sure our environment variable also, right? This is the thing that we added up for our clerk. So I'm just going to copy this sign in and sign up as well as, and I'm going to paste it inside our env file, paste it over here, right? Then all we have to do is to create the exact same structure what we did for our auth. So I'm just literally going to copy this and I'm going to paste it inside our app. Just exactly the same thing, including the layouts and everything. You can see we have our own layout, but this time our auth layout is not going to have the complete height. I'm just going to say it's going to use, always going to use the calc, open it, out of 100% screen height, I'm just going to reduce the 170 pixels. So basically this 170 pixel is going to be our header height. Okay, it's going to be our header height. I'm just going to remove it and I'm going to render all these things inside over here. Fine. Okay, so now let's check it out. So if I click this npm run dev, okay, so now it should work. If I refresh this should load the home page. Okay, it is loading. That means the middleware is authenticated properly because we made this home page slash as a public route. So if I click sign up or sign in or something else, that should bring our authentication page. So now if I click continue, let me click this. All right, now myself, I'm authenticated. Let's make sure that it is working fine or not. Let me bring the user button. And once the user is being authenticated after sign out, he should be pushed back to the home screen. Now I should be able to see my profile over here. Look at that. So we successfully authenticated ourselves with our Clerk Authentication. Now let's go ahead and start customizing the home route, and that's what we are going to do now. So inside this route, this is the page which is going to load a very first time, right? So let's go ahead and start to do that now. All right then, so now what we have to do is, if you check it out over here, if I bring it to maximum screen, you can see it is not going to expand this more than this container. So first I'm going to create a reusable container. So inside this components folder, I'm going to create a new file called container.tsx, right? So I'm just going to create myself a reusable container. So this container, of course, it should be going to render all the components inside. So let's keep it as a server side component itself. So what I'm going to say, I'm just going to keep it as the container. Then inside this, I'm going to create a div, and that div is going to have a class name, and which is going to use the CN which is coming from the utils provided by your chat CN itself to merge your CSS classes. So margin MX, it's going to be auto. Maximum width is going to be 7x. That's the maximum width of this container. And then inside this, I'm going to bring my nodes children, which is going to be the children. And along with this custom, the default classes, I'm going to bring my custom classes also, class name. So let's create these props for this. So interface, container, props, open it. What are the things that we needed? Class name, which is going to be the string. Okay, so the class name is going to be the optional. So every time you don't need to send it. If you send it, it's going to work. If you're not, it is going to work perfectly. So children, of course, you need to send this children, which is going to be the React node, right? And then I'm going to destructure the props over here or with this container props. So I'm going to destructure the class name along with this children. So now it is ready to use inside the page.tsx. So inside the page.tsx, what I'm going to do, I don't need this. Let me remove it. Let me remove this div as well as I'm going to bring this fragments. Then I'm going to bring the container, which is coming from our add components container. So please be very careful when you're using it. And inside here, I'm going to say the section. And here I'm just going to pass the padding px, it's going to be 4, and pmd, it's going px, it's going to be on the medium device padding, of course it is going to be 12, right? Save it. And if you check it out in the home screen, if you check out this home screen, initially on the home screen, you can see we have two different sections where we are going to display this thing, right? So that is what we are going to design now. But before designing all these stuffs, I need to bring this SVG, right? So you can access that SVG from the link which I given below. In the drive itself, we can access all those things. So let's go ahead and copy that. I'm gonna copy that images and I'm going to put it inside this public folder. You can access all these clients images, whatever I'm using, this food, hero image, and chef 1, chef 2, chef 3, all these images, you can access it from the drive link which I given below. So please go ahead and access that, right? This is the link which I'm talking about. If you click the link in the description below, you can access the complete admin images, and as well as you can access the images which we used for the front end, right? So that's the image which I copied it in the front end right now inside the public folder. So let me jump into the layout.tsx for quickly over here, because we need to add that images inside our layout.tsx. So let's go ahead and add that in our layout.tsx over here, right? So right after this body tag over here, I'm going to load. That means right before this children prop, I'm going to bring an image. Okay, so we're gonna load an image. So I'm just going to create an image tag, and I'm just going to say /img/hero.svg, which is going to be loaded over there. So class name, and it's going to be absolute, and minus z. I'm going to push this to the bottom of the layer, and it should be always in the top and right side of the top side. And width, of course, it's going to be full. and the medium device and the width, I'm gonna fix this width as 60% of the width. Whatever the screen device height, it's going to take the 60% of the height. So you should be able to see this, the top left hero sections over here, right? And then now I need to bring this header, just like the same way we're gonna bring this header. So right above this, I'm gonna bring the header, and later we can move on to that. I'm gonna get this header component. So let's go ahead and start design that header component first. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna create a header component. So let me close others, and inside this components, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new component called header.tsx, and I'm going to mark this as a use client and sfc, or sfc. I'm just going to say header, and inside this I'm going to create a div which is going to say it as an header, and I'm just going to mark this, import this and save this. So now you should be able to see the header over here, right? So this header needs the user ID. So I'm just going to create this interface header props, open it. You should get the user ID. Okay, this user ID can be null, so I'm just going to optionally return as the null value as well as, and I'm going to destructure by using this header props, and I'm gonna get that over here. I'm gonna get that user ID. Okay, so now this user ID, we can access that user ID just from where? From here. I'm just going to say const is equals to auth, and here I'm gonna get that user ID. So I can access that user ID, then I can supply that user ID to here, save the changes. Now the issue will be resolved, and inside the header now we have the user ID. So now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna close this division, and I'm going to say header. So this header, of course, it is going to have a class name. Okay, then I'm going to use this cn property, open it. By default, of course, it is going to be fixed, and top, of course, it is going to be 0, and left it's going to be no, we should not do that. So if you check it out over here, by default it is going to looks like, but once it started scrolling, you can see it has changed its colors and looks and everything, right? So in order to do that, so what I'm going to do is only if it is if we are scrolling, we need to keep it always on the top. Otherwise we need to keep the bg, everything is going to be as a transparent and normal positioning only. So what we can do is, so the common styles, of course, it is going to be the width full, and always it is going to be on the top of it. Then I'm going to add some transitions over here, and later after here, later I'm going to calculate that scrolling percentage, how far we are scrolled and everything, and we're going to change the colors, everything according to it. Right now this is more than enough. Let's leave it as it is. Okay, this is going to be a common styles. Okay, so let's leave it as it is over here for the time being. Enter, and let's bring the container which we created, /container, and this is going to be @/components/. Okay, so from this here I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to make sure that class name is going to be a relative position, a relative, and for the padding px it's going to be 4, and medium device px it's going to be 6, and for large device px it's going to be 12, and for flex hatch is going to be 16, and items, everything is going to be center. Enter, and here I'm going to bring a link tag from the next link, and href, of course, it is going to be / because this is the place where we are going to render our logo, which is nothing but the footed. And here I'm going to say class name, everything should be uppercase, and flex I'm going to have the gap, of course it is gap x, it's going to be 2, and font bold, text neutral 700, then text, of course, it's going to be large. Then on the medium device text, of course, it's going to be Excel. Save the changes. So this is how you should get the footed logo over there. Then what I need to do right after here, this is the place where I'm going to bring my main nav bar, right? This is the place where I need to bring the main navigation bar. So let's add the note over there. Now if I have the user ID, so I need to display the user details. So if I have the user ID, I need to display it. If I don't have, I need to display something else. So here, if I have the user ID, I'm going to create a new user and I'm going to say margin left. Of course, it is going to be 4, and flex item center and space X is going to be 4. And inside this division, I'm going to say this user button, and after successful sign out, it is going to be return the user to the home screen. If I don't have this user ID and all those things, I'm going to create a division and I'm going to say class name flex item center and space X is equal to 2 and margin left is going to be 4. Enter. And here I'm going to bring one more link which is coming from, and this time this is going to take the user to slash sign hyphen in sign in, and this is going to bring a button. So of course we need to install the button. So I'm going to copy this, get the button, copy it and open it, and I'm going to create one more terminal and I'm going to paste it and hit enter. So that is going to download the complete button inside here. So let's make sure that is completely downloaded. Still it's down. Okay, now it is downloaded. And here I'm going to bring that button which is coming from ./UI, but this is supposed to be @/component/UI, right? So inside this button, now what I'm going to do is this button, of course, it is going to looks like the variant of the button. It's just going to be the outline, and this is going to say login. Save it, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time this is going to be the sign up, and this is not going to be say any specific outline. Close this, and I'm going to have a class name which is going to be green 400, and text, of course, it's going to be black, and on hover it's bg, it's going to be green 500. Save these changes. Okay, so we can't see. Okay, so only if I click sign out over here, you should be able to see that. You can see this is how. So but if I click sign in, you can able to see the sign in, and if I click continue and choose your account, and there we go, you can see your account now. Now all we have to do is to bring back your main main nav. So let's go ahead and create the main nav. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say main nav component. Okay, so we are going to create a main nav component. So let me create that main nav inside this components folder, and I'm just going to say main nav.tsx. So I'm going to mark this as a use client. Then I'm just going to say sfc, which is going to be the main nav, div main nav. Save these changes and let's bring this main nav. Okay, so basically this main nav, so for the main navigation, so what I'm going to do is before moving into the navigation, I need to figure it out whether the user is scrolled or not, right? So we need to figure out whether the user is scrolled or not. So in order to find out whether the user is scrolled or not, so I'm going to create right after here, I'm going to create a use state snippet, and then I'm just going to say scrolled, and right after here I'm just going to use state snippet scrolled, and by default it is going to be false, right? Then I'm going to create an use effect callback function, and it should have an array of dependency. Inside here I'm just going to say const handle scroll. I'm going to create a callback function inside init. Then I'm just going to say is scrolled const is scrolled is equals to window, if the window dot scroll y-axis if the y-axis is greater than 0, that means user scrolled. So if it is going to be, if the user scrolled, then of course it is going to be true. Then I'm just going to mark this as is scrolled. Okay, so I'm going to call this function, and by whenever the window is ready to listen to that very specific event, so event, it is going to be the scroll event, and I'm just going to pass that handle scroll to it. Then and I need to return, I need to close this. So on return window dot add event listener scroll handle scroll, right? So this is how you need to keep on track that scrolled or not. And then right after here, if it is scrolled, if that is going to be true, if that's the case, I'm gonna make some changes over here. It's going to be fixed, the header should be fixed, and it should be always on the top left corner, and bg should be white, and of course shadow should be lg. If not, of course I'm gonna keep the bg as a transparent, right? Save these changes. This is how it is going to be. So right now we can't scroll over here, but you know that it is going to work, so don't worry, it is definitely, it's going to work. If not working, we'll change it later, and we need to pass that scrolled parameter into our the main navigation bar. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface main nav, which is going to extend some default properties of your HTML. So let's get the react.html elements attributes, HTML attribute, open it, and it's going to say HTML element, open it, and inside here I'm just going to say scrolled, which is going to be the boolean type. So over here I'm going to get that props from where? From main nav, main nav props, I'm going to get the class name because that's a default property. Then I'm going to get the scrolled, which is our custom property. Then I'm going to have all the default props which is necessary for that. All right, so now inside the header I just need to supply the scrolled with the status as the scrolled. The reason why we are doing this, because if you check it out over here, by default it looks like this, but once I start scrolling, the entire menu color is changed, right? So that's for the reason I'm going to use that. So inside the main nav, now once we got into it, I need some param objects over here. So const path name, I need this. So use path name from where? From next navigation. Then const params is equals to use params from the next navigation. So save it. Now I need to create all the routes. So const routes, open it, open the object href slash, then label, it is going to be home. Then I need to figure out whether it is active or not. So active if the path name is equals to this. So I'm gonna copy this, and I'm going to create all the sub routes which is necessary for us. So this is going to be slash menu, and that is going to be the menu, and that should be true only if it is slash menu. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. This time instead of menu I'm going to say orders, and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time this is going to be about, and this is should be capital A, and copy it and paste it. And this time this should be contact. All right, save it. These are all, it's going to be the routes, right? So now inside here, this return statement, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a nav, and that is going to have margin left as auto. So now it should push the entire content to the right side. You can see now the user account is on the right side. Now inside here, now what I'm going to do is let's wrap this into a div. Then here I'm going to create a nav, class name, and it's going to have the cn property. Open it, and it's going to say flex item center space x, it's going to be 4, and on the large device space x, it's going to be 12. It's going to be 12, and padding left, of course, it's going to be 6. And inside here, along with this, I'm going to supply the class name, whatever the property that I'm going to use it for it, right? Now inside here, open it, routes dot map, open it. I'm going to get the every single route of it. I'm going to render it. Then I'm going to bring a link tag from the next link, and href, of course, the href is going to be the route.href. Then key, of course, it is going to be the same route.href, and the class name, it's going to be cn. Open it, and by default it is going to be text base, and of course the font is going to be the medium. Transitions, everything should be on colors basis, and hover text should be the primary, right? If the route is active, so let me enable the word graph, and right after this over here, I'm gonna add if the route is active. So if the route is active, we need to display something different color. If the route is active, then I'm gonna display different colors, like open it, dynamic string literals. And if it is scrolled, if the route should be active, and if it is scrolled, then I'm gonna check one more condition over here. Text should be so what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to fix the color, because constantly we're going to use a very specific color. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to add some colors into it. So let me get back to the Tailwind config over here. So right above this hero, so we are going to add a very specific color, so which is going to be repeated for quite a number of times. So I'm going to add this color code. So here I'm going to bring that color code over here. So it is not displaying. Why? Text hero. Wait a minute. We added it inside over here. Yes, extends. Oops, this is supposed to be inside here. My bad, sorry. Okay, now you should be able to see that color. You can see the color is working now. Okay, so now what we have to do is, so scrolled, if it is scrolled, then it is going to be font bold. Okay, and if it is not, then the text color is going to be the black color, and on the dark, the text color is going to be the white color, only if it is on the dark mode, right? So if it is not active, that's the case, if it is not active, so it is going to run an error. So don't worry about that, because we are not fixed this completely. So right after here, if it is not active, that means in that situation, I need to verify whether it is scrolled or not. If it is scrolled, at that point, I'm going to make the text color looks like black color, and I'm going to keep the text color as the white color. So inside this label, now I'm going to display the route dot label. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see that label. So we are inside the home screen, so this is the reason. But once you started scrolling, this entire menu should change its color, and it should look like this. This is what we tried to do, right? That's the reason we calculated the scrolled over there. So now everything is working perfectly. We fixed the header menu, and let's jump into the main container, which is going to be our page.tsx. So let's get back to the page.tsx over here. Inside this container section, so we're gonna bring this two different home sections over here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be grid columns. By default, it's going to be 1, but from the medium device, it's going to be grid column, it's going to be 2 different gits, and padding top and bottom, it's going to be 12, padding top, it's going to be 16. Enter. And inside here, now I'm going to create a division class name, which is going to be, and here I'm going to create one more div. And inside this first section, flex column, and item everything should be start, and justify everything should be on the start, and the gap, of course, it's going to be 4. Enter, and here I'm going to create a paragraph tag, and that is going to be saying this hungry, something like this. So you should get that text over here. Then for this, I'm going to add padding px. Of course, it is going to be 6, and py it is going to be 1, and rounded, of course, it's going to be full, and text neutral, of course, it is going to be 500, and border, we need to add some border, and border gray, it's going to be 300. So this is how it should looks like, right? So let me enable the word wrap so we can see it clearly. So right after that paragraph tag, I'm going to bring an has to tag, and then I'm just going to say just come to, then I'm going to create a span tag for deed and order, something like this. Save it. For this has to tag, I'm going to say I'm going to add some styles over here, which is going to be a very big styles. Let's say text, it's going to be 5XL. Then on medium devices onwards, okay, let's keep the same. So font bold and tracking wider, and it should be an uppercase, and text neutral, it's going to be 700, and margin top and bottom, it's going to be 4. And for the span tag, I'm going to say block, and py it is going to be 4. Save it. So this is how it should looks now. All right, just like the same way what you are seeing over here. Right after this has to tag, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, and I'm going to say lorem, and I'm just going to save it. It looks like this, and I'm just going to delete few of the text, maybe few more. Save it just like this. And for this paragraph tag, I'm just going to say text, it's going to be base, and text is going to be the center, and medium device, it's going to be text left, and text neutral, it's going to be 500, and margin top and bottom, it's going to be 4. This is how it looks like. And finally, after this paragraph, I'm going to create one more div, which is going to have a class name with a margin of top and bottom 4, flex, item center, justify center, and gap, of course, it is going to be 6, width, of course, it's going to be full, and medium device width, of course, it's going to be auto. Enter, and I'm going to bring these two different buttons over here, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link from next link, and it's going to have an href, which is going to say slash menu. Whenever the user wish to click, it should click, it will take the user to the order now option, just like the same way over here. If you click it, it will take the user to the menu page. So inside here, I'm going to create a button, and inside this button, I'm going to say order now, something like this. And I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it one more time, right? So I'm just going to keep it as a home screen, and this is going to say explore more or something like this. Save these changes. Now for this button, for this first button, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say class name px, of course, it's going to be 8. Px is going to 8, and on the medium devices onwards, px, of course, it's going to be 16, and py, it's going to be 4, and medium device py, it's going to be 6, rounded full, and bg, of course, it's going to be the hero. Save the changes. This is how it looks. Let me copy this, exactly the same thing, and I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. So I'm just going to remove this, remove the bg, just the bg alone. We don't need the bg over here. Apart from that, everything is going to be same, but this time this is going to be class name, sorry, the variant is going to be, it's going to be the outline. Save it. So that's how it's looks like. All right, so now we finished the this thing. Now all we have to do is to bring the image on the next section. right? Which is going to be this specific division over here. So so inside this division, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a div class name, which is going to be with the full, and relative position is going to be relative, and height, of course, I'm going to fix the height, which is going to be 560 pixels. This is just a trial and error. You can just adjust the height by yourself, justify center, and inside here, I'm going to bring the image from the next image, enter, and I'm going to load this image from our local /img/ food.png. So alternative, of course, it's going to be the hero image, and class name, of course, it is going to be object should always contain. Then width, of course, it's going to be full. Height, of course, it's going to be full. Position, of course, it's going to be absolute, and I'm going to keep it as a fill. Save it. Now you should be able to see this image over here. Now if you change this to mobile screen, this is how it looks in the mobile screen, and if you push it now this is how it looks on the big screen, right? So now right after here, what we have to do is we have to bring this popular container, right? So I'm going to bring that popular container. So what I'm going to do is, so right after this section, this is for popular section. So let's go ahead and bring that popular section. So I'm going to say section and class name, and I'm going to do the same stuff what I did for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say grid column 1, and medium device onwards grid column 2, and gap it's going to be 6, and gap y it's going to be 20, and medium devices onwards gap is going to be 12, and my it is going to be 4, and py it's going to be 12. So here we need to bring that products, right? So in order to bring that products, of course we need to fetch the products, and that's what we are going to do next. So in order to bring that API URL, what I need to do is I need to open this up. So why we are getting the error? Okay, so let me reload this window. So that should fix that issue. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to start my server, because this is going to be, so npm run dev, right? So right now this is running on localhost 3000. So please keep it in mind. We are running our backend on 3001 and front end on 3000, right? So let's open this. Localhost 3000 is going to be your store, right? So it's asking us to sign in. Let's sign in. So that is going to bring all my stores which I have created. Okay, this is the test store which I created. This is the URL for my, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to open my environment file, and here I'm just going to say next underscore public underscore API underscore URL, which is going to be this URL. Save these changes, and I'm going to stop my server, stop it, and I'm going to rerun it, because we loaded our URL front end, right? So environment variable, so we just need to rewrite it. All right, so now what we have to do, it's asking us to log in again. Why? So if I sign in over here, is it going to log out from here? Yep. If I'm signing it from here, it is logging out from there. Why it is happening? I think I think this is happening because we are using the same API keys, and that's the reason I think so. All right, that's fine. Let's fix that issue later, because this is not an issue, because since we are using the same thing in the same local browser, so that's the reason it is happening. So what I can do is maybe I can open this on a different browser, but I don't want to load my laptop much more than this. So let's log in whenever we needed it. Okay, so now what I have to do is, so we have ourselves that environment variable, we added the next public URL over here. Now all I have to do is to fetch the data. So we need to fetch the data. First I need to get the product's details, right? So in order to get that product's details, all I have to do is to create a new folder over here in the root directory, and I'm going to call that folder called actions. Inside the actions folder, I'm going to create get products.ts. So this is going to give you the complete products list, right? And of course, over here, now we need to create the same types, types.db also. So I'm just going to say types. Let's create a new file over here, types.db.ts in the root directory, and I'm going to copy the entire types which we are going to use it inside. Nothing but the same product, same category, same size, same kitchen, and same cuisines and same orders. Whatever we used it in our backend, I'm just using the exact same stuff, right? So if you wish to copy this exact same thing, I just copied it in the gist folder. So GitHub, where it is, let me access you can access the same gist from the link which I given below. You can directly access this gist, and you can access this typesdb.ts completely from there. From here, you can access it from here. So you can simply copy and paste it, and you can use the exact same types whatever I used it for here. So close this, close it, and let me get back to the get product over here. So inside the get product, now what I have to do is, so I'm just going to install the query strings because we need the query string. So let's go ahead and install the query string in a new tab. So npm install the query string. So this is the one that we needed. So it is installed successfully. Now let's import that query string qs from where? From the query string. This is the one which we install, right? Then I need to construct the URL. So const URL is equals to $process.env dot, let's open the environment file, and I'm going to access this, copy it, and I'm going to paste it over here, API URL, and I'm going to fetch the products, complete products from there. So save it. Then I'm going to create an interface query, open it. So we need the size, and that size is going to be the optional. So let's bring, what are the query parameters that we created? Let's bring the query parameters. These are all the query parameters which we created over there, right? Everything should be an optional parameter. Then I'm just going to say get products is equals to an asynchronous function, open it. And this asynchronous function is going to have a query, which going to be a query type which we already added over there, and this is going to return a promise which is going to be a type of products array, right? So now inside here, I'm just going to say const URL is equals to qs.stringify URL, open it, open an object, and I'm going to supply the URL, which is nothing but our own URL which we generated. And then I'm going to say query, which is going to be size, which is going to be the, let me copy this from here, and I'm going to say, I'm going to remove all this question mark, right? And instead of this, which is going to be the query dot size, and this is going to be the query dot is featured, and this is going to be the query dot cuisines, and this is going to be the query dot category, this is going to be the query dot kitchen. And instead of all these semicolon, I just need to add the comma, right? So then right after this, after here, I'm just going to say const response is equals to await fetch with this URL. So that is going to return the response.json. And finally, all I have to do is to export default get products, open it. So that is going to return the return this get products. Now all I have to do is to jump back to the page.tsx. So I need to get the products, only the products which is going to be the featured products, right? So I need only the featured products, and let me make this as an asynchronous function, and let me bring this is get products, and I'm going to send an object of query, and then I'm just going to send the featured products. So that is going to give me the featured products. So save this changes. Okay. So we are getting an error. What is that error that we are getting? Unexpected token is not a valid JSON. So we are getting a problem on the get products itself. What is the issue over here? So we are getting an issue at where? Let's stop it and oops. Let's stop it and rerun it. Refresh this. It is not working. If I stop this, it is working. If I don't stop this, page.tsx. What might be the issue? All right then, so I figured out what is the mistake over here is because if you copy the URL from here, you can see you should type /API/ your ID, but I forgot to add that, so that's the reason it was not working. So once you added that one, so that issue will be rectified, and if you refresh it, you should be able to get all your featured products over here, right? So these are all the featured products. So now it is working. Now I don't need to console.log it. So don't forget to add /API after here. Otherwise, this could give you a very big issue, right? So now we have that over there. Then what I need to do is I'm just going to the page.tsx, and this is the place where we have to render those page.tsx. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the popular content. So let me inside the UI component, I'm going to create popular -content.tsx. I'm going to say use client. Then I'm just going to say RAFC popular content, save these changes, and I don't need this import statement. Let me delete it, and I'm going to bring over here. So at this point over here, what we are going to do is we're going to render that product. So that's the reason. So products dot, I'm gonna it doesn't matter how many products you can have, you should always display the top 4. So from the 0th index to go to the 4th index, I'm gonna say use the map method. Then I'm gonna get that item. I'm gonna render that item over here inside the popular content, save the changes. Now cannot read the undefined. Okay, so all right, now you should see we have the popular contents. It's 4 different times over here, right? All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the popular content just exactly the same way of where that food client. So we do have that food client, right? So this is the one exactly that we are going to build now. So that's what we are going to do now. So you can see we are having ourselves the popular content over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that now. All right then, so now what we are going to do is we are going to design this, the popular card, what we are having over here, just exactly the same way we have to display that over here, right? So let's go ahead and start designing that. So first we have to create the interface. So I'm just going to say create the interface of popular content. So this is not supposed to how it's supposed to be. This is should be a default function, RAFC. Why it is coming like this? This is not supposed to, it should be a default function. Okay, that's fine. This is also, it's working perfectly. So const popular content props, open it. All right, so here I'm just going to get the data, and that is going to be the products type. Save it, and I'm gonna bring this props over here. Popular content props over here. I'm gonna say the data, and here we need to supply the data for it. So key, of course, it's going to be item.id, and data, of course, it is going to be the data. Oops, it's going to be the item. Save these changes. All right, now we do have the data over here. So for this, what we are going to do is we're going to use the card. So I'm going to install the card from here, card, this one. So I'm just going to say copy this card, and let's install this straight away over here. All right, so now all we have to do is to create the card, and we are going to display that card inside over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So this is going to be a card which is coming from ./UI card. So let's make sure this is from @/components UI/cards. Okay, so basically this card is going to be a very specific sizes and divisions. So let's go ahead and customize that. So this card is going to have a width of complete width, and maximum height, it's going to be 340 pixels. That's a maximum height. And rounded, of course, medium. BG, of course, I'm going to keep it white. And shadow, it's going to be LG. And border, I don't need any border. And flex column, item center, justify center, relative positions, PY, it's going to be 6. Padding top, it's going to be 24, and from the medium padding top, it's going to be 28. The reason why we are doing this is because we need to keep the image a little bit move from the topmost positions, right? So that's the reason we are increasing the padding. So let me make sure you can see everything. If you see here, we're having this image. Usually this image will be displayed here, so I need to push this image a little bit further. So that's the reason I just created that padding. Now you should be able to see this. All right, so but the problem is why it is showing 2. This is supposed to be 4. Save these changes. Yep, now you should be able to see all those 4 cards over here. Right, now inside this card, now what I need to do is I'm gonna bring back a division, a div, and inside this div I'm gonna have a class name which is going to be an absolute position. Then I'm gonna make this to move a little bit top, like how much, 4%. These are just trial and error. And from the medium, I'm gonna move this minus top like 20%. Top 20%. All right, then I just need to make sure the overflow should be always hidden, and width, of course, it is going to be 24. Then on medium device width, of course, it's going to be 40, and on height is going to be 24, and medium device height is going to be 40. Rounded, of course, it's going to be full. BG, of course, it's going to be the hero back color, and flex item center and justify center, and padding, it's going to be 1, and medium, it's going to be 2. Just like this. This is how it should looks like. Okay, so absolute, yep. So then now what I need to do is inside here I'm going to bring the image which is from next image, and I'm going to display that image over here. Class name is going to be width full and height full, and object should be contained. and of course it should be full, and alternative is going to be the data dot name, and for source I'm going to display the data dot images of 0th index of URL. All right, so if you save these changes, you will definitely get this issue, because what we have to do is we have to configure this Firebase google-apps.com in our remote pattern of our images. So let's go to our server and open up your next config, and just exactly the same way how you configure the images, copy this object and get back over here and go to your own next.config.mjs, and inside here paste it, save the changes and refresh it. Now that should resolve the issue. All right, there we go. So now we are seeing all these images, which is loading perfectly in that specific position, right? So but it is quite looking different, right? So what I need to do, I think I forgot something. Yep, this I'm just going to wrap this into a division class name, and I'm going to say this width, of course it's going to be full, height, of course it's going to be full, rounded full, bg white, and position is going to be relative position. Save it, and now you should get the exact same result over here. So if I refresh this, there we go, this is how it looks. And once you push this to the mobile screen, this is how it looks. All right, so that's perfectly fine. Now let's go ahead and bring that the rest of the content inside it. So right after here, I'm gonna bring a link from the next link, because whenever you click this, you should be able to navigate to that specific a product. This is a specific product, so that's what we are going to do. So href, so dynamic string literal, it should take the user to the slash menu and to that specific product, so data.id, right? So far we don't have that. If you click it, of course you're going to get an error. So class name, which is going to be width, of course it's going to be full, and px, of course it's going to be 2. Text, everything is going to be in the center, and here I'm going to bring the card title. So card title from the add components UI, and class name, of course it's going to text neutral, it's going to be 700, and then truncate, and width should be full, because we don't want a very big data name should be displayed over there, because if it is too big, it should be truncated by adding that triple dot over there. So this is how it should looks like. Okay, but the problem is the styles for this is not working as it is supposed to be. So this is should work somehow different. It is not moving further. I think I messed up somewhere inside with this specific styles. Save it, refresh it, still it is same. I don't know why it is happening like that, but this is not supposed to be like that. So this entire section, it is not supposed to be like that. So first what we need to do is let's remove no, it is not supposed to be. All right then, so I had just adjusted this padding. Instead of 28, I changed this to 36 on for the mobile screen onwards. This is, I think this is perfectly fine. All right, so now what we need to do is, so right after this link tag, the place where we are displaying, if you check it out over here, you can see we having this different sets of categories. All right, so we have to display those different sets of categories. So right after this link tag, I'm going to create a div which is going to be a class name with the full flex item center and justify center, and gap it's going to be 2, and flex, of course, it's going to wrap its positions, and px it's going to be 2, and margin top it's going to be 4. All right, so here I'm just going to say if the data.cuisine is there, if the data.cuisine is there, then I'm going to render this with the link tag, link, close it, href, and for the time being I'm just going to keep it as a home link over here, right? Then otherwise what we can, instead of keeping it as a link, what we can do is we can give it as a div, class name, rounded medium, bg emerald, bg emerald 500/10, something like that. Then px it's going to be 2, py it is going to be 2 pixels. Then text, of course, it is going to be the 11 pixels. Something like that. And font, of course, it is going to be the semi bold, and everything should be capitalized. And inside here I'm just going to say data.cuisine. Save these changes, so you should be able to see those things. All right, so what I'm going to do is, let's get back to, so every time it is going to cache your home page, so that's the reason we just have to, so we don't want to cache this home page, it should keep on changing according to the live data. So I don't want to cache it, so just add this export const revalidate. So this will not cache your home page, so it will try to fetch this data call every single time, because it should constantly check is there any changes on that popular content or not, right? That's the reason. Then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. So this time this popular content is going to check for the category. If it does have the category, then it should display the category. Instead of emerald, I'm going to keep this as blue 550, and this time this is going to check for the kitchen, and this time this is going to be red, enter, and this time this is going to check for size. Instead of emerald, I'm going to keep this as yellow. This is how it looks. Okay, all right, so instead of text it is 11 pixels. I'm going to change this to a little bit smaller, so let's keep this as 10 pixels. Still 10 pixels is not enough. 8 pixels, yep, that is more than too small, so I'm going to make this 9 pixels. 9 pixels. I think this is also too big, so let's keep it as 8 pixels itself. Otherwise what we can do is we can simply remove the font semi bold. We don't need to keep it as a font semi bold. Let's delete this and then let's make it a little bit bigger. 9. Okay, both are same font. Of course it's going to be normal, or of course it is going to be the semi bold. All right, let's keep it as 9 pixels. Okay, so now still it is 8. Okay, so let's keep it as 8 pixels. Now you can see everything is fixed in the perfectly on a single line. All right, now what we can do is, so otherwise you can keep it as a grid itself. Instead of keeping it all these things, instead of keeping this in the Flux container, you can change this to grid column 4, something like this, and gap between us 2. Okay, see, this is how it looks. Okay, but what we can do is we can simply make this for every single thing. We can add the white space no wrap, save these changes. So now you can see that, and then I can make it width full, and I can add this truncate property, and you can see it's added that truncate property, and text everything should be maintained in the center. Now everything is in the center, and I can able to copy this 8 pixels and I can change this to 11 pixels now, and now you should be able to see that a little bit more clearly. So but this is not looking good, right? Let's change this to everything to default styles. 8 pixels. Here, 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 let's say font sans or something. Let's keep it in a different font styles. And now let's try to change this to 11 pixels. Okay, so let's try to reduce this division padding. Let's remove this division padding. I think this space is not enough. Usually this will fit perfectly inside. I don't know why it is not now perfectly fitting inside. So px instead of gap 6, let's make this as a gap 4. Gap 6, and this is, let's keep it as a gap 8. I think let's reduce the gap 6 itself. Let's keep it as a gap 6 itself over here also. This is perfectly fine. And now we have some enough room to adjust it over here. These are just the trial and error only. Let's adjust it until it feels satisfied. Okay, this is much better right now. And this should have some padding, right? So px2. All right, so if I add px1, okay, I think this is more than enough now. All right, so this is perfectly fine. Now you should be able to see that, and as well as it is perfectly fine over there. And instead of this font sans, I'm gonna duplicate everything, and let's say font semi bold. How come this is if I remove this padding? Okay, so that is working, but problem is, let's make this as 4, and let me increase the padding over here, px as 1. I think that is more than enough now. All right, so now what we have to do is to over here, so then all I have to do is to bring some dummy text for this popular content. So right after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the dummy text right after this division. We're going to have this dummy text, and this dummy text is going to coming from description is going to coming from there. So this is how it looks right after here, right? Okay, cool. Okay, I understood the problem. All right. So the thing is, let's keep the same designs what we created, because I displayed the wrong value. So it is displaying the name, it is not displaying the value. That's the reason. So I'm just going to bring back the same gap which we added. So I'm going to revert these changes over here, just exact the same design. Okay, so I'm going to add the medium gap, and the gap is going to be 6. All right, so this is how it looks. But over here for the and for this division, I'm gonna bring this over here just like that. This is how it should looks. So the reason why it's happening is because, see, if you check it out over here in this section, we save the value, but when we are saving the product, so let me open any one specific product, open category. See, if you check it out over here, size, it is displaying the name instead of pushing the value of that size. We push the name itself. So that's the reason it is showing like that. See, when I click this, it should display M or something like that. So that's the reason we are getting that issue over here. It's not an issue, but anyways, it is going to work. The filtering, everything is working, so we don't have to worry about it. But there is some slight changes on the design when we are designing it. Okay, fine. So this is fine with me, and everything is working, looking as it's supposed to be good. That's looking good. So if you wish to keep it in a single line, it's better to keep it as a grid over here. Instead of flex, what we can do, we can change this to grid column 4 and gap, it's going to be 2. Save it. It should be looks like this. And what we can do is you have to fix everything over here just by adding width. Of course, it's going to be full, white space, no wrap, and text, everything should be center, and it should be truncate. So this is how it should looks like. And then px, of course, it's going to be 2, and margin top, of course, it's going to be 4, and this is how it should looks like. All right, fine. But if you check it out over here, this gap is looking a little bit weird, right? So otherwise, what we can do is we can wrap this into a division, and let's say class name, width, of course, it's going to be full, flex, item center, justify center, enter, and save these changes. Nope, still it's going to be the same. So we can revert these changes. Instead of keeping it into that, I'm gonna keep this better as like this itself. Okay, I'm okay with that. And then over here, now we have to bring these 2 different buttons. So right after this card description, I have to bring those buttons over here. So for that, I'm gonna create a div, class name, width, of course, it's going to be full, and flex, item center, and px, it's going to be 2, margin top, it's going to be 4, and gap, it's going to be 3. Then here I'm just going to say button from UI button. So make sure that is coming from @components buttons, and inside this button, now what we have to do, I'm gonna bring the data.price. So data.price should be displayed over here, class name, and that is going to be rounded full, and font bold, and text, of course, it's going to be LG, and text muted foreground. The button style, of course, the variant of the button is going to be the outline. Save these changes, and this is how it will looks like. And then yep, so that's how that looks like. And I'm going to copy this button one more time, and right after here, I'm gonna bring a link tag, link, and here href slash menu slash dollar data.id. It should push the user to the specific product, class name, and width, of course, it's going to be full, enter. And here I'm gonna bring a button, and that is going to say buy now, And for this class name, I'm going to say BG, it's going to be hero color, and width, of course, it's going to be full, and rounded, of course, it's going to be full. So this is how it should looks like. Now, if you click this, of course, you're going to get an issue, because if you click that, we're going to get the so over here, you can see it is pushed the user to the menu, and this specific page, we don't have that page, right? So we are getting this 404 error. You can see 404, right? So, but it is working. It's pushing that user to that very specific page, and it's working. We understood that. And then now all we have to do is to bring this over here at the top, these two icons over here. We have to bring those two different icons. So what I'm going to do is, so right after this division, this is the division where it's getting entered. And here we need to bring the button add to cart. And we have to bring the option add to wish list, right? So here I'm just going to say the button, close it, enter. Okay, and over here I'm going to say, I'm going to bring the shopping cart icon, class name, which is going to be W4 and height 4. And for this button, I'm going to say class name, which is going to be I'm just going to say this is as a variant. Of course, how it is looking over here. Okay, let's keep it size. I'm going to keep it as an class name. I'm going to keep this as an absolute, and from the top I'm going to keep it right and 0, and I'm going to rounded top left, it's going to be none, and rounded top right, it's going to be LG, and rounded bottom left, it's going to be LG, and rounded bottom right, it's going to be none, and padding, it's going to be 2, px, it's going to be 3. Save it. This is how it looks, right? That's looking perfectly fine. Then all we have to do is to add an function, on click function for this. Later we're going to add that function when we are having the add to cart option. And for the wish list, of course, we're going to create an icon. So for instance, over here, what I'm going to do is use state snippet is going to be is liked, and this is going to be the state function imported, and this is going to be false, and I'm going to create an icon based on that. So const is liked icon is equals to, if it is liked, then in that case I need to say show the heart icon from lose it, or else I need to display the heart crack icon, something like this. Then at the end I have to display this icon stuff. So just exactly the same way what we did, I'm just going to bring it over here. So button with the absolute left, top left, right, hover, transparent, ghost, and I'm going to bring that icon, save it. So this is how it should looks like. All right, so that's looking perfectly fine. But now we can see here we don't have any specific padding over here and here, right? So the padding is not perfectly because of the height. I think we pushed it too much. So over here, let me make it to 32 pixels. I think now the 28 pixel will work perfectly. Yep, here we go. So this 28 is perfectly fine now, right? So because since the reason is happening is because we fixed the height. That's the reason. Since instead of if you are not fixing the height, if you simply keep it as it is going to work perfectly. So since I fixed the height, that's the reason we ran into this specific issue. If you don't fix this height, think about it. See, this is the maximum height, we fixed it. If you don't fix it, it can stretch it as much it's wanted it. So, but I'm just going to fix that specific height. Otherwise, based on the content size and everything, it's going to be a little bit bigger and smaller, right? So we don't want that issue. So now everything is fine. Then these are all the static contents, and then I'm just going to fix those, finish those static content and everything. Now we fixed that, all these things. Don't worry about this cart options and everything, we'll fix that later. And right now we are going to move on to the next section, which is going to be this why choose as section. So over here, Now all we have to do is to move on to the next section, which is going to be the why choose us. Why choose us. So just exactly the same way, I'm going to copy the same section which we have over here on the first, which is going to have the margin, flex column, item center, and justify center. Enter. And inside here, I'm going to have that heading tag, which is going to be this simple as this heading tag. It's just exactly the same heading which I used over here. I'm going to copy it and then I pasted it over there. Then I'm going to go bring the paragraph just exactly the same style what I applied for this paragraph. I'm going to bring the exact same style. So that is going to look just like this. And if you check it out over here, now our header menu is looking perfectly fine. You can see. So that's the reason we added that is scrolled options over there. So it is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Then right after this why chooses options, we have to bring these different cards over here. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to create the division, outside division over there. So inside this paragraph, I'm going to create this division, which is going to have a grid column 1 on the medium device. It's going to be 3 gap width, the full and everything. And inside here, first what we have to do, we have to bring this card with the icon and the h2 and the text. So I'm just going to bring that first card over here, which is going to be imported from the cards at, and I'm going to bring the salad icon, and I'm going to bring this title, and I'm going to have this descriptions. All these things are just a dummy text, so you can pause the video and you can create this by yourself, right? So these are just the dummy text. We are not going to do anything else. No, we are not just doing anything. So that's the reason I'm just copying and pasting it over here. Just you can take your time, pause the video and then type it by yourself. So that should display your detail, something like this, right? Then all I have to do is to bring our chef sections inside. Right after here, this is going to be our chef sections, right? So this time I'm just going to copy the same section with exactly the same style over here, right? Enter. And now the first section over here, you can see these are this headings and everything. So you can simply copy and paste this heading and you can change these styles as you wish. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste that, copy it and paste it over here. So I'm just going to give the title as our special chefs. So here, our special chefs. So this our special chefs, so you can keep it as S, something like this, our special chefs. Then right after that, what we have to do is we have to bring those images. So I have to bring 3 different images and load it inside that. So basically all the 3 images you guys are having in your hand. So I'm gonna copy the same grid styles which I created for the previous one, and I'm going to replace those same grid styles just like the way over here. So if you save these changes, and you should be able to see the exact same design, nothing but I just created the card, added some styles to it and added that image, and for the little bit for this middle section I just added the margin top, so that is pushed further down, right? All right, so now what we have to do is we have to design the footer content. Though what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a footer UI inside the components like this, footer.tsx, right? So then inside this footer, okay, so I'm just going to say sfc, which is going to be the footer, and over here I'm just going to say footer, save this, and this is going to be loaded inside your layout.tsx. right after here I'm going to bring the footer from the components, save it. So now you should be able to see the footer text. So let's go ahead and bring the footer now. So basically this footer is going to be the dummy text. You can simply copy that footer from over here. Whatever the content I copied, you can literally copy the same content from the gist file. You can click the link in the description below and you can copy and paste the content for the footer, and as well as the home section, whatever the content which I copy, the static contents, all those static contents are added up over there. So once you added all those contents, so I'm just going to copy this from here. So I'm going to copy those content from this gist. So this is the footer content, right? You can literally copy this footer content from there and you can simply paste it inside. Copy it and you can simply paste it inside over here. So just import the packages. What are the things? So at UI button, and you need to bring the container, not post container. So this should be /container. So basically this should comes from @/components UI button, and this should come from @/components container. So save these changes. So you should get the footer something like this. All right. So now we successfully finished the home menu, and all we have to do is to move on to the menu section. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to create the exact same thing like what we did over here in the menu. Over here, if you look at it, we're having this exact same menu. So let's go ahead and start do that for us. So I'm gonna close all these things and I'm gonna collapse everything. Inside the app and inside the route, I'm gonna create a new route called menu. Create a new route called menu, and inside this route, I'm gonna create a new file called page.tsx, right? So this page.tsx is going to be our menu page. So let's say sfc and let's say menu page, and div I'm just going to say menu, and this page should not catch every single time. So I'm just going to say exports const revalidate is equals to 0. So save these changes. And now if we click the menu, you should be able to see the menu over here. That's looking perfect, fine. All right, so let's bring the menu props. So basically the menu props, it's going to have all our search params. Inside the menu props, we're gonna have our search params, which is going to be size, features, cuisines, categories, and kitchens. So that's the reason whenever you apply the filter, the search params will apply based on the filters, whatever you selected over here, right? So that's the menu props, and I'm gonna have all these menu props over here. Menu props, which is going to have all the search parameters in it. Save these changes. All right. So now what I have to do is I have to bring the container. So right after here. So basically you can see we break it into two different equal halves. So not equal halves, we break it into two layers, right? So I'm gonna bring the container from @components container, and class name px it's going to be 4, and from the medium device px it's going to be 12, and inside this container I'm going to bring a division which is going to have a class name of grid column 1, and column span is going to 2, grid column 1, and from the medium devices onwards grid column 12, right? So py is going to be 12 and gap is going to be 2, and inside here I'm going to say this division div class name, which is going to be hidden by default on the mobile screen, but medium devices onwards it should be displayed back, and it should always occupy the column span of 2 out of 12, and border, we need some border on the right hand side. So, and the border gray, of course, it is going to be 100, and from the top it should move 24, not 2 by 4, it should move 24, something like this. Enter. And right after here I'm just going to bring all the categories. So you can see the categories, and you can see this right side border over here, and right after this division, of course, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reusable component for this instead of creating it as a div. So I'm going to create a reusable component over here, and inside this I'm going to create a division like box.tsx, and I'm going to keep it like this. So it is going to have the class name and then the children, and I'm going to create a division, and which is going to render it inside here, right? So please go ahead and type this. So instead of creating a div every single time, I'm going to reuse this custom styles, and I'm going to render the custom divisions inside in it. So here I'm going to bring those box from @components box, and inside this box I'm going to bring ourselves the rest of the styles, which is basically over here, which is going to be the page content for the time being. I'm just going to keep it as it is for the time being, and this should occupies the column 12, complete column, available columns on it. And medium device column span, it should take the 10 column span. Flex column item start, and justify it on the start, and width, of course, it's going to be 4. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the page content over there. So let's go ahead and bring all these filters one after another. So first we have to fetch all those the details by categories. We need to, in order to display this category sizes, kitchens and cuisines, let's go ahead and bring all those things. We have to fetch all those data. So first we need to get hyphen categories, enter. So this is going to be quite similar exactly. So I'm just going to show you over here. So we do have the category. So we do have the category over here. Why it is showing an issue? Let me check it out. Categories. Yeah, we do have the category, but why I'm getting an issue over here? Get category. Okay, my bad. This is supposed to be .ts file. .ts file, that's the issue. Okay, so you can see from the next public API call, I'm going to get the categories, and which we are going to get the categories, which is going to return the category of a promise. And we are going to fetch that URL, and it's going to return the array. So save it, and here all you have to do is to right after here, I'm going to call the categories. So right after here, const categories equal to await get categories. And since you are using await function, this needs to be asynchronous function. Save these changes. If we didn't run into any issues, that means we got the categories over here. Now inside this category, so we have to bring that filter container. So we have to bring that filter container. So let's go ahead and start design that filter container. So basically the filter container is going to be inside the component. I'm going to say filter hyphen container dot tsx, and this is going to be the client. So let's say use client, and here I'm just going to create an interface for filter container props, open it, and here I'm just going to have a children, which is going to be the react node, and we are going to have the class name, which is going to be an optional parameter, and that is going to be a string in it. Then I'm just going to see an SFC, and let's say filter container, and inside here I'm just going to have a division for the time being, and I'm going to destructure the props, which is coming from filter container props, and I'm going to have the class name and as well as the children. And instead of this division, I'm going to bring the box from /box, enter, and this is going to have the children in it, and this is going to have a class name of cn, open it, customize style, flex, it's going to be column, and gap, it's going to be 4. And right after that, if you need to make any customizations, you can do that customizations over here. This is going to be the filter container. So let's get back to the page.tsx over here, and inside here now what I'm going to do is, instead of this categories, I'm going to bring the filter container. So this filter container, let's bring this filter container from where? From our add components UI, enter, and it will expect this children. So I'm going to bring the category filters. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create a new component folder inside this components components, and inside this components folder I'm going to create this new file called category-filters.tsx. all right, so now this category filters, which is going to be the use client, of course, and of course it is going to be SFC. I'm going to say this and div, I'm going to say category filter, and I'm going to bring that category filter over here. Save these changes. And this category filters, of course, it is going to have a props interface over here, and category filters props, open it, and that is going to get the list of categories, which is going to be the type of category array. And I'm going to destructure that prop over here, which is going to come from the categories filters props, and I'm going to get that categories, save it. And now I need to supply that categories, save these changes. And now we have our complete categories details over here, and we need two more objects over here, which is going to be our search params and which is going to be our use router. These are the two different things which is coming from Next navigations. Please bring those two objects from the Next navigations itself. All right. Okay. So now what I need to do is I'm going to bring this style. I'm going to bring this style. Okay. So, and if you check it out over here, if I click this desert, you can see it is adding that filter over here. If I click it one more time, and it is removing that filter. Okay. That is what we need to do. So in order to do that, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to bring the box from the add components, and which is going to have a class flex column, and gap it is going to be 2, and border B, okay, and PB4, and it is going to cursor as a pointer. And inside this box, I'm going to create an h2, which is going to display the category title, and this is going to have the styles as text Excel, and font semi bold, and a text neutral 700. Save the changes, and this is how it looks like. Then at the end, after the h2 tag, I'm going to bring the box one more time, and that is going to be the class name, which is going to be the flex column, and gap, of course, it's going to be 2, margin top, it's going to be 2. Enter. And here I'm going to bring the categories.map, open it. I'm going to get that category one after another, enter, and I'm going to create a div class name, and this is going to be a class name which is having a specific CN, open it. The default styles over here, text, of course, it's going to be SM, and font, of course, it's going to be semi bold, and text neutral, it's going to be 500, and flex item center and gap, it's going to be 2. Okay, so and for this I'm going to supply the key, which is going to be the category, not categories, category.id, and inside this division, of course, we're going to render that paragraph tag, which is going to display the category dot name. Save these changes. Now you should see all these names which is looking like that. Okay, so we can fix that, don't worry about it. So right after this styles, I'm going to bring the word wrap. Okay, so right after this, so here, right after here, I'm just going to check if the category dot name, if is equals to search params dot get that category. So if it is equals to, if that means if that is selected to, if it is equal to the selected category, then we should display the text hero color. Save these changes. All right, if it is not, we should keep it as a text 500, something like this, right? So now when I click this, so why we are getting the border over here, we are not supposed to get that border. Category, okay, it's fine. We are having that border. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna, whenever I'm clicking this, I'm gonna add that search params over there. So in order to do that, I'm gonna create a function. So const handle click is equals to a callback function, open it, and that is function is going to take the category colon string, okay, which is going to be a string, and const current params. We have to get the complete current params, whatever we do have on this. So I'm just going to say object dot from entries, open it. I'm going to get all the search params dot entries from the search params. So if the current params dot category, which is equals to the category whatever I passed inside over here, then I just need to delete that current params dot category. I just need to delete that. If not, I just need to say current params dot category category is equals to this category, right? All right. So then what I have to do is right after here, I'm just going to say const href is equals to qs, which is going to be our query string. So I'm just going to say import qs from query string. So qs dot stringify URL, open the object, and let's say URL, it's going to be the slash menu itself, and along with that I'm gonna supply this, join this query, which is going to be your current params. So, and then finally you need to push the user to that router dot push the user to that href. So save these changes, and this needs to be performed every single time whenever I'm clicking this division. So for this on click, I'm gonna say have a callback function handle click, and I'm going to supply that category dot name to it, So save these changes, and now if I click this breads, you can see category is being pushed to like breads, and you can see it is highlighted. And if I click this, it is being changed to soft drinks, and if I click this, it will be removed from there. If I click biryani, and you can see change to biryani, just like that. If I click desserts, you can see just exactly the same way here over here is changed, and just like the same way we did it over here. If I click this breads, it is going to change it to breads. So now all we have to do is to just exactly the same way how we did for get categories, we have to bring all the rest of the things. So I'm gonna change this to, so now we have to fetch this for sizes. So I'm just going to duplicate, so copy and paste this, and I'm going to change this to get hyphen sizes, enter. And inside here, instead of this category, of course we need to change this to wherever the term categories it's coming, it's need to change to sizes, right? And then this should be get sizes, and instead of this category, this is going to be the size. All right, save the changes, and let's get back over here. Not this, close this, and here I'm gonna get the categories just like the same way. I'm gonna get the sizes, get sizes, and this is going to be the sizes, right? And now all we have to do is to do the exact same stuff what we did for the sizes filter. So just exact the same stuff what we did for the categories. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to change this to size underscore filters. So over here, instead of category filters, I'm going to change everything to sizes filters, something like that. This is going to be wherever the term I'm using the categories, I'm going to use this as sizes, and wherever I use this category, and that is going to be the size. All right, right. So wherever the term category it is coming, I'm just going to change everything to size, something like that. This is supposed to be size, and size dot, instead of size dot name, this is supposed to be size dot value. All right, and here size dot name should be printed, and right after here I need, inside the bracket, I need to send this size dot value, save these changes. All right, so and so right after that we need to bring the check mark also. So I failed to bring the check mark, so let's bring the check mark. So right after this paragraph, yep, and I have to bring this check mark. So if the size value is equals to this, we have to bring this check mark. Just exactly the same thing we have to do for our categories too. So let's go here and right after here, and instead of this, if this size dot category dot name, if it is equal to that, then we have to display that check mark. All right, save it. Oh, my bad, this is supposed to be category. Now you should be able to see the check mark. All right, so just like the same way, right after here, I'm gonna bring the size filters. Instead of sizes categories, I need to supply the sizes. Now you should be able to see those sizes over here. If I click extra large, you should be able to see it is highlighted as the extra large, and size is going to be the XL. Okay, so and here but the color is not changing up over here. Need to check it out. Why? Because in the size XL we are sending the value as XL. Let me check it out. Inside this, click it, because it is quite confusing now on what basis that we are displaying the values. So we have to figure it out. In this we have the products, so each product should have the size as small. Okay, small only. So sizes, if it is carrying the sizes at small, then I should send the name, not the value. So if I check it out, if I click medium, yep, now we can see it is highlighted. If I click extra large, it is highlighted. If I click small, and that is highlighted, and this should bring the value. So here I need to check it same name only. So now I should able to see the name. So just like the same way, we have to do for two more thing for our kitchens and for our. So I'm just going to duplicate this. So copy the sizes and paste it, and I'm going to change this to get kitchens. All right, and then I'm going to change everything into over here just by using I just changed everything over here, like kitchens, kitchen, that's it, nothing else. And do the same stuff for Cuisines also. So copy and paste it and get Cuisines. I'm going to do the same thing for the get Cuisines as well. As nothing else is going to change, just change the name based on the types and everything. That's it, nothing else is going to change. So get size, get kitchens, and get Cuisines, everything is fine now. Now just like the size filters, I'm going to copy and paste it one more time. This is going to be the kitchen hyphen filters, right? So over here, instead of sizes filters, I'm gonna rename everything by using kitchen filters, and instead of sizes, wherever the term sizes we have been used, we have to change everything into kitchens, and this is going to be the kitchen type. All right, and then wherever the term size we used, everything should be changed to kitchen, just like that. Save it, and here also it is going to be kitchen. All right, so let's bring this over here. So right after here, I'm going to bring the kitchens filter, and this is going to be the kitchens, and I need to get the kitchens, get kitchens, and this is going to be the kitchens, and let's apply the kitchens. kitchens, save the changes, and now you should be able to see the kitchens too, vegetarian and non-vegetarian. If I click this, okay, so this is not supposed to be sending the name, this is supposed to send the value, and here we should get the value. Okay, so now you should be able to see over here we are sending the values as for vegetarian we are sending the veg, and for non-vegetarian we are sending the values as non-vegetarian. Refresh this. How come? Let's console. Okay, let's check it out over here. What we have. Okay, for kitchen we're having the values as like this only. Okay, so value. Okay, we should not send the value, we should send the name. Okay, so now if I click this kitchen in the vegetarian, you can see we're having the vegetarian and it's highlighted, because over here we are supposed to save the value instead of name, but we save the name instead of value. That's the reason. Okay, it's fine, it's working anyways. All right, so now what I have to do is to just exactly the same way what we did for kitchens, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to bring the cuisine filters. All right, so just like this, instead of this kitchen filters, I'm going to rename everything to cuisines filters, and instead of this kitchen I'm going to bring the cuisines type. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to bring the cuisines, and I'm going to do this cuisines, and wherever the term kitchens I've been used, everywhere we should change it cuisines, and wherever the term I've been used the kitchen, I have to change everything to cuisine, right? So this is supposed to be cuisine. So okay, fine. Now so save these changes and let's bring this and let's get the cuisines, get cuisines, and change this to cuisines, and copy this and duplicate this, change this to cuisines filter, and change this to cuisines, and change this to cuisines. So save these changes, and now you should be able to see the cuisines over here just like this. And if I click this, you should be able to see we are applying the Italian over here, right? So if you check it out over here, cuisine is going to be Chinese and Indian, because we are not saving the value, we are saving the name. Okay, so now it is perfectly fine. Every filter it's been working over here. Okay, so when I click this, every single filter it's been removing successfully. You can see if I click it one more time, it is removed. If I click this, it has been removed, and if I click this bread, that is also removed. So every single time whenever I apply the filters, it is constantly removing those filters over there, right? And next what we have to do is we have to bring the page content based on those filters over here, right? And we have to supply based on the search params filters, we need to supply the products over here, and we have to display the products over there. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what we have to do is we have to render this entire page content inside here. So we have to, based on the search params over here, whatever we clicked, we have to filter those products and we have to get those products. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the const products is equals to await get products. Okay, and it's need to have any filters over here, which is going to be the size. Of course it is going to be the search params question mark dot size only if we have the size. Then is featured, of course, only if we have the search params dot is featured. Copy and duplicate it, copy and paste it for 3 more times, and this time instead of is featured, this is going to be design, and instead of this featured, this is going to be category, and instead of this kitchen, this is going to be kitchen. All right, so now we have those products based on the filters. and I'm just going to bring the page content. So page content, which we don't have it yet. Of course, if you save this, just save it, you will get ran into issue. So I'm going to bring this page hyphen content dot tsx, and inside here this page content is going to render all the informations whatever we are supplying it over here. So this is going to be the use client and sfc, and this is going to be the page content and division for the time being. Let's say page content over here, and let's bring that page content over here. Save it changes, and this is going to get the properties interface page content props. Open it, and it's going to get the products, which is going to be the type of products, and it's going to be an array of products. And let's open up and bring the page content props over here. Let's destructure the products over here, save it, and let's apply the products, and let's apply the products inside. Save the changes. Now we do have the page content, and let's bring all the we have to do the same stuff what we did inside over here. So let's copy the same handle click, exactly the same thing, all these things we needed it. So I'm just going to bring it over here and paste it. Bring the search pattern from Next navigation, use router from Next navigations, and of course QS, we need to bring the QS as well as. So let's import the query strings, bring the query string. All right, now we fixed that issue, and we need to fetch the this current params. We need to have this current params. Let's keep this current params at the top over here. Okay, just like that. And so instead of this is not supposed to like this, so I'm going to delete this. If we do have the current params, if we do have the current params dot has own, so it is going to have this own property called has own property of this param. Okay, so this function is going to have the param property, param, whatever the param. So like if it is having the bread category or size or kitchen, something like that, that's how we are going to search it. If it is having this own param property, then I'm just going to say const new param, and I'm going to delete that specific param from here. So instead of writing like that like multiple times, instead of searching like this is the easiest one of the another way to do that thing, right? And we have the href url and the query params and everything. So instead of this current params, we have to supply the users to this new params, and this is supposed to be inside this if condition, so we will not run into that issue. And this is supposed to be here like this. Save these changes, right? So basically what is happening here, we having the current params, it is an array, and it's having this property called has own property. If we are searching for, if I'm searching size, it will look for whether it is having the size or not. If it is inside that, I'm going to destructure it, and I'm going to create a new param, and I'm going to delete that specific param. If it is already that, then of course we need to delete it, and then we need to push it into our queries. That is what we are doing over here, right? So then right after here, I'm just going to say close it, and here I'm going to bring the box, which is coming from not lucid react. So please don't say mistake, this is supposed to be add components UI. So enter. Inside here I'm going to bring one more time the same box content. First inside here, let's add the class name, which is going to be padding top 4 and pb 24, and flex, of course it is going to be column, and item, everything is going to be on the starting point. And for this, of course, class name text neutral, it is going to be 700, and text size, it's going to be small, and items, everything is going to be in the center. And inside here I'm going to bring a link that is going to be the next link, and href, it is going to be slash, and class name flex, item center, and gap, it is going to be 2. And inside here I'm going to bring the home, and class name is going to be width, of course it's going to be 4, height, of course it is going to be 4, and here I'm just going to say main page. Save this. and now you should be able to see the main page over here, right? Then right after that, what I have to do is I have to bring, after this link tag, I have to bring the chevron right, which is going to be have a class name of width 5, height 5, and text muted foregrounded. With the 5, height 5, and then I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time, and this time this is going to take the user to the menus, and this is going to be the products. Save this change. This is how it looks, but this is not going to be home. We don't even need the icon. That's just like this. This is how it looks. Okay, so then what I have to do is, so basically so whenever I try to filter based on the category, I just have to display that category over here. So right after this link tag, I'm just going to say if the search params.get, it contains the category. So we are trying to figure it out whether the search param having the category. If it does, then I need to render this. So which is going to render this React fragments, and it is going to display exactly the same way, just like this what we did over here. I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to, instead of this product, I'm going to change this to search.category. So save these changes. Now we don't have anything, but if I click pizza, you should be able to see the pizza over here, because we are filtering it based on the pizza, right? That's the reason we are displaying it over there. So then right after that box, I'm going to create one more box, enter, and this time this box is going to have a class name of margin top 8 and flex column, and item, everything should be in the starting position. And inside here, if we do have the search params, then .get category, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say category, and I'm going to display this h2, and here I'm just going to bring this search params dot whatever the category that we searched, we have to display this. But this h2 is going to have a very specific styles, which is going to be over here class name, and like this flex, item center, gap, text and font, semi-bold and everything, just like this, right? And you should be able to see that now we're having it is filtering based on that. And then right after here, I'm going to create one more box. Okay, so here I'm just going to say class gap, of course it's going to be 3, and margin top, of course it's going to be 4. And here we have to render all those params, whatever the params that we do have. So here I'm just going to say current params. If I do have the current params, then I'm just going to say object dot from object dot entries. Using this object dot entries, I'm going to supply that current params inside current params. Then I'm going to use the map function to map through it, and I'm going to get the key and its value, key comma value. I'm going to get the key and the value, and I'm going to create a callback function over here. And inside here, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to say class name, which is going to be px, of course it's going to be 4, py it is going to be 1, cursor is going to be pointer. On hover, I'm going to bring the shadow hover, I'm going to bring the shadow medium, rounded medium, bg emerald 500/10. Okay, then I just need to say text neutral 600, and flex, item center and gap, it is going to be 1. Now inside here, inside this division, I'm gonna render that value, save it. So that is how it should looks like, right? Then what I need to do is I'm just going to call this handle click. So I'm going to supply, this is going to have an on click event, which is going to call this handle click, and we are going to supply that param over here, right? Save these changes, and it's going to have that X mark, which is going to be from Lucid Icons, which is coming from Lucid Icon, and class name, of course, it is going to be width 4 and height 4. So save these changes. All right. So now if I click this, this is going to remove that pizza from there. If I click biryani or soft drinks, you can see that is going to add the soft drinks. And if I click medium, that is going to add the medium. And if I click vegetarian, that is going to add the vegetarian. And if I simply click it, that is going to be removed from that specific section, right? Just like that. Cool. Now right after that, what I have to do is, which means this box, wherever this box has been completing, close it, class name, and here I'm going to create a grid column 2, and on large device grid column 3, width full, height full, and gap it's going to be 4, gap wide it's going to be 24. Save the changes, and inside here now I'm going to say I'm going to figure out products dot length. If the products dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to display it. Otherwise I'm going to display something else. Here I'm just going to bring a React fragments, and inside this React fragments, here if I don't have this, I'm going to bring a React fragment. Inside this React fragment, I'm going to bring a box which is going to say no products available. And for this, I'm just going to say class name, item center, and justify everything in the center, and py it is going to be 12, text muted foreground, and text excel, and font of course it is going to be bold, and it should occupy the complete column span of 10, right? So save these changes. Now if you do have this product, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this here, and I'm going to say product dot map, open it, and let's get that product out of it, open it, and I'm going to use this popular content to reuse it, and I'm going to supply the data as the product which we have, and I'm going to use the key which is going to be the product dot id. So save these changes. Now you should able to see the list of products whatever we do have over here, but the images, it's taking a little bit time to load it, so don't worry about that, but it's getting loaded successfully over here. Right now if I try to apply the filters, like for instance if I search for pizza, you should be able to see only the pizzas over here. See, we do have the pizzas, and if I click small, so it should able to display only the pizza which matches that small over here. And if I choose Italian, this pizza is not comes under the Italian, so we are getting the no product available. So if I click delete, that is going to filter instantly back over here. So we successfully finished the menu screens. Now all we have to do is to get back, and we have to design the single product screen, and that is what we are going to do next. Right then, so now what we are going to do is we are going to design this exact single product page screen, so that just like the same thing how we're looking over here, we are going to design the single product page screen. So that's what we are going to do now. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So I'm just going to clear everything, so close all, right? And over here, let me collapse everything. So first what we have to do is we have to fetch the very specific single product, because whenever you click it, it's going to push the product ID over there, and it's going to fetch that single product. So inside here in the actions, so I'm going to create a new file called get single product.ps. Okay, so now inside here we're gonna fetch all the single product by based on the ID wise. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so now what we have to do is to paste it. Okay, so let's get the product by based on the product ID. So we just have to supply the ID, like we already do have that over here. So just exactly the same way, you can use the same URL to pull over the data based on its ID, right? So now we have that get the product by the ID. So let's go ahead and start designing all those stuffs, which is basically that need to be done by a specific product ID, right? So what I have to do is let's create a new project folder. into the route, into the menu, I'm going to create a new project, new folder, and I'm going to say that as product ID, something like that. That is going to be the route, dynamic route, which we are going to create. And inside, I'm going to create a new page.tsx, right? So this page.tsx, basically, it's going to display the product page informations. So let's say SFC, this is going to be the product page, and that is going to display the product page. So save these changes. Oops. Div, that is going to be the product page. Save it, and whenever you click this any specific route over here, for instance, if I click this, or if I click any specific product, oh wait, let me figure it out which one we can click. Okay, let me choose this one. So if I click, now you can see I can able to see the product page. So in this product page, it's going to have the params as the product ID. So we have to fetch that. So in order to fetch that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface, and I'm going to get the product page props, open it, and params, which is going to be the product ID colon string. Now I can supply that over here, which is going to be the product page props, and we're gonna get the params inside of it. Now I can fetch that product. So const product is equals to await. So I'm gonna make this function as an asynchronous function, async product. So I'm gonna say get product, and I'm gonna supply that params.product ID. So params.product ID, so which is going to return me that very specific product, right? So far we are not getting any issues over here. And now let me check it out. If I do console.log that product, if I able to see that specific product, which means it's working perfectly, right? And it's working good. It is working perfectly as we expected. And now all I have to do is to get the suggested product. So const suggested product is equals to await get the products based on the category of that selected product. So product dot category. So based on the loaded product, we can able to fit the category, and we can display the list of categories based on that specific product. Okay, so that should give that detail. And now inside here, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to create a div. Inside here, I'm going to bring the container from the add components container, right? And this container, basically, it is going to be with the class name of bg white, then a rounded lg, and margin top and bottom, it's going to be 4, right? So next, what we have to do is, so here I'm going to create one more box of it, so which is going to be add box container, enter, and this is going to be class name text neutral 700, and text sm and item center, and margin top, it's going to be 12. Save these changes, and inside here we're gonna have exactly the same stuff like what we did inside the product, just exactly the same thing what we did over here, right? Just like this. That is what we are going to do now. So I'm just going to copy it from there, and I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to import all these things properly. Home, and I'm going to bring the okay. So you should be able to see that. Now this container, it doesn't have any if I maximize it, you should be able to see it, but it is not having any specific padding over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say px4. So now I should be able to see some padding over there, right? Then right after this box, and over here I'm going to create a div. I'm going to say class name px, it's going to be 4, and py, it's going to be 10, and small device px, it's going to be 6, and large device px, it's going to be large device px, it's going to be 8, and space y, it's equal to 10. Come on, space wise it's going to be 10. All right, then inside here I'm going to create one more division, which is going to be on large device onwards. It's going to be a grid, and large device grid column, it's going to be 2, and large device items, everything should be on the start, and large device gap X, it's going to be 8. Enter. Right, inside here we go, basically we are going to have the gallery section, which is going to display the multiple images, and the second division is going to be for the info section. Right, so for this I'm gonna have the class name, which is going to be margin top, which is 10, and the px, it's going to be 4 px, which is going to be 4, and on small devices margin top, of course, it's going to be 16, and on small device px, it's going to be 0, and on large device margin top, it's going to be 0. These are some slight adjustments based on the informations which we are going to supply to it. Right, all right. All right then, so now let's go ahead and create the galleries first. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the gallery is nothing but, okay, over here you can see we have the different options to display these different sets of images. This is what we are going to create now, right? So what I'm going to do is basically inside this components folder, so I'm gonna create myself a new component inside this components. Yeah, this is the components folder, right? Inside, and this is the product ID, and inside here I'm gonna create a new folder called components, and inside this components I'm gonna create a new folder for gallery. Right, inside this gallery I'm gonna create yeah, let's go ahead and create. So we have to create all those stuffs which is based on the galleries and everything. So let's go ahead and create, first let's create the gallery over here. Okay, in the page dot, just one moment please. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just over here I'm going to bring the gallery over here. So let's go ahead and create a new gallery over here inside the gallery folder. So gallery.tsx, and basically that gallery.tsx is going to be our use client, and it's going to be sfc, and let's say gallery, and here I'm just going to say div gallery or something. Let's go here and let's bring that gallery section from /components gallery, save it, and now you should be able to see that gallery over here. Fine. So inside the gallery it is going to have the gallery props, so which is going to be the interface gallery props, open it, which is going to be an images, and inside here we're going to have the URL, which is going to be a string, and basically this is going to be an array of objects, right? Something like this. Then I'm going to pass that over here gallery props, and this is going to have the images inside in it, right? Which is going to be an images, save the changes, and here I need to supply those images, which is basically coming from your product dot images. That is what it's supposed to be. You should send your product dot images into it. Okay, so save these changes. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and install this tabs from here. Search for tabs. So you should download and install this tabs. Copy this and let me open the terminal over here, paste it and install it. So this should download the latest of the tabs and everything. So just like the same way, we have to configure a tab list and the tab content. So let's go ahead and create that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to bring the tabs from where, from add components UI. Please make sure that is coming from add components UI tabs and everything. So by default, this is going to have the default value. By default value, it is going to be images of 0th index dot URL. So whatever the first index, we should fetch that URL and we have to display that. That is going to be the default value. Then class name, of course, it is going to be with the full. Then inside this tab, of course, I'm going to get the images dot map function, and I'm going to access that specific tab, And here I'm going to bring the tabs content, which is coming from add components, open it, and inside here I'm going to say key. Of course it is going to be the tab.url itself. That URL itself is going to be key, and I'm going to supply the value, which is going to be the tab.url dot to string. Let's make sure that it should be a string, right? So, and here inside here I'm going to display the gallery content, which is going to be an image. So gallery content image, which is going to be an image. So let's go ahead and create the gallery content. So so all you have to do is to, inside this gallery, I'm going to say gallery content dot tsx. Okay, so, and here use client, and this is going to be sfc gallery content image, and this is going to be the gallery content. Save these changes, and let's bring that gallery content over here. This is going to be the gallery content image. So save the changes, and now this is going to have a specific props. So interface, which is going to be gallery content props, open it, which is going to receive the URL in the string format. So I'm just going to say URL, which is going to come from gallery content page props. So here all you have to do is to URL, which is going to be the tab.url. All right, so inside here all I have to do is to create a division, which is going to display that image over here, just like this. So all we have to do is to create a div with the full height, full aspect ratio, round and everything, and we have to bring this next image, and we have to display this. That's it. And inside here in the gallery, in the tab contents, now you should be able to see those image, right? So now I can able to see the tab contents, right? And now inside the gallery, I need to bring the gallery tabs. So right after here, so I'm going to bring the tabs list. So tabs list from add components UI, which is going to have a class name of bg transparent. It should be transparent, and width, of course, it should be full. Then here I'm gonna do the images dot map. I'm gonna get the tab outside of it, and I'm going to supply the tabs trigger from add components UI. And here I'm just going to say key. It's going to be tab.url itself, and value, which is going to be tab.url.to string, right? And inside here, now what I need to do, I need to bring the gallery tab, and inside this, which is going to have the URL, which is going to be the tab.url, right? So let's go ahead and create that gallery tab, and right click and create this gallery tab.tsx. And here in the gallery tab.tsx, which is going to be exactly the same stuff, just like what you did in the gallery content, I'm going to copy everything and I'm going to paste it inside. But this time, this, instead of this gallery content image, and this is going to be gallery tab, something like that. So it is going to take the URL, and it's going to display the image, and instead of this, it is going to be 24 aspect ratio, and it is going to be aspect ratio, and this is going to be rounded medium. Save the changes, and let's bring the gallery tab over here, /gallery, and save it. Now you should be able to see that tabs over here. See, we have different tabs, and I can switch between the multiple tabs over here. Cool, that's looking cool, right? So then what I have to do is I have to bring the information sections. So this is the place where we are going to do that, and I'm going to say info slash, and here I'm gonna get that product, and I'm gonna supply that product to it. So let's go ahead and create the info section inside this component. Let's say info.tsx, and over here in this section, so this information is going to be just like the use client, and sfc, which is going to be info, and div, which is going to be the info for the time being. Let's keep it as info, save these changes, and let's import it for right now. Later we'll fix that product issues and everything. Now you should be able to see the info, right? So this is not supposed to be that info. This is supposed to be /components, and now you should be able to see the text over there. All right, so now this should have a products, so interface of info props, open it, which is going to have the specific product, which is the type of the products. All right, and I'm going to destructure it over here, info props, and inside here we're going to get the product, save it. Now we should be able to have that product inside, right? So what I'm going to do is, so basically, so here we are going to design this stuff just like this, where we can able to adjust the quantity and everything, right? So let's go ahead and start doing that. So what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to wrap this into a div, and here I'm going to bring the h1 tag, which is going to be our product name. So let's bring the h1 tag over here, which is going to display our product name with the text font, bold, text neutral, and everything just like this. Then we have to create a division right after this h1 tag div. Let's create a division with the margin top 3, then flex item, everything should be on the end, and justify, everything should be between. And inside here I'm going to create a paragraph tag with just a dummy text, because we don't have any specific product description. If you wish to, you can add it on the products page and you can display it over here. Right now I'm just displaying the dummy division, right? And then right after this specific division ends, I'm going to create a division with going to be width the full, and flex item center, justify everything in the starting position, and gap of course it's going to be 2, and flex it's going to be wrap, and px it's going to be 2, and margin top it's going to be 8. So save these changes, enter. And now just like exactly the same way what we did inside the product content, we are going to display the cuisines, categories, kitchens, and everything. So every time whenever we are displaying it, we are just going to please make sure that this is having the cuisine, then we have to display it just exactly what we displayed on the product card, right? So then import those necessary icons just like that. So save these changes. So this is how that it should looks like, right? So but the sizes and everything, I just increased it a little bit. So you just pause this video, just create only one, then you can replicate the same, copy and paste the code, and you can redesign it completely by yourself, right? So right after this division, okay, that's the division is getting ended, and right after this division I'm going to create one more division, which is going to have a class name of width the full, grid column 4, and margin top of course it's going to be 12. Then here I'm going to create a class name which is going to be column span of 1, and space y it's going to be 8, right? Then right after that I'm going to create one more division which is going to have the column span of 3. It's going to have the column span of 3, and then inside here, now what I need to do, I need to display the price and serves. So that's what we are going to do. I'm going to bring 2 different paragraphs, and I'm going to display the price and serves over here just like this, price and serves. Then right after this division, what I have to do, I have to bring the quantity, I have to bring the price, and I have to bring the quantity which I wish to serve over there. So let's bring the product price right after here. So this should display the product price over there. Then right after that I'm gonna bring an this like this over here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So let's open it, and I'm going to create an array like 1 2 3 4 5, something like this. That's the maximum quantity that we are going to do. So map, open it, then I'm gonna get the number out of it, open it. So here I'm going to create a division, and key of course it is going to be the number, and the class name of course it is going to be a dynamic string literal. So let's open it, let's use the cn. Okay, open it, and let's say width 8, height 8, height 8. Then it is going to be the cursor pointer and rounded medium, flex, item center, justify center. And if we wish to have the border, or we can add the border over here, and we should have the border as a hero color. Right after here, what I need to do is, so all I have to do is to make sure if that number is equals to the quantity, then we should make that color. So in that, is that the case, then we have to create the quantity over here. So what I'm going to do is use state snippet qty set quantity. By default, the default quantity is going to be 1. That's the quantity, right? That's what we are creating. And then all I have to do is to scroll down all the way to the bottom, and right after here, if it is equals to quantity, if it is equals to the number which we are getting, then over here we just have to say bg should be hero, and shadow should be medium, and text should be white. If it is not, then what we have to do, bg should be the transparent, and shadow should be none. And inside here, all I have to do is to display that number. So save those changes, and now you should be able to see this. Okay, this is not quite we wanted. This is supposed to be full, just like this. But this division, okay, so this is not wrapping up inside. We should wrap this up inside a div and paste it. And let's make this division as flex, item center, and gap as 2. So now you should be able to see that, and this gap should be 2. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see that. Now we have to change the quantity. So every single time whenever I'm clicking this on click, I'm gonna call a callback function over here, and I'm just going to say handle quantity, and I'm gonna supply that number into it. Right, so let's go ahead and create that function now. So scroll all the way to the top, and right after this I'm going to create that function. So const handle quantity, I'm going to get that number over here, number, which is going to be the type of the number, and I'm going to have a callback function, and which is going to set the quantity over here with that number. Right, save these changes. Right, so now if I choose 2, 3, 4, you can see it is switching back and forth whatever the quantity that you are selecting over there. So this is how the quantity gets updated. And at the end over here, we're going to bring this add to cart option. So right at the end of this division over here, I'm going to bring a button which is coming from add components, and I'm just going to say add to cart, which is going to display the shopping cart, and which is going to have the class name as width as 4 and height as 4. And for this button, of course, class name, width, of course, it's going to be full, py, it is going to be 6, and text excel it's going to be, and font semi bold, and hover bg it's going to be the hero, and on hover the text, of course, it is going to be the white, and flex, item center, justify center, and gap it's going to be 3. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see this add to cart just like this. All right, so and then all we have to do is to get back to the page.tsx, and we have to display the suggested list. So let's go ahead and display the suggested list. All I have to do is to inside these components, I'm going to create a new file called suggested-list.tsx. okay, and that is going to be use client and sfc, let's say suggested list div suggested. Save these changes, and let me bring that suggested list right after where I need to bring container division. Okay, right after here I need to display that suggested list from where, and then I need to supply the products, which is going to be the suggested products. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that. So if I say this, it's not going to throw any issues and everything. So here interface, which is going to be the suggested list props, open it, and here I'm going to get the products, which is going to be the products array, because that's what we are going to get, right? And here open it, and let's say suggested listed props, and I'm just going to supply the products over here. Save these changes, and then right after here I'm just going to get the const is equals to use params. Open it. So here I'm just going to get that product ID. So because suggested products need to list out only the suggestions except the specific product which we already loaded, right? So I'm just going to bring the React fragments over here, and here I'm just going to bring the has-to tag, which is going to have the text3 excel, and it is going to be text neutral 600 and font semi bold. And inside this has-to tag I'm just going to say related products, something like that. Save it, and inside the has-to, after the has-to tag I'm going to create a div which is going to have a class name. Okay, so basically this class name is going to be a grid, and grid column, of course, it's going to be 2, and medium, the column span, wait a moment, so grid column, and for medium, on the medium device, grid column, it's going to be 3, and large device, it's going to be grid column, it's going to be 4, gap, it's going to be 6, gap y, it's going to be 20, and medium device gap y, it's going to be x, it's going to be 4, and on medium device gap y, it's going to be 24, and margin my, it's going to be 6, and py, it's going to be 12, something like this. Save these changes, and let's bring this view word wrap over here, and right after here I'm gonna bring those popular contents. So I'm just going to load that products dot filter. I'm going to apply the filter, and I'm going to extract the item, and that item dot id should not be equals to the loaded product id, which is already loaded from the params, so we can get that from there. Then I'm going to use the map function, then I'm going to extract the item from there again one more time, and I'm going to load the popular content from add components popular content, and I'm going to supply the key, which is going to be the item.id. Then I'm going to supply the data, which is nothing but our item itself. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see the related products, which is not matches this specific product. You can see this is red berries and this is the berries. Now if you click this one, you should be able to see it is loading the berries, and it's having only these 3 images over here, right? So we successfully fetched and displayed the every single products. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and create the carts option, and that's what we are going to do next. All right, then, since we successfully finished this single product page, so now all we have to do is to get back to our cart actions. So let's go ahead and let me close everything, close all. So first, what I need to do is I just need to install a very specific package over here called Sucent. So this is the React state management library to manage our cart actions and everything. So let me say npm install Sucent. Let's install it. Okay, so now we have all those things. Fine. So now over here, now what I need to do is I'm going to create a new folder called hooks, and inside this hooks I'm going to create a new file over here called usecarts.ts. usecarts.ts. Let me close this, and let me close this, and let me keep it simple as that. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do is first I'm going to import the necessary package, which is going to be the create, which is coming from Sucent, like this. Then I'm gonna import from Sucent/middleware. I'm gonna get this persist along with this create JSON storage, something like that. Then I'm gonna import the products from the types for products. Then I'm going to import the toast from React hot toast React. Okay, so I need to import that one also. So what I'm going to do is npm install React hot toast. So let's install that one too. So now we have to bring the toast provider. So because if you wish to do the toast and everything, the toast notifications and everything, so you have to bring the toast provider. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new provider over here, new folder, providers. And here inside this providers folder, I'm going to create a new file called toast provider.tsx. So now let's create the toast provider, and we have to wrap this toast provider into our layout. So let's get back to the layout.tsx, and right after inside this body over here, I'm gonna bring that toast provider and I'm gonna wrap it over here. Fine, let's save these changes now, and I think it is up and running. Yes, everything is fine, so it is working perfectly fine. Cool. And now over here I'm gonna bring the toast from React Hot Toast, right? These are the packages that we needed, so let's add all those things. Okay, so now inside this use carts, now what I need to do is we have all those things, so let's create the cart store first. So interface cart store, it's going to be items, which is going to be the products. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to create the rest of the things, which is going to be the a function, which is going to help us to add a new item, which is going to be the data of the types of products, and it's going to return the void. Okay, so then after this I'm going to have one more function, which is going to be the remove item, which is going to get the same not data this time, it's going to be get the ID of that specific product, and it's going to return the void. And we're going to have one more function, which is going to remove all the items, and that is going to be written a void function. And of course we're going to have update the item quantity, so update item quantity function, which is going to get the ID, and that is going to be string, and that is going to return the void. And as well as it is going to get one more, which is going to be quantity, and that is going to be a number. All right, this is all the cart store. So let's make sure that you are having exactly the same as what I'm having over here. So please be very careful. Okay, so now then what I have to do is I'm going to say const use carts is equals to create. I'm going to create, open it, and I'm just going to say persist, which is the type of cart store. Then let's open a bracket. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so right after this one I'm gonna call the name of this, what kind of name it is going to be. I'm just going to say the name of this, like this store which we are creating right now, which is going to be cart store, and it should be store on storage colon create JSON storage of the local storage. We are going to store this completely in the local storage. And then now inside here, what I'm going to do is inside here, enter, I'm going to get set and getter method over here. Then I'm going to call a callback value function, which is going to return an object. And inside here, first we're going to get the item, which is going to be the empty, and second of thing, which is going to add item, which is going to get a function with the type of the products. Okay, and that is going to get a callback function just like this. and which is going to be const current items. We're going to get the current items, which is going to use fetch it by using get dot items, so we can get that complete items. Then const existing items is equals to current items dot find, open it, then we can get that specific item if the item dot id is equals to data dot id. Okay, so if that means, so if the item is already inside, whenever you're trying to add an item, if the existing items is already there, then what I need to do, I just need to return the toast, 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 return toast dot, or simply say toast as item already in the cart. So if not, I just going to say using the set method, I'm going to get the object and I'm going to access the items. So items, it's going to be array of items. Destructure the get method, I'm going to using the get that complete items. So we're going to destructure everything, and along with that I'm going to pass this data which we are fetching, which the data which I passed along with it, right? And once it is success, I'm just going to say toast.success. I'm just going to say item added to the cart, right? And right after this function, now I'm going to use this remove item, which is going to be a function which is going to take the id as a string as a function parameter, open the function, and I'm going to use this set function. I'm going to supply the items colon, I'm going to get destructure all the items, get dot items. Okay, now I'm going to use this filter method, items dot filter method, open it, and I'm going to extract the every single item one after in it, and I'm going to return the id. That id should not be equals to the id, so that will be destructured and it will be set again in that. If everything is fine, I'm just going to say toast dot success. I'm just going to say item removed from the cart, right? And if I wish to remove all, so I just can simply say remove all, which is going to be an empty function, and then I can simply say set open items, which is going to be an empty array. And at the end, of course, we're going to have one more function, which is going to be the update quantity question mark, open it, let's apply the id as a string and quantity as a number, and we can call a callback function, right? So this function, now it's going to say we are going to update the specific quantity of it. So our const updated items is equals to, let's get that items first, get the items, so we can map through every single items of it. Okay, so inside that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say item.id should be equals to id. Is that the case? Then I'm going to destructure the every single item of it along with the quantity. Okay, that means the quantity in the sense this is the quantity, this quantity. Okay, along with that quantity. If not, I'm just simply going to return that item. Okay, and finally, once it is done, I'm just going to say set items is going to be the updated items. All right, so say this changes. Then now this is not supposed to be returned over here, this is supposed to be returned over here. That's the reason it's showing an error. Okay, so I returned this completely after this bracket, so you have to write this inside this bracket, which means all these things over here, see this function has been finishing over here, everything should be inside this function. So first in this, it's going to have a function and it's going to have a object. So this is going to be the use cards. Then I'm just going to say export default use card. All right, this is what we are going to return, right? So I'm just going to say use cart, that will be better, so not multiple cards. So I'm just going to keep it as a use cart alone. Okay, so just make sure that you guys are keeping everything as it is. Okay, so don't make any changes over here. Everything should be exactly the same. Whatever I written, it should be exactly the same. Okay, so save these changes if you did, and once you did finish this use cards, now all we have to do is to jump to the cards over in the header section over here, right? We have to jump to the header section, the place where we can display the cards and everything. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file, cart action.tsx, enter, and I'm just going to say, oops, control B. Okay, so now now what I have to do is over here I'm just going to mark this as a client first, use client, and this is going to be sfc, and let's say cart action button, something like that, and div, over here I'm just going to say simply like cart for the time being. So let's bring this now where I need to bring. So let me open the header, and right at the end over here, and I think right after here, if I do have this user ID, then only I need to show that cart action. So I'm just going to say cart action button from the cart action. So let me save these changes. Now you should be able to see the cart over there, and let me jump to the cart actions now. So inside here, now what I'm going to do is, so we need to fix this hydration issues first, just like exactly the same way what we used to do for every single models and everything. So I'm just going to say use state snippet, and I'm going to say mounted, and here I'm just going to say false. So then I have to fetch the cart. So const cart is equals to use cart from at hooks cart, then const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and I'm going to get the use effect hook, and it's going to take an arrow function and the array of dependency, enter, and I'm just going to say set is set mounted, which is going to be true, and at the end if not mounted, I'm just going to return it as a null, which means we are at the server side. If everything is fine, now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say class name margin left is equal to 4, then flex item center, justify center, gap x it's equal to 4, but instead of this cart text, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring a button from, instead of dot slash, I'm going to say at slash components. Okay, well, this button is going to be the class name of rounded full. Okay, and the size, of course, it's going to be the icon size, and on click, whenever I click this, I'm gonna say a callback function, which is going to be router dot push the user to slash cart, push the user to the slash cart, but we don't have any specific button over here, so I don't need this icon. So that is looks like that. And inside this button, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say shopping bag, which is going to have a class name of height as 4 and width as 4 and text as white. And after this, I'm going to bring a span tag. Inside the span tag, I'm just going to say cart dot items dot length, whatever the cart dot items dot length, I have to display it over there. Class name, text sm, and font medium, and text white, and margin left it's going to be 2. Save this changes. Now you should be able to see the cart is 0 because we don't have anything in it. Now all I have to do is to jump into the popular content, because that's the place where we are trying to add this to into the cart. Whenever you click this button, that's the place where we are trying to add it into the cart, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna get the cart functionality. So what I'm going to, so right after here, after the state, I'm gonna say const cart is equals to use cart, open it. Okay, so now we have the cart. Then what I have to do is const add to cart, const add to cart, it is going to be an function. So I'm going to get the data over here, which is going to be the type of the products itself, and I'm trying to add that into cart dot add item. Open it, get the destructure the complete data, and along with that I'm just going to set the quantity by default as 1, right? This is how we're going to do it. And whenever I wish to click this, instead of this callback function, I'm just going to say add to cart, open it, and I'm going to send the product or data into it, something like this. So now whenever I click this, if I click this, you can see item added to the cart, and I can see we have one specific item in it. If we click the same item one more time, you can see it is saying that product is already updated. Now if you check it out over here in the inspect elements, go to the applications and right under this local storage, and you can see the cart storage. Inside that you can see the state, and we can see the items, and we can see the list of things, and you can see the quantity is 1. But now if I change the quantity, nothing is happening over here. So if you wish to do that, now what I need to do is I need to open the page content, sorry, the info, because that's the place where we do have the quantity, which is where we are updating the quantity and everything. So just exactly the same way, what we have to do is I'm gonna have this const cart is equals to use cart, open it. Okay, so now we have that. So whenever we are updating the quantity, at the same point we have to update the cart items quantity as well as. So I'm gonna bring the add to cart option also, because that's the place where we are having the button for adding the, I'm just copying exactly the same thing, nothing else. Okay, so we have this quantity and we are updating the quantity, whatever the quantity that we selected. And right after the time, whenever we are updating the quantity, I'm just going to say cart update the item quantity, and I'm going to supply the product dot id into it. Then I need to supply the number, what exact number that the user is being keep on updating. Now this add to cart button needs to be called every single time whenever I'm clicking this on click, call a callback function and add to cart, open it, and supply that product into it. So save these changes. Now we can see this specific product is having only one item on the cart. You can see only one. And now if I click 2, and this is supposed to be changed to 2. I think we are running into a issue. So let me refresh this. So whenever I'm updating the cart, I think now it should be changed. Applications, items, images, and still the cart quantity is 1 only. I don't know why it is still 1. Now if I click this, it is saying that item added, and if I click this, still it is saying that item is added. Now are we having two different items? If I change this, let me get over here, and if I check this product console, application, cart storage, state, items, we have two different items. And here we go, see, now it's up, because I was checking a different product. So here now if I change this quantity to 4, now if I click over here and if I check the second item which I added, and you can see the quantity is updated to 4. So let's create a separate page so that you can see how exactly it looks like. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a very separate page to display the cards completely. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring those separate pages to display um, the cart. Okay, so now what I have to do is I'm going to create a separate page for bringing the cards. So let me close all these things. So close all, and inside the app folder routes, and inside the routes folder over here, right above it, I'm going to create a new folder called cart, something like this. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. Okay, so straight over here, I'm just going to say sfc. This is going to be the cart content page, and I'm just going to say cart over here. Save it. Now whenever user clicks this is supposed to push the user to the cart. Now we can able to see the carts page which is loaded successfully, and this is going to have an interface which is going to be cart content page props. Open it, which is going to be the user ID, and of course it is going to be string or it is going to be null. So this is going to have this property over here. So let's destructure this cart content page props, and let's say cart, sorry, not cart, which is going to be the user ID. All right, so save this, and now inside here I'm just going to say const cart is equals to use cart. Open it. Wait a second. So why we need to have this okay, so that is my bad. So this is completely wrong. So no, it's my bad. So I just need to, because since we are in a server side property, server side component, we can fetch the user ID directly itself. So why I need to send it? So I forgot about that. So let's bring it over here, and let's say cart right now. Save it. Okay, so now I can access this user ID directly over here. Const open it is equals to auth. From the auth, I can able to access this user ID directly from here, just like that. Then now what we have to do is we are going to return a division with the class of height, of course, which is going to be the 80 viewport height. Save these changes. Now we can see that. Then I'm going to bring the container from add components container, which is going to have a class name of width. Of course, it's going to be full. Px it's going to be 4. Then medium, on medium device px it's going to be 12, and space y it's going to be 7, and height of course it's going to be full. Enter. And oops, this is supposed to be for next division, and here I'm just going to say bg white py 12, margin m1 4, and height of course it's going to be full. Inside this I'm gonna have a division with the class name of exactly this. Then inside here I'm gonna have a box from add components, and which is going to be display the exact same stuff what we did in the products page, like the breadcrumbs, whatever we designed over there. So just exactly the same breadcrumbs that we are going to bring it. Link, which is going to be next link, Lucida icons, and over here just like this. Now you should be able to see main page products card. So you can simply copy it from your page content of your menu sections, and you can paste it over here. Okay, and right after this box, I'm just going to say cart because this division, where is this division is been finishing. Okay, so here I'm just going to bring the cart content, the place where we are going to display the cart content, and this is going to send the user ID, right? So let's go ahead and create this cart content. I'm going to create a new folder over here called components, and inside here I'm just going to say cart content.tsx, and let's mark this as use client sfc cart content div cart content. Save these changes and let's bring it over here, save it. Okay, so why we are getting cannot the read the properties of undefined call. So let's bring the interface cart content props, open it, user id, of course it's going to be a string or it can be a null. Then I can simply get the user id, which is the type of cart content props. Save these changes. Now you should not get that issue. Okay, so now we finished it. Now all we have to do is to load the cart content over here, which we can access those cart content from the use cart. So I'm going to get the cart is equals to use cart from hooks. Okay, then I need to get the search params. So const search params is equals to use search params from next navigation, and then we need to calculate the total price separately. So const total price is equals to cart dot items dot reduce, open it. I'm gonna get a total, and along with this I'm gonna get the item return total plus number of item dot price multiplied by its quantity, item dot quantity. Then if we don't have anything else, simply return it as 0. So that should find the total price, and use effect, open it, have a callback function in it, an empty array of dependency. Inside this function, if the search params dot get, if it is going to success, like once your order is being placed and everything, it should get the return thing as a success. So please make sure success and toast dot success, which is going to be, and say that as a payment completed. If not, we have to check if the search params dot get over here, if it is having the cancelled something like this, then all we have to say toast dot error, open it, something went wrong, something like that, try again later, something like this. Okay, so please make sure that cancel and success spelling is perfectly fine. So this should keep on check whenever there is a changes on search params and whenever there is a changes on cart dot remove all, something like that. Okay, fine. So now what we have to do is, now all I have to do, so don't worry about this, this is just a part I just added up for the checkout options. So now all we have to do is to inside here, I'm just going to delete it, I'm going to bring an empty React fragments, and later I'm going to explain this one more time, so don't worry about that. And for this I'm just going to say class with the full flex item center, justify between and gap, of course it's going to be 4. Now inside this I'm gonna say bring an h2 tag which is going to display the text as cart items, just like this, cart items. Then right inside this I'm gonna bring a button which is going to remove the complete cart. So just like this I'm gonna bring a button and make sure this button is being imported from add components, and it's going to call cart.remove all as a reference. Variant is going to be destructive, and I'm going to bring this eraser tool which is going to display this as a empty clear all button, something like that. So straight away right after this division I'm going to create a div which is going to have a class name of width full, and on LG it is going to be grid, and LG it's going to be grid column 12, and a LG, it is going to be items, everything in the starting position. On a LG, the gap X, it's going to be 8. All right, now inside here, div, I'm just going to say class name column span of 8, and I'm going to have one more division, which is going to have the class name column span of 4, something like that, right? So now let's add something inside this. So if over here, what I'm going to do is, if the cart dot items dot length, if it is length is equals to 0, and then I just need to display that there is no cart items in it, that there is no cart items in it, because okay, so only if it is empty. If not, inside this division, now what we have to do is, I just need to so let me show you how exactly the cart is looking over here. Let me add this to the cart, and if I click this, this is how the cart will looks like, right? So right after here, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a division, div class name width full, and space y is going to be 4, enter. And here for each cart dot items dot map, I'm going to get every single item out of it, and I'm going to render this cart item, which we don't have yet. That's, we need to create it first. So over here, I'm just going to say create a new cart hyphen item dot tsx, and which is going to be use client sfc, and I'm just going to say cart item div cart item, save the changes, and let's import it over here. And I'm just going to supply the key, which is going to be item dot id, save these changes. Now you should get two different cart items, because we have two different products over there. So now what I have to do, I need to get this cart item and display it over there. So let's create the interface. Now interface cart item props, open it, item, which is going to be the products, and I'm just going to destructure those products over here by cart items dot prop, which is going to be the item. So then I need to supply the item over here, which is going to be item itself. So save the changes and save the changes over here. So now what I need to do is, I need to get the quantity. So let's create the use state snippet, which is going to be qty set quantity. Initially it should set the item dot qty. If it doesn't have the item dot qty, then by default value should be 1. Then I'm just going to get the const cart is equals to use cart from @hook cart. Okay, then I'm just going to copy the same handle cart quantity from that product function, how exactly we added it, just exact the same function. All right, then right after here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring this box from @components, enter, and over here class name, which is going to be flex item center, gap of course it's going to be 4, border and border gray it's going to be 200, and padding it's going to be 3, and rounded it's going to be LG. So it should looks like this. Now inside this box, I'm going to bring a division, which is going to be an aspect square. Width of course it's going to be 24, and minimum width of course it is going to be 24. Height of course it is going to be 24, and minimum height of course it is going to be 24. Rounded medium and BG gray of course it's going to be 100, and the flex item center justify center, and position is going to be relative, and overflow of course it's going to be hidden. So let's save everything, and inside here now we can see we have a gray box, and inside that gray box now what we are going to do is, we are going to bring the image which is going to display the items URL. So image, which is coming from next image, enter, and this is going to be the alternative, which is going to be the item dot name, then fill, then class name, which is going to be width full, height full, and object contain, and then src is equals to item dot images of first index. I'm going to get that URL and I'm going to display it over there just like that. So we just need to fetch the very first image, and we have to display that, nothing else more, right? Then right after this division, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more div, and inside I'm going to display the item name inside over here just like this. So now I should be able to display the item name. Then just like the same way we are going to display the items, the whether it is cuisines or kitchens or whatever it is, just exactly the same thing what we displayed on the product popular content, just exactly the same thing. You have to fetch it and you have to display it. Create a division with this property and get the if it is having item.cuisine, then create the div with this and then display the item.cuisine just like this. Okay, so I just simply copied it from the popular content and then I just pasted it over here, right? And once these two divisions are completed, okay, so now what I have to do is I have to bring the one more box over here, box, enter, and inside this box now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring exact the same stuff what we did, the quantity. In the info section we displayed the quantity, right? So just exactly the same way I'm going to bring that quantity just like this over here. Right now we can see we have the quantity over here and we are handling the quantity as well as now whenever I change the quantity will be updated on the cart itself, right? Then right after that I'm going to bring the quantity count. Right after this box division I'm going to create one more box which is going to display the price of it for each and every sub quantity. Whenever I'm calculating the quantity, you can see the price is constantly getting updated, right? Which means it's working perfectly. Okay, so if you wish to display the unit price and the total amount, that's fine. You can display the unit price along with the total amount, but in this case I'm just going to display the price alone itself. Then I'm going to create a button over here. So I'm just going to create a button, close it, which is going to be the size of an icon, and over here the variant, of course it's going to be the ghost variant, ghost. And over here now on click, whenever I'm clicking this on click, I'm going to call this callback function for the time being, and inside here I'm just going to bring the trash icon, which is going to be the class name. Width, of course it's going to be 4, height, of course it's going to be 4. Okay, and for this I'm gonna have some class name, which is going to be the cursor pointer, and text, of course muted, is going to be 400, and on hover it is good text, it's going to be red 500, something like this. So this is how it should looks like. Okay, so if you don't want to have it in that way, what I can do is I can simply delete these two and I can change this button into a division and I can keep it simply as it is. And this, for this I can simply cut it out and I can supply it over here. And for this I'm just going to say width, of course it's going to auto, and margin, of course it's going to be auto. So it should looks like this. Okay, so that's looking perfectly fine. Now whenever I click this, I just need to remove this item, right? So I'm just going to say cart dot remove, not remove all, cart dot remove item, and I'm going to supply that item dot id. So that is going to remove that specific item from the cart. Now if I click this, that is going to remove that item is removed from the cart now. And if you click this clear all options also, that is going to clear the complete item. So in the cart content, if you click this clear all, if you click this, that is going to clear the complete cart item. Now if I get back to the menus, wait a moment, menu, yeah, Now I can add the multiple items. I can click this and I can click this and I can click this, I can click this. And if I wish to change the quantity as well as for this, I can open this. I know that this product is already in there and I can change the quantity. The quantity is updated now and I can get back over here. You can see the quantity is 4 now, right? So we know that the quantity is updated successfully, and now we are having the 4 different products over here, right? So now all I have to do is to bring the orders summary. So we have to bring the order summary. That's what we have to do now. So the order summary page is going to be displayed in the right side of this, which is going to be from the cart content inside this next divisions over here. So here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a box. I'm going to create a box container with the same styles over here. So let me enable the word wrap. So this is going to have from add components, flex column, items, and justify, start, gap, shadow, and some background color. Now you should be able to see that over there. Then inside here, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the h2 tag, which is going to display the text as order summary, something like this. Then after this h2 tag, I'm going to bring the separator from add components, separator. Why we can't see that? I think we have to install this. So let's get back over here and search for separator, and let's copy this npm, get back over here, install this npm shat cnui at latest separator, copy it, close it, and then now let's try to import it from there at component separator, save it. Now you should be able to see this separator over there. Right after this separator, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a box with a class name of flex column and space y, it's going to be 2. Inside this, I'm going to create a division div, which is going to have a class name of flex item center justify between, and width, of course, it's going to be full, and px, of course, it's going to be 4, and white space is going to be no wrap, and text muted foreground. And inside this division, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to display a paragraph of total and its total price inside this, just like this, total and the total price. Save the changes, and now you should be able to see the total price. Right now, exactly right after that box, this box, it's completing over here, and right after this box, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more box, which is going to have a flex class name of flex column, and inside here items in the starting position and justify content on the starting position, and gap, it's going to be 2, and shadow, it's going to be lg, and rounded, it's going to be lg, and padding, it's going to be 3, space y, it's going to be 2, and bg slate, it's going to be 50. And inside this box, and I'm going to say h2, that is for the payment, copy and paste for the payment. That's how it should looks like. And then I'm going to bring the separator along with this checkout option. So let's bring the separator, and I'm going to have one more button, and that is going to say check out, and that is going to have a class name of width, of course it should be full, and on click it should call check out. So let's go ahead and create on checkout function, which we don't have yet. I'm gonna call const on checkout function, and let's make this function as an asynchronous for the time being. Later, if we don't need it, we can remove it. So let's check it out. So we should have some space over here, but we are missing that space. So let's say space y, it's going to be 8. Now you should be able to see some spaces over here. Fine. right? So now we have all those things. So now the one and only thing that we have to do is to fix the checkout thing, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, since we successfully designed this cart page over here, now all I have to do is to go and fix this checkout issues, the checkout, that we have to finish it now. So since we already created the empty function for this checkout, now what I have to do is enter. So for this, before jumping into it, I need to install one more package called npm install axios. Install the axios, we need to add that, right? So over here, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the const response is equals to await axios dot get. Please make sure that is installed and imported axios.post method, because whenever you're clicking the checkout, it's going to push the user to the checkout page of the Stripe, and as well as it's going to punch the data of this cart items, everything into the cart orders. So if the orders, once it's coming back, if this along with that, if the URL, if you're getting success, that means the payment is completed. If it is cancelled, that means user didn't pursue for payment, he simply cancelled it. So if he cancelled it, we're just going to keep the cart completely as it is. If the user is success, we're going to delete everything in the cart, right? That's the reason we added that over there. So here inside this post method, I'm just going to get this dynamic string literal, and I'm going to say process dot env dot, and let's open up the environment variable. Let's copy this and let's paste it over here. Then slash check out, slash checkout. This is the route that we have to create, and along with this, I'm just going to send few product, which is going to be cart dot items. Then along with this, I need to send this user ID. These are the two informations that we are passing along with this URL, right? Which we can access it from where? Inside the cart icons. And right, once this function is being ended successfully, window dot location, which is going to be response dot data dot URL. All right, save the changes. So this is all about the checkout function. Now all I have to do is to jump back over here to this particular. Okay, so we are getting an issue. What is that? Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, that issue is being gone. So now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say npm install stripe. So we need to install the stripe. So npm I stripe. So first now what I have to do is, so let me go inside the, wait a minute. So okay, so what I have to do is, let me copy this checkout and let me jump back over here, and inside the API store ID, I'm going to create a new folder called checkout, enter, and inside this checkout page, I'm going to create this route.ts file. All right, so before this, creating this routes and everything, inside the library file, I'm going to create one more file called stripe.ts, something like this. So let's go ahead and fix the issue with the stripe.ts. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the stripe. Import stripe from stripe from here. Then export const stripe is equals to new stripe of process dot env dot stripe API key. So we don't have that stripe API key. We have to bring that stripe API key, which we don't have it yet. So of course use not sign. Then so API version, which is going to be the given date over there. Then TypeScript, it is going to be true. Okay, So don't worry about this Stripe API key. So because we need to add that Stripe API key over here because we don't have it yet. So all we have to do is to fetch that Stripe API key from where we can get that Stripe API key from the Stripe account. So we have to bring this Stripe API key. So let's copy this. We have to add the Stripe API key. Then we have to add the Stripe webhook secret. Then we have to add the front-end store URL as well as over here, right? So all these things needs to be added. So basically for the time being, front-end store URL, of course, it is going to be this localhost 3000. Just this alone. Please make sure that you didn't added the slash right after it. So let's go ahead and get the Stripe API key. So I'm going to open my Stripe account, Stripe, and click this, and you have to sign in yourself. So click sign in. So once you authenticated yourself with your account, so I'm just going to use my account. So let me sign in. Oops, I think I forgot my password. I think this should work. There we go. So now it is asking me to validate with my authenticator app. So please give me a minute. Let me validate it. So where it is, authenticator, there we go. So where the Stripe, which is going to be all right. So now we will be authenticated inside. It is loading. All right, so now we are successfully authenticated inside. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to create myself a new account over here, which is going to be, so choose your own account over here. So I'm going to create myself a new account. So far I do have multiple stores over here. So I'm going to create a new account over here. Then I'm just going to say YouTube food app client, something like this, India, create an account. So you can choose your desired country locations. So I'm going to keep it as India itself. Then create an account. So once you have successfully created an account, that is going to create that account on the test mode, and it is going to give you the API keys and everything. So I'm going to click this developers and I'm going to get the API key. So this, okay, so we have to reveal the test key because that's a secret key that we need to copy. So if you click it, it will be copied, and that's the secret key that you have to paste it inside your Stripe API key, SK test, something like that. So don't worry about this Stripe webhook key. So we're gonna get that Stripe webhook very quickly, right? So save this changes. Okay, so since save this, and since you modified your environment file, I'm just going to stop it and I'm going to rerun it, npm run dev, and I'm just going to save this stripe.js and I'm going to get into the checkout route. So let's go inside the checkout route now. Okay, so let's get into the, wait a minute, route. Yes, it is. So first what I have to do is I have to import the Stripe from the Stripe. Then I have to import the next response from next server. Then I have to import the Stripe from library Stripe which we created. Then we have to import the DB database from our library store. Then we have to import the product type from our types DB. Then we have to import the specific things from our Firestore, Firebase/Firestore. What are the things that we need to have? We need to have add dog, then we need to have the collection, then we need to have the dog, then we need to have the server's timestamp, then we need to have the updated dog. These are the objects that we needed, and then we need to add this course headers, otherwise we will run into a very specific issues. So please, you can copy this from where, from the gist folder over here. You can copy it from here, which I'm gonna add it right now. So you can copy it and you can paste it all for yourself. These are the course headers, and you can simply copy and paste it over here for your own purpose. So I'm just going to update this gist. So if you scroll down, you can able to access that and you can paste it for yourself. Okay, so now after this course headers, I'm going to create a function which is going to be export const options is equals to asynchronous function enter, and it's going to return next response.json, open it, an empty object with the headers, so which is going to be an object. Inside the object only we have this headers, which is going to be this course headers. With this, we're gonna return that options, export const options equals to asynchronous. So then right after here, I'm just going to say export const post method, which is going to be an arrow function, and which is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside that, of course, we're gonna get that store ID from where, from here, request parents store ID, just like this. Okay, so then I'm gonna get this products and the user ID from where, from through the front end, the place where we are calling the checkout over here. See, these are the products and the user ID, which we are getting it over here, products and the user ID, right? So now I'm going to create the line underscore items. So line items, of course, it's going to be from the stripe dot checkout dot session create params dot line items of array, which is going to be an empty array. Save the changes, and at the end we're gonna create for the products whatever we do have for each. Open it, item, we're gonna access that specific item, which is going to be the type of this product. Okay, so for each, so products for each, I'm going to access this item, which is going to be the type of the product, and I'm going to get the arrow function over here, and I'm just going to say line items dot push, open it, I'm going to push the line item, and I'm going to add the quantity, which is going to be the item dot quantity. Then I'm going to say this price data, which is going to be currency, which is going to be USD. You can use whatever the currency code you want over there. Then the product data, which is going to be name, of course, which is going to be item dot name. That's the only thing that I'm going to supply inside. If you wish to add image, you can add the image over there. Unit item is going to be math dot round item dot price multiplied with 100. So you should multiply it with 100. Okay, so now we have the line items of the product, everything is being added successfully right at the end. Now what I need to do is I need to add this document to the Firestore collections to retrieve its reference. So I need to store the order data. So in here, this is the place, add the document to the Firestore. So I'm just going to say order data, which is going to be an object is paid, which is going is paid. So you don't make any mistakes over here. Just you can simply write it exactly over here. Is paid is going to be false. Order items, it's going to be the products, and user ID and the order status is going to be processing, and created at, it is going to be created at. So if you check it out, your types.db, so please make sure from here, so don't make any mistakes, is paid order items order status created at, right? Please check the order status, and please check the order items, and of course user ID is going to be same, is paid, everything is going to be same. This is the data. Now right after here, const order reference, which is equals to await, we're gonna say await add doc, open it, and then I'm just going to say collection, open it, supply the database instance and supply the stores informations, then params.store id comma orders, params.store id. All right, so params.store id orders. Along with this, I'm going to supply the orders data. Save this. This is how the orders reference is going to be created. Now we have to get the ID. So const id is equals to order reference dot id. Now I do have the ID right now. Then I need to update this. So let's say await update doc, open it, supply the doc, supply the database instance, then supply the stores informations, params dot store id. Then I'm gonna get the orders, then I'm gonna supply the id. With that specific id, I'm gonna update this document. Whatever the order data that we do have, we're gonna destructure it. Then I'm gonna supply that id. Then I'm just going to say the updated, instead of created, I'm going to say this updated at with the server's timestamp. That is going to update the record. So once that is completed, we need to create the Stripe session. So session is equals to await Stripe dot checkout dot sessions, which is going to be a create function. Open it. So we have to supply that line items, supply the line items. Then mode of the payment mode, it is going to be payment. Then billing address collections, of course, which is going to be required. Then shipping address collections, of course, which is going to be allowed countries location, which is going to be the list of countries, US, then Canada, then GB, then Australia, AU, then finally IN, India. Okay, these are the allowed shipping country locations. Then of course we need the phone number collections. Open it and make sure it is enabled as true. Okay, so if you wonder where I can get all these things, you can go through the Stripe official documentation for the better understanding over here, right? Then I have to create the success URL and the cancel URL. So over here, just exactly the same way, success process.env frontend URL, store URL, which we are accessing from over here, frontend store URL, which is going to be this, and cart success. So if the payment is success, we are pushing the user to the cart along with the success, and we are pushing the user to the cart along with the cancel, the status as one. Please make sure that success and cancel, which matches this success and cancel, right? So don't make any mistakes over there. Then right after that, I need to get the metadata, so which is going to be metadata as an object, and I'm going to supply the order ID. Order ID is going to be the ID which we generated. Then store ID, which is going to be the params.store ID. These are the two things. So please don't make any mistakes over here, because this is what we are sending it in the metadata information. So later I can access this metadata for later purposes. Okay, so order ID and store is going to be params.store ID. So once everything is done, right after here, I'm just going to say return next response dot JSON, next response dot next response dot JSON. Open it. I'm going to supply the URL, which is going to be the session dot URL. Then I'm going to supply one more object, which is going to be the headers, and that is going to be the course headers. Save these changes. So this is all about the Stripe checkout and everything. All right, so now all we have to do is So now let's go ahead and make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So all we have to do is to, I hope everything is running up and running fine. So now if I click this checkout option, this should takes you to the stripe.checkout page. There we go. So now we got into the stripe.checkout page, and if I get back to the orders page right now, I should be able to see the orders. If the orders is over here, look at that. So we are getting the orders, but we are getting the images as well as, so we'll fix this, but we are getting the orders over here. You can see the product's name and we're getting the images. Let me refresh this. I don't know why the image is loading like this, but it is working, right? So we'll fix this image right now, so don't worry about this images. Okay, so we will fix that. It is working. So now once we make that payment and everything, we have to save that payment details and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so now what we have to do is, so since we are getting the orders, now what I have to do is, let me get back over here, and right after here in the apps folder, so we have to create the webhook. So let's go ahead and create that webhook now. So right after inside the APIs folder, so here this is the place where we need to create the webhooks. So let's go ahead and create ourselves our custom webhook for ourselves. So inside this API folder, I'm going to create a new folder called webhook, right, like this. So let's go ahead and create that now. So now inside this webhook, all we have to do is to create a new file called route.ts and enter. And over here, let me so let's add all those things inside over here inside this webhook. Of course, we need to bring the stripe, so import stripe from the stripe. Then let's import the headers from next/headers. Okay, then we need to import next response from the next server, and let's import the stripe which we exported from our library, and let's bring all those database instance and the collections. So I'm just going to copy exactly the same string from there, and I'm going to paste it over here, all these things, save it, then export const post method is equals to asynchronous open it, a callback function, and this asynchronous function is going to get the request alone. So bring the request inside over here, just like that. Then I need to get the body and the signature. So const body is equals to await request dot text, open it, fine. And now we need to get the signature of the stripe. So const signature is equals to headers bracket dot get. We have to get the stripe signature as a string, so we need to get the stripe signature as a string, okay, save the changes, and we have to create an event. So let event stripe event is going to be stripe dot event. All right, then we have to open the try and catch. So inside the try and catch, while doing, if there is any specific error by the time when you're doing it, I'm just going to return new next response as web hook error colon whatever the message that we got in the while doing it. So I'm just going to say error as error question mark dot message. Okay, so whatever the message that we error message that we got, we have to return that. And now inside this, I'm gonna get that event is equals to stripe dot method stripe.webhooks. A stripe.webhooks.construct the event. We have to construct the event, open it, and we have to supply the body of it, body, which we do have already. Then we need to supply the signature, and here we need to supply the process.env.stripe webhooks secret, which you can access it from your environment variable, which we don't have it yet, so don't worry, we can get it now. So stripe webhook secret, and use this exclamation symbol at the end to avoid the type issue. Then save it. Right after this catch, I'm going to create the const session, which is going to be event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session, just like that. Then what I need to do, I need to get the customer address. So const address of the customer, which is going to be session (customer details (address), and then we have to say const address components, which is going to be open it, and address (line) session (customer details address). So address dot, so we have to get all these informations from where? From the address component. So this is going to be the address, all these things from the from this address we're going to access this line 1 and line 2 and everything. We're going to access all these things. Okay, this is the address components. And then finally the address string is going to be address components dot filter, open it, get the address, and a dot, if a is not equals to null, then I'm just going to join that with this address just by adding comma of it. Okay, and finally I'm just going to say if the event dot type, the event of type is equals to checkout session completed. If the event.checkout.session is completed, which means the payment is successfully created. So I'm just going to say console.log, and I'm just going to say that is the order ID. We have to make sure whether we are getting the order ID or not, because that is the ID which we've been passed from where? From this route. See, this is the order ID that we've been passed from there. So I'm going to get that order ID from the metadata. Then I'm going to get that order ID, right? Save these changes. And finally, if the session dot metadata dot order ID, that means we do have that order right now in our hand. Now all I have to do is to update that order ID. So await update doc, open it, supply the doc, database instance stores, and I need to supply the store ID, which is coming from session (metadata.store ID), which we are getting, which because along with that order ID we passed the store ID as well as, which you can access it from here. Give it over here, store ID. Then I'm going to supply the orders, and I'm going to fetch that orders from session dot metadata dot order ID. So it's better to copy it from here and supply it over here, order ID. Save it. Then at the finally right after this doc, add comma and open the object option, and then I'm just going to change this is paid status. So I'm just going to change the paid status as true, and then updated at, that is going to be the server's timestamp. Is paid is going to be the address string. Phone, of course, it is going to be customer details dot phone, and updated at is going to be timestamp updated. And even at the end, I'm just going to say return new next response of null, with the status of 200. So this is going to be the webhook. Now let's open up a new terminal. Okay, so let's go back over here and let me get back to the Stripe dashboard. Click the webhook and click add, test it in the local environment, and click this Stripe login, paste it over here and hit enter. You should authenticate yourself. So that is going to authenticate, and you will get that pairing URL, that the Stripe webhook. We can copy and paste it over here. So don't log in again and again, just log in only one single time. So this is going to be the pairing key. So please make sure whether that pairing key is matching this ready amaze elite holly. So click allow access, and now my access is granted, and you can see my access is granted over here, right? So I don't need this anymore. Close this. And now if I get back over here, test it in the local environments, and all I have to do is to copy this and I have to paste it over here. But this is not supposed to be this localhost. This is supposed to be 3001/API/webhook. So right now our backend is up and running on which specific 3001. So please make sure. So you should add this /API/webhook. Once you hit end, after this, all you have to do is to make sure that this webhook name it's properly added /API/webhook, because that is the place where we created our webhook. Inside the API, we have this webhook. So hit the enter. So now this is going to check and it is making sure, and this is your webhook secret. So copy this and let's open up your environment folder and paste it over here. Save these changes, and I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to rerun it, npm run dev, just like this. Okay, so now our Stripe is up and running as well. As let me create one more time, and I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to check whether it is working fine or not. So if I trigger that payment, I should get the triggered payment is succeeded over here. So let's go ahead and let's get back over here and let me add some dummy details. So let's choose different location. Zero 41234 something like this. Then let's apply 42424242424242 and supply this dummy code informations. Now all I have to, if I click this pay, that is going to process. You should get the payment process success over here. So we got success, and it should return back to the success over here. Look at that. Now we got the success over here, and that means, and we got the success and success. And now if I refresh it over here, I should get the payment status as success. It is loading, and I'm not getting this image quite properly, so I think the Scott.remove, it is not working. So we have to check that now. Okay, let's fix that later. I think the payment, let's get over here, refresh this, or let me log that in the new browser over here. Let me bring that localhost 3001. If I click that, but this is going to ask me to log in again. That's the issue. Let me close this and click over here, and we have the orders. Let me click the orders, and order items is there and payment is false. We are getting the payment as false. Okay, wait a minute. Let me do the localhost 3000 over here. Yep, and let me do the localhost 3001 over here. So let's check it out. So continue. Let me log in with my account. Orders. Okay, so let's fix this orders first. So let's get back over here. Go to the wait a minute. Let me bring this one here, and let me push this client over here. Let me align it properly so we can work it out. So over here in the dashboard, routes, orders, on the columns, yep, over here, let me remove this for the time being. I don't want to display the images. Payment status is false. Let's remove that image for the time being. Let's fix that image later. So over here, we are getting the payment status as false. Okay, continue. So now if I refresh this, okay, so now we are getting that, and yeah, cart items is empty. Let me click that menu. If I click the menu, okay, so now I'm just going to add this. Now you can see we have this cart. In this cart we have this pineapple. Okay, so so now if I click this checkout over here, if I click this checkout, that should take me to this checkout screen. Yep, here we go. So now if I get back over here and if I refresh it, I should be able to see that pineapple with the $8. Okay, it is placed on the May 4th of it. Okay, so now let me give the details as Vetrivel R. Okay, this is supposed to be email address vetrivel.galaxy@gmail.com, and this is full name. It's going to be Vetrivel R. Choose the country location, and let's choose the different address over here, Aston Avenue, and postal code. Oops, what is the postal code? Oh, come on, postal code for Aston Avenue. British Columbia, Canada. So let me choose this VK3P3. Okay, and I'm gonna supply the 5062344456, something like this, and I'm gonna supply 424242424242 and 55555555. And now if I click pay, that is processing. Okay, so now we got the payment success, and now we got the payment completed, and still we having the cart is persisted. I don't know why it is persisted. And let me get back over here, and I'm not getting the payment status updated, which means our web hook, it is not working as it's supposed to be. So webhook, but we are getting the details over here, right? See, is created. We are getting the status as success only. Hmm, why it is not working? I'm not sure. So let's make sure Stripe API key, it's fine. Stripe webhook. Let's check it out whether our webhook is fine or not. Um, this is our secret key, right? Yes. At the end, it is B7FB7, and over here, which is W second, and this is going to be our front end URL. Yes, localhost 3000 and Stripe webhook checkout slash success one cancelled one. Yes, this is fine. Everything order items. This checkout, once we click the checkout order items, it's working, but the webhook is not working properly. This is the place where we are getting that issue. Stripe signature header, Stripe event, Stripe webhook secret, webhook webhook secret. Yep, that is same only, no changes in that. Webhook error dot message, checkout session. And if the event, this checkout is completed, of course we should get that order ID, but we are not getting that order ID. Not sure why. We are sending the order ID over here, orders session dot orders ID, with the address, phone number, server's timestamp. Okay, so let's check it out. Let's stop it out and let's rerun it one more time. Npm run dev. Okay, and let's indent this stripe dot. Okay, so now we got, yes, payment is created and localhost webhook API, everything is fine. So it is working perfect now. So let me check it out. Now if I refresh this, so it's loading. So let me click this checkout one more time. Now this supposed to create a new order as it is being created. So okay, so I click pay now. Pay it now. Now this is okay, and its event has been triggered. And now if I check it out, now still we are getting the status as false. We are not getting the address and as well as the status. We are getting the status as false only. I'm not sure. First of all, this checkout itself, it is not clearing the cart. I need to fix that. Then only we can figure it out why it is not working. All right then. So after a long time of search, I figured out a mistake what exactly I made. So everything is working, but the webhook is not working, right? The reason is because the Stripe API key, which I copied from the dashboard from here, which is not exactly correct. So I just copied it and pasted it one more time, and then I re-logged in, and then once the re-logged in, the webhook secret also it's changed. So I just copied and replaced the webhook secret and it's working fine, right? And one more mistake I made, instead of backend URL, I just supplied the front-end URL over here. So please make sure that you guys make it perfectly. And once the URL written back as a success, you can see it is not removing the cart. So I just added this line over here, cart dot removal. Once the payment is completed, you should add this line over here, cart dot remove all. That should remove everything. Now if I click menu, and if I get back over here, let me place the order as this Red Bull, buy it, and let me go to the shop and let me increase the quantity to $16. Once I click checkout over here, you should be able to see that order is being placed up over here. So if I refresh this, you should be able to see that Red Bull $16 page, and it is still false, right? So let's get back over here. I think why the reason we are getting the products two times. Okay, let's fix that order table. Okay, that's fine. So we are getting the $16, right? So let me change this retrieve.galaxy@gmail.com. Retrieve Rapi, Canada, Austin Heights, Austin, and let's give 506 some random number. Okay, and supply this 4242424242 and 444 and now you can see, so far charges updated over here. So now if I click pay and let's check it out, see the payment is created and the payment is successful, checkout session is completed, checkout is succeeded, and charges updated. Everything is successful and the cart items is completely empty. And now if I get back over here and if I refresh it, you can see we got the address, we got the details, and the payment status also true, right? So far everything is working perfectly as we expected. Now let's get back to the columns over here. It is not looking good as it's supposed to be. Product, phone, address, and still we are getting the products over here. Paid images, total price, amount, we are getting the, so we are getting the product, okay, we are getting the phone, okay, we are getting the address, okay, we are getting the total price, okay, and we are getting the paid status as okay. Why I need getting this products one more time? And this place, this is not supposed to be like this. Okay, so I'm just sending this images to the cell image. Let's get back over here. So here, save it, and now we should get the images over here. Images are coming up. This is supposed to be relative. Save it. Yep, now here we go. Look at that. So just one small issue. So now we can able to see these images and everything. All right. So just like the same way, if the payment status is success over here, what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to say cell colon, get the row, open it, and then I'm just going to say const equals to row dot original, and I'm going to get that is paid thing, and I'm just going to return, open a callback function, return. Over here I'm just going to return a paragraph tag, and here if it is going to be is paid, I'm just going to say as paid or else not paid, something like this. If it is paid, it should display like that. So now you should be able to see paid and not paid. And for this, I'm just going to say class name, and which is going to be cn, and let's open it. By default, it is going to be text lg, font semi bold, and right after here, if it is paid, then of course it is going to be text emerald 500. If it is not paid, text red 500, and at the end add this question mark, right? Look at that. So if everything is paid, you can see the paid status is going to be in green color, and the not paid status is going to be in the not paid color. So all I have to do is to just go ahead and update the order status. Okay, we are missing the order status. That's what I'm wondering. So right after here, I'm gonna bring the order status, copy this order status. So here I'm just going to say status, and I'm going to paste it over here as an order status. Let me get back over here. So order status, we are not getting the order status. Oops, this is supposed to be order status, and this is supposed to be heading status. That's the reason. Now you should get the order status over here, processing, and everything. Okay, so which is working as it's supposed to be. That's good. Now all we have to do is to update the order statuses and everything. So let's get back over here and update the order statuses and everything. Wait a minute. Now so let's get back to the cells actions of this, the cell actions. This is not supposed to be sizes column. This is supposed to be the orders column. Change it to orders column, and this is going to be order ID copied, orders, order removed, orders. Okay, so save the changes. So orders and orders ID. So I hope we do have that. So inside the API stores, okay, so now what we have to do is, all we have to do is to go ahead and create the separate path just exactly the same way what we did for the orders and everything. So we have to do the same stuff. So all I'm going to do is to get into the app API folder, into the store ID. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to change this to orders, and I'm going to change this to order ID. Now inside this orders, so over here, so inside the orders route main over here, so we have to get the get route. We just need only the get route. So let me delete everything, and then I just kept this delete route only. Okay, so we just need to keep this order over here. This is going to be the get route. Okay, so if the store ID is not there, of course we're going to keep the store ID is not there, then we are going to fetch every single order item and we are going to return that orders. And inside this specific order ID route, so we are going to get, so I'm just gonna change everything literally. Okay, so this is going to be the orders, and then let's get the user ID. Okay, over here, so you can see the patch method is going to get the user ID first, and it is going to making sure whether we are having that. And whenever trying to patch it, I'm just sending the order status, and it's trying to update the order status over here. If the store exists, it's trying to fetch that order reference. and it's trying to update that order reference, and it's returning that specific order, right? And we are doing the same thing when you're trying to delete the order over here, orders with that specific orders ID. All right, so save the changes just exactly the same way what we did, nothing else. Just all you have to do is to update those specific orders and everything, right? So I just copied and pasted it. If you wish to have the same code, you can literally copy it from the code over here, which it's in the gist itself. Otherwise you can edit it by yourself, just like the same way what we did for the sizes. Just you have to replace these names and everything. So I just updated the gist over here. You can access it, both this get method, and you can access that over here, right? So you can literally access those codes over here. So this is just exactly the same way what we did for the sizes only, no changes in that. See, we are getting the order from the body, we are sending the order status, we are getting it, and we are trying to get the order reference from where, from the store ID orders, and we are fetching that order ID. If that order exists, we are just updating that order status. Apart from that, everything is going to be exactly the same, right? So now inside the cell actions over here, inside the cell actions, now if you try to delete it, you are supplying it to the slash orders, and with that supply order ID, that is going to remove that specific order ID. So if you want to make sure, so this is not there. So if I try to delete it, if I click confirm, that should delete it now. And if I refresh this, we are not going to have that data anymore. It is deleted completely, right? So it is working perfectly now. Then now all I have to do is to update the status processing or something like that. So that can be added up over here, where in the one moment, inside the cell actions, so we have to update the statuses, right? So we have to change those, instead of update, what we have to do is I have to bring those changes on the status, like delivering. So I'm just going to copy this over here. Instead of update, I'm just going to change, I'm going to have bring one more function over here called on update. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on update function. So that function is going to call the patch method. So basically just like the same way like delete, we're going to bring the on update, which is going to call this API params.store id orders data id, sending the data. Data is nothing but your order status, and we are pushing the user back to the orders and saying that orders is updated, right? Fine. So let me copy this location.reload and put it over here. Fine. So now over here, if you check it out, so just like the same way what we did like delivering, if you check it out over here, we're having this delivering status, just like the exact same delivering status. Now all we have to do is to bring the status called delivered. Just create the drop down menu, on click on update, I'm sending the ID along with the order status as delivered, right? And at the end also we're gonna send one more status, which is going to be the cancel, all these things. So now we have 3 different statuses over here. So delivering, delivered, cancel, and of course we need to bring one more status, which is going to be the processing. That's the default status, which is going to be processing. So we don't need to change it now. So now if I click delivering, so that should be updated and it should be changed to delivered. Now if I refresh this, okay, so that is not updating the changes as to delivered. So if I click this to delivering, it is loading. There we go. See, we are getting the status as delivering, and here is also delivering, and processing, still it's processing. So if you wish to display it in a different format, what we can do is, let's get back to the columns. Just exactly the same way for the order status, you can customize those things over here. If it is equals to processing or delivering or delivered, whatever the status that you are trying to update it over there, based on that you can customize those colors. So what I can do is I'm just going to get the cell colon object, let's get the row, open it, const equals to row dot original. From here I'm gonna get this order status, then I'm just going to return a paragraph tag. Over here I'm just going to get the order dot status, class name which is going to be cn. By default styles it's going to be text lg, font semi bold. Save this changes, that's how it's looking. Otherwise it should be base, and over here this is also should be a base style. Save it, that's how it's look. All right, then comma, if the order status is equals to, if it is order status is equals to, what is that, delivering, that means that should be in the color of text yellow 500. Save it, so now it's looking like that. Or if the order status is processing, that means it is under still preparing, which means which is should be text orange 500, which is under the status of processing. And then if it is still under the status of processing, it's going to be on the orange. If it is under the status of delivered, that means it should be in a green color, emerald 500. If it is under the status of cancel, that means it should be in the red color. Save the changes. All right, so now everything, so now if I update the status to cancelled, it should be changed to red color. Cancelled, it is changed to red. Now if it is changed it to cancel, and that is also updated to changed to cancelled over here. Right, so now on the front end, now I have to bring the orders and I have to display all the orders, whatever the orders that the user being successfully placed. I have to bring all those orders and everything, and I have to fix this overview, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to fetch and display the complete orders placed by this user. So in order to do that, now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna bring those, I need to fetch this complete orders from here. So I'm just going to say get orders. So let's get back into the your client side, not inside your admin. Right now I'm inside my client side, so I'm inside my food app client over here. See, you can say food app client, and I'm gonna fetch this complete details from the database, from the orders. So make sure everything is perfectly fine. Orders, okay, so this is going to give you the complete orders details. Now what I'm going to do is inside the app folder, so we're gonna create a separate folder for bringing the orders. So that's what we are going to do now. Okay, so let's get back over here into the routes, and here I'm just going to create a new folder called orders. Right, and inside this orders I'm going to create this page.tsx file, and that is going to be say sfc orders page div orders, something like that. So if you save it, now if you click this orders page, you will be pushed back to this orders, and you can able to see the orders over there, right? All right, so now what I need to do is I need to get this complete orders. So let me change this to async, and then right after here I'm just going to say const orders equals to await get orders. From there, that is going to bring it, and const user id is equals to auth. Let's get that user id. So now that will gives you the complete orders id. But now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to format that orders id, formatted orders is equals to, so orders dot filter, I'm going to apply the filter method. Filter, I'm going to get that single item outside, so item dot user id should be equals to the authenticated user id. Then we can fetch that complete authenticated users informations. Right now I'm going to bring this container over here, bring the container just like that, and that container needs to be imported from where, from add components, something like this. And then inside this, let me enable the word wrap, bring the word wrap inside the container. Now I'm going to bring exactly the same way what we did for the products page, the breadcrumbs. I'm just going to bring it, components, import it, save the changes, and now you should be able to see main page, my orders and everything. And right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna bring the page content. This is not going to come from that, so this is going to be page content. Don't import anything because this page component is coming from your orders page. So let's bring the components, and inside here I'm gonna say page content.tsx, and here I'm just going to say use client sfc page content div page content. Save these changes, and let's bring it right now from the dot slash pages page content. You should be able to see the page content, and this is going to have some interface page content props, open it, which is going to be the type of the orders. So let's get back that, which is going to receive the orders over here, which is going to be the type of your orders array. And let's destructure it over here, orders, which is coming from the page content props. Save these changes, and let's apply your orders over here with the formatted orders. Right, so now that issue is being rectified. Right, so if there is no orders, if the orders length is completely empty initially before loading itself, then I'm just going to say there is no orders. If I do have the orders, of course, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring an order item. So just like this, I'm going to bring the order item. We are going to make sure width, round, flex, and everything exactly over here, and we are going to create the order item. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this. Over here, so we don't have the order item anymore. Okay, so we don't have the order item, so let's go here and create this order item.tsx. So basically what we did over here is we just created a div and we marked the division as fully width, and we added some styles to it. Then we are trying to loop through the each and every order, and we are trying to render that specific order. Now inside this order item, of course, it is going to display that complete information about the orders, and it is going to have that so let me do something. I'm just going to mark this as use client, then interface, then sfc. I'm just going to say order item div order item, which is going to take this order from where, order item props, and this is coming from this order types. Save this, and let's import this inside here. Save this, and now you should be able to see all the complete order items and order items. Right, fine, cool. So now what I'm going to do is inside this order items, I'm just going to make some changes over here. I'm going to bring the box, enter, and that box is going to be from your add components box. Then I'm going to bring a very big division, two different divisions over here. Enter. Just like this. Let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it clearly. We are making a grid with the two different columns. For medium device it's going to be 4, and I'm going to bring the different sets of divisions over here. You can see now we have different sets of divisions. Inside these divisions I'm going to loop through the order items. So inside here I'm going to get the order, and that order is going to have the order items, and I'm going to use the map function. Then I'm going to get that item, specific item, and I'm going to use this callback function. Then I'm going to enter over here, and here I'm going to get that item dot images. So in that I'm going to get that first index. So we don't want to display the multiple image, we just want to display the very first images index URL. So what I, instead of this, what we can do is I'm just going to create a division. Okay, so inside here I'm going to create a div, and this is going to be the key, of course, it is going to be item.id. Then for this class name, it is going to be this. And then inside here, I'm going to bring an image, which is coming from next image, which is exactly we do every single time. Instead of this, what I'm going to do is image of index 0, item dot image just of the index of the 0 over here. So if I save these changes, now I should able to see the very first images of the every single product, whatever we ordered, right? So if you check it out over here under the orders table, you can see these are the images that we do have, right? And then right after that, this where it has been finishing. Wait a minute. So right after this division, this is the division, it's been finishing over here. So right after here, now I need to bring all those products names, whatever the products that the user is being added. So just exactly the same way, I'm going to map every single item name, and I'm going to join it with the comma. So these are the items that he placed order. And then right after that, after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the order status, which is going to be a paragraph tag. Open it, and I'm going to bring that item order status, and just exactly what we did for your columns, where it is in the columns, where it is, where I think I closed that column, selections or anything. Okay, over here, see, this is the one. Just copy this and then just paste it over here. This is going to be wherever the term you are seeing the order status, you just have to prefix with order status and just import this one, save it. Now you should able to see the order statuses over here, right? And at the end you should get the payment status as well as. So let's get the payment status as well as. Copy this, and right after this paragraph tag, I'm gonna bring this paragraph tag, and this is going to be order.paid status. Save this. Now you should able to see the order.paid status over here, right? So, and if you wish to keep it as a data table over here, that's up to you. You can keep it as a data table, but this is more than enough for the client side right now. And let me show you how it is going to work, and let me change this status to, so far it is showing delivering, so I'm gonna change that pineapple to as delivered. So it is delivered right now. And now if I get over here and if I refresh this, this status should be changed to delivered. So refresh this. Okay, so I think it is updated. The reason why it is because it is caching up this entire pages. So what we can do is this orders page should not be cached every single time. So in order to do that, you can simply ignore it by using just by adding this line. So where it is in the orders, this one, just let's copy this. We don't want to cache this, then you can simply copy that and I can add it over here. So that page will be ignored and it will not be cached every single time. See, now it is updated. So if it is getting cached every single time, it is going to load the cached memory only, not the fetched memory. Once I added this, you can see it is changed to delivered. So now the client side is finished, and let's go ahead and bring this overview just like this, what we have over here. See, just like this. And that is what we are going to do now for our overview. So once we finish this overview, then that's it. We're going to push this completely to our project and we are going to deploy it. And that's what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now we are at the final step of our UI design. So I'm going to close all these things. So let me close all. Okay, so I'm going to collapse everything and let me open this app and dashboard routes. I'm going to bring it inside this page.tsx. This is the place where we are displaying the store name and everything, right? So inside over here, now what I need to do is, I don't want to display all those things. I just want to display these stuffs like this, total revenue, sales and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to delete this because I don't need that over here, and I'm going to delete it over here, this as well as, right? So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring a division. I'm going to bring a division which is going to flex column. Okay, inside this division, I'm going to create one more division which is going to be flex 1, and space y it's going to be 4, and padding is going to be 8, and padding top it's going to be 6. And inside here, I'm going to bring the heading and separators. So basically that is going to be, the heading is going to be the description and the dashboard, and the title is going to be overview of your store. And we're going to bring the separator from the add components UI, right? So that should bring the dashboard something like this, right? So then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a div with the 4 different columns. Create a div with 4 different columns, and inside here I'm going to bring a card which is going to be card. Okay, so we haven't added the card, so let's go ahead and add the card now. So add the card into your admin port. So let me open up and let me bring this and let me paste it over here. npx shatcn UI, latest add. Okay, it is added now. So right after here, I'm just going to bring the card add components, and for that I'm just going to say column span. It's called span 2. It should take the complete 2 out of 4 columns. It should occupy the 2 columns. So column header is going to come from this column header. Of course, it's going to be flex item center justify between flex row, right? And inside here, I'm just going to say card title from at UI components, which is going to be the total revenue, and it's going to have the class name as text sm and font medium. Save the changes. This is how that should looks like. And then right after the card title, I have to bring the $, which is coming from our lucid icon, just like this. Okay, save it. That should display the $, right after that. Then I have to bring the card content. So right after this card header, I'm going to bring the card content, which is coming from there. And that card content is going to have a division of this class name, which is going to be text to Excel. And I'm just going to say font, which is going to be bold. And here I'm just going to say 22, something like this. So which is going to be the like this. Otherwise what we can do is we can simply cut it and use the formatter from our library files. Just we have to format it and supply the number into it, something like this. So that is going to give you the $22 or something, but this time we are not going to hard code it. We are just going to give you the, we are just going to get the sales and everything over here, right? So let's go ahead and start doing the sales and everything. Okay, so first so we have to bring the sales and the product as well as. So I'm just going to copy this card, I'm going to paste it one more time, and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time this is going to be not total revenue, this is going to be the sales, and here we're going to display the sales count, how many sales that we happened, which is going to be plus 24 for the time being, something like this. And this is going to be the products, and here we are just going to display the products count, something like plus something like this over here. You can see, we should be able to see this. Now this should occupy the column 1 and it should occupy the column 1, so something like that. Okay, so then right after here, now we have to bring the original data over here. So in order to bring that, so we have to fetch all those necessary total revenue, total sales and everything. So let's go ahead and get the total revenue first. So over here, collapse everything, I'm going to bring the new folder called actions, then I'm going to get the total revenue. So let's say get total revenue dot ts. Okay, so what we are going to do is, so basically I'm just going to create a function. So export const get total revenue is equals to a callback function, and that function, of course, it is going to be an asynchronous function. So this function, of course, it is going to take the store ID as the parameter, because using that store ID only we can get that. Then I need to fetch the orders, complete orders first. So I'm just going to fetch the orders first completely from there by using these way get docs collection doc storage and finally orders type. So now we have the orders data. Since we have the orders data in our hand, now I can get the, I need to figure it out how many orders are paid, because we don't have to calculate the orders for non-paid ads. So we have to find out how many orders it's being paid. So filtering through the order, get that order and find out which order is paid. Now then I need to find out the total revenue. So in order to do that, so cost is equals to total revenue is equals to paid orders dot reduce, open it, I'm gonna get the total and as well as the order, enter, and here const order total is equals to order dot order items dot reduce, open it, order sum comma item, open it. Here I'm just going to say if the item dot quantity is there and if it is not equals to undefined, which means then we need to return the order sum plus item dot price multiplied by item dot quantity, right? If not, else, if not, simply return the order sum plus item dot price, right? Or else at the end over here I'm just going to simply return it as a 0, and at the end over here I'm going to simply return it as a 0, and finally I just need to return the total plus order total. So that is going to give us the final total of the, so we are trying to find out the total overall revenue for the single product, and we are calculating the total revenue for the entire products, whatever the thing which is being successfully added by the user, right? So this is how you should calculate the total revenue, and you should use this total revenue inside over where, inside over here, So from this params, we're going to pass this store ID and we are going to get the total revenue, and we're going to use that total revenue over here, total revenue. So save these changes. Now that should display the paid total revenue is $26. That is what we are getting over here. Now all I have to do is to get the total sales. So I'm going to create one more file called get total sales.ts, and this is what we have to do, orders, right? So we are trying to get the complete orders and we are trying to find out its size, order data.size, that is going to return the order size. So this type is not necessary. Okay, so what we did is we just created a function get the total sales count, and we are getting the complete orders details reference over here, fetching the complete orders collection, and then just returning the sizes of it, return the count. So I can use that over here, const total sales is equals to await get total sales, and then you just need to supply the params.store id into it. You will get the total sales and use that total sales over here, total sales. Save these changes and you should get the total sales count over here. And then just exactly the same ways, I'm just going to give this details over, copy and paste it, and then I'm just going to say get total products. This time instead of the stores orders, I'm just going to change all those orders into products. So products, instead of get total sales, this time this is going to be get total products. So save those changes and let's get back over here and let me copy and paste it over here, and this is going to be get total products and this is going to be total products. All right, and then I'm just going to supply that over here like total products. Save it, and that should gives you the total count of your products. So now we have the total count of our products, right? So then what we have to do is, so I have to bring the revenue by this. So I have to bring this revenue by month wise, and revenue by payment status wise, and revenue by category wise, and revenue by order wise. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm going to do is right after here, first, this is the place where we are going to bring that revenue. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and this is going to occupy the complete column. This time this is going to be revenue by month wise. So let's, if I save these changes, this is how it will looks like. This is the place where we need to bring the card. Inside the card content, instead of this division, we're gonna bring that the chart which we are going to have it over here, right? So for that I'm going to use this package called recharts. Okay, so let's go ahead and install this. Clear npm install recharts, hit the enter. So that is going to download this complete recharts. So if you wish to know much more about the recharts, if you click over here, and you should able to understand how the recharts everything has been working. So we can go through their documentations over here, but in this case we can directly jump because we don't have enough time, because we need to finish it as much as fast now. In this is going to be a reusable component, and in going to create it inside over here, I'm just going to say overview.tsx. okay, and this time this is going to overview, it's going to get the some sfc, and let's say overview div overview, and this time it is going to take a prop overview of any specific data, which is going to be overview props, and it is going to get the data into it, and then you have to import a specific charts from over here. So let me import all those things. import bar chart, responsive container, x-axis and y-axis, right? So what I'm going to do is, instead of this, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to bring the responsive container, enter. Inside this responsive container, of course, the width is always going to be the 100% of this width, 100%, and the height, of course, it is going to be 350 pixels, not more than that. And then I'm going to bring the bar chart, close it, and supply the data with the data what we are getting inside. Then we have to supply the x-axis. So x-axis self-closing tag. Inside here, the data key, of course, it is going to be the name is going to be the data key which we will create, and the stroke color is going to be hash #F. Then font size, of course, it is going to be 12, and the tick line, which it's going to be false, and the axis line, it is going to be false. These are just the styles, and I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time, and this time this is going to be y-axis. Data key, of course, it is going to it doesn't going to have the data key, delete it. And the stroke, of course, is going to be same, font and false. This is also going to be false. And at the end, we just need to say tick formatter, which is going to be, it's going to get the value. Then you should customize that value as a string, because it will take these strings only. And right after here, I need to get the bar. I need to display the bar based on the data key of total. We're going to have the total, that is going to be the data key. And fill color, of course, I'm going to say hash 84884B7 4E. This is the color code. And the radius, which is going to be an array 4, 4, 0, 0. This is the border radius. Okay, this is supposed to be a string. So save the changes, and then let's bring that overview, where we need to bring that overview. Instead of this, I'm going to bring that overview, add components overview over here. So save the changes. Now we should be able to see the chart, but we don't able to see the data, which is completely empty because we don't have any data. So what I need to do is, I have to calculate the revenue. We have to get the graph total revenue by month wise. So that's what we are going to do now. So what I'm going to do is, over here, I'm going to create a new file, and then I'm just going to say get graph total revenue.ts. Okay, so here I'm going to create an interface which is going to, for that specific graph data, then export const get graph total revenue is equals to async, and we're going to supply the store ID as a string. Open it. Please make sure that it should not have any spelling mistakes on the store ID over here. Make sure that fine. Then now we have to fetch the orders and calculate the main or paid orders and everything, just exactly what we did over there. So let's import everything. All right, fine. This is fine, perfectly. Now we have the paid orders, right? So what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to calculate the monthly revenue. So I'm going to create the monthly revenue, and I'm going to keep the key as string and the number value as a number, right? Just like this. Then for const order of paid orders, so I'm going to get one by one order out of the paid order. Then I'm going to calculate the month from the order dot created at. From the created at, I'm just going to convert it into to date, then to local date string of what, en-us, then I can get the month in a short form, right? So say this changes, and at the end over here, if we do have the month, then check if the month is defined or not. So I'm just going to say let revenue for order is equals to 0. Then for const item of order dot order items, from the order items we're gonna get one by one. Then I'm gonna calculate if the item dot quantity, if it is not equals to undefined, which means we do have the order items, then we are going to say revenue for order plus equals to item dot price multiplied with item dot quantity. Else we just need to say revenue or for order plus equals to item dot price, something like that. Then once we have that complete for loop, this for loop completed, I'm just going to say monthly revenue of this specific month, whatever the month that we calculated, if it is equals to bracket monthly revenue of the month, otherwise we can keep it as 0 plus revenue for that order, right? So this is how we will calculate that. Then we have to map those each and every month with that, just like this. So I'm just going to say month map, which is going to key January is going to 0, February, March, April, everything we're going to map it, everything just like that. Then I'm going to update the graph data, right? After here we need to update the graph data, enter. So const graph data, which is going to be graph data, open it, equals to objects dot key object dot keys, which is going to be the month map, that is going to be the key. So for I'm going to get the map function to map each month name with the value property as an object name. Of course it's going to be the month name. Then total, of course it is going to be the monthly revenue of the month name. If it doesn't have that, then we're gonna assign it to 0. And finally what we are going to say is return graph data. Save the changes, and now I have to get those total revenue by supplying by monthly revenue. So over here I'm going to get that monthly graph revenue from this total get graph total revenue. Then I'm going to supply this for this overview, which is going to have the data, which is going to be the monthly graph revenue. Once you save the changes, and you should be able to see that chart over here. See, on the May month we having for out of $28 we have $26 of sales over here, right? So that is displaying how exactly we wanted it to be. So just exactly the same way, what we have to do is I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and this is going to be revenue by payment status. So what I'm going to do is, so just exactly the same stuff, payment status wise we have to calculate the order payment status. So just exactly what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this. So then I'm just going to say get total revenue by order status dot ts. All right, that's the thing. And just exactly the same way we have to do the same thing, but this time what we are going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste it, and then I'm just going to alter it. Okay, so we are trying to fetch the data and we are fetching the status of that revenue. So I just keep it, instead of month revenue, I just kept it status revenue. And for each of the orders and orders data, we are trying to find out whether the orders is paid. If it is paid, I'm going to change this to paid. If it is not paid, I'm going to keep it as a not paid. So if we do have the status, then we are finding the revenue for each and every order item and we are converting into this, mapping it with that specific status over here, and we are making the key for paid is going to be 0, not paid is going to be 1. Then we are updating the graph data, just exactly what we did over here for the month. We're gonna do that same thing for these two status alone, right? So save these changes, and over here what I'm going to do is I'm gonna copy this and paste it, and this is going to be get graph get orders payment status total revenue. This is going to be order status total revenue. I'm going to supply that order status total revenue where right after over here. Save these changes, and this is supposed to be column 1, just like that. So now you should be able to see the paid and the not paid order status over here. So now all we have to do is to just exactly the same stuff we have to do for order status graph revenue, category wise revenue as well as. So let's go ahead and do the same stuff now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste it. This time this is going to be 2, and this is going to be the revenue by this is going to be revenue by category, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm just going to rename this get total revenue by category, enter, and this time we are going to get the category total revenue by category wise. Okay, so just exactly what we are going to do is we are going to find out the total revenue by the category wise over here, just exactly the same stuff what we did. So if you check it out over here, we are going to get the complete list of orders and we are going to get the complete list of categories over here. Then I'm going to create the key and map for the category revenue. For each orders, I'm going to get the order item and I'm going to figure out what is the on what category that order item is it's been. If we do have the category, then we are finding it revenue. Then we are mapping that revenue with that specific category and we are generating the data. So category revenue is being mapped by using the category name, on what name, and for each name we are finding out the revenue and we are mapping it over here, just like the same way what we did for these two status over here, right? So save these changes, and all these codes are all being already successfully shared, so you can access it from there in the gist folder, so you don't have to worry about it. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this. This is going to be get order payment status by order total revenue by category, revenue by category. I'm going to supply this to where revenue by the category over here. So now we should be able to see the revenue by category wise, on which category we are making the huge size, so that you can focus on that specific category wise, so which is going to be work smoothly, right? Then at last we have only one more thing, so I'm just going to copy this, I'm going to paste it, and this time this is going to be order status. Order status wise, we're gonna bring the revenue. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm going to do is just exactly, so I'm just going to copy and paste it one more time. Then I'm just going to say get total revenue by order statuses. Okay, so this time this is going to be based on the order status. we are just going to change the few of the stuffs over here. Okay, now we are going to get the orders and we are going to get the status revenue. Okay, and we, instead of fixing paid and not paid, we are just fixing the processing, delivering, delivered and everything. Then we are mapping these total revenues over here, just exactly the same, but the mapping is just going to be different. Apart from that, everything is going to be exactly the same what we did on the very first one. So here I'm just going to say this, copy this and paste it. This time it's going to be get order status total revenue by order status. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to supply it over here, revenue by order status. Now you should be able to see the revenue by order status over here, processing, delivering and delivered and everything, right? So billboards, categories and everything is successfully added, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and deploy this project straight away into your Vercel, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, so let's go ahead and deploy everything. So I'm just going to stop everything, whatever it is up and running. So I'm going to stop it, stop this, stop this. Okay, so here let's make sure everything is being added. Okay, so over here let's collapse everything and let's make sure the git ignore it, the environment file has been ignored. And let's just like the same way over here also, let's make sure the environment variable is being ignored over here. Please make sure before pushing it to do that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna create a GitHub. Let me create a new GitHub, new repository, and here I'm just going to say YouTube e-commerce multi-store admin portal Next.js 2024, something like this. And I'm going to keep this as a private and I'm going to create this repository. Right, so here all I'm going to do is to clear and let's say git init. Okay, then I'm just going to say git add space dot, it's going to add everything, and then git commit -m project admin completed, something like that. Hit the enter, so all of them it's been successfully committed. Then I'll just simply copy this and paste it over here and hit the enter, so that will be pushed to your origin master over here. So now if you check it out, you have your admin completely. So let's create a new repository one more time, and this time this is going to be YouTube e-commerce client portal Next.js 2024, and it is going to be the private create repository. And let's get back over here. This time this is going to be clear git init and git add space dot and git commit -m and let's say project client completed. Hit the enter, that should add everything. And let's copy this commands and then paste it over here and hit enter. That is going to push all the files into there. There we go. And now let's open up the Vercel. And here I'm going to create myself a new project. Okay, so this is the one, YouTube e-commerce client and YouTube multi-store admin portal. I'm going to import the admin portal first. Import, and you can keep it exactly whatever the name you want. I'm just going to keep it as it is. And inside the environment variables, I'm going to open the environment variables of this admin completely, open it, and I'm going to paste it over here. So if you scroll down all the way down, you can deploy it. and this might take some time, so I'm going to pause this video until it's successfully download completed, and if there is any issues also, I'm going to get back to you. All right then, so now we can see our project is successfully the admin portal, it's successfully deployed. I think so. So let me click this link and let me open it up. So now it should ask us to log in, and if I click login over here, I can choose my account and I can click continue, and I can able to see our products over here. Look at that. So we can able to see our complete products and everything. Cool, that's working perfectly fine. And let's go ahead and do the same step for our uh, client as well as. So this time click add new project, and over here this time it's going to be for our client portal. Click import and enable the environment variable. Let's open the environment variable, and this time this is going to be Next API public key URL. Paste it, and instead of this is going to be our store slash API, but this is going to be our, copy this and then paste it before it over here. Please make sure that you don't have double slash over here. See, let's copy it from here and please verify it. Versal.app slash API slash that. Okay, this is going to be the one. Perfect. And paste it over here and click add. This is the one and only that we do have. If you want to, oops, oh come on, I just deleted it. Copy it, paste it and click add, and if you click deploy, that is the one it's going to be. So let's wait until it's successfully deployed. All right, so we ran into an issue on the client side. What is that is okay, so here this is the error. So at the page content, from menus page content, so let's open up the menu page content from the menus over here. This is the page content from the menus. I think we are missing the key prop. We are missing the key prop. Where we are missing the key prop. This is the page content. I don't think so that I'm missing the key prompt. Error the iterator in the app routes menu components page content.tsx. Okay, I think supply missing the key for this key is going to be key. Then what else? Okay, we supplied the key over here. Then for anything else, from the line number 65 only, yes, in the line number 65, so we got the division and we fixed the key over here. And is there anything else that we need to do? So no, so far nothing is there. So let's push this, make some changes. Bugs fixed, commit it, pull or push to the remote, and now it has been updated. And once this is updated, it will start automatically deploying the project. So if I get back here and if I go to the project, and you can see YouTube e-commerce client portal, and if I click the deployments over here, and you can see it started building. So I can open this and I can verify it. So it is installing the dependencies. So let's wait until is it showing any issues or what. So I'm going to pause it, and if it is showing any issues, I'm going to get back to you. All right then, so I think it's successfully deployed now. Okay, so let's go ahead and view that. Let's click this one. The edge function is crashed. Your connection is working correctly. Version Okay, so I think we ran into some crash issues. Let's get into the deployment and let's click here, redeploy. Don't choose this option and click redeploy. Let's wait. I think this is it is crashed. It's because I forgot to add these remaining URLs over here. That's the reason it is crashed. I think so. Probably this is also going to be get crashed. I think so. Let's wait. So it is collecting and collecting build traces and everything, and probably it is going to finish it now. So I think I added only this thing. I forget to add these things. The remaining thing right now it is deploying the outputs. I hope I'm going to get the exact same output only right now. See, it is deployed and I'm going to get the exact same output only. Yes, exactly the same output. So if you get back to the same project and over here and click the settings, under the settings you can see the environment variable. Currently it is having only the one public URL, which is going to be your own public URL. YouTube, I think this is the one. YouTube e-commerce multi-store admin portal /API/API/ R and MQ or an MQ. Yes, exactly, this is the one. So over here now what I'm going to do is if I click the environment variables, cancel, and I can add multiple keys over here. Just I'm going to copy all these things and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, then I'm just going to click save. All right, so now all these keys has been added. So let's get back to the deployment, and now I'm just going to click redeploy. And if I click redeploy now, I hope now this have some different changes or different errors. Let's check it out. Our admin is successfully deployed without any issues, and the client side it's making some issues. Let's see. Let's try to handle these issues right now. So still it is installing the dependencies over here. Let's open. It's installing the dependencies, all the necessary dependencies which is required for this project, and it started to building the project. It's creating the optimized production build. Let's wait. It's not going to take less than 1 minute. Probably it will comes around 1 minute 30 seconds, something like that. Already we crossed 50 seconds. So let's wait. So compilation is successfully. It is checking the linting. So we are getting some warnings. Okay, this is not a problem. We are using image tag instead of image provided by the next image. Okay, so output is deployed. Yeah, it is deploying the outputs. So the pages, everything is being successfully created, and now it's deploying the outputs. If everything is fine right now, deployment is completed. Look at that. So that's the issue. So our deployment is successfully completed. So I hope now we should get that page. Look at that. Now if you click the visit option, and you should be authenticated, and there we go, we can able to see that image. And if you click login also, I can able to log in myself. Click this, continue. I can able to log in, and I can able to log in here as well. Okay, so now we can able to log in on the both sides. Now what I have to do is to copy this. So we have to supply the we have to update our admin portal. So this is our admin, or not, this is one, this is our admin, right? So in this admin we have to update our environment variable. So what I have to do is, if you click the webhooks, and currently it is listening to a local machine API/webhost. You can see our admin localhost/API. So let's copy our admin where it is. Yeah, this is the one. So this is the one that we have to copy, and all we have to do is to get back over here, or you can simply paste it over here. Then I can copy it from here, close it, Let me close it. Let me get back to the Stripe over here, and I'm going to add an endpoint, and I'm going to paste this URL. So this is going to be our admin backend URL, and right after here I'm just going to say slash API slash I think API, and this is going to be that name slash API slash webhook. That's the thing. You should supply that slash API slash webhook, and all I have to do is to select the events, and in that you can find out the checkout. In that you can see checkout.session complete, and this is the one that we are using. So you can select this event, and you can click add event, and you can click add endpoint. All right. So now you can click here to signing secret, click the reveal option, and this is your signing secret. Now copy this, and let's get back to your admin portal. Click the settings and click the environment variables, and then all the way to this scroll down if you want, you can see the Stripe webhook secret, and you can just change this and you can paste it over here, and you can save the changes just exactly the same way. You can change the front end URL also. Instead of this, I'm gonna copy this. I think we can use this one. Copy this client portal, and I can supply that over here. That is going to be the client portal. Okay, otherwise we can simply paste it and copy this over here, and let us supply over here. Yep, this is the one, that client portal. It is going to be save these changes. Okay, so make sure that you're copying the webhook secret. Whatever you copied it is perfectly copied. Last is it's going to be HL something. What is that? HL WH. What is that? This is WH and HL. Okay, so now let's get back to the deployments, and let's redeploy this. Don't choose this option and click redeploy, because we updated the Stripe payment gateway webhook, and as well as the front end URL as well as. So let's check it out. If everything is perfectly fine, now we should able to place the orders, and we should able to place the payment as well as. Let's check it out, and once we finish that, everything is fine. All right, so it is installing all the necessary dependencies. So let's wait until it's successfully downloaded. All right then, so now it is successfully deployed. Let me reopen my projects and everything over here. So right now in my admin portal, so let me click it and reopen it, and let me click open it one more time. Oops, let me open this one more time, and let me open this client portal and visit it. Yep, this is the one. Let me log in, click this and continue, and let me get back over here to the orders. Okay, so we don't have the specific orders right now, new. So here I'm just going to click the menus. Let me check it out whether the filters and everything is working perfectly fine. Let's check like pizza, it's working. Medium, look at that, it's working perfectly. And close this, and if I choose the fruits, bingo. So if I click buy now, look at that, how cool is that? Let me choose this one, and if I click add to cart, item is added. And if I click one more time, item already added. And if I click this, that is going to take me to here, and I can choose the quantity, and instantly it's updating. And if I click checkout right now, that should take you to the Stripe payment. Look at that. So we successfully finished it, and if you refresh it, we should be able to get that new red berries options. Look at that, how cool is that? So now here I'm just going to say vetrivel.galaxy@gmail.com, Vetrivel Ravi Canada, and let's choose this Austin Avenue, Austin Heights something like this. Let's give the Austin, and let's give 506 some random numbers. All right, so let's choose a different card. 4242424242 and 444 and now if I click pay, it is processing. If everything is working fine, this should right now make the payment success. It's taking some time, and of course it is payment succeeded, and it's going to return back, and you can see the payment is completed. And now let's get back over here, and now if I refresh this is supposed to be yes, here we go. You can see it is paid, and we are getting the address details and everything. So we successfully finished the full stack multi-store multi-vendor application. We deployed it, and it's completely working fine, and we made it in the live URL also. We deployed the project. So I hope you enjoy this video tutorial. If you have any questions, or at any point if you don't understand anything, just you can drop the link, drop the comment in the comment box, and I added all the necessary helper codes and the images and everything in the description below, so you can access it. And if you wish to purchase this complete project, you can click the link in the description and you can purchase the code, or you can simply watch this video and come type it completely by yourself. All right, so this is the fully functional multi-store food delivery application. So I hope you guys are excited, and I'm going to see you with much more good application on the next video. Right, bye bye, take care.